okay, then that's got And good morning, everybody. All valleys be raised up and all mountains be made low. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Christ is King. We are here. Lfa Tv, rise up. Hope you're having a wonderful morning today. Hope you got your coffee filled. Hope you got your Bibles ready, because it is time to become lions. In times like this, onward Christian soldier, time to become lions and time to be transformed from the inside out. So many people are worried about outward issues that have nothing to do with their inward peace. Outward issues that are not even in your vicinity, in your state, in your life, and will never affect you unless you let it. And that goes back to the old, Satan only has as much power as you give him, right? I want to say good morning to some people here. Kitten, C. Gannon, Woodman, good morning. River Rat in the building. Rachel, good morning. Adnan, Mr. One Bears says, rise up, Lions. That's what's up right there. Jersey Jane says, got to get my coffee. Better get it. Overheard says, loaves and fishes. Good morning. JJN, here's some good advice. Relax. Ignore the white noise, of which there is a lot. Sir French Knight said, rise up, the best way to start your day. And North says, everybody, this world does not survive. Revelation chapter 21. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. Absolutely. Ruger Red is here. Good morning, Ruger Red. Amanda Collins, how are you today? Good to see you. Country Girl, hello. And one more here. Let's give it to Matt West. Good morning, Matt West. Look, folks, if you're new here, let us know you're new. I met a lot of people over last weekend that said, oh, I watch you every day, but I don't have a Rumble profile. I don't have a Rumble account. And I'm thinking to myself, so you watch Rumble every day and you didn't build a free account that takes 5 seconds? You can even sign in with Google if you have a Google account, and it can be done for you in literally 2 seconds. And that'll allow you to chat in the live chat. I want to see you. I want to hear from you. This is the most interactive and most welcoming chat online. So come in and enjoy the fellowship that we have here. Now, after Rise Up here in about an hour and 20 minutes, we are going to get to Good Morning LFA, in which we will break down everything that happened last night, none of which was a surprise. And I wake up this morning, and everybody on LFA TV said what was going to happen last night, with the exception of some people thought that the New Jersey race was going to be a lot closer, and maybe Jack Chiatarelli could have pulled that out. However, that's all white noise. I woke up this morning, and I saw so many God-fearing Christians, like, losing their minds, like this was the first bad news they've ever heard. And I was thinking to myself, the people that you want winning elections weren't even in those races last night. And so my point in saying that is not to focus on political stuff here this morning, but to focus on peaceful things that I don't see around the world. I don't see peace in people's hearts. I see people freaking out this morning. And so as I was coming to the studio, watching people freak out this morning, I said to myself, inner peace. That is what we need. We need inner peace right now. So that's what we're going to talk about today. By the way, the YouTube channel that I had for years that got taken away 4 years ago is now up, and we're also streaming there. So just wanted to let you guys know that. But Rumble is our home, and we thank God that we're here. Let's go right to the Lord in prayer, okay? And then we're going to get to the message today, because the message is very important. And I think a lot of people need to hear this because there's so many people that are just melting down today, and we don't want to see that. We don't want to see people weak-kneed and scared and cowardly and, like the sky is falling. We don't need to do that. We need to continue focusing on what we've been focusing on, because nothing unexpected has happened. And we, the God-fearing, God-seeking men and women of this country, we are still the ones pushing not only the narrative, but this revival that's happening in this country. You know, we forget, not 2 months ago, did Charlie Kirk die. And since that day, we have been focusing on Jesus and not political things to keep our inner peace. So let's do that right now. Okay? All right. Lord and Heavenly Father. Lord and Heavenly Fathers, we gather here today in fellowship and seeking guidance and peace in the name of Jesus, your Son. We are grateful that we get it. There are so many people in this earth that know no peace. There are so many people that have not heard the gospel, even though it's written on their hearts. Let's continue to focus on the gospel. Let's continue to focus on the only constant that keeps peace and joy possible. Lord, there are so many verses that we're going to go through today that are from your mouth, words from your mouth that you spoke to us about how to handle situations and how to continue with peace in our heart from the inside out. How to be transformed from the inside out. To be promoted out of a world that is crumbling from the inside out. We are so grateful for this message today, Lord. We pray for each and every person that might be looking for peace that comes across this show, whether it's live today or whether it's they watch it days from now. Let this show bring people peace. Let this show bring people guidance. And let this show bring people a navigation in which to follow to run to the Father. We thank you. And we pray this in Jesus' name, his life, his death, and his resurrection. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Folks, there has been so many things that have gone on in this country in the last however many years, right? That have trampled people's peace. I'm reminded, I got some music on there, some nice background music. I'm reminded of the 2020 election night, November 5th, 2020, November 4th, whenever it was. I'm reminded of that night in which everything was on the line. I'm reminded of not 2 months ago where Charlie Kirk got murdered and darkness seemed like it was swelling. And not 2 days after that, not 24 hours after that, senseless murder of Charlie Kirk, did we start seeing the light shine brighter than ever. One thing that I want to encourage you is that when you see things that are happening around you in this world, destruction, death, decay, dying, all of that, none of that should affect in here. None of it. And I see, and again, I'm gonna bring up last night. I wake up and I see so many people that are just out of sorts and have no peace in their hearts. And I'm thinking to myself, hold on a minute. Everybody that I talked to, with the exception of a few people, knew what happened last night around the country was going to happen. It was 99% blue elections in blue areas where we 99% expected these blue people to win. We've talked about it for 2 weeks. Did we put forth our best effort in these places? Probably not. It is not a referendum on our president or that movement. There was nobody even in those races that claimed that movement. So I just want to preface the show this morning with that. There is so much more going on that is in the favor of godly people in this country right now. And we seem to be focusing on the mosquito bite while we're fighting a multi-headed dragon. Think about what I just said. Most people are focused on a mosquito bite while they are swinging a sword, wearing the armor of God, fighting a multi-headed evil dragon. You cannot be upset. And you know what? I always look for a silver lining in everything. I'm a glass half full guy. Just be lucky it wasn't next year, November, and that happens. Because now you have a clear idea and a clear path of what could happen if you keep your focus off of God. We don't want to fall and sink in the water. We want to keep our focus on Jesus and stay afloat, stay above. And that's what we're going to talk about today for kind of. I really want to talk about promotion to where you want to be in life and where it starts. Now, listen, I understand if you're sitting at home right now, or you're in your car, or you're at work, and we're getting into the holiday season, and you're worried about, am I going to be able to pay the bills and get through the holiday season? What I have to say to you, if that's you, and if that is you, it's okay. We've all been there. We all go there a lot. We're human. But if one of you is sitting there watching right now or listening, and that's you, and you're like, I don't know what I'm going to do. The best thing you can do is open up the good book. That's the best thing you can do. I'm going to tell you a story, if I can, real quick here. You guys know the comedian Kevin Hart? I mean, how can you not know him, right? He's the size of a child, funny. When he was a young teen and he left his mom's house and he went to pursue stand-up comedy, he was broke as a joke. He wasn't making any money. His half of the rent was $400. He didn't have the $400. Obviously, this was about 30 years ago or more. His half of the rent, being a broke stand-up comic, was $400, and he called his mom back home, and he said, Mom, as he would, Mom, I'm broke. Anyway, he called his mom, and he said, can I have some help? I haven't been making the money that I wanted to make, and I need to pay rent. This has been an ongoing problem, and I'm sorry to ask for your help again, but can you help? And his mom said, I'm sorry, honey, I don't have it. I can't help. She goes, but the best thing that I can suggest for you is to read your Bible. And a young teen, Kevin Hart, said, and I think he was about 18 years old, a young teenager, Kevin Hart, said, yeah, I know, Mom, I should be reading my Bible. And she said, Kevin, I'm serious. The best thing you can do when you're in financial trouble, when you're in physical trouble, when you're in any kind of dilemma whatsoever, the best thing you can do is pick up your Bible. And he said, okay. Whatever. Got off the phone with her. A couple weeks went by, and they got an eviction notice now. So he called his mother again. He said, Mom, I'm serious. I'm about to be evicted. I literally have nowhere to go. I'm hoping to get a couple big, gigs here coming up, and I can pay you back, Mom. Can you please help me? And she said, Kevin, I told you, I do not have the financial ability to help you. But have you read your Bible? And he said, no, Mom, I haven't read the Bible. And she goes, do you still have the Bible? And he says, of course. She goes, then I suggest, honey, reading your Bible. So, a couple days went by, and he decided he was sitting at home. They were about ready to be evicted. They had overstayed their welcome at that point. And he decided, what can I lose by opening up the Bible like she said? This is a story right from him. He said he got in his nightstand, opened up his Bible, and the first thing that happened was a bunch of money fell out. There was enough money in there to cover his rent, to cover his half of the rent for the rest of the year and more. His mother, when he left, put the savings that she had been saving up for him in the Bible, knowing that if he didn't read the Bible, he'd never see it. And now I'm not saying that if you go open up your Bible, money is going to fall out. But what I am saying is your problems can be solved by opening up the Bible, by reading the Word of God. And that's what his mother was trying to teach him, was that, honey, when you're in these situations, you don't run to man, you run to God. We've been saying it for weeks here about the government shutdown. People should stop running to government, and they should start running to God. The world is dying. You are dying with it. Your physical self, your flesh, is dying along with the world. But your eternal salvation and your soul and your spirit does not have to die along with it. And it does not have to know decay, and it doesn't have to know stress, and it doesn't have to know anguish, and it doesn't have to know anxiety, and it doesn't have to know despair, and it doesn't have to know depression. It doesn't have to be a part of that. There's a poor lost soul in here, and I really feel bad for them. Concentrated juice. I feel very, very sorry for you. I really do. To wake up like that and go into a live chat where there's godly people and just say those horrific things about people, I cannot imagine waking up and being like that. That is the death, destruction, despair, depression, decay, anxiety, anguish, fear, and anger that I just spoke about. There are more people than not living with that, dying along with the world. I cannot imagine living like that. Can you? And that is the focal point of today's show. As a matter of fact, can I show you something real quick, please? I'm going to bring this up on the screen for you. All right. I want you to see this, okay? I'm going to enlarge this video. All right, look at this. You see that, right? I believe in God, packed like a New York street in the middle of the workday. I obey God, barely anybody walking on the path. That is the world as we know it. And the people that I saw when I woke up this morning that are going and freaking out and mad and feel hurt and feel lost, they're walking on the road to the left. You and I should be walking on the road to the right, not only as a path to salvation, but as a path of joy. Look how joyful that walk is. Look how peaceful that walk is. Walking with a brother and sister in Christ. Walking with a loved one. When you ask your spouse to go out and take a walk, would you rather be on the left of that screen or the right of that screen? When you're going out to talk to God and you want a peaceful day of strolling in nature and in the wilderness or wherever on a bike path or whatever, the right side is the place to be. So the question is, how do you do this? Well, we have the answers. We have the answers, and we're going to get to them right now, step by step, okay? The one thing that God changes before he changes your worldly circumstances is in here. Now, I know that's easier said for me to say that to you when you might be sitting at home with cancer, when you might be sitting at home and you haven't paid bills and you're getting an eviction notice. It's easier for me to say when you're at work right now and you don't know how you're going to make it through the rest of the year. But believe me, not only am I there myself with some things, but I have lived there my whole life. I have never had an easy life. I've never had an easy financial life. I've never had an easy family life. So I'm right there with you. If anybody can speak on this, I promise you, it is me. And I no longer live that way. If I lose my house tomorrow and live under a bridge, then I will be the best under the bridge troll that ever lived. If I lost Lfa Tv and the ability to make an income that you guys support tomorrow, then I would go and I would do my best to find a job by the next day. And the next day. And the next day. If I lost a child, I would grieve, I would mourn, I would celebrate the fact that that child no longer has to deal with the stuff here on earth and that child is waiting for me in heaven. It's not as hard as you may think. And if you're going through one of those hard times today, trust me, it's all about in here. It's about changing and having a renewal of your mind and your heart and your body and your soul. Moss says, diagnosed yesterday, stage 3 lung cancer. Are you serious? I am going to be praying for you nonstop. Me and my family are going to be praying for you tonight at the supper table. We're going to be praying for you as a family tonight before we go to sleep. We're going to be praying for you tomorrow. We're going to be praying for you at church this Sunday. We're going to be praying for you every single day that you overcome that. But I want to, for the rest of the people that's in this chat right now, you just read and you just heard what I heard and read. Moss was just diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer. And guess where they are? Right now. Here. With you. With me. With the Word of God. Not with the world. Not walking on that crowded path to the left. Worrying about an election or about a bill to be paid or about what somebody thinks of them. They're here. In literally the best place you could be. The one thing God changes before he changes your circumstances around you is inside. Moss Dog, we love you. God bless you. May God heal you. If it is his will. God does not start with your situations around you. He starts with your mindset and your heart. Because if he changes your surroundings before your spirit, then you would go back to what broke you. Think about it. Let's go to Romans 12:2. I appeal to you, therefore, brothers, by the mercies of God, to present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable to God, which is your spiritual worship. Here it is right here. Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good and acceptable and perfect. Moving on here to verse 3. For by the grace given to me, I say to everyone among you, not to think of himself more highly than he ought to think, but to think with sober judgment, each according to the measure of the faith that God has assigned. There is something so much more powerful, and there is something so much more important than letting the destructive things of this world bring you down over something that happened that you didn't like or you didn't agree with. That is the devil. That is Satan. That's what he does. And that's what he's best at. Focus on that narrow path, on that beautiful path in nature. Again, how do you do that, Jeremy? Just get in the word and stay out of the world. Drop the L. The L is for loser. Isn't it? Isn't the L just for loser? Drop the L and then read that back again. You've got world with an L in it. That's a big loss, baby. Drop the L and look at the word. That's what's important, not all this. It's as easy as flipping on or flipping off a light switch. It really is. Even in the face of dying, Moss Dog in here is here. They're not out in the world going, well, that's it. It's not it. It's a stage. It's a step. God works from the inside out, not from the outside in. Before he changes what's happening to you, he changes what's happening in you. The internal shift always comes before the external breakthrough. It never happens the other way around. And if it does happen the other way around, then it is not holy and righteous. It is of the world. Meaning, oh, I won the lottery. Now I'm going to be happy. No, that doesn't solve anything. It might solve some financial troubles, but it doesn't solve what matters. It solves worldly problems, not word problems. Rosebud said, Forrest Frank, we ain't taking no L's. Amen. Drop the L. Get out of the world. Get into the word. That's what's important. Let the inside transform and then see external breakthrough. And guess what that external breakthrough will be? Not necessarily something for you. In most cases, it'll be something for somebody else. And that's the gift. You understand? That's the gift. That's the blessing. When God can use you to change somebody else's life, that's the blessing. Let's go to Psalm 51:10. If you guys want to flip back from Romans to Psalm, verse 51, or chapter 51, verse 10. What does it say? Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast not away from me your presence, and take not your Holy Spirit from me. It's all I got. It's all we have. Restore me to the joy of your salvation, and uphold me with a willing spirit. It's all we got. Why not embrace it? It's the best thing that anybody could have. Next step. Perspective before provision. I told you I was a glass half full guy, right? It's all about perspective. It's as easy as switching on a light switch. I wish I'd have known that 10 years ago. I wish I'd have known that 5 years ago. Sometimes God doesn't move the mountain. He changes how you see it, your perspective of it. Because faith isn't waiting for change. It's believing while you wait. Faith isn't sitting here going, come on, come on, come on, I believe, God, come on. Come on. Hurry up. No, faith is going, I'm going to wait. I have things to do until that happens. I have already spoke life into that thing that I expect to happen. I know that it's in accordance with God's will, and God has promised it to me. Until that happens, I'm going to stay in the Word, not the world, and I am going to help other people, and I am going to further my journey with Jesus until God says the mountain has been moved. Then I'm going to continue that way. Proverbs 23:7 is where we're going to go next. This is a step-by-step plan, folks. Proverbs 23:7. Proverbs, my favorite book of the Bible, by the way. For he is like one who is inwardly calculating. Eat and drink, he says to you, but his heart is not with you. I love Proverbs. I used to go to church, and I used to hear a pastor or a leader or an elder say, all you have to do is just think like this. Just do this. And I used to go, okay, I believe you, but that's cool. How do I do that? I remember not knowing how to have faith. And isn't that a weird thing to say? I remember not knowing how to have faith. But you would think it would be the easiest thing in the world. But there are ways that you can train yourself to rely on your faith. And that's what Rise Up is all about. Breaking down my journey so that hopefully it'll help somebody else who's on a similar journey that I'm on. And if you're farther than me on your journey, then hopefully I can learn something from you. It's a passed down piece. Next step, step number 4. The heart must align before the hand moves. Faith before action, right? God won't give you what your heart isn't ready to hold. He always says throughout the Bible, I will give you what you can handle. I will never put on you more than you can handle as to not crush you and crush spirit. When your will aligns with God's will, doors open that no man can shut. And that's the thing. God isn't a genie. God's not going to give you a Lamborghini. That should be a song. That should be a line in one of my songs. God is not a genie who gives you Lamborghinis, right? But he does open doors that no man can shut if what you are seeking and what you are praying for aligns with his righteous will. If it doesn't align with his righteous will, then don't expect to get it. And if for some reason you do get it, counting a blessing, because all good things work together for those who trust and have faith and love and seek God. Paraphrasing Romans 8:28, right? Delight yourself also in the Lord, says Psalm 37:4. Delight yourself also in the Lord, and he shall give you the desires of what? Your heart. Where is that? On the inside. It doesn't say, and he will give you the desires of your worldly wants and requests. He says your desires of your heart. Psalm 37:4. Stage 5. Eternal peace unlocks external change. Internal peace unlocks external change. The battle isn't always around you. It's often within you. What's going on around you doesn't matter. It literally doesn't. Not in the grand scheme of eternity. But what does matter is the battle that's going on within you. Because that's where the Holy Spirit dwells. That's where God dwells. That's where your love for Jesus dwells. Once peace enters your heart, chaos loses its control. I remember, and this doesn't happen anymore. Thank the good Lord. But I can remember only focusing on all the problems in my life. And when I only focused on all the problems in my life, my brain was like scrolling on social media. You know when you do this and you're just scrolling, or maybe you're, better yet, you know when you open up your pictures on your phone or your videos and you're like, oh, I got something to show you, but it's way back here. And you're scrolling really fast to get back to where you know that it is. That's the way I used to look at life. That's the way I used to think about everything. And I couldn't focus on anything. And I darn sure couldn't focus on anything that was good. Everything that I was focusing on was a problem. Everything I was focusing on was an external worldly issue that had really no need to be focused on. It wasn't necessary for me to even be looking at that. Me worrying about that wasn't going to change anything in my life, but that's how I used to live. I would bet that that's how most people live. Just scrolling and scrolling and never stopping to focus on what mattered. Let's go to Philippians 4:7. If you've got your Bibles there. Philippians 4:7 says the following. Here we are right here. Let's start with 6, just to get a little context here. Do not be anxious about anything, but in everything by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving. That means while you're praying, while you're talking to God, also understand what he has given you, not what you don't have, and be thankful for it. Let your request be known to God. Verse 7, and the peace of God, which surpasses all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. And then the famous part of this, finally, brothers, whatever is true, whatever is honorable, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if there is any excellence, if there is anything worth of praise, think about these things. You know what it doesn't say there? It doesn't say whatever is false, whatever is dishonorable, whatever is unjust, whatever is impure, whatever is hateful, whatever is not commendable, and if there is any hatred. It doesn't say that. But yet that's what a lot of people focus on, is the negative rather than the positive. Step by step, folks. It's like baby steps, but it works. Step number 6. When God changes you, everything around you follows. I want you to remember any imagery or any videos that you've ever seen or any movie depicting a visual of Jesus walking through hell to get the keys to death. What happened? What did it look like? Jesus walked through hell, And before he got to where he was going, it was dark and the path was filled with demons. Scratching, clawing, gnashing of the teeth. And as Jesus' presence and the light that he brought with him as he moved forward, the road cleared out, light was shined on darkness. The demons moved away because Jesus is so pure that what he's bringing with him repels and changes everything around him. I am awake in the live chat says, give LFA a rumble. That just means click the thumbs up. That's it. Thank you very much. Everything that surrounded him when he walked changed. The landscape changed. What was in the area and the surrounding area changed. Light was shown in on the darkness. The darkness was eradicated. That's the kind of visual that we're supposed to have here. God's first miracle is what? Transformation, not transportation. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey, right? That's what that means. When you go on a family vacation and the whole way you're like, "Kid, shut up back there. Cut it out. Oh, this is terrible. Why did we decide to drive? Oh, we should have just flown. Oh, we should have left the kids at home." That's not a good journey. That's somebody focused on the destination. I want to get to where I'm going, not I'm enjoying the ride. Again, God's first miracle in you was not a transportation, but a transformation. Change from within. Inside first, not outside. When he shifts your spirit, he shifts your whole story. Somebody had to rewrite the story of your life. Philippians 1:6 says, he who began a good work in you will complete it. What does that mean? What does that mean? He will complete it. If he began a good work in you, what is the completion part? The completion part is the destination, where you're going. But that's not what he wants you to focus on. He wants you to focus on the journey, the work that he's doing in you right now, today. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, and not what's going on with your cousin or your sister or your brother. You. I hope these steps helped you understand, or maybe helped you bring some peace to your life today. Shazam said, how happy was your journey? Man, let me tell you, since 2016, I have lived the best years of my life. So if you woke up today and you were feeling beat down, if you were feeling sad, if anything in you was bringing depression or anxiety because of what people are saying online about yesterday or anything like that, yesterday was nothing in the grand scheme of things. It was nothing compared to 2020. If you expect it to rain and it rains, are you sad? If you expect it to snow and it snows, are you surprised? If you expect your neighbor who doesn't like you to give you a bad look when they leave work, does it hurt? Expectation is a funny thing, isn't it? Because we live life by expectation. So did you expect anything different yesterday? I didn't. We talked about it here for days. All right, having said that, I got a couple things that I'd like to show you, okay? I love the visuals that we show here. And we've seen the visuals of, like the animated visuals of the books of the Bible. We've seen the animated visuals of the walls of Jericho. We've seen the animated visuals of Ezekiel's visions. We've seen the animated visions of John's, visuals of John's visions. We've seen what would Bible influencers do if they had, or what would Bible characters do if they were influencers that had phones. What I want to do right now is I want to show you a visual representation of Sodom and Gomorrah. Why? Because the world will be destroyed someday. So if we expect and know the end of the Bible, and we're already in complete understanding of what's going to happen, then why do you let things that are of this world, things that you know are going to happen, why do you let them tear you down? You are built for something better. You are built for something far more superior than that. Having said that, let's now go and watch the visual representation of Sodom and Gomorrah.
Hi, are you all right? I'm sorry, I didn't come sooner.
It's all right. I've accepted my fate. But I'm worried about you helping me.
I can't stand to see you suffer. I'm sorry for my city. Some people are beginning to watch to see why you're still alive.
That's why. You need to let me be, so you don't get into trouble.
Shh, quiet. I think someone's coming. I have to go.
Now, we know why the stranger is still alive. Charges have been brought against you, Paltith. You are found guilty by aiding strangers forbidden by our decree. Therefore, you are sentenced to be cast into the fire, that others may keep the law.
If this is my end, then I go down to the grave with peace in my heart, for I cannot bear the wickedness of your law. Let the fire take me, my spirit remains free.
The night remember. The fire that fell. To sit shining in the sand. Built by pride, not by his hand.
I shall surely destroy this city of Sodom and Gomorrah, but shall I hide from Abraham that which I intend to do? For he is my friend.
Please, Lord, will you destroy the righteous along with the wicked? What if there is even 10 righteous persons in the land? Would you show mercy?
I shall surely not destroy this city for the sake of 10 persons.
My nephew, Lot.
The world is just getting more and more
My lord,
wicked, folks.
welcome to Sodom. I beg you, turn into my house and rest for the night. The streets are not safe after dark. Please stay until morning and then be on your way.
We appreciate your kind gesture, but we will rather spend the night in the open square.
My lord, please, I insist. The streets are not safe after dark. What? God will destroy this city tonight?
This city has been judged, but you have a choice to not fall with it tonight.
How do we begin to leave this city? Where should we go, given the time left?
I mean, townspeople really wanted to rape these
Hello,
guys.
Lot, my friend.
How can I help? I don't want any trouble.
You know the law, don't you, Lot? But we're ready to let it slide if you let us have a good time with those strangers that walked in a moment ago.
I'm sorry, but I won't let any harm come to these men.
You are also a stranger in Sodom, and now you want to tell us what to do?
Please, Don't do this wickedness to these men.
Go to the city of Zoar. Hurry and get there. For your sake, the city will be spared.
The night remembers the fire that fell. Two cities shining in the sand, built by pride, not by his hand. Candles burned where darkness grew. Love was lost and few were true. Strangers came with heaven's flame, speaking softly in his name. Leave this place, the time is near. Run, oh run, the dawn is clear.
And you, Capernaum, exalted to heaven, will you be brought down to hell? For if the mighty works done in you had been done in Sodom, it would have remained until this day. They would have repented.
How dare you speak to us like that? Who do you think you are?
My Father has entrusted everything to me. No one truly knows the Son except the Father, and no one knows the Father except the Son. I am the way.
I like those little shorts because it kind of brings a visual to things. But the reason why that video grabbed me today and why I want to show that was the world is an evil place. The world is dying. Don't focus on Sodom and Gomorrah. Don't focus on prostitution, disease, corruption, greed, all of that. Focus in here and walk a faithful life. Be a Christian soldier, and then the things around you will change. You want to stop corruption in your town and your community? Then be a Christian soldier. Be a soldier for God and be unapologetically reading the Word of God and bringing it to the people and bringing action into your life that is righteous and of the Word, not of this world. Things will change. Look what we did in 4 years, outwardly, because we focused inwardly for 4 years. What did we do? We went from being absolutely decimated and destroyed in the 2020 election because we allowed that thievery to happen. We allowed the world to take precedent over everything else. And what did we do? We didn't run to government to save us. We ran to God for 4 years. 20, 21, 22, and 23, and 24, we then changed the outward because we ran to God inwardly for 4 years. And then what happened? What happened? President Trump won last November, a year ago. And as soon as that happened, half of the people that were with us, that were focusing inwardly and working together as men and women of God, children of God, followers of Christ, they ran back to the world. I watched it happen with my own eyes. They ran back to the world. I still see people straggling in today going, I haven't been here for a few months. I have to catch up. What's going on? Why'd they do that? Why were those people here for 4 years and then they bounced? It wasn't because they got sick of the content. It wasn't because they got sick of Rumble. It's because they got complacent. They felt that God answered their prayers, God blessed them, and then they forgot to continue the fight, or they gave up the fight and they ran back to the world, not the word. They left the word and went back to the world. They picked up the L and left. That's what happened. I watched it happen with my own eyes, and it made me sick. It made me sick because I knew that the world would start crumbling around again, and then they would do what? They'd drop the L and they'd come back to the word. How about stop doing that? How about stay on the narrow path? And if you do jump off because you need a break or whatever it is, then get back on it quickly. Stop finding that wide, narrow path or that wide road and going, I'm just going to chill out here for a little bit. We watched it happen. And now those people are very, very fearful and anxiety driven today. First thing I saw online is everybody just so upset about what happened yesterday. And I'm like, why? A, you expected it. And B, you left the word and went to the world. Not good. Not good at all. All right, before we get to Bible quiz, I've got two videos. One of Richard Lorenzo Jr., brand new, and then one of Ray Comfort. If we have time, we'll play both. If not, we'll just do one, okay? Let's go to our friend Richard.
Pronouns? I go by they, them. I am a non-binary. I don't feel masculine or I don't feel feminine. I feel am. I am.
Kind of like no identity, like just existing.
Yep. There was one time I was going through a lot of things. That was going to be it.
Were you about to kill yourself? Suicide?
Yeah. I had a note and everything written.
I'm just going to say this straight up. You are a woman. You're God's daughter. I used to identify as a lot of things that are not good. Very bad things. God freed me and delivered me. I'm going to pray that you experience God and that you get deliverance, freedom. It's going to change your life. So what's up, guys? We are at Dick's Sporting Goods in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We actually got approval from management to do these interviews, which is pretty cool. I'm with Jay, right?
Yeah.
My name's Rich. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, so I already asked Jay about what the purpose of life was. So let's just run it back. So what do you think the purpose of life is? Just if you gave like a one-sentence answer, like what are we doing here?
Guess just to do good and be good.
What do you think good is?
I guess just to make yourself happy and just pursue what you want to do to make yourself feel good.
Just happiness?
Happiness, yeah.
Have you ever like studied anatomy and physiology?
A little bit. I just kind of take it day by day.
So you know, like happiness comes from like the chemical serotonin?
Yeah.
So like, you know how people that are like on antidepressants and different things, they take pills that release serotonin synthetically. But do you think that we're just chasing like a chemical high?
I'm sorry?
So you think like as humans, we're just chasing a chemical high, like happiness?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, I believe that.
So like, you know, like sometimes like let's say like a death in a family or something like that, like we're not happy. So like obviously our emotions kind of go all over the place based on what we experience.
Yeah.
So like you think we're just chasing a high, that's what life is?
Yeah, I would believe that.
Okay. Now, have you ever had a spiritual experience before in your life? Like something spiritual happened to you?
Yeah. I used to go to summer camp a lot as a kid, Christian summer camp, and I'm really close to a Christian band. And so a lot of things happened at camp where I would feel like a lot of spiritual stuff happened. There was one time at camp where I was going through a lot of things and I had said, you know, I had thought that was gonna be it. And I had said, you know, if they had said something specific, that was gonna be my sign. And the band I was very close to had played something and I just ran out of the chapel and I ended up going to them at the end of the night and I was like, you know, I think I'm good, you know, like, and I've been close with them ever since.
Were you about to kill yourself? Suicide?
Well, at the end of that week, yeah. I had a note and everything written. That was probably 6th grade. I'm going to be 26 in a couple weeks.
In 6th grade, you were going to kill yourself, had a note written and everything.
Rich is going to bring her the truth. Watch how she changes.
That was like an answered prayer. What was the song?
It was one of their old songs that they had played. I forget the song now, but because I was so moved at that point. But I was so close. I was so close to them at the time, and like I said, I still am. I still talk to them to this day. I actually recently just got evicted, and they had given me some guidance and help, and so I'm still really close to them. Yeah.
felt goosebumps.
I know.
Oh my goodness. So would you say like you're Christian or?
I have my own definition of Christianity because I've had some up and down relationships with the church, but I do believe in God. I still
Bring
go
the
to
truth
a
to her,
church,
Rich.
but
Bring the truth.
I have a weird relationship with the church itself, but with God, yeah, I do have a relationship with God and Jesus. So, yeah.
And I see like the that like they them.
Yeah.
So is that like your pronouns?
Yep, I go by they them. I am a non-binary, so that's why I say I have a weird relationship with the church. But
yeah, it's like I've never really looked into that too much. Can you explain what that is? Like they, them, non-binary?
yeah, so I don't feel necessarily. My mom was always afraid of me being trans. I'm not like I don't feel masculine or I don't feel feminine. I just kind of I feel am. I am. Like I don't like I'm not like I know everyone says, well, aren't you just a tomboy? Yeah, I am, but I don't necessarily. One day I might dress a little more feminine. Some days I might dress a little more masculine. If you call me she, I don't get mad. But if you call me he, him, I also don't get mad. I'm just existing, you know?
So kind of like no identity, like just existing.
Yep.
Like, did you deal with heavy depression your entire life, like growing up? And was it because like of specific like bullying or like being treated wrongly?
Yeah, well, when I was like elementary school, I was the most happy-go-lucky kid ever. Nothing could touch me. I actually started playing baseball in 4th, 5th grade. Loved it. And kids would bully me in 5th grade because of it, but I didn't clock it as bully until about 6th grade. And then I started realizing, wow, they're bullying me because they think I'm a boy. And that's when they actually started bullying me first because of my love for Jesus. And then I started realizing, oh, they're bullying me because of baseball. They bully me because I'm bigger. That's when I started realizing it was all bullying. And that's where the depression started. So, but when they were first bullying me in 5th grade because of baseball, I was just playing along with it. I didn't know they were bullying. So I was so happy-go-lucky, I didn't realize I was being bullied that whole time. So
I'm sorry to hear that. Like I actually feel compassion in my heart.
Me too.
Because like that's when everything started. That's when you started like having, I feel a lot of anger.
Mm-hmm.
Like anger and almost like resentment, unforgiveness and bitterness because you so joyful as a child doing something you love, and now they're bullying you because they're not seeing you rightly.
Yeah.
Which is just honestly it's just kids being kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna say this straight up. So, I'm a pastor.
Yeah.
And I do these interviews to preach the gospel around the world. Mm-hmm. And I knew when you said that, man, that like to get the manager, like we were gonna have favor, and it's because like the Lord, and that's not because what just happened is not normal. Right. Usually managers say no.
I'm sorry to cut in, but I just need to, for the people that are just jumping in, Richard Lorenzo Jr. is a great street evangelist, great pastor, and he walked up on this woman who's a non-binary they, them pronoun. She used to be a girl of God, and the school kids bullied her because she loved Jesus. Then they bullied her because she was bigger, and then she got depressed. She left her faith in Jesus, and she became a they, them, non-binary, demonically filled, confused individual. But you can hear that there's still holiness in her. You can hear that there's still righteousness within her. And he is about to bring that light back to her. Again, just like we've been talking about this whole show, her outward stuff destroyed her inward everything. And now her inward needs to shine bright again so she can change the outward around her. And I think Richard's about to do it. Do you think he can do it? Let's take a poll real quick. For the 8,500 people watching right now, will Richard be successful in bringing the gospel back to this woman? Or will he be unsuccessful and will she have a hardened heart and turn him away? What do you think? I've not seen the end of this video. I'm watching it blind with you. I like to watch him blind with you. Okay? Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Because like they don't want people to record in their store. So like the fact that God allowed this open door, it's because he loves you. And there's a lot of people out there that are dealing with suicide, depression. I know you deal with anxiety, fear, but the root of it all, and I'm gonna tell you, it's rejection. Yeah.
Block away my line. I thought you were talking to people around the store closet.
Well, yeah.
But I can't have you just chatting at the, cause just in case someone comes in.
Joshua?
Yes, sir.
Joshua and Isaac, right?
Yep.
So like I was just talking to Jay, and like I'm gonna finish up the interviews. I'm actually a pastor.
Okay.
So we're from Orlando, Florida, and we evangelize, but we preach the gospel like through interviews. Sure. So I was literally just about to pray for her.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna dip after that. Is that cool?
Oh, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, she's really cool. Thank you. I respect it, man.
I just, keeping business flowing and stuff.
Yeah.
But as long as
you.
you're cool with it, if you're good, then I'm fine with it, and that's fine.
Thank you, Josh, for real. Yeah, so I want to pray for you because I believe in something called deliverance. So I've experienced deliverance. I literally got delivered and healed from, I wasn't raised Christian.
Right.
I was actually raised in the streets. And then I had a supernatural encounter with God. So I want to pray for you for freedom. And I believe after this prayer, with that spirit that causes the anger, the pride, the rejection, the fear, it's going to leave. You're going to feel completely different. And your life's going to be radically transformed because you are a woman, you are she, and you are a woman of God, and you're God's daughter. And there's nothing else that God wants you to be identified as, only as a child of God, because he loves you.
This is Dick
He
Sporting
created
Good.
you like that. And even if you were bullied by boys or bullied by whoever, that doesn't define you. And God doesn't want that trauma to dictate your future because it causes confusion. So I would be a hypocrite to just be like, oh, whatever. I want to be honest because I love you and because you're my sister in Christ. And because when we go to heaven, like, it matters because like you inherit the kingdom of heaven through truth, through following the truth, the way, the life. You know this, Jesus. So I'm going to pray that you experience God in a tangible way like you did when in 6th grade, and that you get deliverance, freedom. Because I got deliverance. I used to identify as a lot of things that are not good. Very bad things. Very bad things. And God freed me and delivered me. So I'm just only speaking from experience. And I hope that you can respect that. And I just want to pray. It's going to change your life. And do you have any pain in your body right now?
Like
Physical pain.
physical pain, yeah.
Where's your pain?
Just everywhere. I'm a scare actor as well, so I had a long weekend.
Okay.
But yeah.
Man. So, Father, in the name of Jesus, I pray right now for your daughter. And I pray right now full healing on her body. And Father, I command every unclean spirit that's been causing a false identity to be broken off of her in the name of Jesus. Lord, I pray for healing from the trauma she went through, Lord, from the fear, from the rejection, that you would bless her with your power, your love, Lord. Change everything today. This is not coincidence. Josh, Isaac, biblical names, and then this was allowed, Lord. So bless her, have angels surrounding her. Fear has to go in the name of Jesus, by your blood. In Jesus' name, amen. God bless you. What did you just feel?
I do go to a very affirming church in my identity, so I do appreciate everything.
Do you believe in that there has to be truth, right?
I do believe in that, yes. My reverend, though, is very affirming in my identity. Like I said, I don't get upset being called her or sister or anything, but I am very strong in how I feel in my identity, so I do appreciate the conversation.
I love you. I would say this off camera. Even if they said no to the interview, I was going to tell you this. But like, I genuinely do love you, and I want you to follow truth because that's the only way that you can have a true relationship with God. Yeah. With Jesus. He loves you, and you know him. You've experienced him. He protected you when you were going to commit suicide. So this is not going to continue. God's going to redirect you back on that narrow path, and you're going to experience his love in a more tangible way. For real. Like, I genuinely, can I have a hug? I'll come around.
I'll hug you. I'll give you a side hug. How about
that?
That's it. That's the most comfortable.
All right. God bless you.
You too. Thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
You too. Man, that was powerful. Guys, when you're preaching the gospel, you have to give the truth. You can't waver. Yes, use wisdom. Yes, be loving. Yes, be compassionate. Yes, but then eventually when the truth is revealed, you have to preach the truth. That was supernatural. That's not normal. Stores don't usually allow interviews. And then it's crazy because right when I was about to pray for her, the manager, Joshua, comes with Isaac, the assistant manager, to stop it after they already said yes. That's how you know it was spiritual and that prayer had power, real power. So I believe that was a supernatural encounter. She got exactly what she needed. I want you guys to pray for Jay. Jay is not a man or it or they, whatever it was. Jay is a woman of God, a child of God. She's coming back to her first love. We in Grand Rapids, Michigan, preaching the gospel, man, the truth of the word of God.
Grand Rapids, Michigan, we need to call Dick's Sporting Goods in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and we need to say thank you to them. Now, if you watch Lfa Tv here every day, all day, because this is a stream all the way until 9 p.m. every day, if you're here, stay here. We have show after show. You know who comes up after Good Morning LFA, which this show transitions into? Sean Farish, Pete Santilli, Will Johnson, Kevin Smith, Hannah Faulkner, Flyover Conservative, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Dick's Sporting Goods, Joshua and Isaac, and Jay. Remember those names. This was just put out a day ago. So that means they're still there working. Maybe you can even get a hold of one of them if you call and say thank you. If you watch this show, you know we call people on air all the time. All the time. Maybe tomorrow we'll do that together here on Rise Up. Would you like to do that? I'll make a note of it right now so I don't forget. Would you like to do that tomorrow here on Rise Up? I just made a note of that. Tomorrow, here on Rise Up, during this time, we are going to call Grand Rapids, Michigan Dick's Sporting Goods together as a group, as a family, and we are going to thank them for that. Let's do that tomorrow, okay? Right now, though, we still have a little time left. Ray Comfort, also street evangelizing.
Hellfire Club.
Do you think there's life after death?
Yes.
Heaven and hell?
Yes.
Which one are you going to?
Probably heaven.
Why?
Because I'm a good person. I got good morals.
Okay, I'm going to put that to the test.
All right.
You know how I'm going to do it?
How?
I'm going to give you the 10 Commandments. What'd you say?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with the 10 Commandments?
Not that much.
Let me brush you up on it, okay? They're on your conscience anyway. You shall not steal. That's the 8. Shall not lie, the 9th. Shall not commit murder, the 6th.
Okay.
You shall not commit adultery, 7th.
Okay.
Which is the hardest to keep?
I want to say shall not steal.
So you have trouble stealing?
Well, no, not really.
I think you just put your foot in
my own mouth. No.
So you've stolen in your life?
Couple of times.
Have you lied?
Yeah.
Have you ever used God's name in vain? That's the 3rd commandment.
Yeah.
Xavier, do you love your mom?
Yes, I do.
Would you ever use her name as a cuss word?
No.
Why not?
Because that's my mother.
You respect her.
Yeah.
But you don't respect the God that gave your mother. You've taken his holy name and used it as a cuss word.
I have.
Xavier, I appreciate your honesty. I noticed your shirt. What does it say?
Hellfire Club.
Why do you wear that?
I just saw it at Walmart.
7th commandment, you shall not commit adultery. Have you ever committed adultery?
No.
Jesus said if you look at a woman and lust for her, you commit adultery with her in your heart.
If you say it like that, then yes.
Now, have you had sex before marriage?
Yes.
So here's a quick summation of your court case on Judgment Day. Xavier, you just told me you're a lying, thieving, blasphemous, fornicating, adulterer at heart.
Remember, he admitted it
Self-righteous
himself.
and saying you're a good person when you're not. You're like the rest of us.
I guess
So
I
on
am.
Judgment Day, will you be innocent or guilty?
I'll be guilty.
Heaven or hell?
I'll probably be going to hell.
You're part of the Hellfire Club. Xavier, I don't want you to end up in hell. That breaks my heart. I love you. I want to see you in heaven.
Yeah.
So here's the question. What did God do for guilty sinners like you and me so we wouldn't have to go to hell?
He sent his son down to get murdered for our sins.
Most people in America know that, but they don't know this. And Xavier, if you can get a grip of this, it's going to change everything for you. The 10 Commandments are called the moral law. You and I broke the law. Jesus paid the fine.
Yeah.
That's what happened on that cross. That's why he said, it is finished just before he died. He was saying paid in full. Now here's what will make it make sense. If you're in court and you've got speeding fines and you plead guilty, a judge will let you go if someone pays those fines.
That's
He say,
true.
Xavier, you're free to go. Someone paid your fine. And it's legal, even though you're guilty, for him to let you go.
Yeah.
Well, God can take death off you because Jesus paid the fine in full. And he can do it legally because of what Jesus did, and dying for our sins, rising from the dead, defeating death.
Mhm.
And if you'll simply repent of your sins, the Bible says, let everyone that names the name of Christ depart from iniquity or sin. You turn from sin perpetually, and then you trust in Jesus. Like you trust a parachute, God promises if you do that, he'll grant you everlasting life as a free gift, not because you're good, but because he's good, and kind, and rich in mercy.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Totally.
I want you to be part of the Heaven Club, not the Hell Club. I want to see you in heaven, not in hell. So when are you going to repent and put your trust in Jesus?
I'm doing it now.
You're doing it now. Are you sorry for your sins?
Yes.
Can I pray with you?
Yes.
Father, I thank you for Xavier. I pray today that as he considers his past sins, that he will tremble at the thought of sinning against you. And this day may he understand your love for him expressed in the cross. Repent with all his heart, trust in Jesus, and pass from death to life with the love of righteousness and the knowledge he has everlasting life, all because of your amazing grace. In Jesus' name we pray.
And what I love about Ray and what I love about Richard is the two of them have a completely different way to street evangelize. But what they always do is they always offer the next step. They offer prayer. They offer a hug. As you can see, Ray's getting ready to give that man a hug right there. Same thing Richard did. Why? Because it's an intimate embrace. It lets that person know that you truly do love them. And that's all most people need. Most people are not at inward peace because they don't know any outward love. Their families don't love them. They affirm them. You know that lady we just saw at Dick's? She's been affirmed by her church. She goes to one of those trans churches where they affirm everything. But that's not love. Love is what Richard did. You are not a boy. You are not a they, them. You are a woman, and you are a beautiful woman of God. That's love. Just like you're not supposed to be your children's best friend, you're supposed to be their parent. That's love, folks. All right, we got about, I'd say, 8 minutes or so to do some Bible quiz. You guys ready for Bible quiz? All right, we're going to do this as quick as we can, and then we're going to get into Good Morning LFA, which is really going to be, obviously, a discussion about what happened last night and what's going to be going on today. Now, tomorrow, we're going to be calling Grand Rapids, Michigan, Dick's Sporting Goods. The number is right there. I'm going to pin it because Army Dog had it up. So we're going to pin it right there in case you feel like calling right now or in case you feel like calling today. It is pinned up there for you, all right? We're going to call tomorrow, so you're going to want to come back to Rise Up tomorrow for that conversation. Until then, if you don't want to call on your own, if you're a little scared to do it or whatever, then go to their Yelp page and give them a big, nice, beautiful review and say, your people, Joshua, Isaac, and Jay, are wonderful, and we love them. I'm telling you, that right there is bringing the word of God to people. Richard did it. Let's follow up on it, and let's help Richard. Okay, let's go to Bible quiz time, and then we're going to shift to Good Morning LFA.
Questions. Question 1. Who dreamed of a ladder reaching to heaven? Was that Jacob, Joseph, or Abraham?
A. Jacob,
that was
final answer.
Jacob. Question 2. Who said, "Let my people go"? Was that Aaron?
Now, hold on. I want to pause this real quick. This is the easy portion. You only get 5 seconds to answer instead of 10, okay? So this is the easy portion. It's a lot quicker. And then we're going to move into a more difficult one, okay? Who said, "Let my people go"? Aaron, Joshua, or Moses? Who was it? Let's go back to it.
Joshua or Moses?
We're going to say Moses.
That was Moses. Question 3. From what mountain did Moses ascend to receive the 10 Commandments? Was that Mount Horeb, Mount Sinai, or Mount Carmel?
We're going to say B, Mount Sinai.
That was Mount Sinai. Question 4. Who was Samuel's mother? Was that Ruth, Hannah, or Rachel?
Ooh. I want to say it was
Hannah. The answer
Hannah.
is Hannah.
Yes.
Question 5. Who prayed whilst inside a large fish?
Okay, hold on. We got to pause it here. I know it goes fast. I'm sorry, folks. This is a quick one, all right? These don't go 10 seconds. They go 5 seconds. So it's rapid fire, all right? Next one. I'll try to pause them when I can. Who prayed inside a large fish? Daniel, Peter, or Jonah? Think we know the answer to that?
Was that Daniel, Peter, or Jonah?
Jonah, final answer.
That was Jonah. Question 6. In a vision, what did Ezekiel see in a valley? Was that dry bones, golden calves, or angels?
I'm going to say dry bones. A.
He saw dry bones.
Let's go.
Question 7. How many loaves and fish did Jesus use to feed the 5,000? Was that 5 loaves and 2 fish, 3 loaves and 3 fish, or 4 loaves and 5 fish?
I'm going to say A, final answer, 5 loaves and 2 fish.
He used 5 loaves and 2 fish.
Easy ones, right?
Question 8. Can you complete these words of Jesus? I am the vine, you are the... Should it be grapes, branches, or leaves?
I'm going to say branches, B, final answer.
The answer is branches. Question 9. Which of these did Jesus say his followers are to be? Is that shepherds and sheep, or stones and builders, or salt and light?
Ooh, I want to say salt and light.
The answer is salt and light.
Let's go.
Question 10. What creature is the number 666 associated with in Revelation? Is that the dragon, the serpent, or the beast?
Well, one could say all of them, but I'm going to say C, final answer to round out the 10 questions.
That was the beast. Here's round 2 with 10.
All right, so how did you do in the easy round? I got 100%. Now, again, you guys know I don't watch these beforehand. I watch them right along with you. And for the first time in a long time, I got 100. But let's do 5 questions on intermediate. How about that? 5 more questions on intermediate, and then we'll move to Good Morning LFA.
Slightly more challenging questions. Question 11. Who tricked Esau out of his birthright?
Well, it was
that
his brother.
Jacob, Isaac, or Laban?
It was his brother, so it was Jacob. A,
The answer is Jacob. Question 12. Who owned the field where Ruth gleaned grain? Was that Elimelech, Jesse, or Boaz?
I'm going to say Boaz. C, final answer.
The answer is Boaz.
Let's go.
Question 13. Who killed Sisera by driving a tent peg into his head? Was that Deborah, Jael, or Barak?
Barack Obama? I'm going to say Jael.
The answer is Jael.
Yes.
Question 14. In Psalm 121, where does the psalmist say his help comes from? Is that the mountains, the Lord, or the heavens?
I want to say B.
The answer is the Lord.
Yeah.
Question 15. What happened to Naboth's vineyard? Did Ahab seize it, or was it burnt, or did Jezebel destroy it?
I want to say Ahab seized it.
The answer is that Ahab seized it.
Dang! I got 100 today! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! It's been hey, let me celebrate, okay? All glory to God, though, right? Not me. All glory to God. But that means we've been reading, folks. That means we've been reading. All right, we're going to end the same way we come in with Rise Up. But don't worry. You don't have to leave the stream. We're going to come right back after I pour some more coffee. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to come back for Good Morning LFA. And during Good Morning LFA, Will Johnson will be joining me. So if you guys want to stay tuned, please stay tuned. Will Johnson will be joining me, and the reason why Will Johnson will be joining me is to talk about what happened last night. Why what happened, okay? And where we go from here. And the fact of the matter is so many people are so confused about what happened, even though we knew what was going to happen. Remember, folks, we said that the Republicans, if they won one, if they just won one, just one, all they needed to do was win one, and that would have been a big win for us. Okay? But that's what we expected again. So, just making sure Will, give me 1 second here. All right, just making sure Will can come on still. So if you guys want to stay tuned for that, again, Will Johnson will be here in about 20 minutes or so. We're going to have a quick discussion, what we thought, what happened, where we go from here, who it is a referendum on, and what President Trump said this morning when he graced everybody with his presence during a press conference this morning. Having said that, again, I'm going to take you out same way I brought you in, with some good old-fashioned music, some good old-fashioned worship music, and then we're going to come back. We're going to start Good Morning LFA, and Will Johnson will be with us here on Good Morning LFA. I'll be right back. Stay tuned. Have you guys here this morning as always. My name is Jeremy Herrell, and this is Good Morning LFA. It is Wednesday, November 5th, year of our Lord, 2025, and you probably woke up today and saw that the Republicans that were running in these blue areas got a shellacking last night. You saw New York go to a Muslim 24 years after the Twin Towers fell. You saw Virginia, which was a red state as far as the governor was concerned, switch to blue. You saw New Jersey stay blue. You saw Proposition 50 in California pass. No big surprise there. And you saw a handful of special elections around the country. The only thing that we expected to happen yesterday was Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey doing better. We didn't even expect him to win. Yesterday when I had Mike Crispy on, who like Scott Pressler worked tirelessly in New Jersey, Mike Crispy ended the thing saying, based on the work we've done, I'm going to stick with Jack. I'm going to think, I say he's going to win, and he might win by a point. But we here on Lfa TV thought if we get one win, it will be that one. Not we will win it. If we get one win, it'll be that one. Okay? For everybody that woke up this morning and you're looking on X and you're looking on, Instagram and you're looking on Facebook and you hear that we got shellacked, that for somehow MAGA is in trouble. MAGA was never on the ballot. Name me one MAGA candidate outside of Jack Ciattarelli, which didn't even have MAGA come and campaign with him, didn't even have Trump throw a rally for him. Name me a candidate that was MAGA. Just one. Winsome Sears wasn't, for sure. Curtis Sliwa wasn't, for sure. Andrew Cuomo wasn't, for sure. There was no MAGA in Proposition 50, but that's California. I don't understand what everybody expected to happen. What we expected to happen did happen. But now let's talk about it. What was the problem last night? Bad candidates. That's the problem. And there's still so much corruption and elections being rigged and stolen at every level in these blue states. So how do you stop that? How do we look at what happened last night, recognize as a warning of what will happen if and when MAGA candidates are on the ballot for the midterms? How is that going to change? And for anybody out there complaining that President Trump wants to get rid of the filibuster, let me give you some insight on why I think that he's right. Okay? Has the filibuster saved us in times? Absolutely. The filibuster saved us from court packing. The filibuster saved us from having D.C. a state. The filibuster stopped us from having Puerto Rico a state. The filibuster has saved this country at times. But let me tell you something right now. We're in a new world. A Muslim just became the mayor of New York City. Why? Because there was no real candidates going up against him. Cuomo was a killer, and Sliwa was a MAGA denier and a ranked choice voting sympathizer who denied help from MAGA. Winsome Sears is not MAGA. She's been more critical of Trump than almost anyone in the Republican Party. Jack Ciattarelli was a Trump supporter, had great things to say about Trump, but let's face it, you didn't see Jack Ciattarelli walking around with a MAGA hat on ever. It's bad candidates in blue elections in blue states outside of Virginia. But Virginia, we know, was a farce how Glenn Youngkin won. That was an anomaly. We never expected him to win. So what do we got to do? First of all, you've got to run good candidates. And in order to run good candidates, everyday, ordinary, average people with a grit and a passion to take over and be a lion instead of a lamb need to run, get off their butts and run for office. That's number one. And before you say, Jeremy, why don't you? I did run for office twice, and I'm going to do it again someday. That's number one. Number two, what will happen now if we get rid of the filibuster? Are you ready for this? Let me paint a picture for you. Jeremy, we can't get rid of the filibuster because if we do that, then they're going to use it. Here's the problem. The minute that the Senate switches to Democrats, they're going to get rid of it anyway. You understand what I'm saying? The minute the Democrats, if they take that Senate, let's say in a hypothetical, they take the Senate in the midterms. Let's just say that's the case. They're going to get rid of the filibuster anyway. They're going all in. This is an Islamic and an evil takeover of this country. If you thought the stolen election was the end-all be-all in 2020, that was the beginning of their plan. Agenda 2030, that's happening in fast, real time. So what happens? Let's paint a picture here. Ready? President Trump is calling to get rid of the filibuster. Why? Well, because if we get rid of the filibuster, then we ensure they can't cheat and they can't win again. See, we're not cheating by getting rid of the filibuster. We're ensuring that their cheating can't continue to happen. And I'll tell you why. Ready? Here's your picture. Mass mail-in voting. All we need is a majority. We have 1 year right now of a majority left, for sure. Pass it. No filibuster in the way. Just a simple majority. Mail-in ballots, done. Except for, obviously, UACAVA votes, which are overseas ballots for the military. And obviously, people who are, disabled and can't go anywhere. But even that's got to be vetted and proved. Okay? That's number one. Number two, same-day voting. Pass it into law right now. Get rid of the filibuster. You'll have same-day voting right away. Number three, voter ID, a must. You must be a United States citizen, and you must have an ID to vote. No judge can stop this if this gets passed through Congress. These are laws that are now put in place that judges must adhere to. Well, look at that right there. Now we've got same-day voting, no mass mail-in ballots, voter ID. Those three things could happen in the same day. All we have to do is get rid of the mail-in ballots. Number three, a federal law that says no illegal alien can vote in any election in the United States of America. Federal law supersedes state law when it comes to that stuff. Boom. No illegal alien can vote, not in a state or in a federal election. Pass it through simple majority. You have a majority for a year. You do these things and you sign them into law, and then you make sure that you've got, if it takes the National Guard to be in these states during these elections, then you put the National Guard there. If it takes ICE, Homeland Security, DEA, FBI, CIA, NSA, IRS, I don't care what alphabet agency you want to put out there in the field. You pass all those things with a majority, and you will ensure that these people don't come back and take the House, that they don't come back and take the Senate. And you redistrict in all these red states like they've been doing to us for years, and you pick up a minimum of 19 seats in the House, and the only thing left, ladies and gentlemen, is running good candidates and getting rid of bad rhinos. That's it. That's it. You secure America's elections by getting rid of the filibuster. And while you have that filibuster gone, and while you know nobody can come in and do anything, you pass every law that you can think of, and you do it within day after day. Here's a bill, done, passed, president's desk, signed. Here's a bill, done, passed, president's desk, signed. And wash, rinse, and repeat. That's what you have to do. Do you want to be a lion or do you want to be a lamb? And who I'm really speaking to here are the Lindsey Grahams, the Mike Johnsons, the John Thunes, and the other weak-spined, non-testicular fortitude-having weak rhinos. And Trump needs to come down on these people like the hammer of Thor. You are the leader of the party, sir, not them. And J.D. Vance, you are the president of the Senate. Smack these people down and say, this is what is happening. Done. And guess what? There's not a damn chance that these Democrats come back and have a blue wave or ride this win that they got last night into the midterms. And here's the other thing. Some people are right. This is a referendum. This is a referendum on somebody, but not President Trump. This is a referendum on the Democratic Party. Because the Democratic Party is going full communist now. And it's, you know what? We played cowboys and Indians. It's now time to play cowboys and commies. 2026, myself, Dave Bray, Ben Berkwam, and caravans of patriots are going to be traveling around this country, registering people to vote, saving America one state at a time, finding out the corruption of each state and who has the receipts, and bringing that and putting that in a big spotlight, bringing those receipts to the people that are corrupt right in front of their faces and saying, how about this, scumbag? It is time to be a lion. It is time to do to these people what they've done to us for years. Here's the difference. What we're doing is legal. What they're doing was illegal. It is time to play cowboys and commies, folks. And you want to know what else? President Trump, here's a message for you. Ready for this? And this is my only criticism and complaint for you, sir. Get rid of these Islamic terrorist takeover scumbags now. Denaturalize Mamdani. Denaturalize Ilhan Omar. Denaturalize all of these foreign-born Islamic rats now. And here's another thing you can pass a law. You ready for this? Get rid of the filibuster and pass this into place. No foreign-born citizen can run for office, even at a local level. What was that? We do it for a president. Why do we do it for a president and nowhere else? Presidents don't even make laws. Congress makes laws. President just signs it. Ram that through too. And while you're at it, work on term limits. It's super simple. Lona says get rid of AIPAC. AIPAC is this big compared to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and all the other ones. The only reason people talk about AIPAC is because of Jewish. How about this? Get rid of all foreign PACs on American soil. Don't just single out one. Karen Moore says, can he do that, Jeremy? If there's no filibuster, and if Mike Johnson and John Thune get off their butts and actually fall in line, then absolutely he can. He can do everything of what I just said if there's no filibuster and all it takes is a simple majority. Literally everything that I just said can happen. Now, President Trump can't unilaterally do that. He needs the House to vote, pass. He needs the Senate to vote, pass. And it needs to come to his desk. So, if President Trump decides, let's put a bill forward that says no foreign-born citizen can hold office in America. Because it's just, their values do not align with ours. All they have to do is make a law, and no judge can do anything about it. Laws are done in Congress. Judges adhere to law, period. Law enforcement adheres to law, period. AIPAC is an American PAC. It is, but it's not. It is, but it's not. Let's be honest. I'm not some big Jewish is bad, AIPAC is bad person. I'm saying get rid of all PACs. Get rid of all super PACs. Get rid of all money in elections. and work off small donorships only. You do that, bye-bye Act Blue, bye-bye Democratic Party. The referendum is not on MAGA, what happened last night. The referendum is on the Democratic Party, because now you've just had a complete communist takeover of the Democrat Party. And guess what? Mark my words. Jeremy Herrell said it here at 9:22 a.m. on November 5th. Ready for this? AOC will run for Chuck Schumer's Senate seat and win. It's that simple. Yesterday was their takeover of the Democratic Party. We knew they were going to win in New York. We knew they were going to win in Virginia. We knew Prop 50 was going to win. The only thing that we had a little bit of hope for was that Jack Ciattarelli could pull it out. But we knew he was up against a lot. Do you realize how simple this all is? Get rid of all PAC money. Get rid of all super PACs. Focus on the candidate. Focus on American people donations. Get the greed and corruption out, and it all starts with getting rid of the filibuster. We've got 1 year. L. Howard says, sounds great. Way to get some things done, because it doesn't happen. Once they get power, Trump will be impeached, and he'll be in the gulag. Let's get it done. Absolutely. It doesn't matter what we do from here on out if we don't do the things that I just said. Oh, by the way, and on top of all of that, we got to start perp walking and mugshotting, baby. We've got 1 year, for sure 1 year, to get a lot of this stuff done. Will Johnson, if you're ready to come on. Let's have a conversation about this. Okay? Oh, yeah, no more insider stock trading, too. All of this could be done in 1 month, folks. You could do a bill a day. A bill a day keeps the Democrats away if you get rid of the filibuster. You get rid of that filibuster, it's like kids in a candy store, folks. It is majority, 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 majority. The only thing that I don't see passing in those majorities is term limits, because these people want to hold on to their own power. That's the only thing I wouldn't see passing. Everything else I say would pass. Literally everything. But John Thune has said pretty much as recent as 2 days ago that he does not want to get rid of the filibuster. Because, and the same thing with Mark Wayne Mullen. If we get rid of that filibuster, as he says while he's bouncing his stupid little rubber ball, if we get rid of that filibuster, well, then the Democrats, when they come back, they don't come back. That's the point. They don't come back. How stupid do you have to be not to realize that? Mark Wayne Mullen, John Thune, or any other idiot out there who thinks that, oh, the Democrats come back, they're just going to do the same thing. A, they already have. B, they're going to anyway. So how about just not let them get there to begin with? How about that? It's that simple. Let's bring on my friend Will Johnson. How you doing, Will?
What's going on, Jeremy? Man.
Am I right or am I wrong?
Man. Oh, you're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. We are at that crossroads right now.
Yep.
And I put in the chat, I said, how many times have President Trump been wrong? Right? How many times has he been right? When President Trump is bringing this information up, he's seeing the future. He's seeing what the Democrats are all about and what they're going to attempt to do. So we, as the American people, President Trump is laying it out there. If we're going to actually prevent the Democrats from bringing Madani into the rest of the country, we're going to have to get rid of it. Now, you know, when it first started coming up about removing the filibuster, I was like, you know, if it doesn't work, the Democrats, they're going to wreak havoc. But the thing is, you just said it. They're going to wreak havoc regardless. So we have to take this opportunity to do it. My only concern is, and I think it's the same concern you have because you just brought it up with Mike Johnson and Thune, is that let's say they get rid of the filibuster. As of right now, how many days has President Trump been back in the White House? How many things have the Republicans in the House and even in the Senate, how many things have they already passed from what President Trump has been doing with these executive orders? Mm-hmm. They should have been doing a bill for every single executive order. Mm-hmm. They could have gone down in history as the greatest Congress known to this country. But no, it's like they just kind of, for lack of words here, can I say this? They pissed it away.
That's it.
I mean, really.
That's it. I mean, I'd say we've got some great things done, but all of those executive orders should have been codified into law. The problem with that is, though, Will, is that John Thune is a rhino. Mike Johnson is an establishment guy, but I don't know if he's a rhino. I've watched a change.
He toes the line.
I've watched a change in Mike Johnson over the last few months, and there is a change. And I don't think a lot of people do know some stuff about Mike Johnson. Let me kind of paint a picture for Mike Johnson for you. Mike Johnson is not a strong lion. He's a lamb, okay? Mike Johnson is a soft-spoken lamb. We need him to be a lion. One thing about Mike Johnson that a lot of people don't know is he drives an old car. He lives in a tiny house. He doesn't live grand. He lives probably even more meek than most of you do. That's one good thing about Mike Johnson. What's bad about Mike Johnson is he doesn't have a hammer in one hand and a sword in the other. Mike Johnson walks around in a little bubble of kind, nice words, and we don't need that right now. President Trump needs to call Mike Johnson into the Oval Office. He needs to call John Thune into the Oval Office. He needs to lay out the year of his plan, 12 months we have from right now, where we're going to have the House and we're going to have the Senate. He needs to lay out what his plans are. He needs to show them the picture. And he needs to say, if you don't do this for me, I will spend the next year of my life making sure that you don't have a future in politics. Who's stronger, you or me? I will destroy your future in politics if you do not get off your ass and do what I tell you to do right now. Same thing with you, Pam Bondi. You're gone in a week if you don't do what I tell you to do. Mugshot and perp walk. All President Trump has to do, and I believe President Trump when he says that he's not intervened yet. I believe President Trump when he says, I have not ordered President or Pam Bondi to do X, Y, and Z. Because if he had, he wouldn't be on True Social complaining about what she hasn't done, right?
Right.
I believe he hasn't gotten involved. It's time to get involved. It's time to exercise your power and your authority. And same with J.D. Vance over the Senate. He's the president of the Senate. It's about time to lay the hammer down.
Jeremy, we are at civil war in this country.
Yes, already.
We are truly in civil. It's not bullets flying, right? But we are in a different warfare for the second civil war. And it's been going on for years. Ever since President Trump came onto the scene, the country has technically been in a second civil war. Full stop. The problem that I see here, and you alluded to it earlier, you actually talked about it, is that communism is actually setting in. This is what we're seeing. We're seeing it happen real time. I used to live outside of the United States of America. My father was in the military, and I used to live in Germany. I lived in Germany for 10 years of my life. And I'll never forget, living outside of America, looking back at America, the first thing that people think about and they talk about is New York. That is what the rest of the world looks at. Now, of course, they look at Nuttywood, they look at San Francisco, they look at all the other states, right? But they look at New York. That's first and foremost. New York is the front line for the rest of the world to look at. That's the reason why they want to attack New York. It's the reason why they want to destroy New York. Well, they couldn't do it by tearing down buildings. They couldn't do it by blowing up stuff. So what have they done? They've taken over the local government. And it's going to get worse. It's going to be just like London. It's going to be just like these European nations. They're doing it. And Jeremy, the main reason why they wanted to do this is because they needed someone who is the complete, total opposite of President Donald J. Trump.
Yep, 100%. Absolutely 100%. And here's the thing. I said it's time to play cowboys and commies, right? President Trump posted on social media, and so it begins, ... Now, you can take that one of two ways. And so it begins that there's a communist takeover of this country, piece by piece. Minnesota, Dearborn, Michigan, New York. What was that? Didn't somebody, Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, isn't she a Arab, scarf wearing whatever as well? They're taking over everywhere, little by little. Small
They're
elections.
in Texas.
Okay? They're trying to take over Texas.
Yes.
So President Trump can say, and so it begins, and mean that. Or he can say, and so it begins. It is time to do what I just said in my opening monologue of Good Morning LFA. It is time to lay the hammer down. What do you think he means when he says, and so it begins?
I think it's so. For me personally, on the outside looking in, of course, we can all speculate, but I believe that President Trump he's been calling it out that they're going to try to take over this country. They want to implement communism. All it takes is for one of them to get their foot in the door. And that just happened last night. It just begun. Now, the Democrats, they're embracing the communists, one full stop, 100%, because, again, like I just mentioned, it is going against President Trump 100%. President Trump is America first. Communism is definitely America last. So I think it begins that we're going to have to put on our big boy pants. Like you were saying with Mike Johnson, Thune, we're going to have to put on our big boy pants. And I believe that he's going to have that conversation, like you're saying. I really do. I believe he's going to have that conversation, because if we don't stop it now, if we don't nip it in the bud, that it's only going to get worse. But you know what? Let me say this too really quick. The Democrats, how they're going to take this? Oh, President Trump is calling for violence. So it begins. They take everything and they twist it because he's leaving it out there for open discussion.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't care what they think anymore. And he shouldn't either. He shouldn't either. You gave these people an inch and they took 10 miles, right? And they're going to take 20 miles and they're going to take 30 miles. It doesn't matter. I said it before. If Donald Trump said that the air belongs to the Republicans, they'd put a bag over their heads and kill themselves today. They don't want to breathe the same air that President Trump breathes, right? So,
I mean, how do we get President Trump to endorse breathing air, Jeremy?
Yeah,
I really
don't
want
know.
that to happen.
What I do think we can do here is put pressure, though. I think we could show up in D.C. Dozens of people waiting for John Thune and Mike Johnson to walk through those halls. And don't let them have an ounce of peace while they walk from one corridor to the next. Don't let them have an ounce of peace. We're not even Democrats, and we're here to tell you to get your sugar honey iced tea together because we're now on you. This is you. If the country fails, it's not Trump's fault. It's your fault, Mike Johnson. So you better go to your little chapel that you say you go to every day and get on your knees and stop praying that the Lord keeps you away from porn, you and your son, holding each other accountable for your stupid porn habit. And you better start getting on your knees and praying that we don't get rid of you in politics. Same thing with you, John Thune. I think we need to show up at the Capitol. I think dozens and dozens and dozens, if not hundreds of patriots need to show up at the Capitol and let these people know we're on your ass.
Yeah. Well, we just need to make sure that the feds, because I'm still leery about the feds right now, the FBI. I'm still leery about them because there's been a whole bunch of questionable things about that. But I love the idea. If we can just walk the hallways,
that's what I'm saying,
recording them and talking to them.
Yep.
Yeah. And saying, well, you know, why haven't you? Or when are you going to? When are you going to put your foot down? Stop being soft. Be aggressive. We voted for these people, Jeremy, to be aggressive, to be lions. We are at war in this country. And why is it that you understand it, I understand it, and everybody that's watching, why is it that we understand this and they can't get it together?
Well, it's the same.
I mean, in doing war, Jeremy, you have to be aggressive.
Well, it's the same thing as why it's the same reason why we get the fact that yesterday wasn't a big surprise. I didn't wake up this morning going, oh no, we lost these elections. I woke up going, yeah, figured that would happen. And that was a little bit of a surprise. Figured that would happen. What I was hoping was that instead of being this detrimental thing that happened yesterday of this referendum against MAGA, even though there was no MAGA candidates running, MAGA wasn't on the ballot anywhere. What I was hoping is that people would see it, right? What I was hoping was that people would see it and go, that could happen in the midterms if we don't get this things done.
Yeah.
That right there that just happened, that's going to happen in the midterms if we don't get rid of this filibuster and we don't start ramming bills through every day of the week from now until then and make laws in this country through Congress that judges have to adhere to and make sure these Democrats never win again because we can make sure they never cheat again.
You know, this could very well be something that is positive too, because once people start realizing how terrible socialism is, and when they realize what the Madani is doing to the city of New York, how terrible things are going to be, because when you make stuff free, Jeremy, people no longer respect it. People no longer care for it. To give an example, when I was growing up, like I said, my father's in the military, but I have family members that lived in the projects. And I visit these family members living in the projects where they didn't have to pay for rent.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to pay for anything. They were getting the EBT cards, and they made it to a career. The neighborhood looked like trash because they didn't have to pay for anything. They didn't have to have any respect for it. It's the same thing's going to end up happening to New York. It doesn't matter where they are in the country, where you are in the world. When you have the government just giving you free stuff, you don't care about it. You just think, well, it's just going to keep coming. It's going to keep coming. You don't have to do anything for it. What's going to end up happening, we're going to see more crime on the city buses. You're going to see more crimes in the street, in the subways.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to see more crimes on the street. He's going to get rid of the police department. He's going to dwindle the police department down to absolutely nothing. Bring in social workers.
Yep.
The social workers, I expect them to get violated. There's going to be so much corruption, and he's going to blame President Trump. And they're all going to go right along with it and say, well, this is because of President Trump, because he cut off the funds.
Yep.
He cut off the funds to the city so we can operate. They're already getting their game plan together. And I'm telling everybody, that's exactly what they're going to do. You see it. We all see it.
Well, they're doing it with the shutdown. They're doing it with the
Yes.
shutdown. They're blaming
Yes.
the shutdown on the party that's voted 14 times to open it.
Yes.
And people believe it. And
Yes.
people believe it. And do you want to know
Yes.
why people believe it? Because there's not strong candidates out there running and winning. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this right now. Somebody said Jack Ciattarelli was MAGA. Trump said he was MAGA. Jack Ciattarelli wasn't MAGA. He supported Trump. He supported MAGA. But strong men don't lose to women. Period. Period. And I don't care who that offends. Trump beat the brakes off two evil women like they were nothing. Beat the brakes off them. Beat Hillary Clinton so bad that they had to change the Time cover of magazine that said Madam President to something else. Trump beat Kamala Harris so bad, she's out there still drunk. She's still drinking because of it.
Yeah.
Strong men don't lose to women. Period. And that's all I have to say about that part.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, so Jeremy, going into the midterm elections, and you're absolutely right. This was not about MAGA, and all of these leftist lunatics are all on social media right now screaming, oh, MAGA, you lost, you lost. Which person was MAGA on the ballot? Which one?
I never even seen Jack Ciattarelli wear a MAGA hat, let alone be a MAGA candidate. Now, Trump might have said that. Trump might have said that in a post, oh, go with the MAGA candidate, Jack Ciattarelli, over, Mickey Sherrill. But that's just Trump trying to get somebody over the finish line. If he was really MAGA, then why wasn't Trump rallying for him in New Jersey?
Yeah, he could have had a rally.
That's all I want to say.
Yeah,
right?
He could have had a rally.
How come there was no rallies done? Because there was no real strong MAGA candidate that Trump believed in enough to stop what he was doing and go rally for these people. So we expected all of this to happen. And you're probably right. Chuck Schumer was asked, did you vote for Zohran Mamdani? And he didn't answer. I voted in the election. Did you vote for Zohran Mamdani? I voted in the election. Why didn't Chuck Schumer vote for Zohran Mamdani? Because he knows that that's the new face of the party. And he knows AOC is now going to take that win that just happened in New York, and she's going to take Chuck Schumer out and run for the Senate. Guaranteed.
Yep. And Chuck Schumer, he shot himself in the foot. The only reason why he was going with the radical leftist lunatics is because of AOC talking about primarying him in the up-and-coming election. And he didn't want that to happen, so he caved in. Well, guess what, Chuck Schumer? She's going to do it anyways. Because she went on the Communist News Network and straight up said that Mamdani, not only did he have to go against the Republicans, but he had to go against the old left-wing oligarch of the Democrat Party, which is Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi. He had to run against all of them as well because Chuck Schumer didn't want him. Hakeem Jeffries didn't endorse him until the morning of.
That's right.
Because they all know that he is now the face of the Democrat Party.
Yep. I see some people probably look a little offended that I said strong men don't lose to women. Name me a place where a woman beats a strong man. It's not a sexist thing to say. It's a biblical thing to say. Not a sexist thing to say. I'm not saying women are less than men. I'm saying a strong man never loses to a woman. Why? It's a hierarchy thing. It is the way God designed the world to be. Now, that doesn't mean men are better than women, because there's a million things that women are better at than men are. Together, they can rule anything and they cannot be stopped. But President Trump didn't lose to Hillary Clinton, and President Trump didn't lose to Kamala Harris. So Jack Chiatarelli, if he was a really strong MAGA man, wouldn't have lost to Mickey Sherrill. Period. Yeah. It's that simple. Yeah. I don't know how other way to say it. I don't work with feelings. I work with facts, Will.
Yeah, I didn't take it that you were being sexist. Maybe some people might take it that way. And let me say why they're wrong for taking it that way. All of the Democrats, when they bring a woman forward, they bring women forward like Elizabeth Warren or Kamala Harris or Nancy Pelosi or Hillary Rodham Clinton or Nikki Haley. Come on now. Right? These are the people that the women that the left wants to rise to the occasion. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. He also beat out Tulsi Gabbard. Mm-hmm. And I've grown to like Tulsi Gabbard. Love her. I mean, right? So it's not the fact that he just beat him out because he's a man and they're a woman, right? That's not the reason why he beat him out. He beat him out because he's bringing ideas. He's bringing America first. He's doing what a man is supposed to do.
That's right.
Has nothing to do with what's between their legs.
It's a protect and provide thing. It's a protect and provide thing. That's it.
And when they use women as a means of that you should support them because they're a woman, that's when they fall short. Like, for example, Obama, which this blows my mind here. Obama in Virginia, here he is, before Virginia, he was telling everybody to vote for Kamala Harris because she's supposedly black when she's not, she's Indian. But he came down on black men saying, you need to vote for Kamala Harris. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, black man? You need to vote for Kamala Harris. And then he runs over to Virginia. You have a black woman running for governor, and you have a white liberal female running for a governor, and he supports the white female liberal. Right there. He was telling people to vote based on color. Now he's telling people to vote based on women. Mm-hmm. That's where they fall short. You vote for people based on their policies. And that's why President Trump keeps winning.
Well, and the world is not really ready for a lot of women in high positions because the fact of the protect and provide thing, right? I mean, let's face it. Tulsi Gabbard, strong woman, not strong enough to win an election, was she? Was she? No, she was strong enough to get appointed by a man who's a protector and a provider, who is a lion, but that doesn't mean she won an election. I'm not saying anything that's not that's untrue. Let me give you some numbers, Will. Are you ready for this? Ready? It's going to blow your mind. Yeah. 61% of the people that voted for Zohran Mamdani were non-citizens. I mean, foreign-born citizens, not natural-born citizens. 61% to 39% that were men. I mean, that were, natural-born citizens. People that were here. People, native-born citizens. 61% were foreign-born. Now, get this. Now, here's another one. Ready for this one? Almost 50% of the people that voted for him were women, and of those women, 80% were under 30. 80%. Now, my wife and I had this discussion the other day about should women be voting in the United States of America. That's a very hard conversation to have in 2025 without people getting butthurt, right? But I'll tell you this, women make up the majority of the electorate. Women make up the majority of voters in this country. Women, most of them, vote by emotion. So abortion stuff, they're kind of like single issue voters, right? These are facts. This isn't Jeremy Herrell hating on women. My wife and I had this discussion the other day, and she was like, so you think that women shouldn't vote? And I said, it's a hard question to ask. Because if there was no women voting, there'd never be a Democrat that ever won. Ever. That's statistics. That's a fact.
No.
So
you know what?
I don't want to crap on women and say women shouldn't have a voice, because women are the CEOs of the home. Women have the loudest voice of the household. Women are, let's face it, the ones that know everything about the house, that know where everything is, that know all the budget of the house, that keep the house going. If it wasn't for women, there'd be no households, period. If it wasn't for women, there'd be no completed men, period. But here's another statistic. If women didn't vote in the United States of America, there'd never be a Democrat that ever won. So how do you reconcile that? How do you have that conversation without sounding like a misogynist?
Yeah. Well, I would say after LBJ, if no black people voted in this country, we wouldn't have any Democrats either. I'm just being realistic here, right? Just being realistic. Yeah, it is, right? It is. It's a hard conversation. And there's nothing wrong with having that conversation. And you're right, women do deal in emotion. And I would say this too. And you're right as well as the woman. The woman in the household is the center. Because everybody wants parts of mama. The cats, the dogs, the children, and even daddy.
Yep.
Everybody wants part of mama.
Yep.
Now, of course, in the household, if we're Christian based, we know that the man is the head of the household, and then you go down, and then it's the woman, and then everyone else, the children, the cat, the dog, the bird, because everybody wants part of mama, right? It is what it is. That's just the way things are. Now, as far as the Democrat Party, you're right. They wouldn't exist if we didn't have women voting for them based on emotion, because even though if you're a conservative woman, you're not voting for Democrats because they know how evil they are. They're not voting for Democrats because a conservative woman is not for killing the most innocent of us all. So if women like that, I don't have any issues with voting. But liberal females, and it doesn't matter their complexion, liberal females, they're strictly voting based on emotions, the way they feel. And a lot of black people go right in that line too, because they've been told to hate the Republican Party. They've been told to hate white people. So they vote based on their feelings and based on color. Same thing. It is what it is.
Look at all the, there's a lot of women in the chat.
This is how it's happening.
There's a lot of women in the chat that are mad at me right now. Jeremy, seriously, what is your issue? I don't have an issue. I'm stating facts. Conservative women are in the minority. Women as a whole, voting liberal. Women as a majority in this country vote liberal. And it is statistically proven that most of those women that are voting on single issue things like abortion, like women's rights, like whatever the Democrats feed them that the white Republican man is trying to take from them. I didn't say I don't think women should vote. Have you heard me say that? I didn't say that.
No, it's a hard
conversation to have.
Yeah.
Not one time did I say, do I think women should not vote? What I said was, if women didn't vote, there would never be a Democrat. How do we reconcile that? How do we take that conversation? I think the only thing is you have to educate. Well, how do you educate when you're dealing with so many emotional people that won't sit down and have a conversation with you because they feel like you're attacking them when you tell them these things? Just like in our chat.
Let me add to that, because it's a prime example in the black community, because I can talk on that. In the black community, the left, you know what they say? We don't have to worry about black women because black women aren't going anywhere. They say this. This is no secret to people.
That's right.
Black women are going anywhere. This is the very reason, once again, Obama went out and had to scold black men because they decided not to vote for Kamala Harris pretending to be black. Right? So they said he didn't do it to black women because black women voting on emotions, and color has nothing to do with it, but I'm just using this as an example because the left blatantly will say that black women, we don't have to worry about them because they're not going anywhere. They're going to stay right where they are, and they're going to continue to vote Democrat because we've convinced them. Majority of black women. Now, what you're saying, majority of women and white, and look, white women, black women that are conservative, they're not voting for Democrats. They're not voting just because of their emotions.
And they're also not voting single issue.
That's what a lot of people missing.
Yeah, and they're also not voting single issue. They're conservative women, black or white, have done their research, right? These people in this chat, they've done their research. I guarantee you ask any woman in this chat about the border, about the shutdown, about the stock market, about foreign policy, and I'll guarantee you the women in this chat know something about each one of those.
So
go,
why would
go to a woman on the street that's just a random woman who you know is a liberal, right? Because you see the purple hair and the nose rings and the, walk up to him and ask him about anything outside of abortion and feminism. They won't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they won't have a clue. But so as a woman, a conservative woman, I think I see some women in the chat saying, yeah, I completely agree, because look, they know what you're saying, right? They comprehend what you're saying. Now, if anyone thinking that Jeremy just said, oh my goodness, women should vote at all, he never said that. And I think you would agree with me, Jeremy, if we woke up tomorrow and there's not a single female on the planet. Listen to what I'm saying. If we woke up tomorrow and there's not a single
that'd be horrible.
Woman on the planet.
That'd be horrible. Be a big sausage fest everywhere. That'd be horrible.
Are you talking about war? Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
I don't. You know what? I would guarantee that Jeremy probably not going to show up to work because he's going to be out fending for himself.
Yeah, exactly. No, look.
So look, we understand the precious. We understand how important women are to our lives, and we as men, I think we have a job and a duty to be protectors, to be providers for women. I mean, it's no secret about that. We love and we cherish women. We are thankful that God has blessed us with women. We really are. But when we're talking about the politics and stuff, there is that discussion that needs to be made.
I have an idea, Will. You ready for this?
Yes.
When I was young, I was stupid and I was a Democrat. When I got older and wiser, I became a Republican. Why is it that the president of the United States has to be 35 years old, but our voting age is 18? See, the Democrats want to lower the voting age because they know that people are young and stupid and they play off feelings. Why not up the voting age to 35 years old, men and women?
Yeah.
How much would that change?
To the age of 16.
How much would that change the electorate? How much would that change the voting? If you could not vote until you were responsible enough up here to vote, 35 years old.
Yeah.
Would that fix things?
That's a good question. Good question.
I think it would fix things a lot. Because look what I just said. 80% of the women who voted for Zohran Mamdani, which was half of the votes, were under 30.
AOC's bracket.
AOC's bracket.
Yeah.
People that are dumb.
Yeah.
Okay? People that have not had children yet. People that have not had to run a family yet. People who have not balanced a budget for their household yet. People who have not understood the importance of men and woman and child yet. Okay? Because a lot of times when you go through that, you smarten up, you wise up, and you become a Republican. When people get older, they become conservative. When they're younger, they're stupid and they're liberal. It's just the way it is. I voted for Barack Obama in 2008. I was a dumbass. Sorry for the language, but I was.
It's because when we're kids, you have mommy and daddy putting the bottle in your mouth, right? You have mommy and daddy taking care of you. And they're still in that transitioning of having to become an adult, having to take care of themselves, and they're not used to that, and they don't want that. They just want the big daddy government to take care of us.
That's it.
And that's why another thing, a lot of people that voted for Madami, these are government workers. These are people that are crying and saying and blaming the Republicans for the shutdown, that's believing that it's the Republicans for the shutdown. The same people that voted, even in New Jersey, a lot of government workers, they all want to be part of this big government, and the government to be able to control every aspect of our lives. Now, I'm just really, really interested to see when Madami is going to bring the grocery prices down in the grocery stores and how long these grocery stores are going to remain open.
Oh, wait, you ready for this, Will? You know what's not going to be in these grocery stores?
Food.
No. Well, yeah.
No, go ahead.
You know what's not going to be in these grocery stores, though? Check it out. Alcohol, lottery tickets, and cigarettes. Now, hold on. What religion out there openly bans lottery tickets, gambling, smoking cigarettes, and drinking alcohol? Now, you might say, well, Christians shouldn't do that. No, we shouldn't, but it's not banned. You have a freedom of choice because God gave you a choice, right?
Yeah.
Islam does not allow cigarettes, alcohol, or gambling. Yeah. And those three things Zohran Mamdani said would not be allowed in the public grocery stores.
And in the chat, to go on with the food, no pork or bacon.
Hey, here's another thing. What will Zohran Mamdani do come 9/11 next year?
He's going to ignore it. He's going to ignore it. And if there's another 9/11 attack, what's going to happen is he's going to be like, well, this is because of conservatives, because of President Trump, because of their rhetoric.
Yep.
It's going to be total opposite. New York, escape from New York. I've been saying this ever since he came about running for the mayor.
All right, Will, we got to wrap this up here, but here's what I'm going to end this on. I'll get your word on it after. Two things that need to happen. Marco Rubio, you need to, your Secretary of State, start denaturalizing all of these Muslims who came here and lied on an application to get here. That means Zohran Mamdani, who said he wasn't part of any kind of communist brotherhood or any Muslim brotherhood or any terrorist organization, which we know he is. All right? He used Takia to get here and to lie and to get in the spot. Get rid of Ilhan Omar. She married her brother to come here. Marco Rubio. Get rid of Islam in this country as far as the ones that are running for office and winning and who came here and were naturalized. Denaturalize them and deport them. Get them out of these seats because there is laws on the books in this country about communism running for office and winning. That's number one. Number two, Donald Trump, John Thune, Mike Johnson, get rid of the filibuster and put a bill in every single day of the month, of every year. Change this country from the inside out back to the way it was supposed to be and stop and prevent these people from cheating and winning in elections. Will, last word.
I completely agree. And you know what? He needs to do more indictments. Pam Bondi needs to get in the gear as well. That's the only way it's going to happen until you can get rid of the corruption and get rid of the people who's pushing this corruption. It's not going to end. We're headed for a bumpy road. Yep. Everybody buckle up.
Well, and it's midterm season now, folks. Midterm started midnight last night. Okay? Yep. It's time to stop having your feet put up on the couch, right? Doing nothing. You had a nice little break. You had a 10-month break. Yeah. It's time to strap on that armor of God, and it's time to get out there again. And men, start stepping up and being men. Okay? Start stepping up and being men of this country. And let's raise the voting age to 35 years old. That's my take on the day. Hey, everybody, Will Johnson comes up here on Lfa TV at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Culture Wars, okay? That is right after Pete Santilli. There's going to be a lot going on today. There's going to be a lot of press conferences going on today. But Sean Farish is coming up next. Will, thank you for joining me for Good Morning LFA. We appreciate you, bud. And we'll see you at 2 o'clock, okay?
Absolutely. God bless.
All right. God bless. See you later. Now, I know some of these conversations are hard for people to have, especially when I started talking about women voting. I get it. And not one time did I mean that women are less than or women shouldn't be voting. Not at all. I was pointing out facts because I want you to think about what I said. And I want you to think about how we can fix that issue in this country, okay? Because I don't think that the fix is women shouldn't vote. I don't think that's the fix. Not at all. I think that's that's taking voices away that could otherwise do great things, just like they do for the household. What I do think, though, is that people should be mature enough to vote because it is a sacred right to be able to do that. That's what I say. So if I offended any of you, I didn't do it to hurt your feelings. I did it to cause you to think. And that's what we do here on LFA TV. Sean Farish coming up next here on LFA TV. As you can see, 1 minute and 40 seconds away, followed by Live from America with yours truly. And I got to tell you, our pedal is to the metal, and we're in full midterm mode. Tell your friends, pass along the video, share it, hit that thumbs up, and let's go win this thing. God bless you guys. Have a great morning. I'll see you in an hour. Stay right here for Sean, because I'm sure Sean is going to have some great things to say too, especially after that show. And if he heard anything that I said. Love you guys. God bless you. See you in an hour.
guess happy Wednesday to the Ungovernables, the Captain's Crew, the Lfa family, McGroin Nation, coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. We've got a lot to talk about today. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a reckoning, a wake-up call, a big look in the mirror day. I like looking in the mirror days, though. It's, I think it's healthy to kind of figure out what went wrong, where it went wrong, and how to get better. This is what happens right now. Off the bat, last night, not a great night, right? Not a great night. Matter of fact, nothing went well last night in any of those elections. There's no other way to look at it other than nothing went right yesterday or last night in any of the elections. Like, Republicans did not win a single race. The guy who fantasized about his political opponents being murdered, his children being murdered, won the attorney general's race in Virginia. New Jersey wasn't even close to being competitive. I mean, the New York Jets are more competitive than Jack Ciattarelli. Abigail Spanberger and Winsome Sears, that race was called 5-10 minutes after the polls closed. Prop 50 passed overwhelmingly. Wasn't good. That's got to stop. I don't know. I think that's got to stop. There's a cat going absolutely crazy outside the door because we can't get an hour of them not, going absolutely berserk out there. But it's extremely annoying. Yeah, it's just she loves this pickle.
Oh, by the way, Roadrunner, somebody
Yes.
was sent over by Misfit. So welcome.
Okay, welcome. Roadrunner. Yes, Roadrunner is always in Misfits chat.
Yeah.
All the time. Now,
that's cool.
Yesterday was also not a 5-alarm fire. Okay? Yesterday was also not a 5-alarm fire. I posted something yesterday after this happened that blue states did blue state things yesterday. Because that's what happened, right? So Jersey's a swing state. Well, in the 2024 election, it behaved like one. But traditionally, over the last 10 to 15 years plus, Jersey hasn't been necessarily a swing state, right? It's been a blue state. When we fill out electoral maps and projections and whatnot for president, where do we usually go with New Jersey? We go blue, right? Same with Virginia. Blue states last night, California. Is California a red state? No. Blue states last night did blue state things. Now, Republicans thought that they could run competitively in those states, and they very well can. But it's going to take two things going forward. Okay? Two things going forward. Very important. Very important. Two things going forward. It's going to take, how many times? I've been saying it since 2022. I've been saying it, don't worry. They're going to come out. They're going to vote. No, they're not. Republicans don't vote without Donald Trump on the ballot. Why? Well, there's a part of the MAGA base, I believe, that doesn't want to vote for somebody whose name isn't Donald Trump because they're not inspired. I have to, and I said this, nobody can accuse me of being a Monday morning quarterback on this. Nobody. I want you to go back to June. I want you to go back to March. I said in New Jersey, and again, I'm not saying people should have sat home and you were right not to vote. That's not what I'm saying at all. I said in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli was a stale, establishment, uninspiring candidate. Was Sean Farish right or was Sean Farish wrong? If you can give me an example of somebody who was inspired and enthusiastic about voting for Jack Ciattarelli, the man, not the candidate, not the idea of flipping New Jersey, the person, was he or was he not an inspiring candidate? The answer, emphatically, we have the results, you can't argue this, was that he was not. I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not saying he's a bad Republican. I'm not saying people should have stayed home. I'm saying that guy is old, perennially loses, and was stale. I said, oh, well, his name recognition. People recognized him as the guy who lost to Phil Murphy. I explained this before the primary. That's what happened there. That's part of it. Number two, right? So you have old, stale, uninspiring. Who the hell? Look, I'm not taking anything away. I'm not taking anything away from Winsome Sears' story. I'm not saying she doesn't have an inspiring story, that stories like hers aren't the epitome and the symbol of the American dream. I'm not saying that. She's a Jamaican immigrant. She served in the United States Marines to defend our country. She ran successfully and was elected as the lieutenant governor of Virginia in 2021, and she just gave it her all to win in 2025. Who was it? Have you seen Winsome Sears speak? What was her platform? Take the criticism of Donald Trump out of the mix. I know she wasn't very supportive of his 2024 run. Again, was Winsome Sears an inspiring candidate? Was she and I'm not talking about a politics standpoint. Take the politics, take the policies out of it right now. Look at a guy like Zoran Mamdani. I hate his politics. I don't like it. Is he or is he not a young, charismatic, energetic person? The answer to that question, I don't care that he's a snake oil salesman. I don't care that he's a Muslim. I don't care about his politics. That's not what I'm talking about right now. I am asking, is Zoran Mamdani a young, energetic, charismatic politician? The answer is yes. His politics suck. His ideas are dangerous. His theology is not compatible with the West. None of that is relevant. Is he a young, energetic, charismatic politician? The answer is yes. Where is that on the Republican side? Where? You're going to tell me Winsome Sears? You're going to tell me Jack Ciattarelli are inspiring, charismatic politicians? No. They are establishment, stale, uninspiring candidates. Number two, though, aside from the fact that Republicans have a candidate problem, who, you see, here's the difference between how a guy like Ciattarelli, a guy like, or a woman like Winsome Sears, here's the difference about the races they ran. They ran races not to lose. Democrats ran races to win. To quote the great Herman Edwards, I say great with a grain of, air quotes, you play to win the game. You don't play to not lose the game. You play to win the game. Win the game. You get out there and you are a shark in the ocean. You smell blood in the water and you go for it. You don't play nice with these people. Winsome Sears tried to play nice. Jack Ciattarelli tried to play nice. Mikey Sherrill didn't play nice. She ran ads all over TV about Jack that were not true. He did not want to raise your taxes. Their campaign last night admitted it. That was hard for them to overcome. Why were you not aggressive? Are you an Italian from New Jersey or are you a pansy from some place out in the Midwest? And I'm not insulting anybody out in the Midwest. I'm saying, you're supposed to be this tough guy. You let this woman smack you around for months. Winsome Sears. Come on. Was Winsome Sears really the best that Virginia had to offer? I'm not taking anything away from her. I thank her for her service. She's got a very inspiring story. And if she was a Democrat, that's all they would have talked about. Identity politics, black, woman, immigrant, Marine. I get it. So we have a candidate problem, a candidate selection problem. How do we select better candidates? How about Republican voters and MAGA voters wake the up in the primaries? How many times have I said this? I'm tired of being right about this, guys. I'm tired of being right about this. I'm tired of it. Why do I ask people every morning on this show to share the show? I don't do it because I want views. I mean, yes, that would be nice, okay? I always say do it because you're not getting this anywhere else. You could look across the internet. You're not getting what this network gives you anywhere else. Anywhere. You don't get the passion. You don't get the raw, blunt force truth. You don't get the interaction. You don't get it anywhere else. Period. Period. But the reason why I ask and I beg and I plead and I say just send it to your friends is because what we're saying here over the course of the last 3 years has been damn near spot on with everything that we have said and predicted. Because if we put into practice the things that we talk about, it gives us a better chance to win. All I care about is winning. Dan Bongino said it best on his podcast. Don't fall in love with personalities. Don't fall in love with politicians. Fall in love with outcomes. Last year, a year ago today, was the 2024 election. A year ago today was the 2024 election. I remember the following show, November 6th. Trump had won. What did I say? Fall in love with that feeling. Fall in love with the feeling of winning. Fall in love with the feeling of success. Get addicted to it. And what happened? What happened? We went right back for the first, For the first 4 months into April, we were pounding on show. We won. What'd I tell you? We're in the next season. It doesn't matter what happened in the Super Bowl. Now, if you seem like I'm panicking, if I seem like I'm panicking, I'm scared, I'm upset because look, blue states voted like blue states yesterday. Blue states voted like blue states yesterday. The only state that you could say you lost ground in was Virginia, and that's because Glenn Youngkin won in 2021, and then Virginia just they gave the seat back to Democrats. It was going to be very tough to win in Virginia with the government shut down, with the put it this way, and I'm not saying right or wrong, I'm saying the dynamic. Just look at the dynamic. If you're a government worker, are you voting for the party that's promising to cut your job? I'm not saying we bend over backwards and say, yeah, big government worker, we need your vote. Let's bloat government bigger than it already is. I'm not saying that. It was just going to be very tough to win in Virginia. Could we have been competitive? Competitive. Not losing by 13 freaking points. How about Jersey? Jersey was a 5-point margin in 2024. 5 points. What happened in Jersey last night? Why were we not competitive? All I heard was the gaslighting from people on the ground. It's a close race. And I bought into it. I predicted Herrell by 2. It was a 13-point race. Where was the energy? Okay? So number one, we have a candidate problem and a candidate selection problem. But more than that, most importantly, we have an apathy problem. We have an apathy problem. I have been saying this for years. Republicans get lazy. We got lazy after July 13th. Everyone cared about the Trump assassination attempt for 14 days, and then it was like, oh, he was shot? I have no idea. We got lazy and complacent after 2024. We won. See you in 4 years. You guys and gals who are in this chat, you're the hardcore. You're not lazy. You're here every single day. But the remainder of the party that wakes up once every 4 years, we got to start pouring some cold water on those people. We got to do it aggressively and say, get up and get involved. I'm not telling you that Republican candidates are the best candidates in the world, but they are sure as hell better than people like Mikey Herrell, Abigail Spanberger, Zoran Mamdani. And look, there wasn't going to be much that was going to save New York City, as you know, what I was talking about from June with this primary. And the final thing I'm going to say, and I've seen some of this, And I acknowledge that voter fraud is a problem. It's a problem. We lost those races last night by 13, 14, 15 points. Yes, they cheated. Do you know what the margin is usually of fake votes? Usually it's like between 1% and 2%, which is a lot. Think of that. That's a lot. It wasn't a 15% rig. So for anybody who's out there like, oh, I think they cheated. They did not cheat to the tune of 15 points. They cheated, but they did not cheat to the tune of 15 points. You are delusional if you believe they cheated to the tune of, do you know how many votes that would be? I mean, you're basically saying their entire margin was fraudulent. 15. If you lost by 1.5 points and you want to say there was cheating and there was, I'm with you. 15 points is a blowout. It doesn't matter if there was a bad call. Think of it as a sport, right? It doesn't matter if there's a bad call. It doesn't matter if someone's stealing signs. 15 points is a blowout. Cheating happens. Yes, it happens. It does not happen to the tune of 15 points. If it did, how did Trump win last year? So we are going to get into the ins and outs of these races, what we can learn from these races, and how we can get better in the wake of these races. Because by no means does what happened last night dictate what happens next year. By no means. Think of it. The Republican Party ran very strong in 2021. Youngkin won in Virginia. Jack came within 3 points in New Jersey. The Republican Party ran very strong in local elections across the country. The Republican Party ran very strong in 2021. And then the midterms was kind of a fizzle out, right? Didn't really happen too well for Republicans. Will the same thing happen next year for Democrats? I don't know. It can. If Republican voters collectively pull their heads out of their rear ends and realize there are elections every single year. Pay attention, get engaged, and get addicted to winning. We'll go through these races in just a second. Before we do that, I want to get to a word from our friends over at OFP Farms. It is OFPfarms.com, and I want you... What's the matter?
Sean is an idiot to blame Republicans in a blue state for the loss.
Who said that?
North Up Z Charles. He's the same one that said you said to not fight, and fold yesterday.
Got it. Yesterday. Got it. Cool. Sean is an idiot to blame Republicans in a blue state for the loss. All right. Well, I was planning on doing this anyway, just in case anybody wanted to vent. But you can call in. We can have a conversation. I will give you 2 minutes on my phone. I'll set a timer uninterrupted to explain why I'm an idiot at 631-527-4545. Okay? You want to do that after this, after our message from OFP Farms. North Up Z Charles is welcome to call in. I'll give you 2 minutes uninterrupted to tell me over the phone, essentially to my face, why I'm an idiot to blame Republicans in blue states. Because going into yesterday, I was told we were going to be competitive. And then we lost by 15 points. So, I'm not even saying we should have won. Could we have been freaking competitive? 631-527-4545. I will give you 2 minutes uninterrupted for that one caller. 2 minutes uninterrupted. But before we get to that, I want to get to a word from our friends at OFP Farms, and then we'll give that member of the chat a chance to express himself if he'd like to, or she. I'm not sure who that is, male or female. So I will give you that. But first, a word from our friends over at OFP Farms. OFPfarms.com, OFPfarms.com, OFP, Oscar Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com. Ladies and gentlemen, I got some news from the farm. They're running a nice 15% discount off of your entire purchase right now at OFPfarms.com, OFPfarms.com, OFPfarms.com. Explore the wonderful quality of Faith Farm and Freedom products with a special limited time 15% discount on your entire purchase. Take a peek at the lineup from OFP Farms, America's go-to soap company, famous for natural ingredients, the skin-loving perks of tallow and goat milk, and a big heart for farm-to-family skincare. Now, whether you're looking for gentle skincare or thoughtful gifts, these products bring together expert care and good values to make your daily routine that much better. Do not miss this chance to enjoy premium products like the Goat Kisses Lip Balm, like their amazing We the People Revolution soap, These premium products that support your health, they support your ethical choices for your entire family. This is OFP Farms, the small family farm with big, beautiful love. Use the code Shawn, 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 SHAWN. OFPfarms.com, promo code Shawn. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN for 15% off of your entire purchase. That is OFP. Oscar, Foxtrot, PapaFarms.com, OFPfarms.com, promo code Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey, November. By the way, no call yet. So I would love to, I'm dead serious. I want to have this conversation. Why am I an idiot? Not my term, your term. Why am I an idiot for saying if more Republicans would have voted, we could have won? I'm sorry. Isn't that how math works? The Democrats had 100 votes. Republicans had 50 votes. But there are 500 Republicans, meaning 450 Republicans didn't vote. You know that if 51 Republicans would have voted, Republicans would have won? Whoa! Dane's ex wants to know why do they never call in? because here's how it works. You could be a tough guy on the internet, and then when the invitation is extended to come on and let's have this conversation, I'm not going to yell and scream. I want to know why I'm an idiot. Maybe I am an idiot. And we get crickets. Will Cow deals with this all the time. He says, I will give you 3 minutes on the clock uninterrupted if you can call in. And nobody ever calls.
Yeah, they're not actually brave. They just like to pretend like they're cool online.
Yeah. So that's part of the problem. Hey, the phone line is open if you'd like to be a part of it. Give me a call. 631-527-4545. Let's get into this. Let's start in New York, okay? Let's start in New York City.
Oh, wait. Honk Mo first. They're all going to have a problem.
What? We had 800 already?
Yeah, we made 800 10 minutes ago.
Wow. Very good. Thank you, guys. Mo was a little depressed over yesterday. But again, I'm not saying that yesterday we should have won these races. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should have won the races. Could we have been more competitive than 15 points? Didn't we prove that in 2024? Didn't we prove that in 2024? That Virginia could be closer than a 15-point race? Yeah, I think we proved that. Let's take a look at New York City first. We'll look at New York City first. Mamdani, obviously the race that sucked a lot of national attention this entire cycle was Zohran Mamdani. And that, by the way, hurt Jack Ciattarelli too. Okay? But what was the one thing that we heard going into the New York race that was going to be a problem with regards to Mamdani? Okay? Curtis Lee was going to give the race to Mamdani. Andrew Cuomo was going to give the race to Mamdani. Now, mathematically, this was either going to be true or false, right? Mathematically, this was either going to be true or false, right? And last night, because we do believe in math here, why is that not working? Okay. I think I know why, because I had to do something with OBS. Last night, that proved to be mathematically false. Take a look. Here's the results from New York City. Zohran Mamdani won with over 50% of the vote, which means if you add this number, the 146,137, to Andrew Cuomo's number, 854,995, you wind up with 48.8 to Zohran Mamdani's 50.6. So that still makes Mamdani the winner. Had Sliwa or Cuomo or any of these people dropped out, okay? So Mamdani took home a majority, and that defanged, debunked, and essentially sidelined the entire talking point that Sliwa was going to give the race to Mamdani or Cuomo was going to give the race to Mamdani. Again, this is a candidate issue. Was there in New York City a viable candidate? Was there in New York City a viable candidate? Not just somebody running as a Republican. Viable meaning a candidate that could actually win the race. Was there somebody who could beat Zohran Mamdani in the New York City mayoral election? The answer was always no. I explained that for months leading up to the New York City race, for months, and took a lot of crap for it. Oh, Sliwa. Oh, you don't know. People are going to vote. They're not going to vote against a Democrat in New York City. A pair of sweaty gym socks, if it was on the ballot as a Republican, would win the race in New York City. I'm sorry, as a Democrat. A pair of sweaty gym socks, if it was listed on the ballot, gym socks, sweaty, Democrat wins that election in New York City. That's just the way the city votes, ladies and gentlemen. That's just the way the city votes. Sean, why do you say Andrew Cuomo wasn't viable? Because he lost to Mamdani once already in his own primary. If he could beat Mamdani, why didn't he beat Mamdani? Oh, but Sean Curtis Sliwa, I mean, he spent his whole life in New York City. Yes, I'm not taking anything away from what he did for the city. I told you if I lived in the city, I would have voted for him. The fact of the matter is, there was nobody in that race in New York City that was viable. And the other fact is, nobody gave this race to Zohran Mamdani except New York City. Except New York City. The majority of the vote went to the Democrat, the way it normally goes. So that's that. Now, Tree Vess Jr. brings up an amazing point. An amazing point. There are no Americans left in New York City. And there are Americans left in New York City, right? But his point is valid. Foreign-born voters voted overwhelmingly for Zohran Mamdani in New York City. Native-born voters voted overwhelmingly for Andrew Cuomo in New York City. This is a clear example of import the third world, become the third world. This is a clear example of what the great Andrew Wilkow says every day. You cannot bring over there here without here becoming over there. It's very simple. I am not saying we have to allow no immigrants. I'm saying it needs to be a little tougher to come into our country. And if you're going to come into our country, you, the immigrant, need to assimilate to us. I wouldn't move to Poland, for example, and say everybody in Poland needs to speak exclusively English or speak English so that I can feel welcome. I'm in your home. I'm in your country. But you've got people coming in from the third world saying, well, you need to allow Sharia law. You need to speak my language. No, you coming into my country got to speak my language and follow my rules. That's the New York City race. There was nothing that could have been done to prevent that. Now, had Mamdani won with 44% of the vote, we could have had that conversation. We could have. We could have. But we're not having that conversation because even if you add all of the other votes outside of Mamdani together, it's impossible to get more than 50 twice. There's 100% of votes, right? 100% vote pool. If somebody has more than 50%, nobody else could have won. Period. End of story. All right. Let's move into Virginia. I want to get to Virginia now. Let's take a look at this race, okay? And this is, again, these are very interesting numbers. And again, I want to show you why I'm talking about and why I'm saying Winsome Sears was not an inspiring candidate. Because, folks, she wasn't. She wasn't. She wasn't inspiring. I'm not saying she doesn't have a good story. I'm not saying any of that. She was not an inspiring candidate. Abigail Spanberger defeated Winsome Sears by 15 points. 15. Now, Had Abigail Spanberger beaten Winsome Sears by 4 points, I'm singing a much different tune. I'm still saying, hey, I wish more Republicans would have came out because we still would have lost. But at least it was competitive. At least it was a blowout. At least it runs kind of in the same neighborhood as what 2024 ran in Virginia. 15 points. What was the results? What was Virginia's presidential? Let me see. Let's go to Virginia in the presidential. By the way, the guy who called me an idiot, he's not calling, so that's just how that's going to go. All right, let me go to Virginia 2024 results. Let's see. What was the final margin in Virginia? We'll jump to Politico. Kamala Harris won 51.8 to 46.6. So it's about 5 points in Virginia. 5. Abigail Spanberger won by 3 times the margin. This is not me saying Republicans should have won in blue states. This is why couldn't we keep pace? Why couldn't we keep pace or stay in the neighborhood of the pace of the margin that we had in 2024? It was only a year ago. There's no way that many Republicans forgot how to vote. Donald Trump got 2 million votes in Virginia in 2024. Abigail Spanberger got 1.9 million votes last night. So if the people who voted for Donald Trump simply came out again and voted for Sears, Winsome Sears wins the race. Hello? Same can be said about the Attorney General's race. But this is the part that gets me to believe and confirms my idea, my theory, that Winsome Sears was not an inspiring candidate. Abigail Spanberger, 15-point race. Well, what about the Attorney General's race? You know what's bizarre about these races? 1.4 million voted for Winsome Sears. 1.5 million voted for Miaris. Why are more people voting for an Attorney General than a governor? Well, this suggests maybe there was some crossover, right? 3.3 million votes in the Attorney General's race, 3.4 million votes in the governor's race. So there were more votes cast in the governor's race than there were cast in the Attorney General's race. But more people voted for the Attorney General than they did for the governor? You mean to tell me that makes sense? I'm not saying voter fraud here. I'm saying Jason Miaris was more of a motivating candidate and an inspiring candidate, and it's probably because he was going up against Jay Jones and was the incumbent. But nobody was, I don't know anybody in Virginia that was excited yesterday to go vote because of Winsome Earl Sears. I don't know anybody in Virginia who was like, I can't wait to elect this woman. She is so inspiring. She's so charismatic. She's so this, she's so that. I know people who were excited over the prospect of flipping Virginia red or maintaining the governor's seat and proving that, Virginia is turning into a swing state. Same thing in New Jersey. I know people who were excited about the prospect of flipping New Jersey. But I don't know anybody who was excited about the prospect of voting for Jack Ciattarelli. I don't know anybody who is genuinely, not lying to you, excited about voting for Jack Ciattarelli. I don't know anybody. That's a problem, folks. That's a problem. How do we fix that problem? We got to participate in these elections. And by elections, I mean primary. All right, quick break. And then we're going to break down Jersey. And then the path forward, okay? Because there's a lot of chatter about what caused it, what didn't cause it. Remember, this is not abnormal. It's not outside of historical trends. But just because it's normal doesn't mean it has to remain normal. Just because you get wet in the rain doesn't mean protest, well, I'm going to get wet anyway, so I'm not going to bring an umbrella and try and stay dry. No, we got to try and be better. All right. Let me get to a word from our friends over at Old Glory Bank. It's oldglorybank.com, oldglorybank.com, oldglorybank.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it is your favorite president. You know who that is. Your favorite president. People vote for me. They don't vote for anybody else. Maybe all of our candidates should change their name to Donald J. Trump, and it'll get people out. This is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump, and I'm here to tell you about Old Glory Bank, the premier bank for faith and freedom. You've heard me talk about how the big crooked banks debanked me and our beautiful First Lady following the rigged election in 2020. Thankfully, there's a bank that loves me as much as I love me. You know that it's called Old Glory Bank, and there's not a lot of people and not a lot of things that love me as much as I love me. They don't debank Americans who love their country and honor the Constitution. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard me talk about Old Glory Bank. Old Glory Bank is America's best online bank that serves customers and small businesses in all 50 states. I'm a customer. My wife is a customer. They've got everything you need to bank online, including free accounts, free overdraft protection, early direct deposit, home loans, VA loans, and business loans. That is why Old Glory Bank quickly grew from $10 million to over $225 million in deposits. Your money is your business. Open an account today in minutes at oldglorybank.com and join the right side of banking. That is Old Glory Bank, Old Glory Bank, oldglorybank.com. Not asking you to buy anything. The accounts are free. Just set up an account with Old Glory Bank. Start getting accustomed to it. Start getting acquainted to it. You'll love it once you start using them. oldglorybank.com. oldglorybank.com. I know we have 900 now, yeah?
Yes, it's time.
Bringing all of our animals out. There. Oh.
Oh.
Whoa.
Mo.
There it is.
Maga Mo.
Maga Mo. There you go.
Magnificent Mo.
Magnificent Mo. Maga Mo would participate in the primaries. All right. Here's a word from our friends over at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. It's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions. And there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees, no pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen and it'll take you right there. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Again, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.
All right, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. We appreciate Golden Crest Metals for being a part of the show. Now, Slam4861 says, Republicans have no clue what to do if Trump isn't on the ballot. Well, he isn't going to be on them anymore, so they better figure it out. I think people are getting Trump fatigued anyways. I don't disagree. Now, I'm not saying that Trump fatigue is one of the reasons why. I think, look, Here's an easy way to understand the issue with Trump on or off the ballot, because Slam is spot on with that analysis, right? Trump was an inspiring candidate. Yes, he was new, he was fresh, he had energy, he had charisma, he's funny, he was unconventional. Okay? Where's my goat kiss? Oh, it's in my pocket. Very, very deep pocket.
Men's
Okay?
jeans do have nice deep pockets.
Yeah.
Nice.
Donald Trump was new. He was different. He was fresh. He was inspiring. He was unconventional. He was unorthodox. He was an outsider. Can you say the same thing about Jack Ciattarelli or Winsome Sears? The answer is no. The answer is no. Those people were not inspiring. You didn't watch somebody like, Ciattarelli. And I said this on PHT, 3 weeks ago. He does this, nice guy Jack. Stop being nice. They want you dead. Why are you going to play nice to somebody who belongs to a party that is like, oh, Jay Jones believes that, his political opponents should be killed and their kids should be murdered? Yeah, let's play nice with them. Are you freaking insane? Did Donald Trump play nice on the campaign trail? No. And even he's a little too nice to Democrats in power right now. But he's better than what these people are. Why are you playing? Why are Republican candidates like Winsome Sears, Jack Ciattarelli, and these are not the only two. I'm bringing them up because they were the ones who got smoked last night, were they not? Does anybody here, there's football fans in the chat, even if you're not still a fan of football, you don't watch the NFL. Can I ask you a question, sports fans? There's an old cliche, the NFL, right? Football as a whole, whether you're college football, professional football, high school football, junior high football, Madden, whatever you do, virtual, whatever. The prevent defense, when you're up by a lot, right? You play this thing called the prevent defense, meaning you give the offense a lot of room to operate, but you don't let them score on one big play. What is the cliche, folks who still watch sports and understand? What is the cliche, the often used cliche about the prevent defense in football? Does anybody remember what it is? I'll give you a chance to answer that. What is the cliche about the prevent defense in football? Prevent defense speaks as offense wins games, defense wins championships. Thank you, Bad Moon. The prevent defense prevents you from winning. You, the person employing the prevent defense, prevents you from winning. Jack, Sears, so many other Republicans love to play this game of, we're going to run this race not to lose. No, play to win. Running not to lose is a Bush era thing. It's a 2004 era thing. It's a 2006 era thing. You can't run a race like that anymore. It's 2025. Wake up. Play to win. I'm not saying you got to get out there and be sensational and erratic and wild and crazy and Howard Dean. Blah, right? I'm not saying you do that. But for the love of your constituents, for the love of your country, act like you care. I don't want to hear about guys running in places like New Jersey with the nickname Nice Guy Jack. I don't want a nice guy. I want a mean guy. I want a guy who's going to look across at his opponent and say, I want to destroy them politically. These people, Bongino, say they got lead in their boxing gloves, and you're like, oh, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to fight against them the right way. The ref is in the bag for them too. You gotta go out there and play like you want to knock their heads off politically, rhetorically. I'm not calling for violence. Guys, enough of this old school, those highly paid consultants. We know. Remember the ones who ran the DeSantis campaign? My issue is less with Ron DeSantis and more with the people who ran that campaign. To be honest with you, DeSantis continues to deliver very good results for Florida. My issue, he was very wrong to run in 2024. I've said as much, okay? Remember the people that ran that campaign? Jeff Rowe and the Never Back Down PAC and all those consultants. Remember, they looked down their nose and said, "We know better than you." from there, in the ivory tower. We have a better. They were completely and totally wrong. Those are the people that are still running the GOP right now. That's the ideology that is still at the upper echelon, the upper tier of the GOP right now. I don't want a nice guy. I don't want class. I'm not saying to be reckless and a degenerate. I'm saying treat these people like they are your enemies, not like they are your friends. Jack Ciattarelli kept trying to be friends with Mikey Sherrill like she was interested in being friends with him. No, this is not 2002. Winsome Earl Sears. There was a woman at a rally for Abigail Spanberger that said something. What was that? There was that racist sign that was like, if trans people can't come into the bathroom, then black people can't use the water fountain. And she was like, oh, that's like terrible. What? Go on the assault. Go on the offense. Play to win. Nice guy, Jack. Give me a freaking break. You know what? And the gaslighting about Ciattarelli drove me nuts. But look, he was the guy. He won the primary. If you wanted to flip Jersey red, you had to vote for him. I encouraged people to vote for him. He's the guy. How do you get a better guy? You don't sleepwalk through the primaries. Let's look at New Jersey's race. In 2024, the 2024 election, Kamala Harris won New Jersey 52% to 46.1%. It's a 6-point race. 6! Donald Trump got 1.9 million votes. Kamala Harris got 2.2 million votes. 6-point race. Last night, it was a 13-point race. Here it is. Mikey Sherrill, 1.7. Jack Ciattarelli, 1.3. Look at that. 13 points. Again, if all of Trump's voters, all 1.9 million, had come out in New Jersey and voted for Jack Ciattarelli, Jack Ciattarelli wins the race. Jack Ciattarelli wins the race. It was possible. We know they're there. Why didn't they come out? Did they just not know there was an election? That's hard in New Jersey to not know that there's a gubernatorial election. Or did they not care and not feel inspired to come out? And there's only so much that quote unquote influencers can do. Okay? There's only so much they can do. You also need a candidate worth voting for. And he wasn't the guy. But the problem is he became the guy because people didn't participate in the candidate selection process. It went from a 6-point race to a 13-point race in Jersey. It went from a 5-point race to a 15-point race in Virginia. It's bad. There's no two ways about it. I'm not saying that Republicans should have won these races because that was going to be very hard. Republicans running in those states were absolutely the underdogs. So it's not like Republicans losing was some sort of upset. It's not like a Democrat governor was elected in Tennessee. That would be an upset. The upset is we were expecting competition. There was an expectation that because of what happened in 2024, that these races were going to be competitive, and they were not competitive. We have an apathy problem, and we have a candidate problem. We have an apathy problem, and we have a candidate problem. But here's the silver lining in all of that. You want the silver lining? Here's the silver lining in all of that. We're in direct control of all of our problems. We can control whether or not we're apathetic by being more enthusiastic about participation and lessening the amount of apathy. And we can control who is selected as our candidates by participating in the process all the time. It's in our control. That's the best part. It's in our control. All right.
Real quick, we have less than 40 rumbles to see Clover.
Again,
hurry up, guys.
We can have 2 Clovers.
She's literally banging at the door.
She is banging at the door. She is.
She
All right.
wants to be seen.
Quick word from our friends over at Silent. It's slnt.com, slnt.com/Sean, Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November, slnt.com/Sean. Ladies and gentlemen, you know your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. They're not asking. They just go on and take it. That's why Silent exists. They make Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals. Cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal. What does no signal mean? No signal means no tracking, no remote access, no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams worldwide. Used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that's available to you to protect your family, protect your freedom, and secure your digital footprint. Drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their crossbodies to their sleeves, Silent's patented technology gives you control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean, SHAWN, to save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is Silent, slnt.com/Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Go silent today, slnt.com, and silence the chaos. slnt.com/Sierra Hotel Alpha Whiskey November.
We're one away.
We're one away. Get her ready.
Oh, she's ready.
She's ready to go. Clover's coming in.
Right now?
Clover's coming in. We'll get her in. I saw somebody say, that was some real motivational speaker stuff. Look, Charles is back. Life isn't an election all the time. Have elections every 8 years, not every year. No, we do have elections every year. See, that's the problem. There you go. Here's Clover. Good girl. Clover's not happy about last night. She's not happy about last night.
I'm just going to let her stay in here now.
Yeah. We do have elections every year. That's the problem. That's the problem. We do have elections every year. Where is Dylan? I can't wait to talk to him on Friday. He better.
He's upset.
He was in my spaces last night too. Yesterday and weeks before, I kept saying, it's election day coming up. I wonder if there's something to vote for here. There's not. But we made sure. All it takes, guys, once a month. That means because there's 12 months, once a month, 12 times a year. Do the first of every month. Oh, it's November 1st. Oh, it's December 1st. Just go on Google and say, is there an election where I live? That's it. And that's all you got to do. Is there an election where I live? It'll get your location, or you can enter your zip code, whatever, and you'll find out if there's an election. And if there is, participate in it. That's all. How hard is that? How hard is that? It's not hard. It's not hard. This is what I'm saying, why we're in direct control. Apathy, we could fix that. Now, why is there apathy? And I could go on about this for 10 hours. I could do a whole 4-hour radio show on this topic alone today. And trust me, I'd love to. I'd love to open the phone lines and just talk to people all day long. Today's one of those days I would love to get on the phone. That's the problem. I would love to get on the phone with people on the radio and just do that all day long. Why is there apathy? Why do people only come out and vote for Donald Trump and go home otherwise? Why? Why does that keep happening? Because the candidates aren't inspiring enough. If you had a guy on the Republican side of things, like Zohran Mamdani, not his politics, his energy, his charisma, right? His drive, his youth, his work ethic. I'm not saying Jack didn't work hard. He worked hard. I'm not saying Winsome didn't work hard. She worked hard. Look at those two. What are you inspired to do? How are they inspiring people? They're not. Mamdani in New York inspired a whole bunch of people. I'm not saying they voted the right way. I'm just telling you what he did. And that's a fact. You can't dispute that. It is a fact. Zohran Mamdani inspired a bunch of voters in New York to embrace his vision. Period. I'm not saying they were right. I'm not saying they're not dumb. I'm saying that's what he did. That's what he did. Why can't Republican candidates do the same thing? Because their candidates aren't inspiring. It is time to look long and hard in the mirror at how we run these races, the attitude that we take into these races. And that will lead you into, oh, that's why voters didn't turn out, because they didn't inspire voters to turn out. Look, were there worse candidates than Jack Shirley? Sure. Were there better ones? You bet your ass there were better ones. And you could have had a better candidate in the race and still lost. But if you had lost by 6, the story would be, whoa, New Jersey was still a 6-point state. New Jersey's now a swing state. We're not having those conversations right now, are we? No, because the Republicans lost by 15 points. Silver lining, now these states got to deal with what they just voted for. And if America was truly ready to reject socialism, then why didn't it last night? It's a real threat. It's a real threat. If America is ready to reject socialism and was ready to reject socialism, and if this is secretly a great thing, right, that, oh, look at these bad candidates that are winning for the left, they don't need to run a non-crazy candidate because their base likes that. We know what our base likes. We know what MAGA likes. And we keep running candidates that are not campaigning and standing for. They're out of touch with what we're looking for. Select better candidates and play to win. That's the moral of the damn story. All right. Jeremy Herrell is coming up next here. Rumble.com/LFA TV. You're not going to want to miss that today. Rumble.com/LFA TV. Check it out at LFATV.us. It's LFATV.us, LFATV.us. Click on that Visit the LFA TV store tab up on the top, and the Visit the Store tab over on the right. You'll see everything that there is to offer right here on the LFA TV website and the LFA TV store. We are off to join the great Michael Patrick Leahy on the Michael Patrick Leahy Show from 11 to 12 Central Time. You could follow on X and listen live at Michael P. Leahy, Michael P. Leahy, Michael P. Leahy. As far as we go, we're back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, and I'll be on with Misfit tonight at 9:30 Eastern Time, 9:30 p.m., of course, Eastern Time. Until then, we will never give up, we will never give in, we will never, ever surrender, and if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you, God bless you, God bless this one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Wednesday. We're back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Until then, bang gavel, good night, everybody, and thank you for your attention to this matter. Jeremy Herrell is up next.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome. It is November 5th, Wednesday, year of our Lord 2025, and you are locked and loaded nowhere else but right here on rumble.com/Lfa Tv. We are also simulcasting on other platforms as well, but you're here with us on Rumble because this is where the headquarters is. So welcome. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot, broadcasting from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Please put your hands together for the man, the myth, the legend, producer Eli. Let's rock and roll, baby.
What's going on, Lfa TV family and patriots? Remember the 5th of November, because who the hell wants to remember yesterday? Hit that rumble button, hit that like button. We got a lot of work to get to. We got to save this country. Help us share the show out. Let's go.
Sean Maga's in the building. Hazmag is here. Willie Rumble. Diane is here. DeCluse, Joe Bo, Tetra Pak, Jay Deeds, Miguel Ortiz, Miss Twinkle Toes, Logan Sundog, Amanda Collins, CC Jack, B Hops, Suzanne Vermontis, Barb Naylor, Sharon TX, One Hairy Legs, and one more here. Let's give it to Erica Falkenberry. How you doing? Good to see you, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome to Live from America. Before we get started today, for those who did not watch Rise Up, for those who did not watch Good Morning LFA, Marfay, how you doing? Utah, Kish is in the chat. How you doing? RV Seeker, how you doing? Good to see you. For those who did not get a chance to watch the morning shows, let me ask you a question before we get started. Did anybody expect much different from what happened yesterday? You can be honest. If you expected to sweep yesterday, let us know. The only expectation that I had yesterday, if you remember how I started the show, I said, if we win one, then we can celebrate. If we win one, that's what I said yesterday. Do you know which one I was referring to? New Jersey. That's what I was expecting. I didn't put my hope in anything because my hope is only in Jesus. But I expected a better turnout in New Jersey, and I was thinking maybe, just maybe, we'd get that one. But if I said if we did win one, then we can look at that as a win. And I said the Democrats are expected to win everything, or else it's a loss for them. That's exactly what happened. Why? Because a lot of people will say, well, Jeremy, these weren't just in blue cities and blue states. Virginia turned blue. Virginia's been blue for a long time, though. Like, I thought it was an anomaly when Glenn Youngkin won. And remember how much money was poured into that election when Glenn Youngkin won? Remember the blueprint that we spoke of 4 years ago or whatever, when we said the blueprint was making sure that the RNC had lawyers and millions of dollars on the ground in Virginia, and they did it, and they won? Winsome Sears was a weak, non-MAGA candidate. Jack Ciattarelli was not a strong MAGA candidate. Curtis Sliwa was not a strong candidate and was not a MAGA guy. Andrew Cuomo was not MAGA. Prop 50 is not MAGA. The only good thing that we got yesterday was in Texas saying that, well, we'll get there. But really, I didn't expect much different. What I did get out of yesterday was exactly what I have been saying for the last few months here. People have become complacent. And that's why people won with double digits. Was there cheating involved? Absolutely. Can we prove that yet? I haven't done that much of a deep dive. I know that bomb threats, machines shutting off, people getting out of line, people not going back. I know all of that happened. And those are definitely problems in the election. Definitely. But what I realized yesterday was we were right. As soon as President Trump won last year, people went away. The first sign of that was in our live chat. And the only reason that I know that's absolutely true is because as soon as Charlie Kirk got murdered, everybody came back. It's a sad day when you realize that your party is so complacent and so apathetic and so weak and so pathetic that people think that just because an election was won, that they can sit back and do zip, zero, zilch. And then you see those people again during the next election. They're like, what happened to the country? You happened to the country, you apathetic, lazy Republicans. You happened. President Trump's win should have been step number 1. We should have kept their foot on the gas, and maybe we would have had a chance in blue areas. Having said that, we didn't lose really anything last night except for one thing, and that was how little we got up and went out and did something. That's what we lost. We lost boots on the ground. Losing in blue states and blue cities isn't losing ground in making America great again. Not that much. But when you lose by double digits because you're sitting home doing nothing, that is a loss. And I pray that the people that woke up that I'm speaking to right now that maybe are coming back, maybe not, maybe they'll hear this because of one of you guys saying, I'm done sitting back, I'm finally sharing this. I'm done sitting back, I'm finally getting a Rumble account. I'm done sitting back, I'm going to put this out there for people to see and hear because I'm not afraid anymore. Maybe those people that are your friends that were here will see this and go, oh yeah. What we did get is a big kick in the butt last night saying, you want the midterms to look like this too? Just keep doing what you're doing. Or else get up like you did in 2024 and make it too big to rig. The double digits is embarrassing. The double digit loss shows so much weakness in the candidates that this party settles for. Jack Chiatarelli was a settle for candidate. Curtis Sliwa and Cuomo are settle for candidates. Winsome Sears is a settle for candidate. None of these people are charismatic. None of these people can draw a crowd. None of these people can get people excited. And we've said that since day one. I've run for office twice. I will run for office again. I help my Republicans in my area every time there's an election. I'm just starting to understand Iowa politics right now, and then I'm going to immerse myself in that too. Mary says, Jeremy, what does this do for the midterms? Nothing as of right now, unless we stay the way we just were, unless we continue on this path. Then it will affect the midterms. But other than that, nothing else. And do you want to know what else hurts our party? Stuff like this.
For me, I am unapologetically America first, and I'll do anything I can to work hard to save this country.
Maybe you should become a Democrat, Marjorie.
No, I'm not a Democrat. You want to know something? I'll say this. I think both parties have failed.
Yeah.
Both parties have failed.
This is worse.
Yeah.
It's worse. Sorry, you know that.
She laughs.
He's still your favorite president who goes against everything you just said.
Look, I like Donald Trump. I fought for him to win. I'm very thankful for the secure border. I'm friends with Lake and Riley's
Now
mother.
what she asked.
And we saw I serve on Homeland Security. Over 12 million people came across our border. Over 2 million gotaways. These are terrorists, cartels, all kinds of criminals. We don't know where they are in this country, and that affects all of us. That's not a political party thing.
That's one thing. There's so many other things to go after him
that you seem to disagree. For me, I am unapologetically.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, you're unapologetically America first? Then why are you smoozing it up on the couch with the demons known as The View? I mean, I get it. You want to go there. You want to make a splash. You want to talk to them. Then do it like you do when you're online, Marjorie. Because I can go back to your Twitter feed and I can see numerous times where you're talking about these demonic forces on The View, these loudmouth know-nothings on The View, these terrorist sympathizing ladies on The View, these sex trafficking sympathizing ladies on The View. And yet you're going to go there and laugh with them and schmooze it up with them. You're going to allow them to talk about President Trump that way. You're going to laugh along with them when they're say their stupid jokes. You're not going to hold them accountable for the stuff that they say day in and day out. What happened to you, Marjorie? Marjorie, seriously, what happened to you? Did you eat Liz Cheney? What is wrong with you? You didn't used to be like this. You used to be on the field, on the streets, fighting with me, with Ben, with Will, and now you're nothing but a, what, grifter? What are you? What are you even? Where's your testicular fortitude? Where's your stance? Where's your red line? Who are you? Pissed off because President Trump wouldn't back you for a Senate run in Georgia. So you're on your sympathize with liberal tours, so maybe you can get some more donations coming in from somebody else. Maybe you can get a different revenue stream coming in from somebody that is sick and tired of your games. Who are you? And I will see every day somebody go, "Oh, Marjorie, look at her. She's a firebrand." She was. She was also worth $700,000 when she became a representative. Now she's worth $20 million. Weird how that works. She was on the front lines. Now she's on the back lines and sitting up there at The View. She was a fighter for America First. Now she's where can I get my next big thing? Where can my next revenue stream come from? Do you think we're stupid? We were your friends. Which is more than I can say for 90% of the people that are in chats talking about you. You were my friend. Now when I look at you, I don't see my friend. I see a turd. And I flushed you. What happened to these people? We do have some good news today, though, and hopefully this turns out good. The Supreme Court is hearing arguments today on Trump's tariff agenda. Okay? This will be a big one. This will be a big one. Because President Trump is using these tariffs to do what? Help fund people when the government shut down? President Trump is using these tariffs to negotiate trade deals that are going to be finally right-sided, as you've seen in the ones he's already closed. President Trump is using these tariffs in order to stop wars from happening, which the military-industrial complex is all butthurt about. I mean, these are things that we talk about here on Lfa Tv that you're not getting anywhere else, at least not with this kind of passion and this kind of roll your sleeves up and let's get in the field and make it happen, Captain stuff. That's why you watch Lfa Tv. And to the people that became complacent and went home and put your feet up, go watch something else. We don't need weak-spined people here. Those are the people that ran last night and lost. Again, not mad because we expected it. Embarrassed because of how bad it was, because of how weak Republicans are. The loss wasn't the loss. The loss was the double-digit loss, knowing that our party is weak, apathetic, and cowardly. That's the loss. And as long as President Trump's name is not on a ballot, people don't seem to understand that you need to go vote. One person who knows how to get this done, one person who knows how to make sure that he rolls up his sleeves and makes sure things happen is that man right there, Mr. Tim Gustafson. Right now through December 15th, you guys have an opportunity, maybe an obligation or a responsibility to make sure that you find a Medicare plan that works for you for 2026. Tim Gustafson has been sponsoring this show for 3 years now. And he's been helping you and my mother and many other people that I know personally get a Medicare plan that saves them money and that finds a better coverage for them and makes them feel like they're at least listened to and not just some purchase or not just some client. So if you want to reach out to Tim Gustafson, do me a favor. Go to insurityfinancialservices.com. Once you get on insurityfinancialservices.com, what you're going to do is you're going to click the Contact Tim button. And you're going to set up a meeting with them, a Zoom call or something. And if you don't want to do it on the internet, you can call old-fashioned 602-391-8358. Thank you, Suzanne, for putting it in the chat. Call him today. Set up a Medicare plan today for 2026 and do it with somebody who actually loves you and cares about you and not some dipshitty insurance salesman who's probably a liberal when they leave office anyway. Number 2, OFP Farms. Also, conservative Christians who are out there rolling up their sleeves and doing what they got to do to save this country. Faith, farm, freedom, family, God, all of it. People that actually care about you. Why wouldn't you purchase things through them if you're going to buy this stuff anyway? Especially if you're looking for great presents to give to people. They got this great bundle sale of the fall soaps, the apple bourbon, the vanilla chai latte, the pumpkin spice, the goat kisses lip balms. You get a whole package deal, ladies and gentlemen. $29. And find out, too, how much you have to get when you go on the site to get free shipping and handling. But you can get a 15% discount right now by going to OFP Farms and using promo code RISEUP. That's OFP Farms, promo code RISEUP. Denise and Corey are waiting for your order right now. God bless them both. Having said that, it's time to get to prayer because I got a show to get to. If it sounds like I'm mad, I'm not. If it sounds like I'm upset about yesterday, I'm not. Not about the losses. We said that was going to happen. We hoped that we'd get maybe one, but we knew this was going to happen. I'm mad because of the apathetic, sit-back, do-nothing coward Republicans who said, well, I voted for Trump in 2024. Do I really got to go vote again? Yeah, you're who I'm mad at. Maybe, just maybe, we can take a deep breath. Maybe we can calm down here for a minute. Maybe we can give honor to the Lord because everything's done is on his will anyway. And that's hard to accept sometimes in the flesh, but it is true. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. You know, sometimes you just need to go to the Lord. Right? Mary says, how do you feel about the filibuster? Have you not been hearing me for the last few days? Let's make it happen, Captain. And Donald Trump will put that pressure on Thune. And that filibuster will go bye-bye. Guaranteed. Because we have 12 months of a guaranteed House and Senate. Let's make something of it. We're going to talk about that today after we go through the elections. Right now we have 4,032 people. Let's make it 5,032. Do your part. Share the video. Lift up your cups and let's have our first slurp of the day. Got a lot of coffee in me today, so I'm a little jacked up. I'm not a little Jack Chiarelli'd up because he didn't do anything. But I'm a little jacked up, so let's get to it. Rest in peace, New York. Rest in peace, New York City. It looks like the financial hub might have to leave New York and might have to go to another city. Which city would you like the financial hub to move to? Would you like to have it move to a Florida city? Would you like to have it move to a Texas city? Where would you like to have it move to? Where would you like Wall Street to go? Because there's no room for it to grow in the city of New York any longer. Now, there's only two people that could stop Zohran Mamdani's agenda. The governor of New York and the president of the United States of America. I know Trump's going to do what he's got to do. But is Kathy Hochul going to do what she's got to do? I doubt it. It's an absolute sickening thought that we knew was going to happen by a landslide, which it did. This race changes New York City in ways that people have never or maybe have not considered yet. I tried to tell you. Once a Muslim gets a hold of something, let me ask you a question. Anybody here from Dearborn, Michigan or close? If you are, Eli, I want you to monitor the chat here. because I can't do all those things at once. If anybody hears from Michigan or from around the Dearborn area, answer me this, riddle me this. When was the first time that Muslims started coming in and occupying the city? What year? 30 years ago? 20 years ago? 15 years ago? I know the answer, but I want you to say it. Anybody here from Michigan, when did Muslims take over Dearborn? I'll pull up the Rumble chat here, if we can. And we'll find out. Right from the horse's mouth, right from the people who lived there. Let's see. You mean Dearbornistan? Yes, I do. Anybody here from that area that can tell us? How long ago was it? The 80s, says Majogo, I think. Jeremy, the 1980s, I watched it firsthand. There you go. 30 years ago. 30 years ago is when it started. Absolutely right. What has happened since? What's happened since? Has there been less Muslims there or more Muslims there every year? I could tell you the answer to that too. It is no longer Dearborn, it's Dearbornistan, because they've taken over completely. Look at Minnesota. You don't think Minnesota is going to be the first American city that is of that size that's going to be completely under Muslim control here within the next decade? Of course it's going to be. They never give it back. And you know what they do? The people that can stop them, they get them to sympathize with them and get them on their side, or they force them, or they make them feel bad, or whatever it is. Everybody's focused right now on, I want the Epstein list. Israel bad. Jews tear up everything and control everything. AIPAC! Cool. Meanwhile, Allahu Akbar. Right under your noses. You forgot that they tore down that Twin Towers 24 years ago, didn't you? Oh, but Jeremy, it was Bush. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. But who was in the plane? Who was the fall people? Who were the patsies? Clean the crap out of your ears and listen when people that do this every day tell you what's going to happen. I'm not speaking to anybody specifically in this chat. I'm speaking. Let me cook. These people are rat nasty cowards, and they never let go of power once they have it. Get it through your skull. Their plan is eternal. Our plan, we can't see past Friday in this country. Bunch of ignorant ass Americans standing around with their iPhones and their thumb up their butt doing nothing.
The aim of every Muslim is simply to be treated the same as any other New Yorker.
But when you say, like you said in your speech in France, you said things like, we will conquer the world, we will have the flag at the White House. You got to understand, people get, they get scared of that. They get pushed back from that. I mean, you're saying we're going to take over your country. And maybe you're not saying that, but maybe Quran says that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that. Why? Of course. My Quran said it, and I'm repeating it. Of course. We will take over. Of course we will take over. But just if we look at the numbers, of course we will take over.
The dream of every Muslim is simply to be treated the same as any other New Yorker.
ونبشرهم بأننا على موعد أن نفتح روما كما فتحت القسطنطينية وكما ستفتح ثانية. إننا على موعد أن نحكم العالم كما قال الحبيب المصطفى صلى الله عليه وسلم. ونقولها الآن ستنتهي أمريكا وأوروبا المتحدة ولن يبقى إلا قوة الإسلام المتصاعدة.
The dream of every Muslim is simply to be treated the same as any other New Yorker.
Of course, there are hadith and predictions of the Prophet that before the end of the world, Muslims, inshallah, will rule the world.
The dream of every Muslim is simply to be treated the same as any other New Yorker.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala promised us victory
over these major powers. One of the promises of the Prophet ﷺ is that the day of judgment will not happen until Islam prevails and we become victorious and we will rule the whole world.
The dream of every Muslim is simply to be treated the same as any other New Yorker. And yet for too long we have been told to ask for less than that. The dream of every...
That's their goal. It always has been, and it's getting bigger in this country. Debbie901 just gave me $20 and says, for the cooking. Good, let me cook and thank you for the $20. Because I've got something to say. Muslims are garbage. I wonder how long it's going to be taken. This is going to be taken down, Eli, now that we're broadcasting on that YouTube channel. Garbage. You hear me? Every scarf-wearing, goat-humping scumbag who eats with their fingers and calls on the fake prophet of Allah is garbage. Trash. Dog turd. Flush them. There's two ways we get these scum out of our country. Marco Rubio denaturalizes the ones that have been elected and boots them out and deports them. Or rise up Christians, onward Christian soldiers, drive them out. Which one would you like to be a part of? Suzanne said, I'll be your sous chef for the cooking. Amen. $40. God bless you, Suzanne, and for everything you do. Sherry, $10. Muslims go to hell. Oh, they will. They will. I'd like to be part of what sends them there. Eli, there's nothing that makes me more mad than people that post every year, never forget on 9/11, and then you don't see them in the chat for 10 months. What's going on over here at LFA? When did Drew leave? When did these people leave? Oh, I don't know. A month ago? 2 months ago?
And we do news too. You should check that stuff out.
Sorry, not sorry. Because those are the same people that are saying, never forget, and then woke up this morning and said, oh, what happened? Sorry, not sorry. What did this person say right here? Oh, my country now, mother effer. Aisha Schmidt. My country now, mother effer, as she's holding Zohran Mamdani pamphlets. My country now. There's two ways to get them out. Playing cowboys and commies and do to them like that what happened to the Indians of this country, or the administration denaturalizes these people and gets them the hell out. R.I.P. New York City. And Eli, I know there's going to be people that take massive offense to what I say today. I know there's going to be people that say, I did not tune in to see him all worked up. I'm already anxious enough. I hear you. But I'm not done, and I got a lot more to say.
Yeah. I could give two flying shifts what those people say. And I'll tell you another thing. The denaturalization of these scumbags should have been done long before this. Because now if you try it, you're going to have a huge problem on your hand. You're going to have 1 million scumbag Muslims uprising in what used to be the greatest city in the world.
That's it. That's it, dude. That's it. We got to stop working with feelings and start working with facts. Real men need to stand up and start taking things over again and not worry about what this person or that person says about them. That's exactly what needs to happen. Here's this rat in his acceptance speech last night.
Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru.
Cool.
A moment comes but rarely in history.
Who the hell is that?
When we step out from the old to the new. When an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve, rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt.
I'd like to see that guy walking around without security and talk about timid then. That's what I'd like to see. Bring your shitty rat Muslim ideas into real communities without security and say that. You're nothing but a towelhead. Period. I didn't forget about 9/11. I didn't forget about Osama bin Laden. I didn't forget about the first bombing that they did in New York. I didn't forget about the dozens and dozens of beheading videos that I watched before YouTube had things where they took stuff like that down. I didn't forget, Eli, when you and I were down in Orlando helping your parents move, and those scumbags, well, not Muslim, but those scum from some Middle Eastern country, get out of my way, please. My wife trying to get through.
I do have one question, dude. I'm sorry, I'm a little salty and I'm a little ornery today. I remember when Trump said a couple weeks ago, well, we're going to look into it. We're going to look into the Zoran Mandami, and if he's done anything illegal and he's filled out paperwork the wrong way and he's not really supposed to be here, we're going to look into that and we're going to try to maybe see about getting him out of the... How do you not fast track something like that? How do you not have your people, Blondie and Kash Patel, find out the next 5 minutes? You have all these resources at your disposal. How did you not find that right out so we could get him out of here, if indeed he forged something?
Well, I can give you the answer on that. You're not going to like it, and I don't like it either. But the answer is you have to go back to his application for when he came here. And on that application when he came here, there's a question. And there's a question that concerns communism, okay? And this is why this guy's, well, not saying communism. This is why this guy says he's a democratic socialist, okay? Because you have to prove that he is literally part of communist ideology and a communist agenda and mission. And so you have to look at that application. You have to see that he said no. And then you have to run it through the proper channels of court and lawyers and prove that this guy knew he was a commie and knew he was on a mission to communize and run for office. It's not as easy as you and I may like it to be. It actually is, but government sucks. You know what?
I mean, that's just it, dude. I know that I'm kind of tired of the phrase, we're the adults. The adults are back in charge. We're doing things the right way because we're the Republicans. I say screw that. There's doing things the right way, and then there's just doing the right thing, no matter what the cost. Well, and as far as I'm concerned, we're in that mode right now. We've been in that mode, and we're slipping past it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. There are laws on the books for communists coming into our country and getting elected. There's laws from the 1800s that are still valid. Use them and get them out. But I'm trying to talk to the same people who don't perp walk and mugshot. I'd like to thank Bisbee Fam as well. $200? Are you kidding me? Let it rip, Tater Chip. Says what needs to be said. Well, thank you very much. Trump fan with a $10 donation. Sean Maga, cook, bro. We're at full-blown Muslim war. $10 donation. Absolutely we are. God bless you. Share the video. Let's get it out. Then this rat says he's going to go up against Donald Trump. This is him saying, so hear me, President Trump, when I say this. That's when I'd grab that little rat by the neck and I would throw him out into the water and watch him drown.
If anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him.
Yeah, okay.
And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up.
Funny. I got 3 words for you. Denaturalize, deport now. We have the power to do it. You're going to sit there and let this rat call you out like that, Mr. Trump? Hmm? Hmm? You're going to let a mayor of our largest city threaten you like that? Call you out? Punk you out like that? Hmm? Because I'll tell you one thing President Trump doesn't like. He doesn't like his ego damaged. He's just that kind of guy. So maybe we start saying that. What's the matter, President Trump? You going to let this Muslim punk you out? You going to let this 30-year-old nobody punk you out? Damn, President Trump. Sounds to me like he's calling you out, isn't it? Maybe that'll get him in gear. I don't know. He's the president of the United frickin' States here, folks. And a mayor is calling him out, punking him out like that? I'm not throwing shade on President Trump. I'm asking, you gonna let that happen, sir? One funny thing happened last night. He said, President Trump, I know you're watching. Well, maybe you should look on the Jumbotron behind you, because some hackers saw that your whole crowd was watching too. Trump is your president. You see that? You guys see that? Some hacker hacked in on the Jumbotron. I'll put it up one more time. A hacker hacked in and said, put Trump as your president in Zohran Mamdani text and colors. I mean, it's funny, but not really a fun time to joke, is it? Is it? Funny, but not. Right? And then there's this guy who really ticked me off.
Our new leader. If you try to implement socialism, if you try to render our police weak and impotent, if you forsake the people's public safety, we're not only organizing, but we are mobilizing.
Oh, yeah.
And we will become the mayor.
Shut up, Sliwa. You aren't doing shit. You aren't doing anything. If you try to implement socialism, then you've got another thing coming. Because we are mobilizing, and we are... Shut up. Just shut up. Just stop. Big shout out to Jeff Poole, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Poole, I haven't seen your name in a while. Top Shot, $50 donation. And Johnny Boxa got attacked at the 18th inflatable Trump costume. The media lied and said it was MAGA, Mr. Inflatable Trump now in paper, and I love it. Well, God bless you, and thank you so very much for the donations. And Sliwa, shut the hell up. We're going to do this, and we're going to... You didn't do anything. You might have caused the election to go to Mamdani. Because the two of you together had about what Mamdani had by himself. You had a chance to win, but you had pride in your heart. You were an idiot who didn't understand elections. Everybody just knows you as the guy who keeps losing elections. Now, we know you as somebody different, but everybody else knows you as the guy that keeps losing elections. What are you talking about? Idiot. Eli.
And take off that stupid beret. It doesn't make you look tough. It looks like a fez on top of your dumbass head. Sorry.
Yeah, but you know what that stands for, though, right, Eli? You know why he's got that on, though, right?
No.
No, so you probably shouldn't say things that you don't know about. Okay? Because he actually has that on for real reasons. He's a guardian angel in New York, and he goes out there and he sweeps the city for crime after he got almost killed by the mob twice. So there is good reasons that he has it on. But there's no reason why he should be on TV talking about what he's going to do to stop Zohran Mamdani. Absolute idiotic thing to say, Curtis Sliwa. Again, I'm not mad we lost. We knew we were losing in blue states and blue cities. I'm mad and embarrassed for the outcome of the Republican Party and the people that are talking tough that couldn't even do anything anyway. Let's look at the numbers, shall we?
Groups that we're seeing behind the vote really telling the story here in New York City. When you break it down by age of the voter, the youth vote overwhelmingly went for Mamdani in this race. 75% of their support went to him. And when you break this down into gender, that number gets even bigger. The female youth vote, women under the age of 30, you break that down, that number goes over 80% support for Mamdani in this race. Some of the key groups that we're seeing behind the vote really telling the story here in New York City. When you break it down by age of the voter, the youth vote overwhelmingly went for Mamdani in this.
Oh, yeah, it did more than that. Hold on, I got to answer a question in the chat. I have a question for you, Jeremy. Why are you mad when politicians who are Republicans did shit for the candidates? That doesn't make sense. I don't know what you're asking. I'll answer the question. I just don't know what that specific one made. That didn't make any sense. Why am I mad at who? I'm mad at the entire Republican Party that allows weak, terrible candidates to run. The Republicans, look, the parties have more power than people think. You just don't get, Jeremy Herrell just doesn't get to step in to politics and say, I'm going to run. Now that may be the way it should be, right? But that's not the way it is. The parties have a lot of say-so over who they're going to put up, who they're going to let represent them. Trust me, I went through the process twice. It sucks. It's not like it should be. Fact of the matter is, though, why did Republicans allow Winsome Sears to run? She's a weak candidate who had a lot of bad things to say about President Trump. Why'd they let her run? Because she's black? Because she's a woman? What about content of character? Do we have DEI in the Republican Party now? Or what? Why did they let Curtis Sliwa run as a Republican when he's a weak loser who keeps losing? Not a loser in real life, a loser in politics. Ask yourself that question. Why did they let Jack Chiatarelli run as the face of the party there when he's only seen by New Jersey, by the Garden State people, as a person who lost? And on top of that, they have zero passion at all. They have zero ability to command an audience. They have zero ability to reach out and touch somebody and say what other people are thinking. So I blame the Republican Party, and I blame the candidates who were worthless. And again, don't let this be misconstrued on the left. The people that are watching this show or clipping it up or doing whatever you do to say, look how mad MAGA is because they lost. And they won't go back and watch the last 2 weeks where I said we were probably going to lose every one of those races. We knew that. That doesn't stop the MAGA train, and you didn't hurt MAGA. There wasn't a MAGA candidate on a ballot. Not even Jack Chiatarelli. I'm mad because of what could happen next year. If the Republican Party, the RNC, and the GOP don't start getting a little bit strong and start putting up good candidates and getting rid of rhinos. That's why I'm sounding the alarm. I want you to see this right here. Zohran Mamdani. 49% of the people that voted for him, female. 36% male. Where's the other percent? Were they non-binary? Did they not want to put it on their registration? That's a problem. But let's break down by birthplace, shall we? Foreign born, 62% versus 31%. That means that almost double the people that voted for Zohran Mamdani were foreign born as opposed to natives. Wow. So foreign born and female, under 30. Now, of that 49% of female that voted, 80% of them were under 30. Thank you, Lovard, for the Rat Traps $50 donation. I really appreciate that. I had a conversation with Will Johnson this morning on Good Morning LFA, and I ruffled a lot of feathers. And by no means did I say that women shouldn't. I asked a simple question. Just a simple question. If only men voted, what would happen? The answer is there would never be a Democrat elected. So why are the majority of females in this country Democrat? Not you. Again, don't get all mad. I'm not talking about you, and I'm not talking about your kind. I'm asking a simple question. Why are the majority of females in this country, by the way, the majority of people that vote in this country are female. There's more females than males. Why are the majority of women liberal, Democrat? I can tell you why. You might not like the answer, but I can tell you why. Because statistically, women are single issue voters. Feminism, men taking women's rights, abortion, things like that. Conservative women are in the minority of women, meaning that people that actually do the research and are not single issue voter and that understand multiple issues that need to be confronted and dealt with. But the facts of the case are this. A majority of people in this country are women. A majority of the women that vote are liberal, Democrat, and a majority of the women that vote are single issue voter. So how do you fix that? The answer is not don't let women vote, because that would be a whole thing. What's the answer? How do you rectify that? How do you fix that? I came up with an answer this morning on Good Morning LFA. Would you like to hear it? Would you like to hear the answer? How do we fix all of this right now? How old do you have to be to run for the president of the United States of America? 35. Why? Why do you have to be born in America and 35 years old? For what reason is that? I'll tell you why. Because you have to have values that align with our Constitution, number one, that you actually are passionate about and that you don't lie about like Zohran Mamdani did. That's number one. And two, because you have to be old enough to be mature. When you're young, you're a dumbass Democrat. When you get older, you're more conservative. You have more wisdom. You understand things. That's why. So, maybe we should up the voting age to 35 for men and women. Keep it simple, stupid. The KISS method. Right? And instead of lowering the voting age to 16, like Kamala Harris and Democrats want to do, why don't we increase the voting age to 35? And you cannot vote until you're 35 years old. You cannot have a say-so about this country until you're 35 years old. That would make it fair across the board, and every generation would have their due time. Right? Here's another thing. Kill the filibuster and change the laws that only American citizens can run for office. And I'm talking about American-born citizens. No naturalized or immigrant can run for office anywhere, any state, for any position. I don't care if you're from England. Oh, well, you get to live here. That's good enough. Enjoy. Shut up. It's that simple. That's where we're at right now. That's where we're at. Otherwise, you're going to see more of this. You're going to see the numbers continue to increase on that right side of that screen. Am I wrong? Let me know on the live chat. Share the video. Don't be scared. Chuck Schumer was asked, did he vote for Zohran Mamdani? You're going to love his answer. And it says a lot about the Democratic Party.
Today is election day in New York City. Did you vote for Mamdani or Cuomo?
Look, I voted, and I look forward to working with the next mayor to help New York City.
Today is election day in New York City. Did you vote for Mamdani or Cuomo?
Look, I voted, and I look forward to working with the next mayor to help New York City.
Oh, look at that. Why didn't he vote for Zohran Mamdani? Did you vote for Mamdani or Cuomo? I voted, and now let's take the next step to make whatever about the New York City. Why didn't he answer that? Because the referendum last night was not on MAGA. Like I said, there was no MAGA candidates, and Jack Ciattarelli was not MAGA. He wasn't against MAGA. But to be MAGA, you have to have some certain qualities that he just didn't have, okay? That's just the truth. That's the facts. This was a referendum on the Democratic Party. Chuck Schumer's Democratic Party's done. And with that win last night, AOC is going to take Chuck Schumer's Senate spot. And she'll win. That's why he didn't vote for Mamdani. He didn't want his Democrat Party done. But it is done. Just like the Republican establishment was taken over by MAGA, the Democrat establishment has been taken over by communists. So, let's play cowboys and communists, shall we? Now, Brave Matt said, Jeremy, I think they won because of election cheating. The cheating must be shut down. You're right and you're wrong. You're right, the cheating must be shut down. You're right that they did it. They didn't win because of it. You don't win double digits because of cheating. You win just barely because of cheating. Remember the graph of Joe Biden and Donald Trump? You don't win 13, 14, 15% by cheating. That's just a nice sprinkle on top. They won because of cheating. They won because of apathetic Republicans. And they won because there was no real MAGA candidates and no strong candidates in there. Period. That's why they won. Not just because of cheating. Now, this morning I said to Will, hey, Will, these city-run grocery stores, what are they not going to have? Will said food. He's right about that. We've seen city-run grocery stores, not only in other states, but other countries, and they're out of food, and the food they do have is rotting. But there's a real question there. Zohran Mamdani says, ready for this? His closing message to New Yorkers and all city-run stores and businesses. City-run grocery stores will not sell cigarettes, lottery tickets, and absolutely no alcohol. Do you understand the implication of what he just said? You understand what that implies to make it easier to understand? Do you get that? Why do you think that the city-run grocery stores won't sell alcohol, cigarettes, and lottery tickets? Any takers? I'll tell you why. Because Islam bans them all. And this guy's already taken off his tie and wrapping his head in a diaper, folks. He's changing out the suit for the shit. And pretty soon he'll be wearing a robe and a turban, walking around telling New Yorkers that you should pray to Mecca. Told you that was going to happen. See, when Joe Biden stole the election, I said America can withstand 4 years of stolen election. We can withstand it. We can come back. New York City cannot withstand 4 years of Islam and come back. So we have one choice. Get him out or leave him there. And I'm not saying get him out by violence. I'm saying denaturalize and deport or run him out of town, the people of New York, after he screws it up. But I'll tell you what, our financial district, our financial hub of the world is at stake. America's standing in the world financially is at stake. And everything runs downhill from there. So I want to say, it's Miller time, baby.
Dangerous movement. And what you're seeing in New York City with Mamdani, that is the future. A party that believes in no bail, a party that believes in no jail, a party that believes in no borders. But here's one group they do want to put in jail. They're political enemies. Like good commies, they will not arrest their criminals. They won't arrest the gang members, but they will arrest their political opposition. That's how society dies, Sean. That's what we're up against now. Dangerous movement.
Yeah, that's how Iran died. You know, Iran in the 1960s and 70s looked like America. You know that, right? You do know that, right? Slam, you're 100% right. This administration is doing nothing about the Islamification of our American cities. You're absolutely right. Maybe we need to shift gears. Maybe we need to shift gears and go after all the Muslims in this country, like we did the Japanese after World War II. Maybe we do. Maybe we're there. I don't know the answer. I'm not God. Only he knows the answer. I'm not the president. He's got all the power to do something about it. But what I can do every damn day of my life is what I'm doing right here, right now. and getting out in the streets and registering people to vote and doing what I can do. We can only do what we can do. Fatty 15. We can do that. We can take care of ourselves. We could try to make sure we live longer to save this country even more. We could try to make sure that we live long enough to make sure that our kids don't have to grow up in Iran, because that's what's coming. It starts one city at a time, and they've already taken 2 major ones and a couple small ones, and they want all of Texas. Let's live longer, because the next generation doesn't fight like we fight. We got to teach them how to fight. And one way to live longer is Fatty 15. It's just the case, folks. Just like the facts that I just laid out to you, it's a fact that C15 helps you live longer. C15 cures the damage that is done to your cells and almost reverses the aging process. Not to go backwards, but to slow down drastically to where your cells are like, man, I'm going to live longer. So in turn, you're going to live longer. All you have to do is go to fatty15.com/LFA, and you can read and watch these videos and learn everything that you need to learn about Fatty 15. You don't have to take my word for it. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA, will get you about $50 off a 90-day supply right now, to where you can come out only $101.96 less tax and go from there. Fatty15.com, folks. Start yourself on a better journey. Cure your cells, cure the damage to your cells, live longer, stay here with us longer, help fight longer. Fatty15.com/LFA. Also, Everyday Dose Coffee. Now, folks, I want to just quickly tell you something real quick before I even talk about Everyday Dose Coffee. Yesterday, I spoke with the group of advertising team that brought me a few of these sponsors that I was looking for. So I reached out to them and I said, here's the sponsors I'm looking for and why. Okay? They go out and they find them and they try to do a deal with them. You know what they told me yesterday, Eli, about our audience? They told me no channel performs like the LFA channel. They said, you guys are so amazing that you're bringing back 4 times our investment to the channel. Do you want to know why that is? It's because you guys don't just look at an ad and go, oh, that's nice. He's got an ad. Well, for these ads to stay here and for us to make enough money because we don't have enough donations to stay online, you guys have to buy from them. So if you're thinking about buying something, a present, or if you're thinking about buying something for yourself, you're like, you know what? Maybe I'll try that. Then now's the time. Everyday Dose Coffee, folks. And there's a 45% discount right now for you guys to get this box set. Now you get a month supply of coffee. It's not just coffee, it's coffee plus benefits. It's got L-theanine, chaga, things like that, collagen, protein. But it comes with a rechargeable frother as well in the box. It comes with a recipe booklet that gives you recipes to make tons of different cold coffee and hot coffee drinks, macchiatos and lattes as well. And for people out there who had to stop drinking coffee because of the jitters or because it didn't work with them or it causes them to bloat, this coffee will not. Everyday Dose Coffee at everydaydose.com/LFA TV. Right there, 45% off. Now, if it prompts you to use a promo code, use LFA TV, but it should just put you on that landing page, and you should be able to get it now with a funny 45-day money-back guarantee. everydaydosecoffee.com/LFA TV, or everydaydose.com/LFA TV. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you there. All right, moving right along. Where are we at here? Just crossed the first hour? Perfect. Minneapolis mayor race goes to a second tabulation. Why? Because of ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is full on in Minneapolis. And tell me, who is occupying Minneapolis more than anyone else? Muslims. The Minneapolis mayor race has proceeded to a second round of vote tabulation for ranked choice voting, which should be illegal in this country, Alaska. While Mayor Jacob Frey took the lead with 41.8% of the vote, with 98% of the votes counted, according to the AP, he did not cross the threshold of 50% plus 1 vote. Means that the race moves to a second round of tabulation. And now, State Senator Omar Fateh, the challenger, most likely will unseat Jacob Frey. Who's Jacob Frey? Well, he's a piece of trash too. He's the guy that you heard from when that trans kid shot up the church. Remember that? Remember the trans kid that shot up that church, killed those people? He was the mayor. Oh, don't blame this on trans people. Who shot the kids? Trans people, don't blame it on them. That's him right there. Reading this story. Ranked choice voting, Omar Fatah, the one that actually does look like a Somalian rat, he's more than likely going to win. Because he received 31.7% of the vote. And now they go into a ranked choice voting. And if you don't know what ranked choice voting is, voters select candidates for their first, second, and third choices. So let's say me, Eli, and Frankie. Let's say us three, we're running for something. Let's say you voted for me first, Eli second, Frankie third, right? If nobody gets 50% plus one vote, then you go to a second round of voting. And the third place person drops out, but the second place person gets those numbers, gets those votes. So that the first place person loses, i.e. Sarah Palin, Alaska. Sarah Palin won that vote. But Lisa Murkowski is the current senator. Tell me how that's illegal. Here is the Somalian rat talking about that right now.
The campaign belongs to all of us. The bus drivers, the downtown workers, the maintenance and janitorial staff who worked too hard for little pay. This city belongs to the teachers, the nurses, and the gig workers who are tired of having their wages lowered while the companies
read
make
English.
record profits. This campaign belongs.
Read English. You know, Eli, we could have all these people gone in one day if the Republicans would just get some testicular fortitude. Arrest George Soros. Arrest all the people in Act Blue right now. Shut that website down. Get rid of the filibuster and start cracking skulls. And make it so these people never win an election again. Could do it, but Republicans are just, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they'll ever do it. I pray they do. I pray President Trump's second year is going to be balls to the wall. But in the meantime, we got to look at people like this. We got to deal with people like this.
It's like I said, dude. There's doing things the right way, and then there's just doing the right thing. Do the right thing. Clean this mess up, because it sure as hell isn't making America great again.
Amen. Hey, folks, we're not only reporting the news of what happened here, we're giving the blueprint on how to fix it. And the blueprint on how to fix it is to A, put pressure like we did for 2020 to 2024. B, come out in numbers like crazy so that they can't stop it. And C, run for office if you can. You need good, strong, passionate people who are good at public speaking and who can mobilize. Otherwise, don't put anybody up. We're giving you the blueprint. And we're not just saying do this while we stand in the back like Nick Fuentes and the guy who sat with the bullhorn and told everybody to go in the Capitol building, Ray Epps. We're not Fuentes and Epps. We're actually going out and showing you how to do it. That's the difference between real men and people like I just spoke about. Democrat Abigail Spanberger won the gubernatorial race. And Democrat Muslim Ghazala Hashmi won the lieutenant governor race in New Jersey. Yep. Another Muslim. A Muslim worming her way into the government. Funny because their own people would kill them if they were in their country. There's Abigail Spanberger. She is the next governor of Virginia. Way to go, Virginia. Way to go. Good job. And here is the lieutenant governor, Ghazala Hashmi. Yeah, she wears a headscarf wherever she goes. Another Muslim in government. I wouldn't be so concerned with Democrats winning as I would with Muslims taking over. And we've been trying to sound the alarm for a while. Maybe this is the beginning. Maybe finally people will start heeding the words that we've been speaking, heeding the threats of what could happen to this country that we have been warning people about. It all starts with somebody screaming, folks. I'm not screaming for nothing here. We screamed we're coming for you for 4 years, and we took an election where President Trump was supposed to be in prison and supposed to be dead. Okay? And we, with God, made that happen. It starts with somebody just being loud. It starts with somebody not giving up. We can do this. We can get this Islam out of our country if that's the fight we want. Also, Virginians voted for a deranged man who wants to kill Republicans and watch their kids die in Republicans' arms. Yep, Jay Jones right there. Yep. I don't want to hear another effing word about Republicans' rhetoric or about dangerous rhetoric or people saying something that's going to get somebody hurt. I'm going to say it more now. I'm going to say it more. I hope my words do mobilize more people. I really do. I am no longer going to go, I wonder if we should say that or not. Hey, Lfa TV host, you have free reign to say whatever you want when it comes to going after Islam and whatever you want as it pertains to shutting down Democrats. You're free to go. Not that I ever told you couldn't, but just in case you wanted to know, there you go. Gaslight, baby. Not gaslighting. Green light, I should say. Go, and go hard. Scott Presler. Scott Presler, the conservative Republican activist and friend of ours, who is credited for registering thousands of new Republican voters in multiple states, has done a fantastic job in New Jersey. He deserved to be commended for his hard work. But he is not enough. Just like President Trump is not enough. The Republican Party needs to learn this. The Republican Party is weak. And ever since Laura Trump left, what do we got? What do we got? What's Michael Whatley doing? I've not even heard his name in months. Maybe the Republican Party should put Scott Presler in charge. Maybe that should happen. Maybe we need to stop promoting from within and promote externally with people that are actually doing real work on the streets, getting real results for the party. Maybe we as Republicans should say, we demand Scott Presler get put in charge of the RNC or else. Maybe. I don't know. That poor guy is busting his butt. And for what? And for what? The GOP needs an army of Scott Preslers, not one. One of him is simply not enough to handle the multiple states and city elections. But you saw what he did in Pennsylvania last year, didn't you? But Jeremy, you're a Christian and Scott Presler's gay. And I'm a Christian and I swear. You're a Christian and you swear. You're a Christian and you have pride. You're a Christian and you judge unrighteously. And Proposition 50 passes in California. California voters approved Newsom's power grab to eliminate 5 congressional seats. Well, who cares? Who cares? We're still going to get 19 seats in redistricting. All we have to have is Missouri, Indiana, Florida, and all these other red states to continue doing what they're already doing, redistricting and redrawing maps. Does it really matter? Does it really matter that California canceled out Texas's 5 seats when we've got 19 more to gain? I'm not so concerned with that. Not at all. And President Trump confirms that Newsom's redistricting vote is actually under criminal review. Where it will go, I don't know, but it is under criminal review. President Trump yesterday confirmed that California's redistricting vote is under serious legal and criminal review. Trump called the redistricting vote in California a giant scam and said it was under criminal review. Quote, the unconstitutional redistricting vote in California is a giant scam in that the entire process, in particular the voting itself, is rigged. All mail-in ballots where the Republicans in the state are shut out is under very serious legal and criminal review. Stay tuned, President Trump wrote on Truth Social. Some hope there. Some hope there. Because of ballot harvesting, drop box, mail-in ballots with no chain of custody and questionable ballot curing, The 2024 election gave California 43 Democrat House seats and 9 Republican seats, even though outside of the cities, Republicans make up massive majorities. R Star said, enough review, start arresting. It's either illegal or it's not. You know what I mean? Hey, Eli, let's say this. Let's say I'm the Attorney General, which means I'm the nation's top lawyer, top prosecutor. I'm the Attorney General. I clearly did my homework to get there, right? I clearly have been either a prosecutor, a defense attorney, or practiced law. Either way, I have a law degree. So I should be able to say within 24 hours whether something is illegal or legal. And if I can't say that, then I probably should not be in the job, right?
Yeah, that would make perfect sense. And I was just sitting here thinking to myself, under criminal investigation. I sure hope that's not going to turn into the new, we're keeping an eye on it.
It's under criminal investigation. Well, I hope we hear something sooner than later. Because here was some criminal activity that was going on in California yesterday. I'll let the video do the talking for itself.
No one can answer the question. If a Republican was advocating for Prop 50, none of these people would support it. How is this even legal? If Prop 50 was being pushed by Republicans, would you support it? I wish it was being pushed. No, but you're not answering my questions. If Republicans in California were pushing for Prop 50, would you support it?
Republicans in California are not pushing for Prop 50, so your question is nonsensical.
No, it's not. If Republicans, you can't even answer my question.
Yes, I can.
If Republicans,
we would love for Republicans to push Prop 50, but they're not. They're against it. So your question.
no, you're not answering it because you know that if Republicans were pushing for Prop 50, you guys would be calling for voter fraud. And honestly, it kind of seems like voter fraud now when you guys are leading a bunch of non-English speakers.
Are against Prop 50.
But if the situation was reversed and Republicans wrote Prop 50, would you support it?
Republicans wouldn't write Prop 50. It's just not a nonsensical question.
So are you saying that Democrats are basically having to redistrict to win?
We're fighting. Thank you. And please vote yes on 50. I hope you.
I mean, I think the fact that I have footage of you guys leading a bunch of Asian Americans to the voting polls. I speak Chinese. None of them know what they're voting for. You don't think that's weird? Is that even legal?
Ma'am, we're going inside.
Great, but you're still here. So if Republicans were pushing for Prop 50, would you support it? If Republicans introduced Prop 50, would you support it?
It's a great idea. Yes.
Okay, so when Republicans want to redistrict, you're going to support it.
If they support Prop 50 the way that it's.
Oh, got her.
What if they did it their way?
Can you please go outside? We're over this. We've given you plenty of fucking time. Leave.
Or what? You're silencing press? You're unable to answer questions about a policy that you support and believe in? If you support,
are you going through the security or not?
I'm going to. Truth hurts, doesn't it? Thanks for exposing your corruption. Democrats have to cheat to win in California.
Got her. Big shout out to that girl. Oh, so you're saying if Republicans do this, then it's right and legal. Well, we're fighting back. That's not the answer. She couldn't answer the question. Now, Texas voters overwhelmingly pass a ballot measure barring non-citizen voting. Can you imagine that we even have to do that? The proposition passed with 74.9% of the voters backing the plan, but yet 25.1% opposing it. So that means a quarter of Texas right now thinks that non-citizens should vote. But 3/4 voted against it. Does every state have to do this? Do we not have a constitution? Or do we? And they're coming for Texas, folks. They're coming for Texas. If they get Texas and California, it's over. We can prevent all this right now. And I'll tell you how in the next segment. But right now, I want you to listen to John Solomon about the 2026 map and about what he says. It's up to Harmeet Dillon.
I think the 2026 election map will be made on the decisions or lack of decisions that Harmeet Dillon made. She is the chief of the Civil Rights Division and the chief enforcement officer for election law. if she makes the proper arguments in these states where they're doing gerrymandering in retaliation, rather than to make sure there's appropriate apportionment, representation of people, she can win in the courts. If she can strike at that, there's a difference between Texas and California. California ballot says what they're doing. They're retributing against Texas. That's not representing the interests of the people of California. That's taking care of a political beast. She has the ability to show that Texas did it because courts required it. If she can win, and if the Solicitor General can win that Louisiana case,
which I believe she will,
they will have an upper hand to sue and block some of these reapportionments in the court and tie it down in 26, delay it into 27. That's the best play that the Trump administration has in that. In the meantime, they got to get out the vote. There was no get out the vote. I live in Prince William County, Virginia. It is the most sought after blue-purplish county, and it's the second largest county. I didn't have a single Republican canvasser come to my house. I had about 13 Democrats.
Wow.
What does that tell you? We didn't do the basics like you know how to do, and I know how to do. They just didn't do it.
RNC, where are you? John Solomon, he just laid out a blueprint. Are you listening, LFA TV? Are you ready to take this information out to your polls, out to your Republican parties in your counties? Are you listening? Harmeet Dillon can stop this 5 seats going to the Democrats in California. If anybody will do it, she'll do it. She doesn't play games. Okay, you've seen what she's done. She's already going after this right now. That is what President Trump was talking about under review for criminal activity. So that means that Pam Bondi and Harmeet Dillon are on this. But here's the thing. They can delay it to 2027. That means that they can't have 5 seats in 2026 in next year's election. Because even if they just take it to court, they can delay it through 2027. So that's the blueprint. Obviously go to win, but at the very least, delayed past 2026, they won't be able to get them anyway. You see what I'm saying? We lay out the receipts. We lay out the blueprint. Tell you exactly what needs to be done. That's what's great about this network, and you guys built this network. You should be happy of what we've done here. Remember, we were a big part of taking back the election and putting Trump back in there. All of this other stuff is easy compared to that. All we got to do is gather ourselves, bring ourselves together. Yesterday was not a loss at all because we thought they were all going to lose anyway. Yesterday allowed us to see what will happen, though, if we keep this energy that we had yesterday going into next year. The midterm started last night at midnight, folks. 11 hours ago, the midterm started. Are you ready? Are you ready to fight? Have you had enough break now, folks? The people that might just be coming back today wondering where some of the other hosts are because they haven't been here in months, are you finally ready? Have you had your hibernation time? Did you build up your energy? Did you say your prayers and eat your vitamins? Are you ready to go? Because this is going to take all of us again. And we can have all the minor disagreements that we want. But if you're not on this train, then get the hell out of the way because we got work to do. That's where my mind is. I hope you're there too. We've got a blueprint. We've got a plan. This is an easier fight than the last 4 years. So what are we waiting for? That's my question. Now we're going to get to the filibuster and the government shutdown. But first, I got to talk about Beekeepers Naturals. Another amazing, 100% believed in product for me, for my family, for the people here at LFA. And Beekeepers Naturals, folks, is that spot. Man, we love these people. Beekeepers Naturals is not only something that you should have in your house every day, it's something you should use every day. It's a proactive rather than a reactive. Proactive daily immune support, immediate soothing relief, especially with the throat spray. No artificial dyes, thank you, RFK. No artificial flavors, no artificial sweeteners, just pure propolis, folks. Propolis, propolis, propolis. Look up the word. It's what keeps the beehive safe. It what keeps the honeycomb safe from bacteria and viruses. That's why you should be spraying it in your throat every day, especially in these flu and sick cold months. Your children should get it. You should use the nasal spray to clean out your nostrils, to clean out your sinuses. And look at this. Check this out for the kiddos. Look at this. Fiber Pops. Back to school bundle right there, folks. You get the soothing pops. You get the prebiotic fiber pops. Boom. And guess what? You can claim a discount, but you don't even have to do that. All you have to do is go to beekeepersnaturals.com. That's beekeepers, like plural, keepers, beekeepers, or ownership, I should say, beekeepersnaturals.com/LFA. Click and visit today for 20% off. That's beekeepersnaturals.com/LFA. Thank you, Suzanne, for putting that in there. beekeepersnaturals.com/LFA. Get 20% off today and make sure that you're proactive rather than reactive. And also, this beauty right here, this badass sweatshirt, hoodie, microfiber fleece jacket from Bearskin Tactical Supply. American made, American worn, shipped free in America. And you're going to get a 60% discount on this bad boy. And it comes in many colors. 340 GSM, microfleece bearskin, blocks the winds and retains the heat. Absolutely does it. Wore it many times. Feels 20% lighter and 50% warmer than a regular fleece with no extra bulk. And your man looks hot in it too. If you want to get this for your man, trust me, he's going to look rugged and he's going to look hot. They make them for women too, by the way. 3-in-1 rain jacket zips into a 20K waterproof rated heavy storm jacket. Wind insulation design, 10 secure pockets, incredibly flattering fit, right? They come in many colors. 60% off right now if you text LFA to 36912. That is LFA to the number 36912. Or go to bear.skin/LFA. We're going to post this in the live chat for you so you have quick access to it. There it is right there. Bear.skin/LFA. One more time, bear.skin/LFA. Or text LFA to the number 36912. Get 60% off that right now. Good present for Christmas. Okay. The government shutdown. Three-legged deal to end the government shutdown. A new report says that components of a deal to end the federal government shutdown have emerged. What did I tell you was going to happen? The Democrats were going to wait till the election and they were going to try to open the government back up. Didn't I tell you that was going to happen? And that's what they're working on right now. That's what they're working on right now. I don't want a deal. Too bad. It's our way or the highway. Here's what President Trump said this morning to Senate Republicans at a breakfast. When we come back from this, I'll lay down the facts and why we should get rid of the filibuster and get rid of it right now.
Started to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally, many from prisons, many drug dealers. A lot of people came in from mental institutions. They want to give a lot of money to the people that came in illegally. We have to get them out. We can't, no country can sustain that. That's not like an attack on our country. In no country, these are not going to be productive people. These are going to be anti-productive people. And we can be all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we can't let that happen. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3.25. We have 3.25 years, so that's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open up. We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our elections secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters. But can you imagine when they vote almost unanimously against voter ID? All we want is voter ID. You go to a grocery store, you have to give ID. You go to a gas station, you give ID. But for voting, they want no voter ID. That's only for one reason, because they cheat. We would pass that in 15 minutes. If you don't get it, you'll never pass that. You'll never talk about mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots make it automatically corrupt. If you have mail-in ballots, automatically it's correct. Even Jimmy Carter, they had the Carter Commission after he got out of office, and he had a group of very distinguished people, Democrats and Republicans, and they passed, they recommended things take place. It was a long time ago. And they said about mail-in ballots, if there is mail-in ballots, there will definitely be corruption because, you know, they pass through too many hands. I mean, you go in to vote, and they want your card. Even me, I went into Palm Beach. You go in to vote, they want your card, you're this, you're that. They say, I'm sorry to do this, sir, but I have to look at your identification. I said, that's all right. I love that. But, you know, you're really not going to get away with much. It was very, very professional and very good, the way it's supposed to be. But these people don't want that. They have legislation in California where it's illegal to ask somebody for voter ID. If you ask somebody for voter ID, if you're an official, and you say, I'd like to see your voter ID, they can arrest you, okay? They can arrest you because they want to cheat, and they get away with it, and the Republicans let them get away with it, and we won't do that if we have the filibuster. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, and we're going to see if we can sway, because I know we have a lot of, not a lot, I'd say half feel this way, maybe a little bit less than half, and it's time to have a really good talk. If I thought that they weren't going to pass the filibuster, I wouldn't even bring it up. They're going to pass it within the first hour. If they take power, and it's more likely that they take power if we don't do it, because we're not going to be passing any legislation. They're not going to approve anything. We're going to go 3.25 years. There won't be one bill that we're going to pass. Because the easiest thing to pass is exactly right now what they won't pass. And they'll do that, and they'll wreak havoc. But let's assume they get in. They're doing it anyway, so it wouldn't matter. They're doing it anyway. And, you know, I have a case where I have great U.S. attorneys that can't be approved because of the blue slips. The blue slips, I think you should terminate blue slips, too. It's a mental termination because it's really a custom. But if you have a Democrat senator or two is bad, but it doesn't make any difference. If you have one senator writes a negative letter on some great U.S. attorney, we had it in Manhattan, Southern District, Jay Clayton, one of the most respected lawyers in the whole country, by far, one of the most respected, and couldn't get approved. The courts approved him. The courts couldn't believe it. They did it like instantly. He went to the best schools, got the best marks, top of his class. Everything was perfect. I mean, he was...
So long story short, he says, if I didn't think we could get rid of the filibuster, I wouldn't even bring it up. But we are going to get rid of the filibuster, and it'll be done within the first hour of having the conversation. And we're going to have the conversation. So for the people that might not have been watching this morning, let me break it down to you why I say get rid of the filibuster. And I don't care what Mark Wayne Mullen said with his stupid rubber ball and his cowboy hat yesterday. Because he came out and said, we shouldn't get rid of the filibuster because the filibuster saved us from having courts packed. The filibuster saved us from having D.C. and Puerto Rico become statehood and get senators and representatives. Oh, he's right. Oh, he's absolutely right. It did save us from that. But guess what? If we got rid of the filibuster today, we have 1 year, exactly 1 year, right now, of the House, Senate, and White House. Guaranteed. They can't take that from us for a year at least. Right? You get rid of the filibuster, so all you need is a majority. And you whip John Thune and Mike Johnson into shape so they pass every piece of legislation that goes through, and all you need is a majority. Are you ready for this? Here you go. No more mass mail-in ballots. Sign it into law. Judges can't do anything about it. It's law. It's law. It's signed into law through Congress on President Trump's desk. Boom. Done. No more mass mail-in ballots. Codify every one of President Trump's executive orders into law. So if he does an executive order on no more voting machines or voter ID or any of that, boom, it's in law. But if even aside from that, let's do them one bill at a time. Ready for this? No more mass mail-in ballots. Bye. See you later. Voter ID is a must. Boom. Run it through. No filibuster to stop it. Majority rules. We have the majority in both houses. Goes right to President Trump's desk. Signs it into law. Nothing anybody can do about it. No judge can do anything about it. There can be no nationwide injunction about it. Why? Because it went through the houses of Congress and it is now law. Can't stop it. Too bad. So sad. Oops. Same day voting. Same thing. Sign it into law. Only hand-counted ballots. Sign it into law. Watermarked ballots. Sign it into law. Having an official watching every single polling place to make sure that these laws are being done. Boom. Sign it into law. No illegal alien allowed to vote in any election, not state or federal election. Federal law supersedes. Boom. Sign it into law. No naturalized citizen, unless you were born here on this in this soil, can run for office. Boom. Sign it into law. Uh-oh. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? All of a sudden, well, what happens when Democrats get power again? How in the HE double hockey sticks are they going to get power when you do all that? Huh? How are they going to do that? And by the way, President Trump goes on in that speech this morning to say, If they get power again, it'll be 10 minutes before they do exactly what I'm telling you to do right now. Whiskey November said, are you retarded advocating for getting rid of the filibuster? Are you retarded? Did you not listen to a word that I just said, dipshit? Are you retarded? You would rather just continue to not get those things done? You're not going to get mail-in ballot done without the filibuster. You're not going to get voter ID done. You're not going to get hand counting done. You're not going to make sure illegal aliens can't vote done. You're not going to get any of that done without the filibuster. We might as well just be sitting here as a lame duck president in a lame duck presidency playing touch butt in the park with Kevin McCarthy. Are you retarded? You sound like a GOP establishment person to me. Never saw you before. Well, get used to it, big boy, big girl, whoever you are, they, them. Get used to it. Because I'm coming to a theater near you real freaking quick. And more people are going to say what I'm saying right now. Because more people have a brain in their heads than you do. You came on the wrong chat bumping those gums because you look like a dumbass. You're saying that you don't want all of those things because you're not going to get them with the filibuster being in the way. Who are you anyway? What have you done? Where do you live? How old are you? What gender are you? What party do you belong to? I can see your IQ is about room temperature. Dipshitiots everywhere. Leave them in there, Eli. Don't ban them. Let them hear the truth. Because that's what it's coming down to. Here's Scott Jennings shutting down David Hogg, who's got a higher IQ than that guy did in the chat just now.
The reason the government is not open right now is because Democrats refuse to be complicit in having millions of Americans, including 100,000 in Kentucky, your home state, if I'm remembering correctly, Scott, that rely on ACA, that would see their premiums rise several
which you can deal with
percent.
separately. It doesn't have to be, those two things do not go together.
But the way that they're doing this right now, they're combining both.
Voting to support the budget still doesn't, if you keeping it closed doesn't fix the ACA. The ACA needs to be reformed. Healthcare needs to be reformed. This is a way bigger question.
You guys failed at that last time. The whole thing was repeal and replace. You had a trifecta. You tried this. You failed.
David, that's not true. They're still in the concept of a plan stage.
No, in terms of
they've been in the
repealing
concept stage since 2000.
But David, you would admit that the ACA was a Democrat legislation, yes? And you would admit that the subsidies that we're talking about now were passed by Democrats, yes? And you would admit that the sunset provision in the subsidies, which comes up at the end of the year, was in place because of Democrats, yes? Now you want to make it a Republican problem. These are not the same issues. You could open the government today, and then you could negotiate with with Republicans about ACA. And by the way, my suspicion is, and you know this, there are probably, and I know there are some House Republicans that would love to negotiate on it, but under duress, under a hostage-taking situation, connecting disconnected issues, and now you're throwing SNAP onto it, you're throwing all the federal workers who aren't being paid onto it, all because of this fight that you wandered into because of your wing of the Democratic Party. You all led to this SNAP crisis. You all led to this crisis of the government being closed, and you don't know how to get out of it.
And you don't know how to get out of it. Just like that dipshit in the live chat. You guys want to hand more power to government? What would happen if AOC was in there? First of all, there'll be no more AOCs coming in there once we do what we just said. Second of all, we're not giving the government more power. We're giving Trump more power. Because, damn it, I voted for this. And I want that man to finish what he started. And we won't need a Trump 2028 if we can do this. He'll have 3 years of unencumbered, massive ability to be able to just ram through all the stuff that we voted for. Stop being a scared coward, because these people already said once they get in, they're nuking the filibuster. So you can sit on your thumbs and wait all you want, but I'm not going to wait so that I can be pillaged and raped. I'm going to go meet him head on like a real man does. You continue to stay in live chats and cry about giving your government more power. I can't stand stupid people, Eli. Diana says, Jeremy, I understand what you're saying, but you need to reword it. We need to get rid of the filibuster, and you're telling people we can't do all this without the filibuster. No, we can't do all this with the filibuster. With the filibuster. We can only do all of this stuff without the filibuster. Because you need 60 votes to change all this stuff in the Senate. So maybe I misspoke and said something while I was rambling off real fast, but we need to get rid of the filibuster. Let me ask you this. Do you think President Trump is wrong in calling to end the filibuster? Do you think that he has not thought this out? And do you think that he is wrong in calling for it? I'll put the live chat up. Let's see what you say. Let's see. Let's see. I want to see somebody say he's wrong. Anyone? Let's see. Because I would love to have a debate. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Abortion. Look at that, folks. Freedom says I was against it at first, but I've changed my mind. I think most people are probably against it first, but when they realize what we could get done so that these Democrats can never cheat again, I think most people change their mind afterwards. Because the proof is in the pudding. It's right there. President Trump, by the way, producer Eli, says he will not adhere and he will not follow that rogue judge's ruling about him having to fund SNAP. He said, I don't care. I'm not going to be held hostage. This government is not going to be held hostage. President Trump announced that the Supplemental Assistance Program will remain on hold until Democrats reopen the federal government. Blasting Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and his radical left ideas and deliberately prolonging the shutdown. He said SNAP benefits, which increased by billions and billions of dollars during crooked Joe Biden's disastrous term in office due to the fact that they were haphazardly handed to anyone who were asking, as opposed to just anyone who needed it, will be given only when the radical Democrats open up the government, which they can easily do and will not be before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. That's what I am talking about, President Trump. And all over news today, the president is defying a judge's orders. Well, he's the president, so, take it up with him. Don't cry about it on your front page. Don't want to hear about it in your monologues. Judge's orders were completely out of line and didn't have the jurisdiction anyway. Don't have the jurisdiction to do it anyway. Here's what President Trump said. Trump wasn't on the ballot and shutdown were the reason that the Republicans lost elections tonight, according to pollsters. Then he said this. Pass voter reform. Pass voter ID. Pass no mail-in ballots. Save our Supreme Court from packing. No two-state addition, etc. Terminate the filibuster. What he's saying is terminate it and sign it into law, because the chances of that ever being overturned again will be slim, if any at all. And then he simply posted, and so it begins. He posted that at 10:34 last night, and so it begins. And so it begins. Now, Mark Wayne Mullen, although I did not agree with Mark Wayne Mullen on the filibuster part, here's Mark Wayne Mullen talking about backdoor deals, backdoor meetings that the Democrat senators are having about opening up the government now that the elections are over.
Senate Democrat that said, quote, we feel like now after the No Kings rally, our neck is simply in a guillotine, and now they got to wait until after the election. That last week, Liz, I know Dick Durbin wanted to break with the Democrats and reopen the government. Chuck Schumer, in a private meeting with other Democrat senators, said that if you'll just wait till after the election, I'll release the handcuffs. I added the handcuff part, but basically I'm paraphrasing what he said. The reason why is because they're afraid their base wouldn't show up today in Virginia, New Jersey, and New York. So it's been about politics. It's never been about policy. It's been about holding the American people as leverage points, regardless of the damage they cause to the livelihood of these individuals. But elections are more important than the Dems, because why? They know their polls is at the very bottom than it's ever been for the Democrat Party.
They're going to try to open up this government this week, which is good. But are they still going to try to demand something? Here's what I say. Are you ready for this? If we don't nuke the filibuster option and open up the government, which I think we should do, I think we should get ahead of the Democrats so they can't use this going into the midterm saying, look, we pressured the Republicans into opening the government that they shut down. Because that's what's going to happen. All you have to do is understand politics just a little bit. You understand how these people work. That's what's going to happen. If we don't do that, then I say you don't give an inch. It's clean CR or it's not opening up the government. You choose, Democrats. And then we'll make the decision on whether or not we want to open it up by nuking the filibuster. But I say don't give an inch. Not an inch. Open it up and say, we did it, we cared, we had to kill the filibuster just to open up the government for you. I'll tell you this. Do you know what would have public support? All the people that are not working right now and all the people that aren't getting paychecks, all the people that aren't getting their government assistance, I bet every one of them would say nuke the filibuster and open it up. Guarantee you they would. Guaranteed. So now he's getting public support to kill the filibuster. And you say that guy doesn't know what he's doing? He's going to get public support from people other than you and I to kill that filibuster. Because, or the Democrats are going to say, let's open it up, and they're going to take the credit, and they're going to use that all the way through the midterms. It's so simple to stop. So simple. But you got John Thune. That's the problem. Jeremy, I like your logic. Stop the cheating and bad Dems and corrupt people will never get into office. That's what it is. If you stop how they're getting into office, which is not by voting, by the way, that's why we're saying stop how they're getting into office. If this was just strictly voting and the voters were like, we want Democrats over Republicans, I would bow out. I'd go find some land somewhere and I would fish till I died. But that's not the case. We're on the front lines, folks. We're on the front lines. Jane said, I'm in furlough. Let's go. End the filibuster. She's actually affected by it. She knows. They're going to get public support for this filibuster. But here's the thing. We're up against the clock. Because the Democrats are going to own it real quick and say, look what we did. It's a game to them. But it is strategy. And we call it out for what it is. And we try to get ahead of the game here on LFA. All right, we got about 15 minutes left here. There was a major crash in Louisville, Kentucky, concerning a UPS plane yesterday, and it was bad, folks. Here is an overhead aerial view of that crash. Or of that explosion, I should say. It's a big one. Let's read the story, and then I'll show you some other videos. A UPS plane with 3 crew members on board crashed on takeoff from the Louisville, Kentucky airport yesterday evening. A UPS MD-11 plane crashed near Louisville, Kentucky. According to preliminary information, the Federal Aviation Administration said that the plane crashed at about 5:15 p.m. as it was taking off for Honolulu. Injuries have been reported after the plane crashed. The Louisville Metro Police Department described the scene as active with fire and debris, warning residents to stay away from Fern Valley and Grade Lane, an intersection located on the south side of the airport, which serves as the hub for the UPS. A shelter in place has been issued for a 5-mile radius. Okay? Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy provided an update. He said crashed around 5:15. The aircraft was a McDonnell Douglas MD-11. And I actually have a couple other, this video right here is really concerning. This was from Nick Sorter. Check this out. There's the still image, right? Go ahead and play this video. That volume was way too loud on that. Look at that, man. What a massive explosion. What an absolute massive explosion. You saw people running. You know what it takes me back to? You remember when Joe Biden stole the election, folks? And planes were crashing. Boeing planes were, doors were getting ripped off. The wings were ripping off. You had trains derailing every week. You had almost 300 food processing plants and food manufacturing plants explode. You had chemical spills in streams all over the country. You mean to tell me that that stuff just stopped? Huh? Are you trying to tell me that that stuff just stopped out of nowhere? Because that's a little odd. But that was going on every week. Here's another video.
Oh my God!
Oh, they're illegal. Ay, Dios mío. Probably illegal.
Pero que pinga Vamos a ver. Espérate. Ay, Dios mío, señor.
Might want to check those tags while you're there.
Mira la cantidad de gente cogiendo candela, papi.
That's a massive explosion. No links in the live chat, guys. Only LFA-related links, okay? B-patches if you want to put that link down below in the permanent section below, you're allowed to do that, okay? Patriot said, Jeremy, I got my LFA shirt. Great, thank you. You're very welcome. Very welcome. Pretty bad when we're in a country, Eli, where every time we hear Spanish now or another language, we have to say, I wonder if those people are illegal. We didn't used to do that until Joe Biden allowed an invasion to happen in our country. Now we do. I want to give the Smarty Award of the day right now. Let's go ahead and cue the drum roll. Representative Brandon Gill gets the Smarty Award of the day today for impeachment articles on Judge Boasberg. Let's go. Awesome. Representative Brandon Gill introduced impeachment articles against Judge James Boasberg amid the Arctic frost conspiracy, or should I say, criminal activity. Texas Republican Congressman Brandon Gill, who I believe is married to Dinesh D'Souza's daughter. Good group of people. Filed articles of impeachment against U.S. District Judge James Boasberg amid revelations that the Obama-appointed activist approved secret subpoenas to seize private phone records of senators and American people during the sham Arctic frost investigation with Jack Smith. So we already know the whole story. I don't need to go through that whole story, but the good news is that articles of impeachment have been placed and have been submitted for Judge James Boasberg. So we'll see where that goes, but we needed somebody to do it. We needed someone to do it. Attorney General Pam Bondi can also bring criminal charges against Boasberg on counts of ready for this. And if I can do this job, then Pam Bondi, you should be able to do this job too. Deprivation of rights under color of law. We talked about it yesterday, 18 U.S. Code 242. Obstruction of justice proceedings before Congress, 18 U.S. Code 1505. And conspiracy against rights, 18 U.S. Code 241. Representative Gill told Fox after introducing the resolution, Chief Judge Boasberg has compromised the impartiality of the judiciary and created a constitutional crisis. He is shamelessly weaponizing his power against his political opponents, including Republican members of Congress who are faithfully serving the American people within their jurisdictions. Judge Boasberg was an accomplice in the egregious Arctic frost scandal where he equipped the Biden DOJ to spy on Republican senators. His lack of integrity makes him clearly unfit for the gavel, the congressman continued. I am proud to announce introduce articles of impeachment against Judge Boasberg to hold him accountable for his high crimes and his misdemeanors. Thank you, Brandon Gill. Let's see where that goes, okay? Got a couple more stories here. Did you guys see the police body cam of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office who was involved in a shooting? This is pretty incredible. A heroic Florida sheriff's deputy guns down a cowardly armed thug choking a helpless 7-year-old child. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office revealed that deputies responded to a domestic violence call at a home in Brandon after 2 p.m. on Sunday. The caller explained to the officers that a 27-year-old Mario Camacho had a knife to their 7-year-old brother's throat and was choking him. Once the deputies arrived on scene, Camacho barricaded himself with his brother in the back bedroom. In the footage released by the HCSO, the sheriff's deputies, one male and one female, announced their presence and demanded that the suspect show himself and release the child, who was screaming for help. Drop the knife and bring the child out of the room, the male officer says. And the rest, well, you can see it in this video. If there's any squeamish people or kids in there, I might say viewer discretion is advised. Let's play it now.
Hey, Sheriff's Office, make yourself known. Sheriff's Office, make yourself known.
Send the kid out.
Send the child out, please. Stay in the child. Bring the child out of the room. Drop the knife and bring the child out of the room. Drop the knife, bring the child out of the room.
Kid saying, bust down the door. Took you that many kicks?
Let me see your hands right now.
You're gonna
Let me
get
see your
shot.
hands.
You are gonna get
Let
shot.
me see your hands right now.
Imagine being a kid for the rest of his
Let me
life.
see your hands right now. Let me see your hands right now. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Drop the knife. Drop it.
Headshot. Right through the helmet,
Come on,
done.
baby. Come on.
That poor
Come
kid.
on.
That poor kid. That poor kid. And guess what? Democrats would stand up for that guy and say, how dare you bust down his door? How dare you? Eli, that's what I'm talking about. Bust down the door, pop him in the head, no questions asked, get the kid out. That's the kind of stuff we voted for.
Yep. That was some damn fine work right there by that officer. I would have said, though, do it a little sooner. Just wrap it up. They're obviously not complying. They're not going to comply. Put the bullet in the head, end the day.
Well, I mean, it was less than 10 seconds, dude, when he had that door open. I mean, 10 seconds to make that decision while there's a kid there with a guy holding the knife to his head. I mean, they did it pretty quick. I mean, I don't know how much quicker they could have done it.
I don't know. It's 5 seconds too long for me.
No, I get it, man, but that poor kid, for the rest of his life, is going to have to deal with that. And that's the crappy part. That's the crappy part. Hey, you want to see something crazy? You want to see something really crazy? You want to see something scary? I thought Halloween was over. Look at the look on that guy's face. What in the HE double hockey sticks is going on there?
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure. If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Well, we'll come back to that video in just 1 second. Right now, I think it's time to take armor colostrum together. How about you guys? I like to do this with you every single day to show you that I am not just a spokesperson for armor colostrum. I am actually a user. No, I love this stuff, man. Been on this stuff for like a year or more. It's incredible. Now, I'm a dry scooper, right? But you do have to have a drink with you because it kind of hardens up in your mouth when you put it on, when you take that first scoop. I take 2 to 4 scoops a day, and that keeps the baldness away. 2 to 4 scoops a day keeps the heartburn away. 2 to 4 scoops a day keeps the bloating and the acid reflux away. It keeps the fungus away from toenails and fingernails and keeps your fingers growing nice and healthy and your toenails growing nice and healthy. There is no limit to what 400 plus bionutrients can do when you are taking Armor Colostrum every single day. Now, there are other colostrum products out there, but Armor is the leader in colostrum. Okay? They have 4 different kinds. They have unflavored. They have orange, watermelon, peach. Oh, and they've added wild lime if you're a favorite of lime. TryArmor.com. It's right there on your screen. You're going to have to actually enter that promo code LFA TV, though. Okay? You can go to the landing page, but when you sign out, it's going to say, please put in a promotional code, put in LFA TV, and then click apply. Okay? You'll see almost $18 fall off real quick. TryArmor.com/LFA TV. Promo code LFA TV. Click apply. You'll get almost $18 off, and you'll be sitting as pretty as I am. Well, I'm not pretty, but I feel a lot better. I'll tell you that. tryarmra.com. Also, you know, another group of people told me yesterday that you guys were like, and I'm only telling you the God's honest truth here, okay? They said, nobody that we have ever worked with about precious metals has ever bought more than the LFA audience. So I don't know what you guys are doing out there. Maybe you're understanding exactly the importance of owning precious metals, especially with the dollar and inflation and the debt and the technology that is needing all of these things. But I'm going to tell you where we're at right now. Gold is about to cross $4,000 again, and silver is about ready to cross $50 again. It's just under $50, and gold is $39.82 right now. Okay? Palladium and platinum sitting around. Palladium is at $14.50, and palladium is at $15.63. So, if anybody out there still wants to invest in precious metals, there's always no time like now, because it's always going to go up. Always. Because there's only a finite amount of it. So you can invest some, all, a little bit of your 401k and your retirement, your IRAs. There's so many different options for you. But the best thing to do is call Rich Jacoby. Call these people and talk to them yourselves, okay? They will not do anything, all upfront costs, all upfront fees, and they will hold all storage for you, and you get a free guide. All you have to do is go to goldencrestmetals.com. And you see Suzanne, she put that in the link for you, and I will pin it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Get yours today. See that handsome guy right there? The guy who takes armor colostrum? He's got gold, he's got silver, and I've got some palladium. I don't have any platinum, though. Maybe that'll be the next thing on the list. Anyway, going back to Mr. Halloween, watch this zombie try to walk around.
It's quiet.
Imagine he thought he was going to be president again. They said that he was good. Oh, hi, everyone. Back from the dead. Looks like a freaking zombie. He's not going to need that security detail for much longer. At least that'll be a savings in our pocket. What is happening? The guy can barely walk. He can barely speak. Man, that auto pen would have been in high gear had this guy stayed president. That auto pen would have been working overtime. Scary stuff, folks. Scary, scary stuff. What do you got there, Eli?
Oh, this one made me laugh. My granddaughter was at an Arlington restaurant and President Biden came over and sang happy birthday to her friend turning 15. I said, wow, Biden walked over unaccompanied and uninvited to a group of 15-year-old girls? You don't say.
He sniffed them. He didn't say happy birthday. He sniffed happy birthday. He went. And then I'll leave you with this. With this trans.
Right.
And the guy that we love that brings Christ to him.
Timothy, I'm Joseph Philip Daniel.
Nice to meet you. Called him by his male
Hopefully
name.
you don't have child porn on your phone. Better not be a pedophile. God's watching you, man.
Could you please give us some space?
And what you do on Capitol Hill,
and the guy
I'll
that we
come
love
back
that
to
brings
you.
Christ to
Jesus
him.
is watching you, Timothy McBride.
Joseph Philip.
Man, how dare you act like a woman out here?
Yes.
How dare you?
Yes. Yes. How dare you? Folks, there are right ways and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, your chest out, your head up high, because you are a child of God and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Look, I want you to do me a favor. Stay in and watch Pete's show, okay? He's got some explosive news. I hate to see people leave when Pete's show is so good. Stay in, watch Pete's show, show him how dedicated you are, and don't be one of those people with your feet up. God bless you guys. I love you. See you later. Peace!
Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, do I have a lot to say. It is 1 o'clock, and I want everybody to stay right there because President Trump is going to be joining us soon to speak in Florida as the justices are mulling the tariffs. He spoke a little bit earlier this morning. I don't think we got a chance to play that. But his commentary is going to be the lead off to my commentary about what the heck is going on in America. And you know what? I'm going to lay down the gauntlet today. You guys want me to tell you the truth, or do you want me to just kind of string you along right to the edge of the edge of falling into the abyss? Because we're about to, if you don't pay attention to what I have to say. I want everyone to shelter in place right now, okay? Stop lining up your U-Hauls and evacuating New York City. I say we have reverse migration back to New York City. Let's stand and fight. Let's stand and fight. Let's go back and take it, because when you get that many illegal aliens that flood any particular city, you get all of these South American communists. If you bring that many people from that many communist countries and then you stick them into a zone in New York City and they speak 160 different languages, how many of those languages do you think they're going to appreciate the language of English and the United States of America? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have some commentary. We're going to go to President Trump's commentary from this morning. He had a meeting, and by the way, I'm all in with the nuclear option, getting rid of the filibuster. Do it now, or wait until they take over, and then they're going to deploy the filibuster. So I say we do it now, nuke them till they glow, and then use all their communist asses for runway lights, okay? That's what I say. Now, let's listen to some of President Trump's commentary this morning. He had breakfast with the senators, and that topic was the nuclear option, of course, I'm sure, after he kicked all the press out of the room. And then he cussed them all out and said, do it now or forever hold your peace. So let's go to that. Here he is. And the mic will get much better, okay? It'll get much better here in a second, so just bear with me, all right?
Last night it was not expected to be a victory.
I'm going to play an excerpt of this.
I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody. But we had an interesting evening, and we learned a lot. And we're going to talk about that, and I'll say a few remarks, and then after that I'll ask the press to leave. The press has been very, very nice to us the last couple of months. They were great to us in terms of the foreign visits with China, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, and they were actually terrific. So I want to thank you for that. I'm sure you'll get back to your normal ways soon. But we did a great job over in China, and we've done a great job in turning off wars. We stopped 8 wars, and we have 1 to go, as you probably know, and that'll get stopped also. But we've done a great job, so it's really been an honor to do it, and I did it with many of the people in this room. Every one of you I know, and every one of you I like our leaders, I like everybody. But I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown, how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans. And that was a big factor. And they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor. But I don't know about that. But I was honored that they said that. And I just want to thank everybody for being here. And a very special thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's doing a terrific job. J.D., thank you. As well as the Senate leadership team that has been working very hard, working really, I will tell you, nobody's working any harder representing the American people, including Senator John Thune. John, thank you. Great job. Senator John Barrasso. John, thank you very much. Senator Tom Cotton, wherever you may be. Tom, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Senator Shelley.
By the way, this is what I call the the Thank You Industrial Complex.
Senator James Langford.
Thank you.
One of my favorite states.
Look, thank everybody.
77 out of 77. 77 out of 77. Reagan was 56. That was the record. We got every one of them. Thank you, James. And a fantastic friend of mine and an incredible advocate during the election a year ago, Tim Scott. Thank you, Tim. So as you know, we are in the midst of a disastrous Democrat-created government shutdown, and it is Democrat-created, but I don't think they're getting really the blame that they should. That's now officially the longest shutdown in American history. The Democrat radicals in the Senate have shown zero interest in reopening the government, and I don't think they'll act so soon. A lot of people disagree. I've been saying for the last 30 days, we've had 4 or 5 different points. Yes, sir, they're going to get it right now. We should have it done in a day. I've heard that about 4 times. I heard it after Kings. You know, they said I was a king. And I heard it after Kings. I heard it after a couple of other moments in time. And I said, no, I don't believe so. And now I heard it's after the election. I don't believe so. I think they will. I think they're kamikaze pilots. I just got back from Japan. I talked about the kamikaze pilots. I think these guys are kamikaze. They'll take down the country if they have to. So I don't think so. Millions of Americans are going to be without SNAP benefits. And I will say about SNAP benefits, so when I was president, we had $7 billion worth, and now they have many times that, because these benefits were given to anybody that asked, and they're up to, I hear, just many times, $47 billion. So it wasn't the purpose of SNAP. It was for people that really had problems, down and out, people that really had problems. But during Biden, they gave it to anybody that wanted it. I think it's something you have to talk about because the numbers are incredible. But countless public servants are now not being paid, and the air traffic control system is under increasing strain. We must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it up. We have the hottest economy we've ever had, and it's affecting.
Yeah, that's right. I said it's hot.
Now a little bit.
The hottest
economy.
economy.
The stock market, as of Friday, has hit many record highs during the last 9 months. Many. And it will again. This is just the beginning, because when these plants that are being built right now start opening up, we've never had anything like this as a boom. There's a construction boom right now, but that's going to be bigger than that. That's going to be an economic boom as soon as they open up, and it's going to be something special. We have car companies coming in. When I was in Japan, Toyota, Mr. Toyota, I said, "What's your name?" "Toyota." I said, "Oh, you're rich." I said, "How much of the company do you own?" 92.1%. I said, "I'm glad you said the one. He wants to be." I said, "You're a rich guy." And he said, "I'm investing $10 billion in the U.S. And you know who I'm talking about, right? You introduced me, Mr. Senator.
Just a little bit more here, and then we'll kick off this show.
Japan. He's still good. He's still strong, but he had no interest in investing in this country. Now he's investing $10 billion as of 1 week ago in building new plants. We have auto plants coming in incredibly, but we have AI and all of them. And we can't be extorted to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally, many from prisons, many drug dealers. A lot of people came in from mental institutions. They want to give a lot of money to the people that came in illegally. We have to get them out. We can't. No country can sustain that. That's not like an attack on our country. In no country, these are not going to be productive people. These are going to be anti-productive people. And we can all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we can't let that happen. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's
there you
the only
go.
way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3.25. We have 3.25 years, so that's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension,
Bisbee with a
we should do our own.
We have a $200 Rumble rant. Thank you very much, Bisbee, for that, for all of your support. By the way, we are not brought to you by Big Pharma. We're brought to you by you, the people. We, the people. So thank you and welcome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I played that part where he got to the filibuster. He's already expressed that Republicans just consistently get their tails kicked. They do. But, you know, there's two sides to this coin to what happened last night. Number one, these are communists that live in communist enclaves, and they voted for communism. Is there any shock that you got communist results? No. So don't tell me that, you know, everybody in New York City that has been left behind, okay, that has been left behind, and I'm going to tell you why they've been left behind. But those that remain in New York City, that hodgepodge of, they call it a melting pot, but I call it a toxic soup of freaking illegal aliens that came from communist countries, okay, that were participating in the vote last night. There was no voter ID, so you know you had a certain portion of them that were participating in the election process, of course, because they got to get they have to usher their communists in. But the bottom line is New York City has become a communist enclave. What do you expect you're going to get when the people that are communists go to vote? They're going to vote for a communist in a communist enclave. No surprises there. Virginia, ladies and gentlemen, it's like Burns, Oregon. You got nothing left. Burns, Oregon, by the way, used to be the most prosperous, highest per capita income. They killed industry and moved in a bunch of federal government employees, Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service, and you got carp counters out there. Who do you think they're voting for? They're not going to vote to make America great again. They're going to vote to keep the federal bureaucrats in Burns, Oregon. Now, listen, there were miners, loggers, there were ranchers, there were 300,000 head of cattle. They got rid of them. Next thing you know, they got a pelican farm out there, and you got a bunch of carp counters that work for the federal government, and they're all voting for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Mamdani. They don't care. They just want to keep their scam going. These are a bunch of these communist enclaves. They've got communist voters that are feeding the federal bureaucracy, okay? That's called Virginia. You got a bunch of CIA agents and government employees. What do you think they're going to be voting for? Whoever the frig is not Trump, because Trump wants to get rid of fraud, waste, and abuse. They are living proof of fraud, waste, and abuse. They're doing nothing. They're sucking the lifeblood out of our country. So you got Virginia. New Jersey, you know, the only thing that ever came out of New Jersey was Jersey Shore. That was it. And those people are old and have too much, what do you call it, plastic surgery. They're done. They're used up. They're gone. Now what? Now what do you got? Where's Crispy Donuts? Where's he at? New Jersey's done. Chattarelli, okay, going up against his opponent, it was a shot in the dark to begin with. Now, could the Republicans have done better? Absolutely. Did they? No. What's the end result? This is the end result, ladies and gentlemen. It's the same thing that we're getting from New York City when instead of staying and fighting, okay, you have mass migration towards Florida. And I don't know how to say this without saying this. I don't know how to say this without offending everybody. But I'm going to tell you something right now. We don't have a Republican Party, a group of Republicans with Republican principles. They know how to stand and fight. They cut and run. And what do you get? You get millions of people gone from New York City that could have been casting their votes to defeat Mamdani. The U.S. Senate's handling of a short-term debt ceiling increase during a high-stakes standoff that risks that's too much. What do you got going on there? What's it? Oh, mass exodus. There you go. New York City exodus, a 2024 poll of New Yorkers statewide, but reflective of New York City trends, found that 46% of Republicans planned to leave the state. I'm going to have to put it this way, because eventually we're going to have to. I mean, this is the fight, rather than take up arms against these communists, which eventually that's going to happen. But you're not going to be able to do that if everybody goes to Florida. We can't just surrender New York City. We can't just cut and run every time we suck, okay? When we suck at politics and we can't defeat our opponents, what do? What do the Republicans do? They run. That's like the freaking army in Vietnam. What happens when the Viet Cong come out of a little tunnel? They ran, left their equipment behind. That's what's been happening here. I've had this discussion with Deb, and I agree with her that we need to stand and fight here, ladies and gentlemen. Our country is slowly but surely, incrementally. Now we got Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders says, Dems have to take Mondami's message all over this country. Really? That's called a pandemic. Okay? Because whatever it is that the Dems are selling, taking it around the country is to destroy the country. What's going on in California? It's communism. What's going on in Illinois? It's communism. What's going on in New York? Oh, unbelievable. Can you imagine? The free market, the supposed free market capitalist capital of the world has been handed to a global Islamic terrorist. A guy that proudly proclaimed, got up to the podium and said, I am a democratic socialist. Proudly. You're gonna hear that in just a couple of minutes here. But before we get to that, okay, I'm not going to go back to President Trump. I said I was going to play just an excerpt of it. This just happened moments ago. Bernie Sanders, okay, Chuck Schumer's up at the podium. One of the most powerful Democrats, correct? Supposed to be at the top of the food chain. What happens the day after Mamdani gets elected and the communists are in the... that guy's full-blown, not democratic socialist, full-blown communist. Who interrupts the top Democratic leadership right in the middle of a shutdown? Bernie Sanders. Bernie literally pushes Schumer aside right in the middle of the press conference that took place. And I'm going to bring that to you right now.
It, to some degree, got hijacked.
Listen to this.
It absolutely got hijacked, John. Good to see you. I've never seen anything like this. It was stunning. Bernie Sanders walks into this press conference that was supposed to have Chuck Schumer at the podium. Instead, Sanders took the podium to talk about the elections last night, and I asked him about Schumer, if Schumer was part of this old guard that's undercutting younger Dems, and Sanders confessed, it's no secret, the party is divided. And all of this comes, John, after Schumer did not endorse Mamdani. And here's how Schumer responded to all of it today.
I'm moving forward. This morning I talked with Mayor-elect Mamdani. We had a very, very good conversation. We said that we cared about New York City and that we look forward to working together to help the city and improve the city. I congratulated him on running a very, very good campaign.
Well, he may want to pay close attention to AOC. She sent a stark warning to the old guard last night. Watch.
He had to not just defeat a Republican, he had to defeat a Republican and the old guard of the Democratic Party at the same time. The Democratic Party cannot last much longer by denying the future, by trying to undercut our young, by trying to undercut a next generation.
John, you could say shots have been fired within the Democratic Party. I asked Schumer if he was running for a re-election. He didn't answer my question. By the way, he's up in 2029. Lots of talk out there about a possible AOC primary or potentially another progressive if she runs for the White House. John?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people are looking at the potential for a primary challenge in 2028. We'll see if it happens. Aisha, as always, thank you so much. Appreciate it. While it didn't look like it happened in Minneapolis and doesn't look like it's going to happen in Seattle, the socialist wave in America is definitely beginning.
And we must kill it. We must kill it. I'm a socialist killer, okay? I'm a commie killer. Killer commie for your mommy. The ism of socialism and communism must be destroyed, okay? We don't cut, run, and go to Florida, okay? That's called vacation. We don't go on freaking vacation to Florida, okay? Our studio audience is we're packing the court here with Floridians, okay? As a matter of fact, they don't want any more people in Florida, okay? You guys need to stop cutting and running. Socialism is on its way. You want me to prove it to you? Listen, they're just right out in the open. In your face, you coward cut and runners, right? I mean, this... Oh, hold on a second. I cut and run from California. I did. But it wasn't part of a mass migration. I was the only one that left. I came to Ohio. On my way out, I filled up my gas tank at $4.25. Remember that, studio audience? $4.25 per gallon. And I came all the way out to Ohio. And as I came across the country, actually, as soon as I left California, it went down to $2 and change. But I was one of the first ones that left California. I said, this place is not good. I mean, registration, cost of living, all that stuff. These are a bunch of communists. I was up in the high deserts, like one of the only places up there where they appreciate the Second Amendment. I used to shoot, rabbits off my back porch. Listen to this, Mom Dummy.
After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older.
Listen to this. This is what you're running from, New Yorkers. Okay? You know what? Let's move to New York. Let's pack up. Go to New York. Yeah, somebody needs to fight in New York. I think we might have to go back to New York. But otherwise, you're going to get this crap.
I am Muslim.
Oh, really? Muslim, huh? We kill Muslims, right? Freaking brown people in the desert. We've been doing that for 20-something years. When did it stop? When did we stop killing Muslims? Whatever happened? Is this the global war on, oh my God, I'm sorry? What's it? Is this the global war on oops? Huh?
I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all,
you smell when you stick your ass in the air at the mosque. You smell. Listen, I am a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. We freaking shoot Muslims. What? We do. It's the global war on... Oh, sorry? What? Is that what I have to call it now? I can't say that we shoot Muslims. The ones that flew their planes into... I haven't forgotten about 9/11. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, folks. I haven't forgotten about the Muslim John Brennan from the Central Intelligence Agency. He was a CIA station chief in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. This is an absolute fact that Muslim convert that went into the CIA was the Jeddah, Saudi Arabia station chief who had 3 CIA assets on the list of 15 of the 9/11 hijackers. He overrode his assistant station chief and gave the 9/11 hijackers their visas. They came in and flew their planes into freaking buildings. I remember that happening. I've done all kinds of research. Muslims, okay, want to kill us. And that's been ongoing for about 1,400 years. I am a Muslim.
After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim.
What the?
I'm a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
Okay, now, at what point do we start recognizing that Trump derangement syndrome? Okay, let me ask you this. And I don't want Republicans saying this, okay? Because we put President Trump there. Our ideology, you could have taken a freaking bobblehead, put President Trump on it, and sent him there. Who sent him there? I did. At what point are we going to say that Trump derangement syndrome is a derangement syndrome against the people that put him there? These are freaking fighting words when you say you don't want Trump. You don't want me. You don't want my ideas. You don't want my Judeo-Christian values. You don't want my constitutional republic. That's what you don't want. And when you stand up there and say, I am a Muslim, I am a socialist, and I don't like Trump, let's convert that to they don't like you. Who are the majority of Americans that don't like freaking Muslims, that don't like democratic socialists. And what do we got in New York City? Everybody mass migrating out. I heard it from somebody, and I absolutely agreed with them. You could hear the engines revving right at the border of New York. U-Hauls pointed towards Florida. Everybody getting ready to run because they're afraid of a little smelly freaking Muslim? Really? I say we protest the freaking crap out of that guy, okay? Every time he says something socialist, we protest him. We storm the freaking Bastille. We go in and take his socks out of his drawer like they did in Somalia or whatever. Remember that? They stormed the presidential castle and took the presidential underwear. I say we do that. Take the mayor's socks. So he has no socks. We storm the Bastille. When you do socialist crap in a constitutional republic, the people in the constitutional republic have to respond. They don't run. Point made? These people are gloating. You want to hear the gloating? Listen to this. I got a great quick clip for you. Now remember, anytime they say they're rebuking Trump, who are they rebuking? Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. They're rebuking you. This is not an attack on Trump. I find myself saying they're TDSers, right? They're literally celebrating attacking Americans, okay? They will do everything in favor of some freaking communist drug dealer out of South America, okay? And then they give them their IDs, they let them go vote for their communists, and then they start attacking fellow Americans. These are fighting words, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand? These are fighting words. Are you guys ready to stand up and fight with me? Number one, elections are not going to fix a freaking thing. I'm sick and tired of watching everybody get into this tizzy, including me, about voting in an election system that is rigged. It's totally freaking rigged. I want to know how many people showed up to the voting polls last night in New York City that weren't even eligible to vote. There's no voter ID. You can't even validate the freaking vote from yesterday. There's no voter IDs. The electronic voting machines are freaking rigged. We already know that. So why do we rely so heavily on voting? Why is everyone telling us to go vote? Stupid. Stupid. And then you get the communists that are celebrating. Here they are. Oh, how's the mandate? Anytime you hear them say that they're attacking Trump, they're attacking Americans. Americans.
Get your opinion on some of the things he talked. Joe,
Listen
your
to
eyebrows
this.
just went straight up. What are the things?
And you got the black communists at the freaking lead.
Frustrated, having a big.
Audie, look at this morning with Audie Cornhole.
Yeah, totally, there's friction, but Audie, that is the point: is that the more Democrats come out and the more diversity of candidates that we have, the more likely we're going to win. And we saw the enthusiasm off the charts here in New York. We saw the return of the national security Democrat, now leading New Jersey and Virginia, and also this idea that the wins last night really demonstrate why President Trump wants to change the map ahead of the election next year. I mean, made it clear as day, and I think Ken Martin's right in saying that, and that's a good message as well.
I mean, I know I hear this message. Do you think that's why he wants to?
You know what message I hear? Does anybody hear coming from their mouths anything that is of American values, true American values? Do we want free bus tickets for everybody in America? Is that what the majority of people want? We know what that means. When you give free bus tickets and free this, and let's disband the police. I mean, we can just go through the whole freaking list. We don't have to do that. But does anybody hear them presenting American values? Anyone? That's the messaging I hear. But they blame it on Trump because they don't want to seem like they're attacking everybody that voted for him, you know. although they do. But they've got their straw man. It's a freaking voodoo doll, okay? They're literally using President Trump as a voodoo doll to put a hex on all Americans.
Change the map. That's what we heard from Newsom, the idea that, like, this guy knows he's vulnerable and this is why you have to do this. Because let's face it, even though Republicans have criticized Democrats for gerrymandering, it's pretty clear the, like, hey, can you guys do this? Hey, can you guys do this? Kind of moving from state house to state house and asking Republicans to make this move.
It's something both sides have done. Both sides have made it a political football on their side. The difference is Texas is allowed to do this. Some of the other states, like California, have had to change their law, right? That's what we saw last night. I think one of the things that he said, though, that was very, very telling was that he said that the Democratic Party is a party by addition, and he was one of the people who came out there when Zohran Mamdani won the Democratic nominee, and that we can only move forward adding people. I think that was a veiled shot at Chuck Schumer, the leader of his own party, for not taking a position on Mamdani. If Schumer is serious about adding seats in the Senate, certainly he doesn't share the opinion of the party chairman.
Yeah, also, I think every time maybe a Democrat hugs Mamdani closer, like a Republican consultant gets their wings, right? Like there's just some idea that you're going to be able to make some sort of messaging hay out of that. What did you hear, Sarah?
Well, I think what's interesting is that for so long, the Democratic Party was very torn. I think back to 2016 and Bernie versus Hillary and the leaked emails that suggested that the DNC was taking a very formal side. And what you see 10 years later, almost 10 years later, is that they are still trying to convince the Democratic Party that that's not a problem, right? Him coming out here and saying, we are a big tent, we represent everybody. You got to convince a lot of people who didn't forget what happened 9 years ago that that is the case. And there's a lot of people
and at the end of the day, it was Bernie on stage with this person, arms aloft.
Yes. Yeah, but I do think that we're seeing the healing now in real time.
Is this what healing
What is healing? What are we healing from, ladies and gentlemen? What are we healing from? There is no healing, okay? We don't negotiate with Hamas. Right? We bombed the frickin' bejesus out of them. President Trump needs to sign an executive order just declaring these people that they're not to be negotiated with. 1,400 years of this militancy where they worship their fake god Allah and their fake freaking Muhammad scumbag, right? It's a fake religion. It's a Trojan horse for their militancy to do what? To oppress people with their Sharia law. This is a fact, ladies and gentlemen. I need to get my resident expert, his subject matter expert on the anti-Semitism from the past 1,400 years. Well documented. They want to advance their caliphate. They want to install their Sharia law. And over that 1,400-year period, they've killed hundreds of millions, just under 200 million Jews and Christians. That's what their existence is all about. So what are we healing from? 1,400 years and all of a sudden we're going to heal? We're going to heal from that? No. It must be eradicated. Listen, they started out with a small group. Now they have billions of these smelly freaking militants everywhere. And the mosques are used to store their freaking guns and to radicalize their minions. To do what? To kill Jews and Christians. Does that sound to the extreme? Does that sound like an extreme concept? That's what they exist to do, to bring their caliphate everywhere around the world, okay? This is global dominance. Do you remember Joseph Stalin and Mikhail Gorbachev and all of those Soviets? They wanted to bring communism everywhere and install it by force. You have to install it by force. Nobody's going to magnetically be attracted to communism. It's got to be done by force. That's what their Muslim Brotherhood freaking fueled caliphate is all about. Does that sound extreme to you? Do I sound like a radical? Or do I sound like somebody that knows what the frig I'm talking about? It's a pretty well-informed opinion that they want to kill us, and now we're putting them in office to what? Slow cook us? What are you doing? Do we have that California piece? Hold on one second. Stand by. I don't have Prop 50 here. Watch this. Trump is your president is on the screen. That's the fight we need to be in right there. I'm gonna show it to you again. Okay, watch on Mondami's acceptance screen. Trump is your president. Yeah, and the whole crowd is watching it. That's the kind of fight we need to be in. Okay, this is what I want to suggest. It may sound radical. Okay. But guess what? You need to know who your adversary is, all right? You need to stop, excuse the expression, Republicans, Christian Republicans especially, all right? Stop acting like a bunch of pussies and let's get in a fight. If your boss is the Democrat, you know what I want you to do? Take a pair of scissors, okay? Get under his desk where his Ethernet cord plugs into the wall and just cut half of it, okay? And just cut half of it. That's it. Put tacks in his freaking seat. So when he sits down, the freaking tacks are upside down and he gets freaking tacks in his ass. Okay? Right? That's the best kind of taxation. You need to sabotage the Democrat socialist in the freaking cubicle next to you. Time to do that. Do it covertly. All right? And if you get caught, accept full responsibility. Who cares? We're at war, ladies and gentlemen. We don't sit there and say, oh, well, maybe the next time we'll get another New York City. Really? 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 You think so? Our founders actually had, what is it, Tunk's Tavern, or what's it called? Tunk's Tavern, I think it is. Our founding fathers helped build New York City. And what did we do? Oh, they all died in vain. We just handed the freaking city to a bunch of communists. Prop number 50, California voters approved Proposition 50 with 68% support. And freaking Hitler was voted in with 98% support. Gavin, empowering the Democratic legislature to redraw congressional districts through 2023 and bypassing the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. How many fake mail-in ballots were there? How many do you think? How many people believe that the election system in California is not rigged? How many of you want to ignore everything I've been telling you about the Venezuelan whistleblowers that are offshore in Europe, okay, that have been saying that they overthrew 70 countries through electronic voting machine fraud? And it's multiple layered. It's not just electronic voting machines, ballot stuffing, all of that stuff. Speaking of ballot stuffing, we're going to get to that. But let's get us a Newsom Prop 50 update. Here he is gloating about his freaking voting fraud win with 60. You can't get 68% of anyone to do anything. There's no 68% support of anything. Okay? Nothing. Right now, I want you to go up and down the street and get 68% of the people in your neighborhood to do something. Just step outside and pick up the dollar bill that's on the freaking sidewalk. They won't do it. Some of them will argue. They'll be questioning it. You can't get 68% of the people to walk outside of their house and pick up a bundle of $100 bills on the sidewalk. Guaranteed you can't do that. Some of them are going to be arguing. Some are going to think it's a hoax. You might get 50%, maybe 50%. Is that true? You can't get 68% of anyone to do anything. Oh, but in California, they got 68% support.
Let me underscore, it's been a good evening for everybody, not just the Democratic Party. But what a night for the Democratic Party.
What a night for election rigging.
Is in its ascendancy. A party that's on its toes, no longer on its heels. From coast to coast, sea to shining sea. But it was not just a victory tonight.
Who's the hot blonde? Is that his wife or is that his campaign manager's wife? Oh, that's his wife. Oh. Who had sex with Harvey Weinstein. Right. Yeah, she was she cleaned the Fermunda in the creases of his fupa. There you go.
For the Democratic Party, it was a victory for the United States of America, for the people of this country and the principles that our founding fathers lived and died for. And so we're proud. We're proud here in California to be part of this narrative this evening. We're proud of the work that the people of the state of California did tonight to send a powerful message to an historic president, Donald Trump.
No. Okay. Here we go. You ready, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to be interrupted. And by the way, I anticipate this is going to go right to the top of the hour. Will Johnson will take it. I told you that President Trump was going to be
of our country.
Joining us.
He'll talk about wages being up as well. Basically,
everybody stand by. Here he is. He's on stage right now.
In place since he took office some 9 months ago, Sandra.
Yeah, he is going to call out the communists, the Marxists, the socialists, the globalists. He says they had their chance and they delivered disaster. Their day is over, their grip is broken, and their term is done. He is expected to say in this speech, the golden age of America has begun and we are just getting started. So it looks like he is set to set a very optimistic tone at the business forum there in Miami.
Why is she talking over God Bless the USA?
Among the people who are Trump supporters as to whether or not they need to take a message from what happened yesterday. Obviously, Mamdani winning is something that's going to be very good for the Republican Party.
Shut up, okay? This is what I'm going to say. I don't want to hear a blended version of God Bless the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, our top news headline, here it is. Should be no surprise that the commies voted for the communists in communist enclaves. It should not be a surprise. But my main message is to stand and fight like this guy right here. Here he is.
And I love Miami. I love to be with the people. Many of you are not from Miami, but that's okay too. And I'm thrilled to be back in magnificent Florida, Miami, Florida, with thousands of incredible business leaders and true American patriots. That's what you are. We're gathered today on the one-year anniversary of the single most consequential election victory. They say, this is them, this isn't me. I'm a very modest person. I would never say this. The single most consequential election victory in American history is possible. I mean, it's possible. We've done a lot. On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We lost a little bit of sovereignty last night in New York, but we'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. On that magnificent night, 365 days ago, you know, I was with a group of very important people, and they say, think of it, last week, just last week, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, they said, you were campaigning 1 year ago. I said, no, it felt like I've been in this position for so long. And it's right. At that point, 1 year ago, I was actually campaigning. We did the McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot.
Great.
And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked, and we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us. Biggest vote in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president, and I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy, you'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years, less than, think of it, less than 1 trillion. That was not doing too good. In 9 months, I've secured commitments of over $18 trillion, and we're going to have $21 trillion within the first year. So Sleepy Joe did, think of that. In 4 years, he did less than $1 trillion. We're going to have $21 trillion in 1 year. I would say it's slightly better. Slightly, just a little bit better. The stock market has set 40-time all-time record highs, and just recently, record high, record high, record high. All of them, all of the different exchanges. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing, almost 4%. And as you know, they said, oh, it'll be 2% or 1%. And it's been really helped a lot by the tariffs. It's been really helped incredibly, because this is really a transition period. We went from a horrible, failed country to a tremendous success. It's a transition, and yet we did almost 4%, triple and even quadruple almost every other country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In the third quarter, we're on track to achieve an estimated 4.2, maybe more. Who knows? I think if you go a couple of years out, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen, because all of these places that are now under construction, they're being built. They're going to be open, and thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs are coming in, even building them. But when they open, that's when you're really going to see the numbers. We're building some of the biggest buildings ever built anywhere in the world. The AI buildings, you know, they can cover, they show displays of them. They can cover the island of Manhattan. They're so big. They literally can cover the island of Manhattan. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off of food stamps, which is a record. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. Almost 2 million American-born workers are employed today, more than when I took office. That's 9 months ago. Can you imagine that? And I tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you got to talk about these facts. You know, it's really easy to win elections when you talk about the facts. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. Right now, we have more people working. These are things you have to talk about. It doesn't just happen. You got to tell them. It's wonderful to do them, but if people don't talk about them, then you can do not so well in elections. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers, and that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers pay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
And they've gone up like 4 or 5 times.
Hold on one second. I'm going to switch to the White House feed.
There's a problem. And people weren't buying Easter eggs. You believe it? I said, we're buying Easter eggs for the White House.
Hold on one second, all right?
The egg hunt, the famous egg hunt. But within a couple of months, we got them down. We had a great...
Because I know Fox News is going to get... they have the attention span of a gnat. Okay, they're going to be cut into a big pharma commercial.
Down to the level they originally were a long time ago.
And we have that in just about everything. And if we don't have it, we get them down. Their policies sent food prices soaring 23%, the Biden policies. And it wasn't him. It was the people surrounding him around the desk. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. Biden. How the hell did that happen? Well, I know how it happened. A rigged election. That's how it happened. Think of the damage done. Although I must tell you that this is a much more powerful term. I mean, this is a much better term. In one way, it's bad to see how bad people... You're going to see the same thing in New York, by the way. You watch what happens in New York. Terrible. But you're going to see that same thing. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you're going to see it. Gas prices are surging to $5 a gallon, even higher, and mortgage rates skyrocketed by 152%. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing. Prices are coming down very fast, and we're bringing them back to the beautiful part where you can have, and you can truly say, we're talking about the American dream again. You didn't used to hear that term. You heard it during my 4 years, and then it disappeared. Now you're hearing it again more than ever. Because we had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first 4 years. We rebuilt the economy, cut the biggest tax cut in history. We had the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. That's why we had the great economy. And now the only difference is we're doing better this time. Actually, we're going to have a bigger, better, stronger economy than the first 4 years. And that was the most successful economy in history. Gasoline prices have plummeted to the lowest in 2 decades, and we're going to soon see $2 gasoline. Think of that, $2 a gallon. It was up to $4.50, $5. And you know, when you get gasoline and you get oil and gas down, it's so big, it's so massive, the importance of it, that everything else starts to follow. And that's what's happening. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced that the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal, this is the greatest. They're greatest, they're wonderful. They come out every year with how much does a Thanksgiving meal cost compared to last year, right? And it always goes up, up, up. It's 40%, 30% more. Is 25% lower than 1 year ago. Isn't that great? That's a big deal, Rima. That's a big deal. I don't know if they care about that in Saudi Arabia, but here it means a lot. We got the princess here from Saudi Arabia. She's got a lot of cash. Serious cash, and she's a great person. So she doesn't care about the price of a turkey is down a little bit. You know, she doesn't have to worry. Since March, the price of eggs is down 85%. Energy prices are down. Interest rates are down, despite the fact that we have a total nincompoop at the Federal Reserve. It was recommended by one of my real great people, who I'd never spoke to again. And the cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. Day by day, we're making America affordable again. It's going to be affordable again at a really record pace. And, you know, other people are going to take credit. All the mayors and all the governors, they're going to say what a great job. They didn't do a damn thing. Yet as we speak, the Democrats in Congress are trying to put all of this progress at risk and drag us back to the Biden policies of...
And without very much interruption, everybody stay right there. Will Johnson will be taking over right at the top of the hour. So you guys stay right there. Don't go anywhere. He's on fire right now. You do not want to miss what Will Johnson has to say.
That's what Biden gave us, all of those things. With the reckless Democrat shutdown, virtually every Democrat in Congress has voted to hold the American people hostage in an effort to extort hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. They're demanding free health care for illegal aliens that just came into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, and drug dealers and drug addicts, and they want to give them $1.5 trillion in giveaways that would turbocharge rapid inflation again, as they did the first time. You remember that just a couple of years ago, 4 disastrous years we just had. They were the worst years. Meanwhile, the radical left Democrats are causing millions of Americans who depend on food stamps to go without benefits. They're forcing federal workers to go without paychecks, and they're stranding thousands of travelers at the airports. And you understand it, and they understand it. All because they want to return to the failed Biden policies that created, and also Obama policies. I watched him the other day
up talking, well, Donald Trump is a mean person. I'm not a mean person. I just want to have a country that's great again. Is that okay? I'm not a mean person. He's a mean person. He's a divider. He's a divider. Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. And by the way, ask him how he's doing on his museum library. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. It's come to a dead halt. He built it in not a particularly good location. He's not into real estate, you know. He doesn't know about location. He doesn't know about location, but he built it in a location that's not going to be too good. But the thing has come to a dead halt. It's way over budget. It's sort of like Gavin Newsom in California. He's got a train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is a stupid idea because an airplane is faster. I don't care how fast it goes. And they had plenty of airplanes. San Francisco, inside San Francisco to inside right there, L.A. And what they did is they said, oh, man, this has been going on for years. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. So what they decided to do is cut it so that it doesn't go into San Francisco and into L.A. It goes way short of both. And then they cut it again and again and again. Pretty soon they're going to have like 2 miles of track. Billions and billions of dollars, totally incompetent. The biggest cost overrun proportionately that I've ever seen. Many, many, many times more. And it's no longer the same. It was supposed to go into the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. Tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? But he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 many times more to fund the government. And it's no longer the same. And It was it's supposed to go time into for the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. Tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? But he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government. And it's time for Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he started crying at the airplanes? They were the worst forced tears. I've known him all his life. He's never cried. But he broke down in tears. He was so devastated. He didn't know why he was crying, but he just thought it was good to do. His people told him this was a good time to cry. Crying Chuck. But it's time for Chuck Schumer and the radical Democrat Congress to stop playing games with the people's lives and to pass a clean funding bill that they've done 30 times before. And to reopen government immediately. Just reopen it. They don't like it to be reopened because we're setting records. They think actually, I don't think anything's going to hurt. We are so strong now that I'm not sure that anything's going to hurt. But it would be good to open it up, take care of the people with jobs that aren't going to get paid and aren't getting paid. And no matter what, we will not let them impose their inflation-causing extremism on the American people. We're not going to pay $1.5 billion for people that came into our country illegally, okay? If you don't mind. That's what they did last time. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? The greatest scam, one of the greatest scams. I would say some of their environmental scams were even bigger, but one of the greatest scams ever, Inflation Reduction Act. And then they admitted it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, remember? But it did actually cause massive inflation. It actually caused massive inflation. But we don't use auto pens in the Trump administration to sign things. We don't believe in that. You know, I get these guys come in with these big, beautiful documents, gorgeous, beautiful, must cost a fortune. I should check the price. But, you know, a general is being made or something, you know, some big post. And they say, sir, would you sign this, please? It's going to be a 4-star general, or it's going to be a big cabinet position, or it's going to be something with medical or whatever. I take my pen and I sign it. In his case, They walk it into a room and they give it to somebody who's no idea who Biden is. But Biden doesn't have any idea who he is either. And they have a machine sign it, the auto pen. And all of the pardons, he gave thousands of pardons to people. He had no idea about it. He didn't know about it. And therefore, all those pardons are void. You know, you have to have, it's a very complicated thing if you're going to use a machine. You have to do it properly. And he didn't have any idea what was happening. And this is what we had as a president. We don't want that. You have the opposite right now. I don't want to be braggadocious, but you have the exact, I know exactly what's happened. If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation. Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. I used to say that, and I was right. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead. That didn't work out too well. But as I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on. You know, I'm not going to, we have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told them I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. They flee. They flee. Where do you live? New York City, but I'm trying to leave because I don't want to live in a communist regime. I hope it works out for New York. I love New York. I love New York. When I left New York for the White House, it was good, except we had, you know, the telltale signs of trouble because we had a guy named de Blasio. Do you ever hear of him as mayor? He goes down as probably the worst mayor in history. Then he went to Harvard to teach government. Do you believe it? They took de Blasio, and they took that mayor from Chicago, the woman, the one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She got beautiful, luxuriant hair. And they took her, and she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard. We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about, like, a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad. Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And, you know, you take a look back 1,000 years, it hasn't worked. If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months. This is an economic, the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that. They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. You know, I said they were voting last night. You could have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day to turn around the catastrophe we inherited to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business. And that's what it is. Right now, we're the #1 place. I'm getting plants approved in 2 weeks. It used to take 20 years before they got rejected. You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire and they haven't gotten it. And then they go to a vote and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an acceptance. We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure it's good. We make sure it's great and proper, environmentally sound. Takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. You know, we're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI. And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your own electric. People would come. We need more electric grid, sir. The electric grid's 200 years old. We need more electric grid. It's old. The electricity that the AI plants need alone is double the entire electricity that we have in the country right now. Can you believe it? So I had this idea. I said, we can't fix the old grid that much. We'll fix it up. We'll keep it going. A little Band-Aid here, a little Band-Aid there. It's old. And I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let these geniuses build their own electric generation. So they are building their own electric utility plants. They become a utility, if you think about it. They're building the utility and the electric right alongside. This is where they have their transformers and everything. They're building the most expensive electric plants you've ever seen, generating plants, some by nuclear, some by oil and gas, some by coal as a substitute. They're building them right next to their plant, and they're incredible. People say they've never seen anything like it because these minds are genius. To them, an electric plant is not complicated. To them, an electric plant is better than the people that produce electricity, although Florida Power and Light is doing a lot of plants for people. They're pretty advanced, I have to tell you. But they're building their own juice next to the plant. Isn't that sort of a cool idea? And you know, when I first proposed that, they came into my office with, you know, they have unlimited money, but they were trying to figure out how they can build it because they had no electric of any consequence. And I said, you're going to build your own plant. I'm going to get you your approvals in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month if I'm slow. We have a great man, Lee Zeldin, in charge of the environment. He's incredible. And he's tough, too. He's very tough. But they have their approval in 2-3 weeks. You know, they're dealing with the best experts in the world. They know what they're doing. It's amazing when you see some of the stuff come in, designed by guys with 190 IQs, and then you have an inspector who's not quite as smart as that, inspecting it to see whether or not it's okay. And he has no idea what he's looking at. No idea. But I said, you're designing your own electric plant. And they didn't believe it. They come in 2 weeks later, they say, the biggest problem is electric. I said, you can design your own plant. And we're going to have your approvals within 2 to 4 weeks. And they said, he's really serious about it. They thought I was kidding. It was so good, they couldn't believe it. They'd leave and they couldn't believe it. It took me 2 or 3 times to say it. Yeah, they're designing their own electric plants, and it's unbelievable. And then they're going to sell their excess electricity back into the grid. So we benefit in that way, too. In July, I proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. Now, that's the second time. I did it the first time, but these are even larger, the great, big, beautiful bill. And that includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax on Social Security. I wonder which is the most popular of the no tax on tips. You know, I was in Nevada, in my building in Las Vegas, and I had this beautiful young waitress come up to me. I never talk about beauty anymore because politically, if you mention somebody's beautiful, that's the end of your political career. So I don't mention that she was beautiful, but she was beautiful. And she came up and I said, how you doing? Oh, sir, I'm not doing well. The government is horrible on tips. I said, really? How do they tax? They tax tips? They tax us and they go after us. I've never seen anything like it. It's made my life miserable. Sir, there should be no tax on tips. She said to me, no tax on tips. I said, say it again. She said, sir, there should be no tax on tips. So we had a lot of the fake news waiting for me outside of the restaurant. So I went out, I said, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. There will be no tax on tips. That's how it all started. And I won Nevada. Because, you know, in Nevada, every job is basically, you know, you're a waitress or you're working in a hotel. No, that's how it started. So it was amazing. We won Nevada easily, which is usually not a stronghold for Republicans, but it's become a stronghold. So I want to thank the waitress. She did a great job. But when she said those words, sir, there should be no tax on tips, it's amazing. Somebody else would hire a consultant, pay them millions and millions of dollars. They'll come back and they'll say, sir, I think you should absolutely tax tips. And you lose the election. But we also have 100% expensing for all new factories, plants, and equipment so your businesses can write it off all in 1 year. And that's a lot of jobs you're doing and producing. That was, to me, the biggest thing in the first bill. But this is even better because this goes for a 10-year period. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order requiring that every new regulation, every time we issue a new regulation, think of this, 10 old regulations must be eliminated simultaneously. So if we give you one, you get rid of 10. And so far, for 9 months, we're exceeding that. And it's 30-1. For every new one we give, they're getting rid of 30 old, broken down regulations. And we've slashed nearly $1 trillion worth of regulatory burdens. We have regulations that are so old and nobody uses them, but they stymied a lot of production, a lot of jobs. And I did it the first time, and we had the largest regulation cuts in history, and now we're exceeding it this time. So it's big. It's one of the reasons we did so well then, and I think it's one of the reasons we're doing so well now. Again, we have to talk about it, because if we don't talk about it, nobody else, the fake news, is not going to talk about it. And we have streamlined permitting for the new energy and mining projects. What used to take decades now takes 28 days. And on day one, I signed an executive order to unleash American energy and officially terminate the Green New Scam. Has anyone ever heard of the Green New Scam? Remember the old thing, global warming, and then it would be too cool? And then they said global cool. They didn't know what the hell to say. So they came up with the greatest, climate change. No matter what, if it goes up, if it goes down, climate change. They're very, very smart people, but not smart for us. They're smart for them. But my policy was very simple. Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now. And to curb inflation, we've slashed the size of government for the first time in years, and we're waging total war on waste, fraud, and abuse like we've never done before. Since January, 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. Think of that. And in stark contrast to last administration, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created in the private sector. 100% of the jobs have come from the private sector. Otherwise, you don't have a country. I mean, I love government workers, but if you have all government workers, you don't have a country, do you? At the same time, my tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and are helping slash the deficit this year by more than 50%. Did you see the numbers? We're going to be down 50%, anywhere from 25 to 50, but closer to 50%. Who would think of that one? Those are big numbers. Now, take that out 2 or 3 years. To embrace a vital industry here in Miami, I've also signed historic executive orders to end the federal government's war on crypto. Crypto is under siege. It's not under siege anymore because it's a big industry. It's a big industry, and I have a lot of people that are great people, great business people. They're in other businesses, but they're in crypto too. And it takes a lot of the pressure off the dollar. It does a lot of good things, but we're into it. Biden was vicious on crypto. They were going after these crypto guys. It was terrible. They were under indictment, but I got indicted too. I made a phone call. Congratulations on your victory. He made a phone call. Let's indict him. These people are the worst. Then they say, he's gone after Comey. They indicted me. They impeached me. They did everything. It's unbelievable. Who the hell else could have taken that? Do you guys know anybody else that could have taken it? I don't think so. A lot of people say, you're the only one could have taken that. I don't know if that's true, but there aren't too many. We're making the United States the Bitcoin superpower, the crypto capital of the world, and the undisputed leader in artificial intelligence. We're leading China by a lot. And don't forget, if we don't do the crypto properly, China wants to do it. They're starting it, but they want to do it. Other countries want to do it. If we don't do it, it's a big industry. We're honored to be joined today by a man who has been a true champion for many of these bold policies. He really has. He's been a great guy. He was a little late in his endorsement of me, I'll be honest with you. Endorsed me. You know, these guys that endorsed me after I won, I don't know. That's not... Sir, I'd like to endorse you. No, I won the election. Nah, he's a good man, actually. I've known him a long time. He's helped turn the area into one of the hottest markets in the country and one of the greatest cities in the world. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez. Please, Francis, come up, please.
You're never gonna let me forget that one, huh? Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little shorter than you were. Oh, it's truly a great honor to be here with you this afternoon and to have you here once again in the great city of Miami. Your leadership and your vision have shaped not only our nation, but also the future of our city. Miami's success today is rooted in the values that are deeply American: opportunity, freedom, safety, and innovation. These are values that you have championed with conviction, and they are the same values that have made Miami a symbol of what's possible. When people believe in the promise of America, Mr. President, I want to personally thank you for your continued support of our vision for this city. It was an honor to stand beside you in the Oval Office when you announced the next year's G20 right here in the city of Miami. Thank you for choosing our city to host what is perhaps the most important and consequential gathering of leaders from around the world. Miami has come a long way, and we will rise to the occasion, Mr. President. On behalf of the people of Miami, it is my privilege and honor here on behalf of my wife, the America Business Forum, Nacho, Sergio, and everyone to give you like real estate, right? I do. Yeah. This is a key that opens some really nice presidential library real estate.
Like, open it up here, Mr. President. Do it here. Because this is going to be the best presidential library in American history.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francis. I appreciate it. And, you know, he's really a special guy. I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it in the White House, and then I'm going to move it to Doral in about 3.5 years. We put it right in Doral, right? In the lobby of Doral. A lot of people from Doral. Well, thank you. That's a great honor. I also want to thank a man who's been unbelievable in terms of Israel and so many other things. He was a great real estate developer. But he had a great personality. And you need a personality for this. And I said, he's just as good as there is, and he's done so well. And you look at what's happened with Israel. We have peace in the Middle East. Can you believe it? Peace in the Middle East. And he's special envoy Steve Witkoff. Steve, where are you, Steve? Wherever you may be. Where are you? Steve, thank you. What a job you've done. Thank you very much. What a job he's done. That guy's got that personality. Now, I wanted a deal maker, but, you know, a lot of deal makers don't have good personalities. You end up in a war. They make the deal, but you end up in a war. This guy, everybody loved him for years. I've known it. And he was the right guy for the job. Peace in the Middle East, 3,000 years. They've never had peace in the Middle East. We're going to have it, too. We're doing well. Just keeps going along. And we just had a meeting. It's even more and more so. And so many people in this room are very much into Israel and the Middle East. And it's been amazing what we've been able to do. And you've done such a big part of it, along with a very special young genius named Jared Kushner, who helped you so much. Stand up, Jared. And he's the father of the Abraham Accords, right? He's the father of the Abraham Accords. And by the way, my granddaughter, Arabella, would you stand up, Arabella? She looks so great. I said, how are your marks in school, Arabella? Grandpa, I have all A's and A pluses, you know that. Like it was a stupid question I asked her, right? We're proud of you, Arabella. Jared, thank you. What a great job. And we have a lot of people joining now the Abraham Accords. And hopefully we're going to get Saudi Arabia very soon. But I'm not saying that. I'm not lobbying. No, but we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are coming aboard. You know, the key was when we took out the nuclear capability of Iran, all of a sudden everybody said, wow, that was nice. They've been wanting to do that for 20 years. Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima, thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Okay? Say hello to a great group of people in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stephen Miner, mayor of Miami Beach. Stephen Miner. Where is Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good job you're doing. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. The mayor of Coral Gables, Vince Lago. Vince Lago, thank you. Thank you. Great job, Vince. The mayor of Doral, I love Doral. And I like this woman a lot, Christy Fraga. Christy. Where's Christy? Thank you, Christy. I like Doral. We also have commissioners Damian Pardo, Laura Dominguez, Ralph Rosado, Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia, the president of FIFA, Johnny Infantino. FIFA, where's Johnny? Whoa, Johnny, my boy. I didn't know he was going to be here. He's big stuff. And the world, look, you know, Johnny and I worked the deal originally, and it looked like I wasn't going to be president because it was in this term, right? So when they rigged the election, I said, oh, man, I have to run again because I want to be president when they have the World Cup, right? And look what happens, Johnny. I'm president when we have the World Cup. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But I can only tell you that the tickets are selling at numbers and record like they've never sold ever before. I heard you just told me that they're doing record business, right? The way you had the World Cup coming. Think of it. We have the World Cup coming. We have 250 coming, and we have the Olympics. 250 is 250 years of age. And we have UFC at the White House, by the way, on June 14th. That's going to be at the White House. That's going to be a tough ticket. That's UFC. But we have, think of it, Johnny is there with FIFA, and we have the Olympics. We have it all coming. It's all this thing. I'm glad I'm sort of happy the way things worked out, you know? It's turned out to be as good as it could be. I think we've made more progress than we ever could have made in the second term. I think this is really more progress being made.
I agree.
We also have Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali, and where's Stefano? Very good. That's big stuff. We have a lot of big people here today. We also have a gentleman who called my election successfully. He said, and Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Got a great voice. Brett Baer. Where's Brett Baer? Brett Baer. Where is he? And his son is with him, Paul. Paul's a very good golfer, so is Brett. Thank you, Brett. He's doing an interview with me right after the... Oh, is that Paul? Stand up, Paul. Paul, did we take your father easily in golf? Tell me, huh? That was easy, right? Get ready. We'll do it again. Thank you very much, Paul. You look great. Also, I want to thank your two great senators, Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. And, you know, I just left them. Believe it or not, I had a meeting with all the senators this morning. I gave them my vision because, frankly, it's always nice to have good vision. And they are two terrific senators, and they're in Washington working hard, and they were going to come. And I said, do me a favor, stay back and work on the things you're working on. They're working on really things. And Ashley is in the election. Rick just won his election. They're two great senators that you have right here in Florida. So that's really good. And they're working to make America great again. So I said, stay back in Washington. Together with many of the people here today, we've achieved more in 9 months than most administrations achieve in 8 years. It's true. We've really done a lot. We inherited the worst border in history, and within a matter of weeks, we turned it into the strongest border anywhere in the world, and they have some pretty strong borders, but we have literally no people coming through. They do come in. They come in legally. You know, we want people to come in. We want to make it real easy for them, actually, but they come in legally. So you have to know that. We just don't want criminals coming in. We don't want people from prisons. We don't want prisons dumped into our country like Venezuela did. They emptied their prisons into our country. We don't want that,
Democrats
right?
either.
For months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. They actually announced it. This is an official 0. Remember when Biden said, I have no control over the border? Millions of people pouring through, not people that you could look at them, not that we discriminate. You could look at them and say, these are not going to be perfect for our country. They were rough people that they let in. They had 11,888 murderers, 50% of which murdered more than one people. We don't want them. We're getting a lot of them out. Hopefully we're going to soon have all of them the hell out of here. Either out of here or we have to put them in jail because they're so dangerous. Some are so dangerous we don't want to bring them out. We just make sure they never come back in. But this is what they were putting in our country, and it's a disgrace. On day one, I signed an executive order to designate the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We had a big, strong, positive number come out just recently. The drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People are saying, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir. The drugs coming in by border are not much. Every boat that we hit kills, think of this, if it gets through, kills 25,000 Americans plus, but 25,000 Americans. Every time we hit a boat, we save 25,000 lives. Got to look at it that way. And we're arresting and removing thousands and thousands of dangerous gang members, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all these gang members are being thrown the hell out of our country. And if you look at Washington, D.C., it's now a safe community. We're in Memphis now, and within 2 weeks, all of a sudden, it's like a safe community. It's really made unbelievable progress. And we're blowing up cartel terrorists. We're blowing them up linked to the Maduro regime in Venezuela and others. Look, it's not just Venezuela. But a lot of things are coming in. Look, Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. Nobody wants that. They emptied their prisons into our country. We're liberating our cities from the scourge of violent crime, making our country safe and beautiful again. We're starting in our capital, Washington, D.C., which right now you can walk through the middle of Washington. You have no problem. 6 months ago, that wasn't the case. 1 year ago, it was a disaster. But law enforcement, our military has done an incredible job, actually. It's a safe, very, very safe city again. And it's been beautified. We're putting new medians in. We're covering the roads with nice, clean, beautiful asphalt. We're redoing the grass in the parks. It's really becoming beautiful again, and it's safe. We don't get calls that, think of it, call to the parents, your son, sir, has been killed. He came to see the Lincoln Memorial, and he's dead. No, that's not happening anymore. We run it tough. We run it very tough. Sometimes you have to be a little tough to get rid of. These are thugs. These are bad people. We're bringing them the hell out of our country where they came from. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And well, if you think about it, after the Second World War, they changed it to defense, right? So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before, never lost a war. We still don't lose wars. Sometimes we don't fight to win. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. But we made it clear that the days of political correctness in our military, they're over. We don't want to get into wars. I rebuilt the military. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. We redid our nuclear. We're the #1 nuclear power, which I hate to admit because it's so horrible. It's such a horrible situation if it ever has to be used. Russia's second. China's a distant third, but they'll catch us within 4 or 5 years. They want to catch us, and they'll be able to catch us. And we're maybe working on a plan to denuclearize the three of us. So we'll see if that works. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We're investing $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces this year. It's the biggest amount we've ever invested, and the spirit of service members is soaring like never before. We used to have recruiting shortages a year ago. You remember, you couldn't get people to join our military all around the world. You couldn't get them to rejoin. You just couldn't, no matter what you do. That we were way short. Now you can't get into our military. The waiting list, you have waiting lists to get into our military because we have spirit in our country. And all around the world, America is making peace, and we're really making peace through strength because they know they're not going to mess around with us. Nobody's going to mess around with us. You saw what happened. We made a deal with China last week, and we made a deal with Japan last week. We made a deal with Malaysia. They helped us so much. All great economic deals, all great. Great for everybody. In 8 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda. That was going on for a long time. Pakistan and India. You know, I was in the midst of a trade deal with both of them. And then I read on the front page of a certain newspaper, I said, I don't want to mention the newspaper because it's usually fake news, but I heard they're going to war. 7 planes were shot down. An 8th was really badly wounded. But 8 planes were shot down, essentially. And I said, this is war. And they were going at it. And they're 2 nuclear nations. I said, I'm not going to make any trade deals with you guys unless you agree to peace. No way. This has nothing to do. I said, it has everything to do. You're nuclear powers. I'm not trading with you. We're not making any deals with you if you're at war with each other. A day later, I get a call. We made peace. They stopped. I said, thank you. Let's trade. Isn't that great?
All right. So if it's okay with you, y'all let me know in the chat if you want me to go back to President Trump. But I got to share some of the stuff that I want to share with you about what I believe is going to happen in our country, what's coming to happen in our country. And President Trump, now he's going through some of the stuff that we've already heard. If anything pops off, they'll let me know and I will jump back on. But I really got to share some of this with you because this hour goes by so fast, extremely fast. So one of the things I want to share with you, first of all, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Please hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. Share this video, get the video out. One of the first things I want to share with you is what New York just did last night. New York just did this last night, and it's 100% discussing what they did. And let me share with you what the New Yorkers just voted for last night.
Did we get on that? I had one.
New York just voted for that last night. How disgusting can you be? I know quite a few people in New York, and they are hardcore conservatives, MAGA extremists like myself. But by and large, the people in New York, and a lot of them, Jeremy was talking about it this morning on Good Morning LFA. Y'all should tune in every morning. And he was under discussing about it, talking about it, that majority of the people that voted for this communist Mamdani, not even born in America. They're taking over. Let me show you another video to give you another example. And you know what this is going to do? You know what last night just did? Last night is going to bring more awareness to what these radical Islamists are wanting to do in the United States of America. Just looking at it across the pond apparently is not enough. We've seen what's happening in London and other European countries. Have they moved in and they've destroyed the country? I used to live in Germany when I was a kid. I've been to a lot of these places where they now occupy it, and it is just total trash. Cockroaches moved in and just destroyed it all. Now, I know some Muslims that are actually, some of them are conservative. So all of them don't have the same mentality. But by and large, they do. They do. Listen to this, everybody. This is going to bring more awareness, and people are going to start panicking. I'm telling you right now. Why? Because they know that these are a bunch of terrorists. They just voted in a communist terrorist in New York.
700 years of our trial to conquer Europe by force failed.
You see that? He said them trying to go to Europe by force failed. Them trying to come to the United States of America by force failed. Y'all hearing this? Listen to this. This is coming out the camel's mouth. Listen.
700 years of our trial to conquer Europe by force failed. They did something wrong, very wrong. They tried for many years to conquer Europe through wars, only wars.
This is the soft Islamic conquest of the West. Basically, what the Islamic and again, I'm an Orthodox Muslim. What we couldn't do in the last, say, 20 years, now the West is doing it for us for free and even paying for it.
Allah permitted them to live off the infidel while they are subduing them. So it had sort of a parasitic type of attitude where they can live off of the host country, where their goal is to eventually eradicate the host culture and supplant it with Islam.
Is anybody seeing it? Anybody seeing what's happening here? The stupid liberals and the people that are not even born in America voted a communist terrorist into office in New York City last night. It just happened. We can't say that, oh, it's coming. It's here. It is here. And as I was explaining yesterday, when I used to live outside of the country, my father was in the military as an Army brat. When we looked at the United States of America from abroad, what we were thinking about, even as Americans, see, I never lived in New York. I visited New York. And when I was a kid, I never lived in New York. And the only time I went to New York is when we were flying overseas, because you went to New York and then you flew overseas. But outside of the country, looking back at America, we all think about the Big Apple. We all think about New York. The rest of the world looks at America, starting with New York. Starting with New York. Y'all understand what's happening here? And the Democrats just handed it to them. Here you go. Here you go. Do your worst. Because see, the Democrats, they hate this country just as much as they do. They despise the freedoms in this country. They despise the fact that we have the Second Amendment. They despise the fact that we have a constitution. They despise that we believe in God, the true living God, the God of Israel. They despise it. They hate it with a passion. And you and I, we're going to experience it. Now, one of the things, I was thinking about this when I woke up this morning, looking at all this. And you know what? Just like Jeremy and the other LFA hosts, we're not surprised. We've been saying, look, they're going to do this, right? But I was being hopeful, but I'm not surprised because the radical leftist lunatics, they've been pushing for communism, socialism, which is communism, all of this time. AOC, she's giddy right now. They're all happy about it. Bernie Sanders is like, oh my goodness, this is like the dream come true. This is going to take our country in a direction that most people never thought we would go. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, they're going to come out and all you're going to hear on the Communist News Network, they haven't said it yet, or if they have, I haven't heard it yet, but on the Communist News Network and on MSDNC, ABC, CBS, the entire Alphabet Network soup group, what is the one thing that they're going to be saying the most? What is it they're going to be saying? You know what they're going to be saying? You're Islamophobic. That's going to come to the forefront. You're Islamophobic. How dare you? And what's going to end up happening is that the Islamists that are in the country, they're going to be injecting themselves more into the political realm throughout the country. And then people are going to say, liberals are going to say that if you don't vote for them, that you're Islamophobic. Oh my goodness, people. The Democrats, they are the true enemy of this country. They're the true enemy of this country. And I don't like Democrats. I really don't. We can love our enemy, but I don't like what they're doing. I don't like it at all. They're putting us in a situation that we should never be put in. They're embracing Islam. You know why they're embracing it? See, here's a couple things why they're embracing this. And I have so much to share with you, but one of the things, the reason why they're embracing this is because Madami is 100% the opposite of President Trump. President Trump is America first. Madami, the Democrats, they are America last. Here's another example. Madami, he hates Christ. President Trump, he embraces Christ. President Trump acknowledges Jesus Christ. President Trump will have prayer in the Oval Office where they will pray over him in the name of Jesus Christ. The Democrats, they hate Jesus Christ. Just the opposite of what President Trump and the MAGA Republicans have been doing. President Trump said that we will always have religious freedoms in this country. The Democrats don't want you to have religious freedoms. That's why the Democrats will send in the LGBT community to go into a Christian bakery, but they never will send them into a Muslim bakery. Never. There's not been a single case where these homosexuals have gone into a Muslim bakery and demand that they create them a baking cake with the homosexual paraphernalia on it. Not a single time. There's been no case. And now we're about to be presented with the left, like I just mentioned, calling all of us I already call us homophobic, but they're going to bring up the whole Islamophobic tenfold. That is going to be one of the new talking points. Now, of course, I haven't heard him say, and you know, I know I'm preaching to the choir here. Y'all see it coming too. You already see it coming. We already see it coming. And Jeremy this morning, he made a statement when I was on with him. And he made a statement about the women that voted in New York for Madami under the age of 30. Predominantly with like 84% of the women voted for him to help him go in the AOC bracket, which the AOC female are nothing but a bunch of idiots. And Jeremy made his statements talking about women voting. And he wasn't saying that women should not be able to vote. Maybe, just maybe, we look at why these women that are under the age of 30 so stupid, so dumb to vote for communism, socialism, and an Islamist that's going to end up, and look, this is really rich because these radical leftist, lunatic, liberal females constantly say that, oh, President Trump and the Republicans trying to take our rights away. What do you think Islam is going to do? Oh, President Trump is trying to oppress us. What do you think Islam is going to do? It's like the most idiotic, dumbest thing ever. And this just goes to show how stupid people can be. See, I look at this information all the time, all day long. And when I do see Shannon, she goes, man, she said, I don't want to look at it. She says, I can't hear it right now. I don't want to hear it this because it's going to make my blood boil. I look at it all day long and I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, how can these people be so naive? And it's by design. See, as long as the Democrats can keep people dumbed down, they will always have their vote. An educated voter does not vote Democrat. A person that is not infested with TDS, right? That is not infested with TDS, they don't vote Democrat. It's amazing. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here, Lfa Tv. I hope you're enjoying the show today. And I want to thank the host for allowing me to come in to talk to you about Armor Colostrum. Folks, when we were born as babies and we were breastfed, the lucky ones of us anyway, we got something called colostrum into our system. And what that is 400 plus bionutrients that really built our entire immune system. Now, on the outside of our body, we have a thing that protects us called skin. But on the inside of our body, we have a thing that protects us called the mucosa. And that mucosa is subject daily to pollutions and pesticides and chemicals in our food, in our water, and so much more. And it causes us to bloat. It causes us to feel horrible. It causes us to feel sluggish. And it actually slows down our body from, that kind of damage slows down our body from basically just releasing some of the things that we need in order to keep us healthy. So we have to introduce things like colostrum into our body to get our body healthy again and strong again, our gut health strong again, and Armor Colostrum is that something. TryArmor.com/LFATV will give you 15% off your entire order. That is TryArmor.com/LFATV. Not only does it strengthen your immune system and stop you from bloating, but it gets rid of heartburn, gets rid of indigestion, starts regrowing your hair thicker again, your nails, your cuticles, everything is healthy and growing fast. TryArmor.com/LFATV. Try it today, folks, and thank you very much.
So the Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, did not endorse in this race. He did not endorse Mamdani and wouldn't say how he voted. What's your response to that?
Well, what I think is so impressive about what Zohran Mamdani accomplished tonight, as well as the entire movement of New Yorkers that came out to vote for him, is that he had to not just defeat a Republican, he had to defeat a Republican and the old guard of the Democratic Party at the same time.
Wow, you hearing this? So Chuck Schumer, that idiot Chuck Schumer, bowing down, caving in to the radical left lunatics like AOC because he's afraid that she's going to primary him. She's going to do it anyways. Listen to her. She said Mamdani had, not only did he have to fight the Republicans, but he had to fight the old guard of the Democrat Party. Who's the old guard in the Democrat Party? Chuck Schumer, is Elizabeth Warren, Nancy Pelosi, Jerry Nadler. Where is Jerry Nadler? Right? All of them. He had to defeat all of them. It wasn't even till the day of yesterday morning where Hakeem Joffrey said, okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and do it because it looked like he's going to do this thing anyways. See, the Democrats, the old guard, have been really trying to stay away from the whole socialist communist agenda. They've been really fighting it, actually. But that's what the whole party is really about. They just don't want to say it out loud. And here's Mamdani saying that he's a socialist Democrat out in the open, not hiding it. And that makes AOC so happy. It makes Bernie Sanders so happy. Bernie Sanders he's bouncing around the halls of Congress right now like a little kid, as old as he is. He's bouncing around. He said, this is what we've been waiting for. And it's because it is the total opposite of what President Trump represents. That's the reason why they're so happy about it. It's the total opposite.
He was fighting a war on two fronts and not just one. And he still won resoundingly. And I think the message that sends is that the Democratic Party cannot last much longer by denying the future, by trying to undercut our young, by trying to undercut a next generation of diverse and upcoming Democrats that have the parties, the actual party, our actual electorate and voter support.
All right, we have to go, but
You hear that? The actual party. What is the actual party? Communism. That is the actual party of the Democrat Party. Do you know communism is nothing but pure evil? You know, communism throughout history has destroyed and killed so many people's lives throughout history. And of course, these communists believe that they can do it better. They can do communism better. And what ultimately was going to end up being, and who's the best person to lead the charge other than Mandami? A Islamist terrorist that wants to kill the infidel. They want to kill us. So that the radical leftist lunatic communists like AOC and the rest of them, they're open to them killing us. They want to kill Christians. They want to eliminate Christianity. They have no issues with bringing Islamists in. That's why they'll fly those flags around talking about gays for Palestine. And if they go into Palestine flying those gay flags, they would all be thrown off the building. But this is how stupid they are. You know, like I was mentioning a second ago, I look at this stuff all day long and I'm thinking to myself that how could people not see the truth? I don't understand that. And you know what? It's not that they don't see the truth. They don't want to see it. Because these people have completely rejected the truth. They're like nope, I don't want to see the truth. And I don't want to see it. Because if the truth is associated with President Trump, they don't want to have anything to do with it. It's really something that elementary. I'm going to say that again. If the truth is associated remotely with President Trump, they don't want to have anything to do with it. Y'all understand that? That is very disturbing to me that they would be that way. But it's the same thing of demonic spirits. Anything, and look, President Trump is just a man, but in the flesh, in the world that we live in, the Democrats, they are occupied by these demonic spirits, and these demonic spirits recognize that President Trump is there because God heard our prayers, and President Trump acknowledged Jesus Christ, and President Trump is allowing prayer, and President Trump is saying we need prayer back in schools. The demonic Democrats reject that. The demons that possess these people reject that. We are truly in a spiritual battle right now, and most people don't want to recognize it, and most people want to think that it's just politics, and you don't mix religion with it. I don't understand how you can say that. They go both together. The politics that they're trying to implement onto the rest of the nation is pure evil. Sexualizing kids, that's politics made evil. You understand? We are going to see some really dramatic changes in the country now. Because the radical left, they said, okay, I think the country's ready for it. This is the reason why they did it. They believe that the country's ready for it. And they said, well, President Trump, he woke up the Republicans to get the Republicans to be America first, to love their God, to express their feelings for God. We need someone to express their feelings for Satan. They're not going to say Satan out loud because it's deception. We need someone who's going to embrace the wickedness in this world. We need someone who's going to talk about good things, deception like Satan. I'm going to give you, make it free. You know what I'm telling you is true because you're seeing it just like I am. And I don't care If they want to call me Islamophobic, I could care less. Do your worst. They're going to do it anyways. These people didn't come to assimilate. They came to destroy. And that's their goal. And I do believe it. I'm in a total agreement with Jeremy. In New York, I can see them getting ready to ban bacon because you know he's going to control the grocery stores. So no more bacon, no more beer, no more cigarettes, which I don't have a problem with. I don't smoke cigarettes anyways, but there's some people that do smoke cigarettes. And if you want to smoke them, who am I to tell you not to smoke it, right? Who am I to tell you? We have freedoms that we don't like sometimes. But they're going to change that in New York. And the stupid radical liberals are going to go right along with it. They're not going to reject it at all. They're going to be like, this is great. Remember, they did it with sodas. Remember? They were talking about the size of the soda pop that you get at the fast food joint. You can no longer get large sodas as if you can't go back and get a refill. Stupid liberals. Stupid liberals. I'm going to show you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. I'm going to show you tomorrow how these leftists are wanting to eliminate Christianity. I don't have time to show it to you today, but they're actually wanting to eliminate Christianity, but they don't say nothing about Islam. Nothing. It's happening, people. The Bible told us in the last days that we would be persecuted because we believe in Jesus Christ. When do you think that was going to happen? See, a lot of people, just like me, Trump is in office. We don't have to worry about it. It's going to be great. President Trump is going to fix all of this. He's going to make everything great. He's going to fix it. He's going to fix it. Satan knows that his time is short, and they're going to increase their evilness on this planet. Hear me now, believe me later on. Make sure you tune in tomorrow because I'm going to show you. Oh, my goodness. It's bad. Kevin Smith's up next, everybody. God bless you. I will see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars. Stay safe.
Good afternoon, everyone. What's happening, everybody? It's Wednesday, November 5th, 2025. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live here in the post-calamity election day. The post-bloodbath that was last night. And there's really no way of getting around it. There's really absolutely no way of getting around what all happened last night. Right? A bit like sometimes, you guys ever watch the UFC? The guy gets knocked out, but he's like all kind of banged up, and he's still fighting even though the fight's over. That is what I feel like some people are doing today. I think there are some people in our movement who do not appreciate the fact that a calamity occurred last night. A complete and utter calamity. We're going to break down everything that happened last night and where we all go from here because, yeah, it's bad. Bad. We're going to dispel some notions because it turns out the only way to fix a problem is to address that there is one. And there is a very, 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 very serious problem with the Republican Party today. A gigantic problem that they are just not addressing. A huge problem that they are, for some reason, choosing to ignore. We're going to get into all of it. Today's going to be one of those not safe for work shows. For the audience out there who may have kids in the room, that's your warning. Because I'm annoyed. I am grotesquely annoyed. By the way, here we go. Remember those predictions I made yesterday? Yeah, here you go. We could throw them right away because they were totally meaningless. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here in a current, I guess you would say, Mondani America. So we will stay, we will fight, we will rock, we will roll, we will do the things that are necessary. However, New York has fallen. New York has absolutely fallen. We're not going to start there. We're going to end there. We're going to end in New York City because I've got some choice words for some choice people, and I'm going to call them out by name because I'm really sick and tired of useless people. Destroying the hard work of millions. Once again, before we get started, guys, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, share the video out all over the place. Before we go, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this program and everything we've got going on because apparently, actually, you probably don't even need to because, I like to go to New York City a lot, and it turns out everything's going to be free. Everything's just going to be free, so don't even worry about it. Don't even go to the website today. Don't subscribe. Don't become a monthly donor. Don't do any of that. Don't buy any of the T-shirts. Don't do any of that because I live outside of New York City, and everything's going to be free. Everything's going to be free. It's going to be absolutely great. It's going to be, I'll tell you what, I'm never paying for the damn subway ever again. That's for damn sure. I'm not going to be the only asshole paying for things in New York City. And that's sort of the way things go. But let's start out in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where, as I said yesterday, I didn't predict a Winsome Sears win. It was significantly worse than we thought. With Winsome Sears losing to Abigail Spanberger. Now, this one, I'll be honest with you, I'm less worried about. Abigail Spanberger is your run-of-the-mill sort of normie Democrat, sort of CIA operative. You're not really going to get. You're going to get the same of what you usually get out of Democrats with a 13-point loss, doubling the total in which I came up with. So there you go. That's how that ended up going, with Abigail Spanberger obviously picking up major victories in the metros and in Northern Virginia, which were incredibly hit by Doge layoffs, which were hit by the government shutdown. Many people being furloughed. She absolutely blew Winsome Sears out of the water in Loudoun County. In Fairfax County, which is basically all government employees. Prince William County, the same thing. By the way, these are three of the richest counties in America. Abigail Spanberger absolutely blew Winsome Sears out of the water, which is kind of what we expected to happen. Glenn Youngkin was able to pick up a majority of a large portion of the votes, I should say, in Loudoun County in 2021, following that horrific scandal that was broken by the Daily Wire of them basically passing around around a teenage rapist because the person was trans, and then Terry McAuliffe, being the idiot that he was, decided to say that parents have no right to have no say in their children's education. That basically solidified the victory for Glenn Youngkin. Also, Glenn Youngkin was incredibly more liked than Winsome Sears for a myriad of number of reasons. Virginia, of course, a traditionally blue state. No one was really shocked by that. They have 2 Democratic senators. If you look at the map, you'll see just like most places, the majority of the state is red, controlled by the cities, but it was a complete and utter blowout. Let's move over to Prop 50 in California and what that's going to mean. Prop 50 passed 63-36 in another absolute blowout, giving Gavin Newsom the ability to redraw congressional districts in the middle of the year in order to combat Republicans' attempt to do so in Texas. Absolutely blew it out of the water there. So if we're going to keep up this redistricting fight, every state has to get on board. Because if every state doesn't get on board, then it's just going to be a calamity in the House of Representatives. Let's move over to New Jersey, where, holy shit, did I get that wrong. Well, wow, did I get that wrong. I predicted Jack Ciattarelli winning by 1.5%, and holy crap, was I not even close. This was absolutely wild. Obviously, the coastal cities came in big for Jack Ciattarelli, but not big enough, with him losing 56-43. A pretty wild statistic, by the way, just in case anybody is curious. This was from, where the hell's Crispy's tweet? Mike Crispy had a very interesting tweet on this, which ought to tell you everything you need to know. Apparently, Jack Ciattarelli got more votes this time, lost by 12, than he did last time when he lost by 3. This is a pretty interesting race. Let's see, where the hell is the tweet? I think Mike took... Oh, there it is. Jack Ciattarelli received more than 122,000 more total votes than he got in 2021. He got more votes than Phil Murphy received when he won re-election 4 years ago. Mikey Sherrill got 500,000 more votes than Murphy. The inner city's historic turnout for an uninspiring candidate like Mikey is quite an anomaly, which he's absolutely correct about. He's absolutely correct. I think that a lot of people were absolutely worried about losing their EBT, losing their benefits, losing their health insurance. The government shutdown had a big effect on pretty much everybody. Now, before we get to the real doom and gloom, which, of course, is New York City, I want to give a big shout-out to the team over in Smithtown for kicking ass and taking names, probably the only shining spot on Long Island last night. Of course, the Smithtown team, I have to give them a big shout-out because I'm a part of it. So, I got to be honest with you. I'm pretty sure everyone who worked on the Smithtown race, what's up, Nikki? I'm pretty sure everybody in the world, I'm pretty sure we were the only happy Republicans in America last night. I think that's in our small corner of the world, I think we were the only people that were actually celebrating. Some people were, meh. But I think we were the only ones that were actually happy. So, turns out if you hire me, you win. What a thought. Now, let's move on to New York City. And I've got a bone to pick with a lot of people. I'm going to try to be delicate here, because if I were to say everything that I want to say, I'd lose about 3 dozen friends. So this is going to be about a 7, but it's still going to be pretty intense. Firstly, I'd like to give a big shout out to the other candidates who were in the race who weren't running. Of course, that's some guy named Joe Hernandez, Irene Estrada, I don't know who the hell you are, Jim Walden, who I've argued with on Twitter, Eric Adams, by the way, congratulations, conservatives who ran someone named Irene Estrada. You actually got more write-in votes. There were 3 times as many write-ins as there were for the conservative candidate. Well done, everyone over there. Well done, Eric Adams, who was able to poach
nearly 6,300 votes in a race he wasn't running in. Very good stuff, very good stuff. Now, let's get to the man of the hour. 7%, 7.1%, 146,000 votes. Are you shitting me? There's more people at a college football game in Michigan. I'm pretty sure the Ohio State Stadium holds more people than Curtis Sliwa got last night. No two ways about it. No two ways about it. Now, I at least thought he would break double digits. But apparently, I don't know. Also, shout out to Curtis Sliwa for losing the only red county in the city. And when I say losing, Staten Island, New York, is a borough that Republicans can always count on. It's gone for Donald Trump twice and routinely elects Republicans, from Nicole Maliotakis in Congress to their borough president is a Republican. Curtis came in third in Staten Island. Third. The Republican came in third in the only Republican borough. I'm floored. So for all the people out there that were like, yeah, man, don't believe the polls, man. Curtis got a chance, man. You're high. You are quite literally smoking crack. And we all knew it. We all knew it. And there's a bunch of blame to go around. There's the narcissism of the candidate who thought he had a chance, who yelled at people who said that he didn't, like me. There's the narcissism of the people around him who enabled this sort of behavior instead of getting out of the race and giving us a fighting chance. But Kevin, even if you add up all the other votes, Zorhan still wins. You're right. As the election sits now. But if you had every candidate, Eric Adams stopped campaigning. If you had every candidate out there, the three of them bouncing from spot to spot, united in a non-Mondani vote, things could have been different. Could have pooled resources, could have pooled staffs. Who knows? Do we break that 0.5% threshold in order to stop a communist who hates America from running America's biggest city and the financial capital of the world? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. But as I said from the start, if there are three candidates in this race, we're going to lose. And I think everybody knew it. Andrew Cuomo actually overperformed many of the polls, coming in at 41.5%. He did very well. He did very well. Of course, it wasn't enough to overtake the 37-year-old communist who's never had a job. I'm actually blown away. I'm genuinely shocked. It's like shocked but not surprised kind of thing. Like, it's like if you go to a shitty restaurant and then you get food poisoning. Like, I'm shocked that I did, but I'm not surprised that I did. That's the feeling I have right now with New York City. As somebody wisely pointed out to me about an hour ago, perhaps New York City has to physically be set on fire. Perhaps we have to let these people destroy themselves before we can rise from the ashes like a phoenix. Maybe things have to get as bad in New York City as they did in the 1980s, in the late 70s and into the 80s, before it was cleaned up. Perhaps we haven't hit rock bottom yet. Although I am of the mind, and I some people may agree with me on this, I don't know if we're coming back from this one. Because look, you can clean up a dirty city. You can clean up a dirty city. You can. You can get the addicts off the street. You can even arrest all the criminals. What you can't do is institutionally change, is re-change the institutions that will be different forever. Will be different forever. The exit polling coming out is absolutely out of control, with 82% of women under the age of 30 voting for Zoran Mondani in one of the most insane things. The demographic polling in this New York City race is mind-blowing. Native-born New Yorkers broke for Andrew Cuomo by 65%. The exact same number of non-native-born New Yorkers, foreigners, voted for Mondani by over 80%. So it turns out, if New York was still filled with New Yorkers, we wouldn't have this guy. But you import the third world, and then you get the third world. It's not shocking. We showed you Palestinian activist Linda Sarsour on yesterday's show, one of the worst people in America, saying that this was all choreographed. It was all planned. Some of us have been trying to wave the flag over here for months about this, and then some of us had our heads in the sand. And one of those people who had their head in the sand is Van Jones. Van Jones, who always goes on CNN and appears to be completely befuddled. He appears to be completely confused. What the hell's going on here? Because my Facebook's not connecting. I don't know what's happening with that. He appears to be completely confused. If you guys are watching this on another platform, head on over to the Rumble page. It seems to be working fine over there. They head on over. People appear to be... Van Jones is completely confused by this, despite the fact that we knew it was coming. Zoran gave a ridiculous speech last night about all the people he plans to go after. And once he did, Van had a bit of befuddlement with it.
I think he missed an opportunity. I think the Mamdani that we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot warmer, who was a lot more embracing, was not present in that speech. And I think that Mamdani is the one you need to hear from tonight. There are a lot of people trying to figure out, can I get on this train with him or not? Is he going to include me? Is he going to be more of a class warrior even in office? I think he missed a chance tonight to open up and bring more people into the tent. I think his tone was sharp. I think he was using the microphone in a way that he was almost yelling. And that's not the Mamdani that we've seen on TikTok and the great interviews and stuff like that. So I felt like there's a little bit of a character switch here where the warm, open, embracing guy that's close to working people was not on stage tonight, and there was some other voice on stage. That said, he's very young, and he just pulled off something that's very, very difficult. And I wouldn't write him off, but I think he missed an opportunity to open himself up tonight, and I think that will probably cost him going forward.
He might be one of the stupidest people on the planet. Of course, you saw at the very end of that clip, Scott Jennings, when Scott gives you one of these, you know that there is going to be calamity coming back right afterwards. Wait, time out. So you mean to tell me the guy who was photographed with the 1993 World Trade Center bomber, planner, financier, call it whatever you will, I see somebody in the chat. You wouldn't have been better with Cuomo. Yes, we would have. Yeah, we would have. Yes, we would have. Would we have been better with? Oh, we wouldn't have been better. We would have been better with him. Exceedingly better. But he killed all the old people. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. That would have been Andrew Cuomo. I'm sorry. Any person that I'm not even looking at the Rumble chat right now because there's more people in that. But if you tell me that things are going to would have been the same with Zoran Mandani as mayor that they would have been with Andrew Cuomo, I have to ask: Were you beaten on your head as a child? I gotta ask. I can't even read that. Things are going to get so much worse. And, of course, Scott Jennings decided to have a little bit of fun at the expense of Van Jones, who's very, very dumb.
Scott? Oh. Are you saying he wasn't the unifying voice of a generation that you predicted mere moments ago?
He doesn't know what to say.
Where was the man that you predicted would not slice and dice the... Look, guys, he started his speech by quoting Eugene Debs, who ran for president of the United States 5 times as the Socialist Party of America candidate. He repeatedly attacked people in this... I know my socialists. I keep a close eye on them. I work here. So here's the thing. He went after everybody that he thinks is a problem. People who own things, people who have businesses. He said an interesting quote. No problem too large for government to solve.
Or too small, important.
And so when you think of the world that way, that every problem, no matter how small or how large, is something for government to do, let me just decipher this for you. Tax increases as far as the eye can see, which means the people who need to provide jobs to the young people that you say need jobs are going to flee as quickly as they possibly can. I think this was a divisive speech, and he clearly sees the world in terms of the people who are oppressing you and the oppressed. And he said the oppressed are now in City Hall.
The oppressed. That's right. The Nepo baby who's never had a job in his life is one of the oppressed people. You, the hardworking union worker out there, you're the oppressor. Guys, this story doesn't end well. This story doesn't end well. Just ask all the kulaks in Russia. But it's important to remember, guys, that all of this was planned. They had boots on the ground from all over the country. And I can't tell you how many comments I've received in the last, 16 hours. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, you could try getting off your fat fucking ass and getting involved in a campaign. You could try doing that. You give that a whirl. You could volunteer on a Saturday for a campaign. You could try that. What are we going to do? No one's coming to save us. Yeah, you're right. Nobody's coming to save you. So save yourself. Get involved. Embrace the levers of power and embrace the ability to do things. It is shocking to me, the amount of people who will complain when elections don't go their way. And then Danny Gershowitz, what's volunteering on a Saturday going to do? It's called get out the vote efforts. It's called knocking on doors. It's called making phone calls. That's why in the town of Smithtown, we were able to kick ass against one of the worst people on planet Earth because we established what's called a ground game. That's what politics is about. It's about getting votes from the couch to the polling location. Picking up old people to drive them to the polls because perhaps they can't get there themselves. That's what it is. Now, look, I want to be clear about a few things. Everyone's going to sit there and they're going to say, but Kevin, I'm one vote. I'm one vote. What is one vote going to do? What is one vote going to do? Well, in just a second, I'm going to show you exactly what one vote can do. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold. All those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, Beekeepers Naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of those, any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids' prebiotic fiber pops, along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com/LFA. And now back to the show.
By the way, I'm finding out that apparently some people in the chat didn't like that I said to get off your lazy ass and get involved in campaigns. Some people didn't like that. I don't really care. Because what's one vote going to do? What's one vote? Oh, you want to know what one vote's going to do? Here you go. Why don't you let me show you what one vote's going to do? Here's a town on Long Island right here that's separated by 21 votes. By 21 votes. Need more? Here we go. Let's keep going. Here is let's go to. Let's keep moving here. I'm just using the races here on Long Island. I'm just using these. Oh, look, here we go. Here's my friend, legislator Stephanie Bontempi, who won her election by 380 votes, securing our county's legislative majority, stopping the radical Democrats from taking charge. What's one vote going to do? You could just say you don't want to get involved, that you got better things to do. It's totally okay. Because I got news for you. The Democratic Socialists of America have never said, what's one vote going to do? Their motto is, let's go get one more vote. That's what their motto is. And that's why they are sweeping communities near you. That's why they are sweeping through communities near you. That's why people out there, literal terrorist supporters like Hassan Piker, who revels for the days of the Soviet Union, revels for the days. This is, of course, Cenk Uyghur's nephew, can be at a victory party in the financial capital of the world and say a sentence like this.
They're done. What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist and anti-communism didn't work to stop him? That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. And the reality of the matter is, there's a lot of antagonism. There's no class consciousness in the United States of America. It's one of the things that I try to address every day with my commentary. And I will say this, the conditions have deteriorated so much that everyday Americans, in spite of their lack of class consciousness, are finally arriving at the conclusion that perhaps there is an alternative out there. There is an alternative that focuses on them as opposed to the interests of the billionaires and the millionaires, as opposed to the interests of the capital owners. And I mean, you can't help but notice that. You can't help but feel at least a little bit of excitement around that.
And also the significance.
I want to be clear, there's the only person in history who might be more useless than Hassan Piker is, of course, Karl Marx himself, as he directly quotes the book. So what's one vote going to do? Well, if each one of you go out and get one vote, that's tens of thousands of votes. That's the message that people like myself and Scott Pressler and activists all over the country have been trying to instill in people left and right. Everything. Apparently some people didn't like that I used some naughty words. Well, I really don't give a shit. I really don't care. You know why? Because my city is done. It's over with. All the capital will be leaving. They're all going to go. And if you live somewhere else in the country, I'm sure you'll do very well. If you're an investment banker living in Florida, you just know Goldman Sachs is coming down the pike. You'll do very well. It is shocking. But don't worry, guys. Don't worry. Because despite this con man taking over New York City, we've got tough guys in Congress like Steve Scalise. We've got tough guys who are going to send out strongly worded letters and wag their finger.
Anybody wait to see what those free buses are going to look like? I'm sure they're going to be incredibly safe and clean when you ride the free buses. Can anybody wait to see what those government-run grocery stores are going to look like? Shelves unstocked, expired food. I'm sure the friendliness of those employees that are government employees at those grocery stores. That's what socialism does. Socialism always overpromises and underdelivers.
Oh, boy, Steve Scalise. I bet you got them shaking in their boots. Sure, the top cop in the state of Virginia now hopes that your children are murdered and bleed to death in your arms. But I've got a tried and true line made by some lobbyist that socialism always overpromises and underdelivers. The Republican Party, I mean this, the Republican Party is full of pussies, just the biggest bitches I've ever seen in my entire life. None of them have any fight in them whatsoever. Anytime anyone tries to get a little bit oh, we can't do that. No. We can't do that. We can't get a little bit aggressive. No. Because the New York Times editorial board might say something negative about us. Never mind the fact that some Democrat just got elected in Pennsylvania, some tranny who's calling for shooting federal agents. You got that right. Democratic trans activist wins a mayoral race in Pennsylvania who has suggested armed violence against government workers. I foresee pushback from an armed citizenry in the future. The Second Amendment was very clear that weapons are meant to protect against a tyrannical government. That's right. Some tranny activist who just got elected to Congress, that just got elected to a mayor's seat in Chester County, Pennsylvania, thinks that we should be shooting federal agents who are coming in and scooping up ICE. But remember, Steve Scalise, you're the tough guy. You're the tough guy. Sure, you could walk into any deli in America and nobody would have any idea who the hell you are while you charge $50,000 for a speaking appearance. I am so sick and tired of the cowards that run this party. Any word from Michael Whatley, by the way? Michael Whatley? Anybody see him? Oh, no, that's right. He's too busy running his own race as the head of the Republican National Committee to give a shit about the rest of the people that live in this country. Sure. But remember, guys, both sides Sure, this new Democratic mayor in Chester County, Pennsylvania, wherever the hell that may be, called for shooting federal agents. Sure, the new attorney general in Virginia wants to see your children murdered. Sure, we all just watched somebody kill Charlie Kirk in front of his family. Sure, but remember, guys, both sides. I am so sick and tired of people who don't understand what is happening. We are on the cusp. We may be in the middle of a violent revolution in this country from the radical left, and I still have to see dickheads going on Fox News going, well, you know, Article 3, Section 4 of the Constitution clearly states that we are... Bro, you're getting the shit beat out of you. Fight back. Fight back. If you're in a boxing ring with Mike Tyson and he's knocking you out and you pull out the rule book and start reading it, how's that going to end? How's that going down? And I want to be clear with you, the Democratic Socialists of America, they have infiltrated every suburban neighborhood, every urban neighborhood, every rural neighborhood in this country. They have boots on the ground. They have money. And meanwhile, I got people tuning out of this show because I said that they should get off their asses and get involved in a campaign. It's a republic if you can keep it, is the famous line. And we ain't doing shit to keep it. And there are some people out there who will continue to say, Kevin, Virginia's blue and Jersey's blue and New York is blue. California's blue. We knew this was going to happen. If that's you, you're part of the problem. Because we didn't just lose. We got blown out. In just a second, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen if this happens in the midterms. And I've got a feeling you're not going to like the answer you're going to get.
When big banks decide who gets access to America's financial systems and who doesn't, who do you think gets left out? Middle Americans who proudly wave their pro-America values. Cancel culture in banking is corrosive. It limits your participation in a vibrant, free market economy. Fortunately, you can fight back. You now have the opportunity to invest in the bank that's investing in a fair American banking system, one based in freedom. Ownership in Old Glory Bank, the pro-America online bank, is here. Old Glory Bank is a full-service FDIC-insured bank that's the alternative to overreaching, un-American big banks. We stand for privacy, security, and liberty. We stand for freedom, family, faith, and the flag. We stand for all the values you stand for, and for the values big banks can't stand. So help keep banking in the hands of Main Street, not Wall Street. To invest in Old Glory Bank, go to oldglorybank.com.
Head on over to oldglorybank.com. That's oldglorybank.com. And consider opening up an account today, guys. Old Glory Bank, the bank that supports your privacy, your liberty, and your security. Head on over to oldglorybank.com. That's oldglorybank.com. So, let's talk about what happens if this continues. This is the part you're going to want to write down, okay? You ready for this? You ready for this? Let's play a little game here. Senate seats in 2026. Let's play a little game here, okay? Who's ready? Everybody good? Everybody good? Great. Here we go. So, if this trouncing, which is what it was, a landslide, a mollywop, whatever you want to call it, if that happens in 2026, Democrats will retake the House. They will. And we'll get countless impeachments over and over and over again. The government will be all but shut down because Speaker Hakeem... I got to tell you, and to be honest with you, since I'm bringing him up, part of the worst part of losing last night was listening to that asshole, Hakeem Jeffries, singing about it. But I digress. If we lose the House, which we only have a 3-seat majority, so that's entirely possible, there'll be impeachments all day, and Speaker Jeffries will do everything he possibly can to thwart the Trump agenda. But there's an even worse scenario. There's an even worse scenario. There is a large faction of the Senate Republicans, most of the people over the age of 70, who don't like Donald Trump. They want the world to go back to the way things were. And they want MAGA to go away. They want neocons to fund every war on planet Earth. People like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski, and people like Lindsey Graham and Chuck Grassley. People that would just much rather see this all go away. People who are on their way out anyway. People who are on their way out anyway. Some states, like North Carolina, Maine, are incredibly flippable from Republican to Democrat. Perhaps Ohio as well. If Democrats pick up a couple of Senate seats, which is not out of the realm of possibility, with someone like Mitch McConnell retiring, with someone like Jody Ernst retiring, with Tom Tillis retiring, with maybe not Tommy Tuberville, Dan Sullivan, he's up this year. If Democrats pick up 53 seats in the Senate, 54 seats, all they would need is a couple of Republicans to flip, a handful, to remove President Trump from office. He'd be the first president ever removed. And then where do we stand? So for the people out there who are like, this is no big deal, you need to stop listening to them. I don't care who they are. Last night was a calamity. And for the people that are choosing, people are going out of their way to not understand that. They're going to find themselves in peril. And we can do all the messaging we want. We've given everyone the thanks. We've tweeted and we've posted and we've been on TikTok. We've been out in the streets. We need more of you. We need more of you to get involved. You got to understand this. This is not like a downer type show that I'm trying to scare people or something. But it's real. Let's just go through the Republican senators where there could be flips in 2026. Dan Sullivan only won by 4 points. Jody Ernst only won by 1.5. Susan Collins only won by 1 point. Tom Tillis didn't get 50%. John Cornyn in Texas, a state that Democrats have been trying to flip for years, only won 53% of the vote in his last election. Keep telling me that this is not going to happen, because that's exactly when things like this end up happening. Do you need any more proof of that? Do you remember that lady Hillary Clinton who chose not to go to Michigan because she had it in the bag? How'd that go? How did that go? What else is important to understand? And this drives me absolutely insane. It's fraud. It's the machines. No, it isn't. Unless you can show me some proof, stop making ridiculous claims. Curtis Sliwa, the Republican in New York City, got 7% of the vote. Unless you're going to look me in the eye, and say that the Democratic Party stole 1.7 million votes in a place that's 9 miles long. And I hope you do, because then I know you're a crazy person. Then I know you're nuts. You're insane. Of course, that's the Zorhan and Cuomo combination, 1.8 million votes. So unless you want to tell me that there are 1.8 million pieces of paper out there that all got sent through the mail and we can't find one of them. When people lose an election and then they just yell fraud, it makes them sound insane. And look, there are a lot of people out there who have made great careers off doing that. Great careers. I am not one of those people, and I will not be. Unless you can show me some evidence, I don't want to hear it. It's wild stuff. The amount of complacency I've seen over the last half a day has been quite outrageous. And a lot of people should have lost that didn't end up losing. They squeaked by the hair on their ass. If the institutions don't change, the results are going to. There's no other way to say it. And if they're not going to build it out, then we'll build it out ourselves. We'll be back in just a second. Here's Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sale because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code LOUD. Somebody in the chat said, I'm acting really defeated today. I am because I think that people don't understand the gravity of this situation. I don't think people truly understand how bad last night was. Look, we were probably going to lose New York. We were definitely going to lose New York because arrogant narcissists who were famous 45 years ago can't see the light. We were always going to lose New York. We were probably going to lose Virginia. Let's be honest, we were probably going to lose New Jersey. But the margins that were lost by, the voter turnout that came out, as someone who does this for a living, was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, it was Jack Chitterelli. I said it at the top of the show. The guy got 100,000 more votes and lost by 10% more. Mikey Sherrill pulled out 500,000 more votes out of the cities. And look, I've long said that I think Democrats kept the government shut down to inflict as much pain as humanly possible on people in order to win this election. Absolutely, I think they did. I think the government will probably be reopened by the end of the week, if not the start of next week. But it's bad. It's really, really bad. CLRV. Mail-in ballots. Okay. Yeah, that's right. They mailed in 2 million ballots in New York City. That's what they did. I mean, we can't find one of them, but it was definitely the mail-in ballots. Sure, there were 2 million pieces of paper. 2 million pieces of paper. Can't find one of them, but you've got the answer. You've got the answer. Exactly, Callie. Too many Republicans had the attitude that it wasn't going to go their way, so why bother? And then we got crushed down ballot. That's exactly what happened. – Wild stuff. Wild stuff. Guys, we got a couple minutes left. We are going to keep rocking and rolling here. If you were watching on Facebook, I don't know what the hell happened. Something glitched out today. So make sure you guys head on over to rumble.com/ either LFA TV or Loud Majority, and we'll play a little game here. Hey, and follow this page. You never miss out. There you go, guys. If you'll do me a favor and click that follow button in the chat, that's my personal page. It really does help me out. But while we're waiting, I'm gonna be running a little over today. Hannah's on her way back in. Do me a favor, guys. Head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That's your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys were there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That's how we keep the lights on over here. We really do appreciate it. We really do appreciate it, guys. Once again, lfatv.us. It's lfatv.us. And look, now, there were some liberal trolls out there going, look at MAGA freaking out over the law. Yeah, because the first step to fixing a problem is recognizing that there is one. And if you stick your head in the sand and you think that nothing happened because some places we pulled out wins over the course of the last several days, you're on drugs. You're on drugs. Just not going to happen. Just not going to happen. As a matter of fact, things are getting so bad that we are already seeing resignations out of New York City. A Jewish FDNY commissioner hands in his resignation letter after Mamdani is elected mayor. New York City's fire commissioner, Robert Tucker, handed in his resignation first thing on Wednesday, just one day after Zohran Mamdani was elected. Tucker, a Jewish philanthropist and businessman, will step down from his role he held for just over 12 months on December 19th. He'll go back to running his private security firm, TM, which he headed before joining Mayor Eric Adams' administration, sources say. So this guy who ran a private security company decided to leave his $1 million business, his Uber millions and millions of dollar business, to serve as a commissioner on the FDNY. A noble position, to say the least. Yep, our first resignation of a high-level leader in New York City. Guys, it's been like 16 hours. 4 years. And I promise you, look, as a guy that likes to go to really crappy areas and film content for Twitter, it's going to be great for us. I'm just going to ride on a New York City bus and get footage of a pregnant lady shooting heroin between her toes. It'll be great social media content. Not for the people who live there. Maybe I'll get video of 2 homeless people having sex on the 4 train on the way to the Yankee game. At least I put on a show for us. And New York will continue to be the laughing stock of the country. But it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Because if you can do it here, you can do it anywhere. That's the motto. Wild. Wild stuff. So, for example, how will this affect Elise Stefanik's race next year? Well, look, it's gonna have a two-pronged effect, I think. I think it's going to negatively impact it because a lot of people are going to leave. But I think it will also motivate people moving forward. It'll motivate a lot of those independents in the city to cross over and vote for Elise. This is what I mean. I'm sorry, who's that? G5ers. Hey, if you got a plane, let me know. G5ers on Rumble wants to know how this is going to affect Elise Stefanik, and I think this is critical because this is why I was talking about this having to be a two-way race in New York City. Independents will break our way. Let's see, what do we got? What was the final vote total? Andrew Cuomo got, 850,000 votes. 850,000 votes. Those 850,000 votes, combined with Curtis's 150,000, those million votes will go directly to Elise Stefanik in 2026. Directly to Elise. And if we're able to peel off 5% of the outer boroughs, I think we're in good shape. But it's going to take the work. It's going to take people to stop posting memes on Facebook and actually get active and actually get involved. I think that's what it's going to do. I think that is what we're going to have to do. And unfortunately, well, actually, I shouldn't say unfortunately. I think that we will regroup, reload, and come back stronger than ever. I think we will. But only if we're willing to put in the work. I was fired up today. Fired up today. Wild stuff. We're going to be hanging around for a couple more minutes, guys. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold. All those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, Beekeepers Naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids prebiotic fiber pops along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com /LFA. And now back to the show.
Now, look, I know I'm fired up today. I know I am. But it reminds me of that old Michael Jordan line. You have to hate losing more than you like winning. And that's what I do. I hate losing. I hate losing particularly when it could have happened. When it didn't have to happen the way it did. Were we fighting uphill battles the entire time? Absolutely. But there are steps that could have been made by the people in power to make these situations better. And for some reason, people are choosing not to do that. The activists can only go so far. The activists can only go so far. We're waiting Hannah Faulkner to come on. Kev, give them your name on X. Everybody wants my name on X. Kevin _Smith45. Yeah, give me a follow over there on X for sure. Guys, give me a follow. That's what is that? x.com/Kevin_Smith45. Boom. I even gave you the link. Look at that. Giddy up. Let's go. Giddy up, let's go. I want to thank everybody for sticking with me throughout the day here. Some people did drop off because apparently I was very strident today, as that woman in Tennessee said to me. I was incredibly strident. Dotsky, you got it right. Scott Pressler can't do everything. Scott can do a lot, but he can't do everything. Once again, guys, we are I'm just filling in for a couple minutes, running over for Hannah Faulkner. Do me a favor and hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. I really don't. Look at this. All the follows are coming in on X. I like that. I like it a lot. Giddy up, let's go. Guys, hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out everywhere. We always appreciate the support. Alrighty, guys. Hannah is about to jump on. So I'm going to drop this live chat real quick. There we go. Should be coming on any minute now. Let's see. Bing, bing, bing. Go. There we go. Hannah's coming up right now. Go. Guys, once again, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. I really do appreciate the support, guys. And for everybody who actually is out there working, thank you very much. It means a lot to everybody. Until tomorrow, everybody, stay loud.
Patriots, welcome back to LFA TV live with Hannah Faulkner. I hope you guys are having an incredible Wednesday afternoon so far. I know I usually look a little bit more put together, I feel like, with my hair curled and maybe a nicer shirt on, but I actually just came from Ashland City, Tennessee. We were at a shooting range with 2A Daddy. I'm wearing their shirt. 2A Daddy. Let's see if can you guys see it? 2A Daddy. We were shooting with their nap time suppressor. And ironically, as a 18-year-old, I can get a sex change. I can get an abortion. I can even buy a rifle or a shotgun legally in Tennessee, but I can't purchase a suppressor to go hunting with, to protect my hearing, and just to exercise my Second Amendment right. So it's pretty wild as we were shooting with the suppressor, the nap time suppressor from 2A Daddy. It's pretty incredible. I'm really excited. I'm excited to get it for my dad. Now, I can't legally get it, so I have to go through all these loopholes and get my dad to sign off on all of these things, but then still get it for him for Christmas. Anyways, lots to discuss there. That's why I've got my hair braided, because we were out in the woods getting dirty, shooting some of the top-tiered firearms. They have some of the best optics in the business. I mean, they use top-of-the-line products. super proud of 2A Daddy, super proud of Taylor and Britt Winston. They have just really killed it on all levels. They have a family now. I mean, when I first met them, they were doing a annual shootout where they'd have big influencers come, and someone said Hannah +1 for saying suppressor and not silencer. Hey, that's right. Yeah, most people, we were actually just talking about this. A lot of people call it a silencer, but the technical term, I guess, is a suppressor. Anyways, lots of great Patriots in the chat. We've got Kara Moore. We've got Dawn Biss. We've got B-Hops Hard 2. We've got Kit Kat Mar. Is Logan in the chat? I haven't seen Logan. Maybe I missed Logan. But if Logan is in the chat, you guys start commenting American flags. If you guys are a patriot, if you love this country, and you hate communism, you guys flood the chats right now with American flags. I want to see more American flags in the chat than I think I've ever seen, because I'm not going to say communism won, because communism never wins, okay? Socialism never wins. LFA producer says, hit that Rumble. Yes, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you guys are following us here on Rumble. Make sure you're following our X page, LFA TV US. Make sure you're following my X page, Hannah F1776. Now, I don't recommend following my X page. If you are easily offended, don't follow my X page. And definitely do not follow my Instagram, because I'm even more spicy on Instagram. So do not follow me there if you are easily offended. Or maybe just don't watch the show, honestly, if you're easily offended, because you're almost bound to be offended by something. Now, before we get into, we've got the likes of which no one has ever seen. What a long username in the chat, commenting more American flags than I can even count. Anyways, I love the American flags. Keep them coming. We've got so many Patriots in the chat. Obviously, wow, what a sad, horrific, disheartening night last night with Mamdani. I mean, literally a full-blown Democratic takeover. You've got a blue wave happening in this country. And it's not just blue, guys. Like, these are full-blown socialists. They are communist. And we even heard it from Zohran Mamdani, his election night speech, saying, I am a Muslim. I am a socialist. Let's see here if this works. There we go. We're back. Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. Anyways, you got the Somalian socialist Omar Fatah. He lost his bid for Minneapolis mayor, so a little bit of hope in between the chaos. We're also going to get into IVO embryo keepsake. We've talked about IVF many times on the show, and regardless of what you think about IVF, you probably can at least agree with me that taking and harvesting IVF embryos and putting them into your jewelry is pretty sick. Like, you got to be a pretty sick person to take your IVF embryos and create them into jewelry, because if we truly believe life begins at conception, well, that is flat out murder. Also, Virginia School District, known for trans bathroom scandal, has elected an independent vowing to protect girls. Wow, what a crazy headline. We've got to get people to be elected to protect girls in their spaces. We're also going to get into Scott Jennings as he warns the Democratic Party of Zohran Mamdani, as well as Jay Jones, the one who condoned the political violence against his opponent a couple years ago via text, as well as leaving the political opponent's children as orphans. Lots to get into today, so make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. Again, make sure you're following us here on Rumble. I had my Rumble up, and now I don't even know what happened to it. I had you guys, the chat going, and I'm not sure what happened to the chat. I'm going to have to go back to it so that I can see what you guys are taking, what you guys are saying in the chat. Someone said, or into vaccines. I don't know what you're saying. You guys are going to have no sound. All right, sound is back, so we should be able to hear me. If not, what did producer... Oh, producer Eli said your sound cut. So you guys should be able to hear me now. Lord willing, you can hear me. But I want to talk, before we get into all the crazy communist takeover, because that's what everybody's talking about, but I want to talk about something very specific. I'm very grateful for 2A Daddy. Obviously, I'm repping the shirt, 2A Daddy. Go check them out, 2adaddy.com. Obviously, I was at the range today. We were shooting rifles with the suppressor, without the suppressor, seeing the difference. We filmed some content. We also shot some pistols. just getting some training in and really getting ready for, God forbid, we have to fight a tyrannical government. I'm not sure what's going to happen next. Someone's going to clip that. Anyways, I want to show you guys a video that Taylor Winston actually did. You know, we talk often on the show about Real ID here and there. I don't get into
Shout out to everyone who's ready to roll over for Real ID under the guise of convenience.
There we go. That's Taylor Winston talking right now. I want to show you guys this video because a lot of people have been bringing up this idea of Real ID. I have a Real ID. I actually want to go to the DMV and get it revoked. A lot of people don't understand why this is so dangerous. We look at what's happening in the UK right now with Keir Starmer. He has implemented digital ID. So in order to get a job, in order to go to some healthcare facilities, you have to have a digital ID, which all of this is a part of the globalist agenda 2030. You will own nothing. You will be happy. A full-blown digital track and trace surveillance everywhere you go. You've got Oracle. You've got Larry Fink, Larry Ellison, all talking about how they want to track you everywhere you go. They want you on camera. They want to see everything you're doing. We know that they are literally tracking us when we're having conversations. Everything you say, it is all being stored up in the cloud, and they're getting it. It's all globalist. It is. It's satanic, truly. Well, he exposed Taylor Winston. I'm about to show you guys this video. This guy's a hero. He is a Marine. I don't know how many of you guys remember the Las Vegas shooting, but the Las Vegas shooting, it was a huge massacre. Come to find out, the guy that actually committed this massacre at the Las Vegas concert, I believe it was Route 91, but this Las Vegas shooting, come to find out, he was actually on some psychiatric drugs. And we're seeing a clear correlation between psychiatric drugs, whether it's SSRIs, antidepressants, anti-anxiety medication, but some type of psychiatric drug that is really altering the chemical brain waves and just really altering your brain, causing you to have a homicidal, suicidal, and very violent behavior. I was talking with a young man last night. He is 17 years old, and he said that his parents put him on an antidepressant, or actually it might have been an ADHD medication, but they put him on a medication when he was about 13 years old, and within just a few weeks to a month, he was having some of the most violent thoughts that he's ever, he literally couldn't even have a knife near him in his room because of how wild the thoughts and the things that this medication was what it was doing to his brain. R-Star77 says these drugs do the opposite of what they say. They're very dangerous. They're very, very dangerous. And I actually don't think it's any coincidence. They want you drugged up. They don't want you to have a brain. They don't want you to have critical thinking skills, so you're easily controlled. And they want to continue on this path of pharmaceutical cocktails because then once you get on the ADHD medication, you have another problem. You can't sleep. Oh, so now you need the sleep medication. Oh, now you're fat, so you need Ozempic. Oh, now you have this, so you need this. And it's like this life. They want you to be on drugs your whole life. They're not there to help heal you. They're not there to make you better. They want you to be a patient of the pharmaceutical industry, a slave to big pharma for the rest of your life. And you guys want to know how insane this is? I actually looked this up the other day because I weigh like 108 pounds, okay? And I'm not ashamed to admit that, okay? I don't care, like, whatever. I'm like 108, 110 pounds. And I wanted to see if they would recommend me to take a weight loss drug. And on a website, it literally said that they would recommend me taking Ozempic or Wegovy. I'm 110 pounds, 5'4". This is how many people are they trying to get? They want to bring back like the epidemic of anorexia. Now, I think this generation does not have a problem with being too skinny. I think this generation has a problem with being too fat. But that is another story for another. So Bad Moon, I haven't seen you in the chat in a long time. So Bad Moon, thank you so much for joining us today. We've got some new people in the chat. Tawana, I don't think I've seen you in the chat. Dylan, Pef, hello everyone. I don't know if I know Dylan, but maybe I do. Anyways, I want to show you guys, if you took that, there would be nothing left. Yeah, I would literally probably look like I had been in a concentration camp. Anyways, more women should wear classy earrings like Hannah instead of the, I don't know what, hoop ones. So much classier. Yes, I like these. I think simple is better. Simple is better. We don't need to be so gaudy in the conservative movement. Sometimes I feel like the Republican women of 2025, it's like everything's fake. They've got like both, and I don't have a problem with fake eyelashes. I actually wore them on the show the other day for like a tester. Probably won't ever wear them again, but I feel like the Republican women of today, it's just, they look like trans. I'm sorry. The Republican women of 2025 have literally made themselves out to look like a tranny. Fake eyelashes, fake breast implants, fake lip injections, fake hair. I mean, everything's fake. It's like, why can't we just bring back natural beauty? Like, embrace your natural beauty. I mean, sometimes I feel that we need to get back to the 1950s. I feel that era probably was a little bit better. Anyways, let's get back to the point, digital and Real ID, and why this is so important that we stay every bit clear from Real ID, because what's going to happen next is when a Democrat gets in power, they're going to control what you eat, what you wear, where you go, where you get your health care, where you go to church. They will control every single aspect of your life. Here is Taylor Winston, a Marine, Las Vegas shooting survivor, and is credited with saving over 24 lives at the Las Vegas shooting. Take a look. Well, let me see if I can pull this up because it's not playing. Here we go.
Hey, shout out to everyone who's ready to roll over for Real ID under the guise of convenience. This one is for you. Real ID isn't just a new license, it's a Trojan horse for a national surveillance system that threatens your freedom in ways most people don't even see coming. A lot of this insight comes from people like Jim Harper, who's been ringing this alarm for decades. So, let's break this down and talk about what's really going on. This was never about safety. They claim that Real ID was born from 9/11, but the 9/11 Commission barely gave the idea even 3/4 of a page in an entire report over 100 pages long. They never explained how a national ID would have stopped anything. The hijackers used valid IDs. They didn't slip through licensing loopholes, they exploited a broken security system. And for the TSA, the same folks pushing show your papers, undercover tests prove they fail up to 95% of the time to catch banned weapons and explosives. That's billions of dollars wasted, your privacy shredded, and for what? Fake safety? This has always been about money. They didn't start with 9/11. It goes back to 1939 when the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, the DMV's National Club, started pushing for more licensing, more testing, and more fees. By 1956, they were already declaring driving a privilege, not a right. Why? More money and more control. It's not rocket science. After 9/11, they saw their window. Congress buried this Real ID Act inside the Tsunami Relief Bill. There were no hearings, no real debate, and just a top-down mandate while everyone was distracted. That's not security, that's opportunism. Here's the real kicker. DHS holds the unilateral switch. This is the biggest red flag. The Real ID Act gives the Secretary of Homeland Security unilateral power to declare additional official purposes for which your Real ID will be required. No courts, no votes, just one agency deciding what you can and can't do without this card. This isn't conspiracy theory, it's right in Section 202. The Bush administration openly said they planned to expand Real ID for everyday transactions. The Obama administration doubled down on using air travel as a choking point. Threaten people's rights to travel and they'll roll over faster, most of you. It's a strategy, not an accident. All right, you naysayers, let's debunk some of this defeatist mentality and tackle some excuses.
Your face is on camera anyways, so who cares? Or passports are basically the same thing.
Wrong? Wrong. Random cameras in public are not the same as a single federally controlled identification system that ties your daily life to a national database. Once your ID is unified under Real ID, every card swipe, every scan, every checkpoint, everything feeds that system. You're not just on camera, you're being tracked, linked, and analyzed in ways that you can't even see. And no, a passport is not the same thing. Passports are for international travel and they come with very strict privacy protections. They do not force your DMV to share info with 50 other states. They're not a permission slip for your daily life. Real ID is. And the DHS can expand its use whenever they want. That's mission creep and it's baked in. Now, let's talk about identity versus national ID. And let's be very clear, identity itself is not the problem. We all use ID to live a normal life. We sign contracts, we pick up packages, we open accounts. That's how modern society works. But here's the difference. In a free country, ID is meant to build trust, not grant or deny your fundamental rights. A national ID flips that script, and now you're asking for permission to participate, and you're proving if you're worthy of the access. Identity should protect you from fraud, not become a tool for blanket surveillance under the guise of safety. There's a big difference, and once you centralize it, there is no going back.
No address, last known or otherwise. No tax returns for the last 5 years. Check NCIC, maybe he's got a record.
We're already headed towards a surveillance society. We don't need to advance it faster. And the price tag? Well, DHS says itself that Real ID will cost over $17 billion from mostly drained state budgets and your wallet through higher DMV fees. Meanwhile, your DMV has to share your info with every other DMV in the country. One weak state system, one breach, and your entire life is out there. It's not if, it's when. All for a system that doesn't even make you safer.
But Taylor, I already have Real ID and I didn't know this was a problem. What can I do to fight back?
Well, if you already have a Real ID, you can go into your DMV and switch back to a standard license that's completely legal and an option. You can also remind your state leaders that they hold the power. DHS has threatened to block air travel for 2 decades, and they keep blinking every time and pushing it back because they know that the political blowback would absolutely torch them. When they mess with Grandma's Christmas flight, guess who the public blames? TSA, DHS, and Congress, not your governor. That's why states can and should push back against this mandate. Our future and our children's futures depend on it. And if you think this is all far-fetched, we can take a look at Europe. Many European countries already run national identification systems that control every aspect of life: banking, travel, housing, and healthcare. You're not a citizen anymore. You're literally a QR code waiting for approval. And what's the next step? Think about carbon credits and social scores. They're already testing it. When every swipe ties back to your national ID, the same system can decide if you've driven too far, eaten too much, tried the wrong food, or used up your carbon allowance. Suddenly, your ID isn't a tool, it's a leash. Once you comply, it's generational. Your kids will never know what real freedom felt like. So no, let's not be like Europe. Let's not hand over our freedom just to save 5 minutes at the airport. We should stand up and say, my rights are not up for negotiation. I'll leave you guys with this. One of my favorite quotes. Ben Franklin said it best. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. This is about more than flying. This is about the line between freedom and permission. For you and every generation after you, they rely on your fear of inconvenience. They rely on your defeatist attitude. Do not give them that for the win. If this opened your eyes or you learned anything from this, make sure to share it with a friend, talk about it, and say no to Real ID, which is a Trojan horse for a national identification system, and say yes to liberty. Stay free, stay safe, y'all, and check us out at 2adaddy.com. We'll talk to you later.
2adaddy.com, some of the best, surely the best actually in the business. And that is not just to spread flattery. They truly are the best in the business. They are doing great work. Actually, the first video that came up is Ron Paul is right about Real ID. Kristi Noem should stop this control, because it is control. It is all a part of the globalist agenda to censor us, to watch us more, and to control every move that we make. And again, it's socialism. Like, this is what the Democrats have been advocating for, are things like chips and digital ID, Real ID. And so when the Trump administration first offered this, I'll be honest, I kind of fell prey to that. I was like, well, I guess we'll just do it because the Trump administration says. And here's when I think as conservatives, and I've fallen short here too, so I'm kind of repenting and expressing my own failure on this part here, in that I think we see someone that's conservative, we look up to someone like President Trump, and President Trump truly is one of the greatest president that America has ever seen. He is a master in negotiations, whether it's local, national, or foreign affairs. We've seen him end 8 wars at this point in the last 6 months, last 9 months. I can't believe it's been 9 months. Wow. 10 months. I mean, wow, we're in November. What in the world? November. We're seeing him end war after war, conflict after conflict, negotiate deals. I believe we're at like I could get this wrong, but I believe it's $2.2 trillion of investments into America and into our manufacturing, into our pharmaceuticals, and to many different avenues. But countries are investing in America right now because they know that under President Trump, our country will be the greatest it's ever been, despite all of its flaws and warts. But that's because of Democrats' policies and them having control of the House, Senate, and the presidency for a long time. I mean, President Trump was the first real conservative. I mean, Bush, yeah, we will not label him a conservative. He was a typical rhino Republican. which is why we ended up getting the Patriot Act. And then that all led to Real ID of what we're seeing today. So grateful for what Taylor Winston is doing. I want to go back to Zohran Mamdani. Obviously, you've got Scott Jennings, you've got Democrats and even liberal news outlets on CNN, MSNBC, and political commentators on the left actually warning about what's to come with Zohran Mamdani and, of course, the two liberal women in New Jersey and then Virginia, and then, of course, Jay Jones as AG in Virginia. There's a lot that's going to be coming, and to me, it's not just about Jay Jones. It's not just about Spanberger and Herrell in New Jersey. This is about AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mamdani. I think these are the three ones that we should be looking at. And Ilhan Omar, we've got a large majority of the Democrats are Muslims. There is a good portion of Democrats, not just in Washington, D.C., but on the local level. I mean, we are experiencing a full takeover. And I say this literally every day because we are. I mean, you can't deny it. It's happening in front of our own eyes. Now, I haven't fact-checked this, but someone actually told me that New York has already changed their sound ordinance. And I would bet you many dollars that in the next few months, take January, February, March, in the next few months after Zohran Mamdani takes the office as mayor over New York City, we will start hearing Muslim call to prayers in broad daylight for everyone to hear in New York City. Now, am I right? I don't know, but I definitely think that's coming. I 100% think that is coming. I mean, it's happening in Dearborn, Michigan right now. Why would this man not do that? He's a blatant Muslim. And I was on an interview the other day with a girl, and she was like, what about Zohran Mamdani makes him a Muslim? I'm like, he literally says it out of his own mouth. Like, I don't even need to defend him. I don't even have to say it. He says it himself that he's a Muslim, and he's proud of it. He said it last night in his election speech. Anyways, you got Scott Jennings, Democrats actually warning about what's to come with Zohran Mamdani and this massive wave of socialism in America. Take a look.
A peace plan for Gaza. For the
Okay,
plan
we
to
definitely don't want
advance
that playing. Now it's talking about, oh, there we go. Perfect. What in the world? I'm gonna have to get like CNN Premium. There we go. No, I'm not just kidding. There we go.
Virginia, in particular, has never been a great bellwether. I don't think a lot of folks had a lot of confidence in the Virginia campaign that was run on the Republican side. And New Jersey is New Jersey. So I would hesitate to overread it. I don't think the concerns you raised are illegitimate political strategy concerns. You know, I think I just want to offer condolences to Chuck Schumer. Honestly, what I'm reading here in New York City is that AOC is going to be the next senator from New York after she gets done whooping his rear end in the 2028 Democratic primary. And for his Senate races in 2026, I see the energy in the Democratic Party tonight behind a socialist, and I see the energy in Virginia. Democrats looking the other way on a violent candidate for attorney general who says he wants to murder Republicans and their children. If you think you're getting rid of Graham Plattner in Maine now, think again. This is a terrible night for national Democratic image, given what is happening inside their party. Mamdani is an avowed socialist. It's not what people say that he is. It's what he says that he is. He's now the leader of their party. That's their energy, and Chuck Schumer's
He's the leader of the Democratic Party?
Let's swear. There is no. Who is the leader? Can someone tell me?
He's a life raft for Republicans who have to go on TV and get their asses kicked.
You own this. You own this now. You all own this now.
So I just want to talk about the analytics real quick of the election last night. And I'm focusing specifically on Mamdani because I think that he plays a massive role in what's to come in the rest of the country. And that's why I've kind of focused more on that than New Jersey or Virginia, because those are critical races. But this is even deeper here. Now, of course, Robbie Starbuck actually tweeted last night. He says, here's what's to happen in the coming years. So Mamdani's going to be mayor for 4 years, for the next 4 years at least, unless if he runs again. But here's what's going to happen. This is what Robbie Starbuck says. Here's what's going to happen in the next coming years in New York City. Huge amount of money and businesses will be leaving New York City. Cops will retire in record numbers. I mean, we're already seeing it today. We've seen article after article of people in the police force, in blue-collar jobs, already retiring, already leaving because they do not want to have any part of what's about to happen in New York City. They're gonna lose half of their money that are apparently going to give to the lower and middle classes. It doesn't work. It's not going to work. Welfare for illegals and trans surgeries will go up. Homelessness will go up. The cost of living will go up. Crime will go up. Taxes will go up. Tourism will go down. I won't be going to New York City. Landlords will flee. Property value will go down in New York City. Financial fraud by officials will go up. School indoctrination, of course, will go up. City debt is going to go up tremendously. Miami, Dallas will become a big finance hub and will make a lot of money because New York City is doing what they're doing. Eventually, they'll run out of money, and Commie Mamdani will blame capitalists for its failure. Commie Mamdani, I actually think that's a very good play on word. This is really interesting. 81% of women who voted in New York voted for Mamdani. 81%. 50% of liberal women identify as having a mental health condition. This is why the left loves to market emotionally and target women. Their emotions are easily manipulated and they vote against their own interest. It's largely women who are destroying this country. That's my good friend Brianna Robinson speaking the truth because it is true. Yeah, I mean, 81% of women voted for Mamdani. 81% of the women voting were voting for Mamdani. Are you kidding me? Give me a break. Women are voting exactly, like she said, against their own interest. Well, I just want to play some clips because you guys, you can hear me talk all day about it. You can hear all of us as hosts talk. But I think to set the stage and what's really about to happen. I mean, this is Mamdani minutes after winning and getting the confirmation that he won his election. Take a look.
After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite my best efforts to grow older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this.
So that's what he says. He says, I am young despite my best efforts to grow older. I am a Muslim and I am a democratic socialist. And most of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. So to any of you who said that he wasn't running his campaign based off being a Muslim, he was. Jackson Lawmeyer, he's a pastor, I believe, in Oklahoma. He said Islam is an impressive political ideology that fronts in the form of a religion. And communism is an oppressive religious ideology that fronts in the form of that's a good point. I like that. Fronts in the form of politics have taken over New York City, and they are the two most destructive forces in the world today. It's all demonic. Islam and communism, they literally operate in the most identical ways. It's all about fear and control. Well, this is President Trump's response. Actually, before I show you President Trump's response, you guys have probably already seen it because we have amazing hosts here at Lfa Tv who are showing you what the greatest president of all time is actually saying out of his own mouth instead of trying to describe it. I think that's what CNN, MSNBC, and even Fox News, they need to do a better job of, is instead of telling you what President Trump says or what Zoran Mamdani says, let's just watch it ourselves and we can use critical thinking skills to determine how we should go about moving forward. Well, this is Zoran Mamdani. He says, what scares Republicans across the country is the fact that we actually deliver on this agenda. Oh, dear. Here we go.
I have to be honest, when you said you were from Sky News, I just got very excited. Could you repeat the question one more time? I think the lesson for the president is that it's not enough to diagnose the crisis in working class Americans' lives. You have to deliver on addressing that crisis. This is a president who ran a campaign on the promise of cheaper groceries, and now, as was said by one of our co-chairs, has gone so far as to cut SNAP benefits for close to 2 million New Yorkers. Someone who is literally making it harder to afford those same groceries whose price he was decrying not that long ago. And what scares Republicans across the country is the fact that we will actually deliver on this agenda. And the contrast is something that they cannot bear to witness. And I try to keep my focus similar to that cover on the New Yorker where the world ends at New Jersey, and thinking about what this means for our city instead of for our nation. And I will tell you that for our city, what left me with such great hope last night were the stories from so many New Yorkers who had never voted before, who had lost hope in politics years ago. And to stand here before you, having received over 1 million votes in an election that saw turnout the likes of which we haven't seen since 1969, it shows that politics, once again, is offering more than just a settling for the crumbs that are not able to meet the needs of so many families across the city. We are finally offering a vision that can meet the scale of the crisis in working class New Yorkers' lives. Thank you.
So I'm not saying that Mamdani winning and Spanberger and all of the Democrats that won last night in the local or state or federal elections was good. No, it's disappointing. I mean, you've got, these are young women voting. Okay, so young women are the story of tonight. Someone said 81% for Mamdani in NYC. You've got 80% for Herrell in New Jersey. 78% of women voted for Spanberger in Virginia. And this is all per NBC's exit polls. So women, thinking with their emotions, not thinking with logic, continue to vote for the party that literally wants them to walk around in a burqa, wants them to have their licenses revoked, not be able to do anything, because that's what happens. If New York City becomes based upon Sharia law, which I think it will at the end of the day, that's what women are going to be doing. They're not going to be able to have a driver's license. They're not going to be able to do the things that they want to do on a daily, get their matchas and their Pilates classes or whatever else they do these days. They're not going to be able to do it. Yet they continue to systematically vote for the same exact party every single time that encourages them to kill the life that was conceived inside of them, to sleep around, to hoe around, to do whatever you want, sleep with whoever you want, whenever you want. And if you get pregnant, well, take a chemical abortion pill or go to Planned Parenthood and kill it, because it's just a clump of cells, right? It's just a fetus. It's not worthy of life. This is the same party that tells women that, you know, they don't deserve a safe space. They need to share it with a dude. And if they feel guilty, if they feel like they don't want to share it with a dude, well, then they need to get gender-affirming heteronormativity classes to work on their transphobia, is what these psychologists, that's what they are, psychologists. They're not psychologists, they're psychologists. My dad told me that. I'm like, that's pretty brilliant. Yeah, they are psychopaths. That's what they tell these young girls. Yet women continue to vote for the same party that wants to destroy them, refuses to acknowledge what a woman is, wants men in their spaces, wants men in their locker rooms, doesn't want them to have their right to carry a firearm. I mean, talk about firearms. I was just at 2A Daddy's range in Ashland City, Tennessee, shooting firearms. I'm 18 years old. That is my equalizer. I am 108 pounds. There is no way that I have any chance of beating up some dude if he tries to attack me. I have no chance. But what is my equalizer? It's a firearm. It's a weapon to defend myself. It can be a knife. It could be pepper spray, which I'm not a huge fan of pepper spray because most people don't know how to use it. And if it's windy, you're probably going to get it back in your face. So it's just not the wisest self-defense object. But that's besides the point. The point is that young women have to wake up. And young men, we've got our own problems with young men. Too many young men are leaning to the radical right. We've got like the radical left women and the radical right men. So there's problems on both sides. The men want Nick Fuentes as like the face of the conservative movement, a guy who literally thinks the worst of women, the guy who thinks the worst of the Jews, blames the Jews for everything. He's racist. He's a misogynist. He hated Charlie Kirk. Despite what he claims to say now, he hated him. He said he wasn't a Christian. He said he was a fake Christian. He praises Hitler. It's disgusting. So men and women have their own problems, but women have to stop voting for the party that wants to destroy them, wants to eliminate and erase womanhood. Now, this is how serious this is. You've got Bernie Sanders saying that there was a common theme last night and that this is all over the country because people are rejecting Trumpism. This is Bernie Sanders today talking about the election last night. And they say the shutdown, this guy, Bernie Sanders has a sign that says the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans. Listen, the Republicans didn't shut the government down. It is the Democratic Party who refused it. We need 5 Democrats to vote yes to passing a clean resolution, and these 5 will not show up. They don't care about you. They don't care about your food stamps. They don't care about your Medicaid, your Medicare. What they do care about, though, is sending funds to illegals, sending funds to people overseas for mental health programs or for LGBTQ surgeries or for Sesame Street gay clubs or whatever it is that they're doing. They don't care about Americans. They care about everything else but American citizens and freedom. This is Bernie Sanders last night. What are your takeaways from last
My
night?
takeaways is there are many reasons why people win an election and lose an election. What happens in Virginia or New Jersey and New York City is a bit different. But I think there was a common theme last night, and that is people all over this country are rejecting Trumpism. They understand that it is a horrific situation when 20+ million people are going to see a doubling or in some cases a tripling in the healthcare premiums when they can't afford it, when 15 million people are going to be thrown off of their healthcare because of massive cuts to Medicaid, and according to studies, and it's important to understand this, I say this all the time, but I really want to get it through to you. Studies indicate when you throw 15 million low-income and working-class people off the healthcare they have, 50,000 of them will die unnecessarily every year. 50,000 fellow Americans, low-income, working-class people, all to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to Elon Musk, billionaires, and the 1%. So I think that there are a lot of reasons for the Democrats' success last night in New York and elsewhere. That is one of the reasons, and I think what people want is that the Democrats stand up and continue to fight. So I think that one of the reasons of many that the Democrats had so much success is an appreciation the Democrats are trying to protect health care for the American people. Now, I know that there is some discussion about bipartisan negotiations. And I want to be very clear. If these negotiations say that we're going to pass legislation that will extend the credits, tax credits for the Affordable Care Act, count me in, that's great. But there has to be a commitment that the Speaker of the House is on board. There has to be a commitment that the president...
So someone in the chat just asked if the Democrats had voted again today to keep the government shut down. And yes, they did. They don't want the government open. They want to continue to strip hardworking Americans of their paycheck because they don't care about hardworking Americans despite all of their claims. Because if they did care about hardworking Americans, they wouldn't be fighting so hard for socialism, which always benefits the elitist class, just like Bernie Sanders, AOC, Zohran Mamdani, who ironically said that he doesn't like billionaires, but then took a picture with a billionaire, Alex Soros, last night, which I thought was just, of course, so fitting for the hypocrites.
By the sword.
Okay, so this is really important. The Muslim Brotherhood leader actually just said that they will push Sharia law in America by ballot or the bullet. Now, this is very alarming, but also not shocking. Take a look.
Now it's getting themselves into parliament and then making laws that act as the sword, the Islamophobia law in Canada, M103.
Yeah.
Muslim Brotherhood.
I find that there are only two things which are open to our movements. Ballot or bullet, nothing in between.
I used to say that democracy is haram. Now I say participation in democracy is our jihad. That's our jihad. We're going to fight not through the bullets, but the ballot.
Going to the ballot and voting is now an obligatory action, fard ayn. And it is a jihad that is now needs to be done because this is our modern jihad. You can elect a person who wants the Sharia.
Because in the United States, what we do know is that in the past election, just this last election, there have been over 800 Muslim candidates running for office.
We may end up with about 50 members of Congress in the next 6 years. That's really the essence of dismantling the system of injustice, is to replace it with the people who represent the Prophet ﷺ.
So there you heard it out of their own mouths. Ballots over bullets in 2025. Over 800 Muslims have run for office in the last year. Over 800. They don't want to come to assimilate. They want to take over. And they say it in their own words. Elections or violence. Their words. We either take this seriously or we regret it later. That's David Harris Jr. setting the record straight. Now I want to go back to President Trump. This is the last video that I'm going to play. Then we're going to have to go on commercial break for a second. So we can promote the commercials here on LFA TV and promote the products that support us here on LFA TV. But I want to show you guys what President Trump had to say about this. Now, President Trump has been an avid supporter of capitalism.
So before it was by the sword, now it's getting themselves into parliament and then making laws that...
Again. Yeah, we don't want them playing right now. We got to let President Trump speak. Anyways, President Trump obviously has been speaking out against Zohran Mamdani, but he had some fierce words this morning about the elections and how communism is going to take over whether we like it or not. Too many. And also, let me just say this too, to all of the liberals that voted in New York City, to all of the liberals that voted in, even if you're conservative, like, you need to stick it out. You moved there, you lived there, live in New York City until the term is over, until the next election. We are full. We are closed. Tennessee is closed. There's no more room in Tennessee for anyone. There's no more room in Florida. No more room in Texas. Stay where you are, okay? Stay in your Democrat blue state. You voted. That's on you. That's your responsibility. If my state goes blue, it's my responsibility. Please stay where you are. Do not come California or Tennessee. Now New York City or Nashville, Tennessee. We already have enough woke libtards in our own state that we got to take care of them before we have to take care of you. So stay on your own state. If you don't like it, well, then fix it. All right. Anyways, this is President Trump. Here we go.
Order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. You know, I said they were voting last night. You could have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day to turn around the catastrophe we inherited, to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business. And that's what it is. Right now, we're the #1 place. I'm getting plants approved in 2 weeks. It used to take 20 years before they got rejected. You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire and they haven't gotten it. And then they go to a vote and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an acceptance. We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure it's good. We make sure it's great and proper, environmentally sound. It takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. You know, we're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI. And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your own electric. People would come. We need more electric grid, sir. The electric grid's 200 years old. We need more electric grid. It's old. The electricity that the AI plants need alone is double the entire electricity that we have in the country right now. Can you believe it? So I had this idea. I said, we can't fix the old grid that much. We'll fix it up. We'll keep it going. A little Band-Aid here, a little Band-Aid there. It's old. And I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let these geniuses build their own.
You know, and I think I talked about this yesterday. The first real big national security threat to America were Muslim countries. And so it hasn't changed. Like, their agenda hasn't changed. The issues that we're fighting haven't changed. Obviously, I think that it has gotten even more significant. Actually, I wonder if I brought my Bible. It might be over there. We're going to go on commercial break. I actually want to read. I was reading in Zechariah last night. And not to get on the whole Israel. Actually, we'll leave that for tomorrow. We will leave that tomorrow. I don't want to fatigue you guys on the Israel topic because so many people are. I'm not, because I recognize that it's bigger than just Israel. This is spiritual war. This is a spiritual battle between good versus evil and heaven versus hell. But going to of course, Democrats being elected, Democrats winning, communism winning, which I don't think communism ever wins. It always falls. It always collapses in the end. But I was going to say this earlier. Zoran Mamdani, Spanberger, and Cheryl all winning. And by the way, they didn't actually win, okay? Like, these are all Democrat blue cities. So if they won, then they would have won in Tennessee. That's a win for the Democrats. But they didn't exactly win. It was kind of expected, to be fair. But Democrat trans activist has won a mayoral race in Pennsylvania. And this person has suggested armed... So this is a dude, obviously. Like, that's a dude. Like, come on. This is a dude. This person, this tranny dude, says, I foresee violent pushback from an armed citizenry in the future. The Second Amendment folk were very clear that weapons are meant to oppose a tyrannical government. Now, yes, of course, I advocate for the Second Amendment. I love training to get better at being able to fire a weapon and defend myself. Yeah, God forbid we ever get into the point where we have a tyrannical government. But is this guy like self-prophesying that he is going to create a tyrannical government? Because that's literally what he said. He says, I foresee violent pushback from an armed citizenry because the Second Amendment folk are clear that weapons are meant to oppose a tyrannical government. So does that mean that he is going to be creating the tyrannical government? I don't know, maybe I'm missing the point here, but that's kind of what I'm getting at here. Well, Democrat trans activist has won the mayoral race in Downingtown, Pennsylvania, a small town of about 9,000 people. Man, small towns are supposed to be smarter. This town is clearly has lost the memo. Tonight, the numbers are clear. The transgender early Wednesday morning won. Voters chose hope, he said. They chose decency. What in the world is decent about electing a dude who thinks he's a woman? And a community where every neighbor matters. That's not true because they only think that an ally matters. And if you're not an ally, if you don't align with them and think that men can change their sex, you're not in their community. So that's interesting. I'm honored to be elected as Pennsylvania's first openly transgender mayor. Why do they make that all about their identity? Like, why is everything about being trans? We're gonna go to commercial break. I want to find this video because it was actually insane. I almost fell out of my chair. It's like they have to prove a point. It's like, I'm disabled, I'm a Black American, I'm Native American. It's like, how can you be all of those at once? Like, how can you actually be all of those at once? Anyways, we're gonna go on a commercial break. We'll be right back after the break. Stay tuned. I've got to show you guys a really interesting, and honestly, you might fall out of your chair as well.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold. All those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, beekeepers naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids prebiotic fiber pops along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com/LFA. And now back to the show. Hey guys, what's going on? I got an incredible offer here for you from Pure Health Research. This is going to blow your mind. Look, I know so many people out there, especially as we get older, we want to drop a few pounds. We lose a little energy. We lose a little testosterone. We lose a little, estrogen. We just lose as we get older. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to gain, and this message is just for you. Pure Health Research is on a mission to what? Make America healthy again. They are aligned with...
Okay, guys, so I have found the video. I'm sorry I had to play 2 commercials there for a second. I wanted to find the video and get it pulled up for you guys before I came back. You guys, you're about to fall out of your chair. I think this lady, I don't even know what's the point of, like, she just wants to be a victim upon a victim. It's like, let me just victimize myself to the utmost extent. Before I say anything else, let me just show you this woman. I don't know when this was. It had to have been recently. Hands off 2025 had to have been recently since the government shut down. But this is so wild. Take a look.
About myself, I am black.
Oh dear.
I am Filipino-Japanese, second generation.
Hey.
I'm a disabled trans man, but I'm also a Medicaid patient. I'm also a person who uses food stamps. I'm also a person who has been through houselessness in this country. I am also a person who has gone through substance use and addiction. And most of all, I am a patient of Planned Parenthood. Let me tell you a little bit about
I'm not sure. I don't even know how she would be a patient of Planned Parenthood, because didn't she say that she was a trans man? Wait, yeah, trans men or women, I guess. Yeah, trans men. That men couldn't get pregnant. So why would you need to have a visit to Planned Parenthood? These people are delusional. She's a patient. She's a Medicaid, I think she said Medicare user, food stamp user. She's black. Did she say she was Native American? I don't remember if she said that. Well, let me see. Let's see what she says. I think she said she was Native American too.
Myself, I am black. I am Filipino-Japanese, second generation. I'm a disabled trans man.
Whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot. She is an African American, Japanese, Filipino, disabled trans man. And most of all, at the end, she said she's a patient of Planned Parenthood. I'm not sure what she's trying to brag about there. Anyways, these people are wild. Pray for God it, and then what? Yeah, I mean, it's just like, that's a she. Elevate producer said that's a she. Yeah, and apparently she is a patient of Planned Parenthood. I mean, the crowd just went wild after that. They love killing babies. They love killing babies. CB Cheese says, I am a loser. Yeah, you better feel like a loser after Tell Us What You Aren't. Should be a shorter list. Oh my gosh. These people, it's insane. It's like a freak society. Like, bring back asylum. Insane asylums. Anyways, you guys are awesome. We'll be back here tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. Stay tuned. It's from Pete Santilli is bringing the heat, bringing the circus. He is up next. God bless you guys. Have a great rest of your Wednesday afternoon and night. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. God bless.
What is our common bond truly? Freedom. Freedom. Without freedom, you can't be a Christian no matter what denomination you belong to. You can't be a Buddhist. You can't own a donut shop. You can't drive from here to Oregon. You can't be an American, because that's what it's all about, and it's the only thing that it's all about. Nothing else. Nothing else. It's about freedom.
Oh, yeah, I changed cameras. A little bit too bright there, Pete Santilli. No, I changed lenses. Welcome, everybody, to the Pete Santilli Show, the broadcast at 5 p.m. primetime. You're tuned into the primetime edition, and I want everybody to say hello, 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 and welcome. While I get my camera situated here, just have to make a tiny little adjustment, ladies and gentlemen, because our top news headline is definitely a doozy. This is what we're going to do. He wants war, so we are going to go to war. We're gonna flick and pick at these tiny I would say gnats, the groypers. Nick Fuentes is jubilant about the Mamdani win. That little freaking 120-pounder and I bet you if you just put them all together on a scale, they might be able to exceed 150 pounds total. Little groypers, hiding in their bedrooms. They were probably the same ones that were in their underwear, and they were hacking into Pete Santilli's server a few years ago. Same exact scumbags that the CIA has been paying. Speaking of CIA paying, I'm going to tell you something right now. Tonight, we are going to dig into where this money influence is coming from with Nick Fuentes. Anybody wonder where this guy gets all of his support? They're pretending that he gets all of his support from his supporters, his little groypers. Oh, they have so much money that they're making him a multimillionaire. It costs millions of dollars to propagate, ladies and gentlemen, and build an audience the way he is, especially with paying for all those click farms. Okay? The CIA is notorious for making somebody much more popular than they actually are by paying for click farms. Yes. How do we know this? Listen, I've been around a long time, okay? Little scumbags like Nick Fuentes are easy to figure out. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you right now, we're going to figure this guy out. All he's about is going to war and destroying the others and co-opting and hijacking America first. He gets a hat. Oh, that's a novel concept. And then anchor. Of course, you hijack, you infiltrate. Those are his words, by the way. He says we're going to infiltrate every single institution and we're going to roll you. You got to do it covertly because none of you guys are good looking enough to be procreators. So, of course, you got to infiltrate, do crazy things. In New York City, there were groypers out there with America First hats celebrating Mamdani's win. Nick Fuentes has come out and celebrated Mamdani's win. What's wrong with this picture? Okay? You want war, you little freaking twerp? Hey, you know what I'm saying? Huh? When you want war, you want to call for war. This is metaphorically speaking. Don't bring a freaking knife to a war fight. Just kidding. Metaphorically. Just playing metaphors there, little Nick Fuentes. That's right. You want freaking war, you little twerp? You got to weigh a little bit more than 120 pounds, okay? Because your intellectual prowess, okay, is no match for the top dog at the dog pound, all right? I'm going to freaking crush you. I'm going to tell you this right now. I will personally expose you, and I am right now. I am right now. I got the goods on you. I got you, babe. Huh? I got you. Where's all that money coming from there, Nick Fuentes? Huh? You little freaking 120-pound twerp. Huh? Don't bring your freaking knife to a war fight. That's metaphorically speaking, of course, right? We use metaphors here on the Pete Santilli Show. We're in a bunker. What? Don't speak that way? What did he say? He uses those terms, right? It's provocative. I don't mean any violence. I don't call for violence, okay? I also don't call for people to go into the Capitol either. But you know what I do to those people that do go into the Capitol? We expose you. You keep mentioning surrounding the Capitol and getting all your people fired up, huh? Those people, like a couple weeks prior to Charlie Kirk's death, who go get on top of buildings and fire Mausers. Huh? Oh, I'm sure you're detached from that because you were only metaphorically speaking. Yes. Nick Fuentes, a political commentator known for his, I guess he just jokes about being a white nationalist. And he just jokes about being anti-Semitic. He sustains his operations through a mix of direct payments. So anytime you start hearing about him getting paid through cryptocurrency donations and online crowdsourcing and all that stuff, millions of dollars are flowing, okay? Paying for his click farms. He's getting a little bit of help over there at Rumble, right? Okay? Hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Nobody has hundreds of thousands of subscribers without some click farm help or some help from Rumble. Is Peter Thiel helping you out over there? Or BlackRock? BlackRock helping you? Is BlackRock behind it? BlackRock's actually financing as a major shareholder of Rumble, I think. Yeah, BlackRock is a major shareholder of Rumble. Is BlackRock's people, are they some of the same people that were financing those Idaho infiltration campaigns you had going on there, Nick Fuentes? We're going to find out, you little bitch, okay? I'm going to freaking make you my anti-Jew bitch, okay? I am. His funding sources are often opaque, of course, because they're called CIA, okay? The Central Intelligence Agency recruited George Soros at one point in time to finance their little propaganda outfit known as the Prologue Corporation. I know how they scrub the lines. I know how they finance operations like Nick Fuentes. They got a multi-layered sandwich right now trying to take down MAGA. Okay, you'll never take down MAGA because you know what? You're focused on President Trump. You have TDS. And you want to pick on the MAGA people, huh? You want to start making fun of them? I'm an old schooler. I will friggin' choke you out, metaphorically speaking, when you pick on my MAGA people. It's just a metaphor, of course. I'm just a talk show host. This is a one-way communicator. I'm speaking your way. You better pay attention too, and also watch your 6. Or at 6 o'clock, watch Pete Santilli. There you go. Metaphorically speaking. That's right. Public records, blockchain analysis, and investigative reports reveal some key streams that are flowing to Nick Fuentes, right? His super chats and direct viewer contributions. Rumble stream showed high value super chats from top donors, with Fuentes earning $5,500 in under an hour. It's called a freaking money laundering operation. That's how the CIA funnels money, cryptocurrencies and super chats, right? Rumble backed by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel linked funds. Provides a monetization-friendly environment. Is Peter Thiel the libertarian behind Nick Fuentes? I don't know. His cryptocurrency donate Bitcoin and other crypto from international donors he's got. He's got international donors. $250,000 he got in December 2020, part of a $500,000 plus total. Wow. Chain analysis blockchain report traced funds from a deceased French programmer. Alexandra Bachelier, a dead person. Dead people are contributing to Nick Fuentes' causes. I wonder how that works. Must be coming from those voter rolls the CIA manipulates. We're going to be exposing that too. You will do nothing to infiltrate MAGA. We're going to freaking eat you, okay? We're going to just grab you freaking big bowl of freaking gripers and just spit you out. Freaking 120 pounders. Going to make you my little griper bitches. FBI scrutiny confirmed transfers. Did you know that? Transfers. Let's see. Consulting and travel reimbursements from political campaigns, $30,000 in 2022, listed on the Federal Election Commission filings, showing payments from Kanye West campaign in 2020. That's another money laundering operation, another anti-Jew, Hitler-loving Nazi, right? Presidential campaign for travel reimbursement and archival services. Oh, yeah, you're a busy guy over there. Huh? That little frickin', I'm going to make that punk. Oh, man, watch this. I'm going to go after you, brother, okay? Just like I go after the CIA and the FBI. Political PAC and donor ties, indirect support via meetings and shared networks with conservative PAC funds funded by oil billionaires. Ooh, yeah, because they're going to be out of friggin' business soon. Oh, yeah. Millions to align PACs. Fuentes' access, of course, to those funds implies tremendous influence by these Defend Texas Liberty PAC, DTL, funded primarily by Tim Dunn. Okay? Tim Dunn, $100 million plus going to conservative causes, Nick Fuentes receiving a portion of those funds. Ferris Wilks hosted Fuentes for a 7-hour meeting with President Jonathan Strickland, 2023-2024. Texas Tribune, 2023-2024, detailed DTL's $20 million plus. That's the Defend Texas Liberty PAC. $20 million plus donations to Texas Republicans. Backlash led to a new PAC in 2024, of course. They get caught, they move their money. That's what the CIA does, right? Listen, does anybody smell a freaking CIA little rat? Huh? I'm not connected to the CIA. I just hang out on Tucker Carlson. Ah, who's connected to the CIA? But there's no association. That's what the CIA does. No associations. They should call themselves the No Association Agency, right? You can never nail it down. There is no evidence of it. That's exactly what they do. They scrub all the evidence. But we know exactly who you are and what you do, Nick Fuentes. Make sure you have good security, because I think you're going to start feeling insecure. There you go, right? Hello, security. I'm feeling insecure. Private donors and sponsorships. Impact Wealth Report 2025 cited limited reports of private funding, right? Unclear material support beyond crypto. Family involvement. Sustaining operations. Event and conference revenue. Ticket sales and sponsorships for America First Political Action Conference, right? Tens of thousands of dollars laundered, of course. Where's that money come from? The ADL 2021 updated reported AFPAC, this America First PAC, as a revenue hub, attracting far-right figures like Paul Gosar, Stephen King. Events drew 200 to 500 attendees at $50 to $100 per ticket. From what I'm understanding, though, a lot of those people that are allowed to come in, they get free tickets, but they report that they're paid tickets, of course, you see, because that's how money laundering works. You say, oh, I got this $50 from this ticket sale. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say this. He's guilty of being a CIA storefront right now until he can prove otherwise, which he's not going to be able to. So I will just continuously bend him over my adult, grown-up, freaking greater than 120-pound bodied knee. LFA producer wants to know why would he show you where he gets his money if he's the CIA? Exactly. He's not going to. That's why he goes online, and I'm gonna break it down for you because he's threatening Mark Levin. He's threatening anybody. Listen, we know exactly how your neuro-linguistic programming works, okay? I have the same exact complaints about money going to foreign entities and foreign wars and all that stuff. I have those same complaints. You don't hear me complaining about those things and at the same time bashing blacks, bashing Jews, and I'm bashing way, way above and beyond. You didn't hear me calling for people to storm the Capitol on January 6th. And today you're going to hear him call for the storming of the Capitol once again, metaphorically speaking. Of course, don't bring a freaking metaphorical knife to a MAGA fight. You know what I'm saying? It's just metaphorically. It's just a flat screen. Don't be intimidated. There's no threats. Don't feel threatened, right? Just because you're 120 pounds and I will literally put you between my knees and just cut you off and just, right? Metaphorically strangle your Cheerios out of your freaking ass. I will. We're going to war, okay, with these anti-Jews, all right? This is war. Kanye West, the Hitler lover, Tucker Carlson, the freaking anti-Semite amplification platform, Muzzy lover, the Qatar freaking gobbler, gobbler in chief there, Tucker Carlson. Anybody, by the way, you guys want to start piling on with Mamdani, the communist, really? In the streets. I'm not even joking. Let's take a look. Let's back up just a second. Let me show you some stuff here. Ladies and gentlemen, you ready to go to war with a bunch of freaking little twerp gripers? Yeah? If Nick Fuentes was my son, I'd take him out back and freaking beat the freaking manhood into him and make him chop wood, okay? Get some calluses on those freaking lanky reptilian hands. You ever see his freaking hands? He's got those knuckly Nancy Pelosi hands. You ever see that? He looks like he's ready for freaking Nancy Pelosi granny porn with those freaking knuckly things he's got going on. Does he have like osteoporosis or whatever the frig that crap is called that Nancy Pelosi has? You ever see his hands? He's got knuckly fingers. He's like, I'm going to freaking bend you over and freaking spank you and make you my bitch. That's what I'm going to do. Promise you. You think your CIA money will be able to overpower what I got? I'm going to bring it to you, bro. I'm going to bring it to you. I've already gone up against them and won, okay? I already have that freaking, it's just absolutely slamming their Fort Washington, Maryland. I know how they work. I've seen their sources and methods. I know how they're pumping cash up your tiny little freaking gay ass. I already know how it's happening. We're going to freaking crush you. You want to make fun of my MAGA people? You think you're little co-opting of America First because you made some hats, okay? And you got CIA laundering money through your operation? Once you go read Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, where the CIA makes it a habit of making it seem like you're much bigger than you actually are. You're not, okay? You're not. It's all freaking click farmy, all right? They have to bring click farms and then pretend like they're making donations. It's all money laundering run by Peter Thiel, okay? Your little freaking butt buddy, all right? Your butt pirate, Peter Thiel, all right? I know. We know how it works, dude. You're caught. And we're going to freaking ram it up your ass. I'm sorry, that's not very Christian of me. See, I'm not fake, okay? I'll put my freaking Christian hat aside, okay, while I beat your ass with the truth. I'll set it aside. I'm temporarily going to suspend my Christianity so I can beat the fuck out of you. There you go. I just did it temporarily. I just dropped an F-bomb. It's for Nick Fuentes. Did I just say that? Metaphorically speaking, I'm not advocating for violence. You know, I'm sure Nick Fuentes really didn't mean what he said when he said, let's take over the Capitol, right? It's all metaphorical. I just dropped the F-bomb against Nick Fuentes. I thought that was very appropriate, except I'm much better at it, bitch, because I come with some beef, okay? I'm not freaking 120 pounds wet. Yes, F-bomb. Very appropriately placed. Yeah, you know what? I stand with Christianity. I also recognize that the Jews in Israel are not our enemy, okay? And I know who is aiding and abetting the enemy. I have proof of it. Here it is. Watch this. Clip number 5. Let's go to it right now. You guys are going to love this. This is an America Firster groiper, okay, in the streets celebrating Mondami. You're going to have to watch out for, hold on a second, language. Plug your children's ears, especially after I drop the F-bomb, okay?
Ain't no fucking way, bro. Yo, you ballsy with that fucking hat, nigga. Wait, yo. I love your concept. Ballsy. Wait,
that's who these guys are.
Armando, are you Mexican?
These little. Have you ever heard like people in Baltimore that had a rat infestation? You can't get rid of it. That's what freaking groipers are. Okay, they have to operate covertly. He says he wants to infiltrate. You know why? Because he is so repulsive. Everything that they believe in, they have to infiltrate. They can't go in through the front door. They got to go in through the back door. With little freaking twerps like this that have been sitting in their bedroom, okay, online being trolls.
Ain't no fucking way, bro. Yo, you ballsy with that fucking hat, nigga. Wait, yo. I love your concept. Ballsy. Wait, what's your name, bro? Armando. Yeah. Are you Mexican? I'm descendant, yeah. You're a Mexican groiper, bro. Exactly. Just like Nick Fuentes. So you're gonna make this
just like Nick
hot,
Fuentes, man. Just like Nick Fuentes, okay? This is who these people are. They're not America First. They're hijacking America First. They're trying to strip everybody away from MAGA, okay? Dumb little freaking twerps that sit in their bedrooms in their underwear. Look at these people in D.C. This is Laura Loomer capturing. Now, any American flags you see there? Huh? Yeah? Anybody see any Americans there?
Okay, you ready? It goes, number one, asylum bell. Number one, asylum bell. Trump must go, Trump must go now. Trump must go, Trump must go now. Trump must go now. Trump must go now. Trump must go now.
Look at this. Yeah, this is in Washington, D.C. Look at those freshly printed George Soros signs. Trump must go now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a CIA overthrow, okay? Nick Fuentes and his entire group is a CIA storefront, okay? He brags about his platform. You're going to hear about it, okay? Because he goes after Mark Levin. And he thinks he's a little tough guy, but he's not, okay? These guys are 4chaners, all right? They act tough. They weigh 100 pounds. And I could literally freaking choke him out in 30 milliseconds, right? Metaphorically speaking. He's a little freaking twerp. He's a little twerp. Anybody catches a groiper out in the public, okay, just freaking headbutt them and knock them out, okay? I will offer a reward. We got hot sauces, jerky. We got all kinds of stuff that we sell much better than Nick Fuentes is selling, but he criticizes. It's funny. He criticized in one broadcast that you're going to hear here in just a little bit. Criticizes Ben Shapiro for doing ad reads. And then what does he do? 2 minutes later, he's selling hats and T-shirts. Monetization, okay, is not a bad thing, all right? We're not sponsored by the CIA like you are, bitch. Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, I have to talk this way. I'm sorry. It's the only language these little freaking twerps, these little sexual deviants, they can't go out and get a girlfriend, so they got to sit online and bond with their fellow freaking groipers. It's the only language they understand. It's the only language they understand. If I catch one of you freaking groipers, you come anywhere near me, okay? I'll know who you are. You won't know what freaking metaphorically hit you in the back of the freaking head, okay?
What's up with that?
Disgusting. Not one American flag. Did you see one American? Oh, there's one. Oh, there was one American flag. That was it that I saw. Yeah, Laura Loomer. Thank you, Laura Loomer, for displaying that for us. Here they are. Islam inside. Of course, Islam is now claiming altogether New York City. Go ahead, rear your little freaking brown people in the desert freaking fake religion. Rear your ugly head. Go to the mosque, please. Okay, we're the United States of America. When the shit hits the fan, mosques won't fare well. Okay, we're not like, the Marines and Obama rules of engagement where we can't go after the mosques, and the mosques have all the indoctrination imams there, and they're hiding their AK-47s. We're not going to do that. We're going to take care of business, metaphorically speaking. Okay, go ahead and paint your little freaking dome gold so we can know exactly where to go. You're not going to take over this country. You're not. Christians, rise up. Let's go. Christians and Jews. All right. I have a freaking Hasidic one riding shotgun with me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to rise up. I have some friends who are in the IDF too.
We're done hiding. We're done. We're done being tortured and.
You need to hide, brother. You need to. Don't be too far out there. You got to be a little bit more covert about it.
Hurt and judged. This is the correct religion. This is the religion that all of humanity needs to be.
This is the correct religion.
Until it enters every home.
Do you understand how that works? Do you understand how that works? We've offered them the opportunity to just coexist, right? Haven't we? This is the correct religion. You want to go that way? I'll show you which one's correct. Huh? I tried to open up my eyes for you. Listen, we're at war, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand that? Have full situational awareness, all right? We're at war with Nick Fuentes temporarily. It'll be easy to that war will be over pretty quick.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here, Lfa Tv. I hope you're enjoying the show today. And I want to thank the host for allowing me to come in to talk to you about armor colostrum. Folks, when we were born as babies and we were breastfed, the lucky ones of us anyway, we got something called colostrum into our system. And what that is 400 plus bionutrients that really built our entire immune system. Now, on the outside of our body, we have a thing that protects us called skin. But on the inside of our body, we have a thing that protects us called the mucosa. And that mucosa is subject daily to pollutions and pesticides and chemicals in our food, in our water, and so much more. And it causes us to bloat. It causes us to feel horrible. It causes us to feel sluggish. And it actually slows down our body that kind of damage slows down our body from basically just releasing some of the things that we need in order to keep us healthy. So we have to introduce things like colostrum into our body to get our body healthy again and strong again, our gut health strong again, and Armor Colostrum is that something. TryArmor.com/LFATV will give you 15% off your entire order. That is TryArmor.com/LFATV. Not only does it strengthen your immune system and stop you from bloating, but it gets rid of heartburn, gets rid of indigestion, starts regrowing your hair thicker again, your nails, your cuticles, everything is healthy and growing fast. TryArmor.com/LFATV. Try it today, folks, and thank you very much.
Product that has literally changed my life. Within a 3-week period of time, all the different issues that I had with my body started to clear up.
This product is amazing. The studies on it, what it's doing for people's lives, the way it's helping with the immune system. I personally take it every day, and I'm really excited about what the potential that this product has for people.
For's Natural Products through Pet Club 24/7 is the exclusive manufacturer of the most powerful strain of Coriolus versicolor, the main ingredient that makes up our wonderful Enforce Immune supplement. No one else has what we have. Our proprietary extraction process is unlike any other found in the world and locked in by the doctor.
Everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold. All those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, Beekeepers Naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids prebiotic fiber pops, along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com /LFA. And now back to the show.
You're listening to the Pete Santilli Show. Pete Santilli, telling you the truth, whether you like it or not.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here, Lfa Tv. I hope you're enjoying the show.
We're done! We're done being tortured and hurt and judged. This is the correct religion. This is the religion that all of humanity needs to be a part of, Islam. And we will not stop until it enters every home. So I want you to repeat after me. I want to hear it in every single district. It should tremble. Brooklyn should hear it. The Bronx should hear it. Queens should hear it. Say it as if the Ummah depends on this, my brothers and sisters. La ilaha illallah! La ilaha illallah! Muhammadan Rasulullah! worthy of worship except Allah, the God of Jesus, the God of Moses, the God of Abraham, and the God of the last and final prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
Really? Really? That's what you want to turn this place into? Is that what you want to? Okay. So this is multi-pronged attack happening against MAGA. It's happening right now. We either watch it and complain about it, okay, or we fight against it. So 1 in 3, Mondami will be sure to go after Hasidic Jews. Oh yeah, they will. They're going to infiltrate, like Nick Fuentes says. We're going to infiltrate. We're going to be there for 2028. This guy, he's very confident. There's a reason why he's confident. All right, listen. I will not back off on this. I'm going to go. This is going to be my number one priority. I want to do one of two things: catch him and expose him, and then he just thinks that the CIA got exposed, or cause him to have the equivalent, metaphorically speaking, okay, of a nervous breakdown to where he's just off in the corner, starting his 9mm, okay? He's going to get exposed. We will win this thing. It's not me. I'm going up against the CIA right now. John Brennan, James Clapper, Comey, Clinton, running Fort Washington, Maryland. It's full-blown. I mean, seriously, it's happening right now. I'm not afraid of you at all. The CIA's Office of Inspector General, we have all the evidence. There's plenty of evidence right now. It's on discs, all right? Nick Fuentes, you better hope that your communications are not on those discs that are being gone through right now, right? You've been around long enough. They know how to bring up little twerps like you, pump cash through you, make you seem really important and super confident. But this is what's happening with this one element of this MAGA takedown. This is not an attack on President Trump, folks. All right, President Trump's going to be gone. Then what? What do we have? Do we have strength? Absolutely. Yeah, you're gonna end up with watching CNN and seeing what Marjorie Taylor Greene has to say. Is that what we have to look forward to in the future? MAGA, she's the voice of MAGA. Yeah. Nick Fuentes is notice how these people ride the energy that President Trump literally created a tsunami. What did they do? They hijacked it. They said, it's our tsunami. We are the voice of MAGA. And what does she do? She goes over to CNN. President Trump says, America first. What does he do? He makes a hat, okay? And he has that as a fundraising, money laundering mechanism that the CIA loves to do. Let's see, we can make you super popular. Here we go. We're going to pump freaking cryptocurrency through you. We're going to pretend like you've got millions of people because we got Peter Thiel over at Rumble, and BlackRock's going to pump you up with hundreds of thousands of followers and billions of views. And then we're going to get you over to, maybe the Qatari agency that got the prime minister over there at Tucker. Maybe that same agency will help you get over at Tucker too. So that you'll be undoubtedly... how does he talk? He freaking talks like a little freaking twerp. It was the largest... single most this year viewed. Who cares? Your ideas are borrowed or permanently stolen from MAGA. And then you want to make fun of us. Those are freaking fighting words, okay? You want to fight, bitch? You better come at me with more than 120 pounds, okay? You want to fight? You want a war? Yeah, you think you can win a war with the CIA? They're a bunch of freaking chimps. I've already kicked their ass. Benghazi. Who's on whose side? The CIA have to operate covertly, okay? And we caught them. And we're making them our bitch right now, all right? We're not afraid of you, Nick Fuentes. We're not afraid of you. Listen to this.
Vote is cast right here. Put the ballot in this way.
Yeah, voter fraud.
All right, y'all, the Islamic Caliphate in New York starts now. That means we are all converting to Islam. I've already got one friend converted tonight. So the lines to begin conversion will begin tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m. There will be mosques being built on every single block. But in the meantime...
Islam, she says it like, why don't you put a freaking burqa on, huh? And text your friends.
Start outside my door. I am happy to help you convert, happy to be there on your journey. If you'd rather do it with somebody else, totally understand. You have to be safe, you have to be comfortable. But I'm so glad to have you, my brothers, my sisters, my siblings, on this journey.
Did you hear that? This is what they're doing, okay? This is what they're doing. It's being led by the Groypers, okay? Listen to this.
Who are you voting for mayor?
I like Cuomo, but I think Mondani might be pulling the lead a little bit with me.
What's your favorite example of socialism that's worked?
I don't have a big example of it, of socialism.
Like between Venezuela, Cuba, Soviet Union, what's your favorite one?
Man, you put me on the spot. I'm gonna have to go Cuba. Man, I'm gonna have to go Cuba. Yeah, let's go there. It's just so complicated for me. I got so much information in my head, but I'm gonna go with that.
Do you think Mondami's the future of the Democratic Party?
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah. This is what he's going to do. He's going to use NLP as he does, all right? He's super smart. He is. He's really, really smart, okay? All of the people over there at the CIA and all of their assets, they're all really, really super smart. But in the end, it's dumb meatheads like me. They just freaking make them my bitch, okay? I'm telling you right now. I'm making an announcement right now. I'm going to make Nick Fuentes my little bitch, metaphorically speaking, of course. Here he is. Listen to him celebrating. Groypers jubilant about Mamdani.
These DC creatures, these consultants, these think tank nerds, these fucking dorks and losers, these out-of-touch theater kids and student council presidents, these fucking punks, they are miserable. There's a sense of dread. It has captured them because they know that MAGA is dead. It's dead. It has failed. It is a disappointment. The mass deportations, they're not happening. America First foreign policy, they forgot all about it. Approval ratings in the toilet. Epstein files covered up. Blue wave just happened. But the Groypers are jubilant. The Groypers are triumphant because the Groypers are winning. We're the only ones having fun. All these MAGA people, all these heritage Americans, all these people saying, hey, patriot, are you trusting the plan? These people have been humiliated ritualistically by this administration. All that exuberance from the Cruel Kids table cover, all the exuberance from the election crashed on the rocks on the shore of reality, which is that your guy is owned by Israel, but we are winning. We are ascendant. The energy is with us. We're having fun. Now we're always smiling. Now we're the ones laughing. Now we have the energy. And they're upset because they know that. To add insult to injury, these guys like Patrick Casey, they're left making excuses. Hey, guys, don't be anti-Israel. They're getting motherfucking destroyed in the replies. It's over for them. You had your chance. You had your chance. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Now we're going to try it our way. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to infiltrate the institutions. We're going to keep spreading the message, and we're going to double down. No, Tucker, I disagree with you, respectfully. Appreciate the platform. I appreciate the...
Oh, yeah. He'll roll Tucker, too. Do you hear what this twerp is saying? Does everyone understand why? Why I choose? Oh yeah, he's literally he's going to be doing. He's calling for the long march through the institutions covertly. Okay, he'll take everybody down. He latched on to President Trump, and what did he do? He grabbed his hat, right? Start selling America First hats, right? This is standard CIA protocol. Infiltrate, subvert, destroy. Infiltrate, subvert, destroy. They're using this guy. The money that's pumping through this guy's operation, I mean, seriously, how come I don't have any of these big money donors? I've been around since 2011. And we've survived on $5 donations. The CIA hates me because I expose their MK Ultra, their neuro-linguistic programming, people like this guy on the payroll, George Soros being recruited by them, thanks to Roman Kupczynski and the Prologue Corporation. Everything disclosed through, of course, the Nazi War Crimes Disclosure Act. The CIA's efforts to do what? Support the Nazis. This guy right here is a Nazi, and the CIA loves it. They love it. They've been supporting the Nazis since the end of World War II. This guy's the perfect candidate. The CIA hates the Mossad. They hate the Jews. They do. It's well known.
Opportunity to express myself, but I maintain my disagreement with him, although I think it's more civil now.
You'll roll the guy because you're loyal to one thing, and that's advancing your cause on behalf of the CIA.
Oh, we shook hands. I welcome him. I think he is America first. I think one day he'll be fully with us. I really like him as a guy. I thought our interview was excellent, but I maintain the disagreement. It's not about Israeli policy. It's about world Jewry. We're going to keep saying that. We're going to keep making that case because we're right. And it's persuasive. And in 2028, we're going to play hardball. It's all for nothing if we don't take it to the Capitol. Don't you understand? We're not fighting for control of the hinterlands. We're not fighting for control of some empty plot of land. We are fighting for control of the Capitol. It's a capital siege, metaphorically. Don't you understand that's how a war works? You surround and occupy the capital cities of the country. That's what we need to do. New York, LA, DC, we need to occupy, politically speaking, the capital, the center of power. You have to infiltrate the institutions. To do that, we need to play hardball. And in 2028, this is when we make our entrance onto the stage.
Yeah, we're going to play hardball.
Maybe there'll be a Republican primary candidate we can back. Who knows what could happen?
Yeah.
No one knows what could happen. No one knows what could possibly happen or who might run in 28. Maybe someone will run. I don't know. But certainly we'll be there in Iowa. And if Vance thinks he's the front runner, if Rubio gets the money, we will be there to tell everybody about it. We will be there to tell. And if you think that's not going to play in Iowa, okay, we'll be in New Hampshire too. And then we'll be in Nevada. And then we'll be in South Carolina. It's a long primary season. And Groypers have been chomping at the fucking bit to get involved. And they're everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
They have been chomping at the bit. What can I do? I want to get involved. In 2028, it's going to be a long primary season because we'll be there at every stop with homemade signs, and people drive out. People will go where they are summoned, and we will get the message out, and we will play hardball.
There's the live feed right now. We have here on this live broadcast that things will come about. We got President Trump arriving at Joint Air Base. That's right. He's just arriving now back from
number of presidential appointments.
His trips, and Marco Rubio greeting foreign ministers.
In the face of a difficult
State Department welcoming foreign ministers. There's President Trump also
at a record pace. Thank you, Sergio,
arriving
for
at Joint Air Base
Sergio
Andrews.
Is now doing great work as he's undertaking his new role as ambassador to India, but most importantly today for you, his role as special envoy for South and Central Asian affairs. There's truly no one better suited to forge a strong and lasting relationship between our Central Asian friends and the United States. Sergio, thank you for all you do. And the floor is yours.
Trump wants to target anti-American
Chairman
groups.
Risch is absolutely
That's good.
incredible.
Let's go after
And in fact,
Fuentes.
Today, when I got to the White House, I walked into my office and the lights weren't even on, but Chairman Risch was sitting there, and we had a good catch-up meeting. But I will say he's probably one of the hardest working chairmen that we have in the Senate. 2 committee hearings a week, and so that's why we
Sergio Gore got fired from the White House and sent to what is he, the Poland ambassador?
With such a distinguished group.
Oh, to India.
It's an honor to welcome our distinguished guests, the foreign ministers of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and to recognize the ambassador of the Kyrgyz Republic, who joins us this evening on behalf of his government. We're also pleased to welcome members of Congress, including Chairman Risch, Senator Daines, Representatives Huizinga, Self, and Miller, and so many other friends and partners who have long supported strong engagement between the United States and countries of Central Asia. Your presence tonight reflects the growing breadth of our relationship and our shared vision for a secure, sovereign, and prosperous Central Asia. It also reflects the leadership of the United States in building economic and strategic partnerships that advance our interests, reflect our values, and create opportunities for American workers and businesses. When the President appointed me to be the Special Envoy for Central Asia, one thing that he emphasized to me is that in previous administrations, this area of the world did not get the attention that it deserves. And his commitment to this region is that you have a direct line to the White House.
All right, I'm looking forward to hearing from Marco Rubio. All right. Lots of news breaking. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Guess what? There will be a big reveal. Here it is, right here. Pistol Pete's hot sauces. Wait till you hear the flavors. We've got, right now, 6 spectacular gourmet flavors being prepared right now. Right now. But stay with us and support our sponsors as we're brought to you by you, the people.
The University of Pennsylvania School of Veterinary Medicine confirms that pets with cancer live longer taking Coriolis versicolor. This is why we believe that every dog and cat needs Coriolis versicolor to help support and boost their immune system. Our Forest Natural brand has developed the world's first pet treat with immune-boosting Coriolis versicolor mushroom. We call them mush puppies. Coriolis versicolor is the most sought-after, all-natural supplement for both humans and pets to help boost the immune system. There are over 400 studies worldwide on its effectiveness in humans, including Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, MD Anderson Cancer Center, and now from the University of Pennsylvania School of Veterinary Medicine on its absolute effectiveness on pets. Now offered for the first time in a delicious biscuit. Pets absolutely love them. It's our goal to see every pet in the world on Coriolis versicolor with products offered by Pet Club 24/7. Science proves that a healthy immune system is the body's first defense against the smallest of ailments to the most catastrophic. Together, we can help reverse this terrible tide now plaguing our furry loved ones and give them the immune-boosting supplements that they need in mush puppies.
Visit PeteLovesPets.com and be sure to subscribe to AutoShip.
with key ingredients supported by over 80 clinical trials. The exclusive formulation of the Bella Grace Elixir is changing lives everywhere. Ingesting collagen peptides alone is not very helpful. This is where most products fall short, and where Bella Grace changes everything. Unlike other products, the Bella Grace Elixir controls the gene switches which activate collagen creation and disables the enzymes that break down the matrix. Bella Grace Elixir contains Verisol, the world's best and most clinically studied form of collagen. These elite collagen peptides influence the skin's collagen metabolism directly from the inside. Nature's most powerful antioxidant. 6,000 times more potent than vitamin C. Astereal astaxanthin prevents the activation of gene switches that drive inflammation and activates the gene switch responsible for cellular repair and longevity, forming bridges across cell membranes, protecting them from free radical attack. Amazonian cat's claw suppresses the enzymes that degrade collagen and our skin matrix caused by oxidants and inflammation. It simply turns the switch off. The world's most studied collagen, plus activating the genes that make collagen, plus switching off the genes that break down collagen, has resulted in something the world has never experienced. The Bella Grace Elixir. Start your 30-day Bella Grace challenge today.
Sign up for auto ship of your Bella Grace products and get a big discount. Visit pete.bellagraceglobal.com today. Sign up to become an influencer and get paid on every referral. You'll get your monthly Bella Grace products for free. Visit pete.bellagraceglobal.com today.
I've utilized the thing that John Hewlett has developed, this Cardio Miracle, and just so you, as a quick aside, in the gym where I go every day, the 30-somethings, and I'm in my mid-50s, they just can't keep up.
I did start probably in about January taking the Cardio Miracle. The most interesting and telling thing after being on this for a few months is really noticing a difference in the energy level that I've had and the severity of my heart problems. It's funny, you start to begin to have this sense that there's actual healing taking place inside the body.
Well, I'm one of the generation born in 1947, so on the front end of the baby boom, all I could say is if you want prolonged life, better health, more energy, better sleep, this is a great product.
Visit cardiomiracle.com and be sure to use promo code PETE at checkout and receive a 15% discount when you subscribe to AutoShip.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to Marco Rubio here in just a couple seconds. He's coming on the stage. This is from the live feed, so we're going to bring that to you. And I have a special announcement. You ready? Do not place your order right now because we need to get it posted. I'm going to do this. It's going to be a one-off, okay? How we can win the global war against radical Islam and its allies, okay? This is, I'm bringing this out of the dredges. This is a book called The Field of Fight, Lieutenant General Michael T. Flynn, okay? And this is autographed by him personally, all right? God bless America, General Flynn. It's going to happen tonight only. When I tell you, and you place your order. Hold on one second. Leave him right there. Do not let him go. Okay, we're going to get this set up. All I ask you to do, you're going to pay for shipping. If you order, okay, a Team Jesus mug. Team Jesus mug. All right, here it is. I'm going to tell you where to go. You're going to go to WKRP, but don't go right now because it's not going to be loaded in. You won't be able to purchase it. So if you purchase it now, you're going to get a mug with no book. I'm going to throw in a free autographed copy for every single order of Team Jesus mugs. Those mugs right there. I'm going to put this book autographed personally by General Michael Flynn so that we can learn how to win the global war against radical Islam and its allies. And that's going to happen tonight, and I'll tell you when. Let's go to Marco Rubio right now. We're going to bring that to you right now. Stand by. Just slightly behind the live feed because I had to tell you what we're doing. Here we go.
Especially when the government's shut down, so they could open it. But it's great. It's an honor to host all of you here, and tomorrow as well. We're going to have great events, and thank you for those kind introductions. Sergio is right. The president does say, and it's a great honor to hear him say it, he says that I was born for this job. The problem is I have 3 jobs. I don't know which one he's referring to. So I think maybe he thinks I'm a good archivist. But in any event, it's an honor to be able to serve in this position in this exciting time. I want to make a couple of recognitions. First, I do want to thank Ambassador Gore and Deputy Secretary Landau for the trip they took last week. It was important. They spent a substantial amount of time, and I know they look forward to going back to the other countries they were not able to visit. I personally intend to visit in the coming year as well, and all 5. So I know it'll probably be a week-long or longer trip. So we got to work on that and make that happen together. I want to give a shout-out and a special recognition to a couple people. Jim Risch, who is still here, is the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, but Jim and I served together throughout my 14 years and 1 month in the Senate, and we wound up, for reasons I don't fully understand, we wound up literally sitting next to each other on 3 separate committees. And the floor. So people, it wasn't by alphabetical order, but we wound up getting very close and remained that way. And I know he's been very helpful in getting us here to get all these positions filled. And I've seen him, and I haven't seen him in a while. I've seen him 3 times today, morning in the White House, and then earlier today in a briefing, and now here. And one more person I want to recognize, and this is someone that's been talking to me about Central Asia now for almost 4 years or 3 years, and that's Senator Daines. Are you still here? How many times have you been to the region? And how often? You've been more than once. I thought he was just trying to score hunting trips. That's what I thought, But it ended up he's really become the leading advocate in the United States Senate for closer engagement with all 5 of your countries, with the entirety of Central Asia, and I think deserves a lot of credit for what's going to happen tomorrow and in the days and weeks to come. It's an exciting time for us as well. I think one of the things that President Trump has made very clear is that he wants American foreign policy to be rooted based on the national interest of the United States. Ultimately, that's how foreign policy works. You have national interest, we have national interest. When does foreign policy work best? It works best when the national interests of 2 countries are aligned. When your national interests and our national interests are aligned, when they're not aligned, that's where you need diplomacy, you need friendships and so forth. But when they're aligned, that's where we have to pursue those partnerships and create these ties, these deep ties. And I think they're aligned in so many ways. And they don't have to be aligned on every issue, but they're aligned on important ones, including economic development. From our perspective, we are looking for opportunities for American innovation and American business and American products to expand to more markets and more places, because we think that creates stronger ties between countries. From your perspective, you are looking to take the resources, both your people and natural resources, that God has blessed your nations with, and turn them into responsible development that allow you to diversify your economies. You don't just want to be a source of energy or a source of minerals. You want to use that responsibly to build out other sectors of your economies so that you provide long-term opportunities for your people and further develop. Our national interests are aligned, and I think tonight's reception, tomorrow's meeting, and some of the things we're going to do together in the months and weeks and to come are going to further strengthen that. So it's an honor to welcome you all here to the State Department. It'll be an honor to welcome your presidents. I know the president's excited about tomorrow's gathering as well. And I think it's an exciting opportunity and a new era in our relationship in Central Asia, which I think it's been about 10 years since there was a gathering of this kind. So it's been over a decade. So I would say that unfortunately over the last decade there's been sort of it's been longer than 10 years? 10 years. Okay, I thought he was saying it was in 20 years ago. Oh my gosh, it's even worse. No, 10 years, but there's been, a little bit of neglect, right? We just haven't focused on it. So many things going on in the world. We oftentimes spend so much time focused on crisis and problems, and they deserve attention. That sometimes we don't spend enough time focused on exciting new opportunities. And that's what exists here now, an exciting new opportunity in which the national interests of our respective countries are aligned. We can work on bilateral basis, but also on a regional basis with the United States. And I'm excited to be a part of it and to be the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor and the Archivist at this key moment in our nation's history with each of you. So I intend to do everything I can from the diplomatic standpoint. I intend to do everything I can from my office at the White House. And I intend to make sure we keep really good records on all of this for the archives. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. That was Secretary of State Marco Rubio, as well as other officials. They were speaking there to foreign ministers. We did want to bring that to you here in full, live, raw, and uninterrupted, as we always do, on Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us here, it is 6:02 on the East Coast and 3:02 on
that's
the
right.
West Coast.
And
a big thank you to my colleague Christina Evans, who was here with you for the past couple hours.
I apologize. Hold on one second.
And live
I'm going to be bringing that to a close here. Sorry, I was getting... As I'm mentioning, we're going to have this ready in probably the next 5 minutes, okay? The Field of Fight, autographed by Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, how we can win the global war against radical Islam and its allies, all right? So, for right now, Let's hear from Nick Fuentes. This is what he said about Mark Levin's segment. I want you to listen closely.
A platform. I have the biggest platform. I have one of the biggest platforms. My clips go viral. My show is huge. So they use this term. They say he gave him a platform. We need to no platform him. I'm on a platform right now. They're trying to cancel him literally for talking to me. He didn't agree with everything I said. He didn't agree with everything I've ever said. We had a conversation, and now Tucker Carlson is being canceled by a small but very vocal group of pro-Israel Jews and non-Jews in the conservative movement. And so last Thursday, the president of the Heritage Foundation put out a video statement, which I thought was very strong. I don't think there was anything objectionable in it. Obviously, I'm biased. But I think that objectively, there was nothing objectionable in it. And I think any normal person, especially any conservative, would agree. And I covered it extensively on my show last Thursday. He said, among other things, that conservatives don't engage in cancel culture. Heritage will not abandon Tucker Carlson. He said that he disagrees with my views, but I have a right to express them. He said that the core of American conservatism is Christ is our king, America's our country, and we're in favor of free speech. What's wrong with that? Well, now they're trying to get this guy fired. And so the backlash to this was extraordinary because this is institutional. And that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid that the podcasts and the influencers and the things that we say on our show or suggest on our platforms, they're starting to show up inside the Republican Party and in college and in government. And soon that means policy. They're deeply afraid of this. And by they, I mean the pro-Israel lobby. And so this is what they could not accept. And what we have seen since then, over the past weekend, is the most coordinated, organized, unbelievable smear campaign that I've seen in a very long time.
Oh, it needs to be.
And to be honest with you, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the campaign to discredit and destroy Donald Trump in 2015 and 20.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is called neuro-linguistic programming. This is what this guy does. He'll infiltrate, anchor, and take down, okay? He's going to make it seem like he's the next Donald Trump. When in fact, everything that he's doing is to attack Donald Trump. He's anti-American. I mean, most of what this guy says is not very American. It's really, really not. I mean, you know, calling him anti-Semitic, he automatically comes back and says, you know, him and Tucker, because they got these big platforms. And Tucker does have a huge platform, which he is the culprit. Nick Fuentes' platform is fake. It's fake. It's all click farms, CIA stuff. It's a money laundering operation. Period. Kids don't send millions of dollars to anybody. Does anybody believe that Nick Fuentes is filthy rich? And you have to be very, very wealthy to get the exposure that this guy's getting, okay, to put stuff out. Does anybody think that a bunch of little 120-pound kids are financing Nick Fuentes? Anybody believe that? Anyone? No, they're not. It's CIA money laundering. They set up his entire funneling operation so that they get, you know, they got click farms and then they got these threads that are opened up. And next thing you know, he's got $5,500 pumped to him through Rumble. How does that happen? Huh, Peter Thiel? Huh? Make it seem like you got a lot of people over there, and then you have your foreign donors, okay? Dead people from France. Seriously, we have this stuff tracked. It's straight up CIA money laundering.
2016. And the reason I say that is because last year during the election, it seemed as though the media and the institutions had almost given up on cancel culture, wokeness, censorship. Did you get this impression also? You could be forgiven for thinking around the time of the election last year that all that stuff was over. It was all ancient history. And it seemed that anti-woke comedy and free speech and all these things that we remember before the woke progressive era were back and we're here to stay. Shane Gillis is on SNL making edgy jokes. On his appearance on his Netflix show, Donald Trump became the president and was inaugurated without a hitch. It seemed that Silicon Valley had acquiesced to his return to the White House. And it seemed like everything was back to normal. We're all good. And all that crazy, woke, lunatic stuff was a thing of the past. And this past weekend, the last 3 or 4 days, maybe the entire last week, it felt like all of that 2015, 2016 era cancel culture came crashing back down all of a sudden. This was like the basket of deplorables moment for the pro-Israel lobby. And remember what Hillary Clinton said in that remark? She said, racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, this basket of deplorables that is his supporters. It's like that level of rhetoric all over again. We're seeing the clip compilations. Remember when Nick Fuentes said this? Remember when he said that? They're doing it to Tucker. They're doing it to Candace. It feels exactly the same. And it ends just as it began with the exact same playbook, the same tactics. And so tonight, I want to talk all about it. I want to get into all of the backlash. And the reason I put that in scare quotes is because, of course, it's all fake. It's all artificial. Specifically, I want to talk about the Heritage Foundation. We'll do a follow-up because the last time I did a show Thursday night, I was praising the president of Heritage, Kevin Roberts, for defending free speech and Tucker Carlson and America First. But since then, he came out with a mewling and pathetic apology that wasn't even written by him, I'm told. It was written by somebody else, and now he's begging for his job back, crawling on his hands and knees like a bitch. He's on Dana Lash's show. I don't know why. She looks ridiculous. I don't think anybody under the age of 65 even knows who she is. That is.
Okay, does anybody think that Nick Fuentes does not look ridiculous? He's making fun of Dana Lash. Does anybody not think that Nick Fuentes, okay, his hands are like Nancy Pelosi granny porn knuckles, okay? You see him? He's got those, and he does this thing with his hands. It's like Nancy Pelosi granny porn fingers. And the guy is not, he better not be a procreator. I mean, seriously, is there any woman that will ever get with this guy? And most of the people that sit in their bedrooms that weigh 100 pounds, calling themselves gripers, voting for Mom Dami, wearing America First hats and just gobbing the frickin' Fuentes knob, and he doesn't have any room whatsoever to be criticizing Dana Lash, who, believe it or not, she's actually kind of beautiful. She is. She's all jacked up on plastic surgery, but I digress. Certainly much prettier of a human specimen than Nick Fuentes.
Than like a political nerd. He goes on her show begging for forgiveness. He's at Hillsdale College begging for forgiveness, talking about anti-Semitism. So we have to do a follow-up on him. I want to talk about this Republican Jewish Coalition Summit, which was held in Las Vegas this weekend. What the hell is even that? And go ahead and watch some of the clips. It's all the most popular conservatives in America, all the most beloved, popular conservatives like Randy Fine, Lindsey Graham, Mark Levin, Ted Cruz. And I don't think there's any way to describe it other than a declaration of war. This was a psycho, unhinged, lunatic, like truly delusional declaration of war by the Israel lobby against not just America First, but America. And I promise you, go watch Mark Levin's speech and tell me that that's not what it is. Watch what Mark Levin
Watch what Mark Levin. I'm just going to play just a little bit more of an excerpt here, okay? And then I'm going to explain what's going on here.
Specifically said in his speech at the RJC, but also in his follow-up interview, I think it's with the JNS or one of these Jewish media outlets. He did a follow-up interview, which was published, I think, either last night or today. It was literally a declaration of war. And this is the group. The group is the Republican Jewish Coalition. That's what...
This guy is so hardcore. Do I need to play clips from Ben Shapiro? No, I don't. This guy is so repulsive. And then he says that, that Mark Levin, because he was at a Jewish conference, hey, I'm telling you what, this is what's going to happen. The Christians and the Jews are going to ally, okay? And we're going to do the virtual equivalent Nick Fuentes and his gripers are the U.S. version of Hamas, okay? They are. They hide. They operate covertly. They're underground. He even says it. We're going to infiltrate. You don't know where we're at. I mean, that's Hamas. They're in tunnels, okay? They're under hospitals. You can't criticize Hamas because they're under a hospital and they're civilians, right? They use propaganda. They're all about propaganda. That's all they do is put out propaganda. They're a propaganda machine. They don't have unique ideas. They hijack them. America First has been hijacked. MAGA has been hijacked. Everything that President Trump built as to a tsunami has been hijacked. It's a CIA takedown operation, period. All right, now, this thing of supporting Mondami, we have it all set up now, all right? We have it all set up. It's going to be limited as in, while supplies last. I have quite a few, okay? Here they are. The Field of Fight, personally autographed, okay? General Flynn did this for me, okay? For our audience. God bless America, General Michael Flynn. I'm going to give one of these. How we can win the global war against radical Islam and its allies, called the Field of Fight. We are in this fight This is the fight now. General Flynn is the expert. This book was written specifically for this time in our history. And I'm going to be giving one away to everybody that orders a Team Jesus mug. You can either scan that QR code or go to WKRPete.com, WKRPete.com, and click the banner where it says Team. Everyone that orders a Team Jesus mug, or multiple quantities, if you can do that too, that'd be great. It's a great way to support us. You'll get a free copy with General Flynn's personal autograph. Okay? I've never done this before. I'm doing this right now. It's such an important time. I want to do it. So we're going to move along here to other news that we've been covering all day. We certainly will. Is he done with Nick yet, Bad Moon? Well, I'll be done when I'm done. If you don't like what I'm covering and what I need to express, then please don't let the door hit you. Bad Moon, let's see. I'll order a mug if you never play Nick again. Oh, okay, I understand. Is he done with Nick yet? Bad Moon's a regular. That's why I figured I could talk to him the way I did. We love you, brother. We're not done with Nick yet. Okay? Don't be like a New Yorker. Get in your U-Haul and drive to Florida. Stay and fight. Okay? And we're not done with Nick until he takes his last wheeze. Okay? That's when we're done with Nick. We're going to fight. All right? Bevelyn Beatty is going to be my guest tonight. Bevelyn Beatty Williams, that is. She's going to be joining me here at the top of the next hour.
Called? I'm not making.
No, we're not done. We're going to play Nick Fuentes between now and then for Bad Moon. All right? Check this out. I have spectacular. My goodness. Let me see if this is the one. Wait till you see the video from the Kentucky plane crash. All right, here's the first video that I'm going to play, and I want to make sure that I open this up so that you can see everything that I'm about to share with you. Last night, we covered it on the live stream during election coverage. We saw that report come across the wire. We brought it to you. Here's one video. That's that plane. It's on fire as it's going down the runway. It goes to lift off.
I think it's going to crash, bro.
Goes to lift off and booyah.
Holy shit.
Now the next video you're going to see is the most amazing video of a plane crash that I've ever seen. And you're going to agree with this. I'm actually hyping it up because after you watch it, you're going to say, that's the most amazing video of a plane crash that I've ever seen. Thankfully, it wasn't full of passengers, but here it is. Watch this. This is a dash cam video of some guy in, I think it might be his UPS truck or a loader or something like that. Watch this. Now you're going to hear rumbling. I want you to pay particular attention. See the blue sky up there? Up in the upper right-hand corner? That's where you're going to pay attention. You're going to hear a boom, just a low boom. And then, oh my goodness, watch this. Go back and look at that again. Listen to the boof. All right. I hyped it, right? Is that not the most spectacular plane crash footage that you've ever seen? Ever? Incredible. Incredible. Look at that. Absolutely remarkable. And those were explosions heard. I think there were propane tanks there. Truly remarkable. All right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? If you go to WKRP.com, you have to order it. It's going to be limited supplies only. I mean, we have a bunch of them, so go there. But we're extending it into tomorrow, okay, between now and tomorrow. Order your Team Jesus mug. Here it is. I'm going to put it on the screen. And Rock Bottom Ministries, Lfa TV, scan that QR code or go to WKRP.com. Click the Team Jesus. All we ask is that you pay for the shipping, okay? I think it's at 11 ounces. You're going to get a free book. Just pay for the shipping. You pay for the shipping. It's yours. It's autographed by General Michael Flynn. And here is the book right here. I actually had General Flynn. Took him a few days to autograph the books, personally autographed by him. This isn't, here it is, right here. God bless America, General Flynn. Order your Team Jesus mug, and we need to find out how we can win the global war against radical Islam and its allies. All right? We have President Trump right now in an interview with Bret Baier, special report, and we're going to go to that right now. We're just slightly behind the live feed. Let me switch to that. Here is President Trump in an exclusive interview with Bret Baier. Here we go. There we go.
In Miami, after President Trump delivered an economic speech here
Sorry about
at the
that,
American
folks.
Business Forum. Mr. President, thanks for being here. I want to talk to you about New York City real quick. You're a New Yorker. You famously kind of had a fight with Ed Koch back in the 70s and 80s as he was a mayor. He obviously wasn't a democratic socialist, as you call the mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani a communist. But is there any part of you that looks at Mamdani and says, it is good for you politically to have a big foil there that you're going to talk about for the next 3 years?
I'm so torn because I would like to see the new mayor do well because I love New York. I really love New York. When I left New York for Washington, New York was doing really well, but there were some bad signs. The bad sign was a guy named de Blasio. So the signs of de Blasio, that was the beginning, and it was bad. This one, we're going to, look, for 1,000 years, communism has not worked. Communism or the concept of communism has not worked. I tend to doubt it's going to work this time.
Did you see his victory speech?
No, it's literally never worked. Yeah, I thought it was a very angry speech, certainly angry toward me, and I think he should be very nice to me. I'm the one that sort of has to approve a lot of things coming to him, so he's off to a bad start.
At one point he says, turn the volume up.
So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
How do you respond to that? Does that affect anything you're going to do?
It's a very dangerous statement for him to make, actually. And, you talk about danger. I think it's a very dangerous statement for him to make. He has to be a little bit respectful of Washington because if he's not, he doesn't have a chance of succeeding. And I want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed. I don't want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed, and we'll see what happens.
Did you see reaching out to him?
I would say he should reach out to us, really. I think he should reach out. Right. I'm here. We'll see what happens, but I would think that it would be more appropriate for him to reach out to us.
So speaking of reaching out, is there a deal that can be made to end this government shutdown in your mind?
Well, I think the Democrats have become radicalized. I think, this never happened before. They always extend. An extension is very easy. It's done all the time. You extend, sometimes you extend 4 or 5 times. I mean, they become radicalized lunatics, actually, in a true sense. They should automatically extend, and we will make a deal as soon as they do. As soon as they do, we'll make a deal.
There is a deal in the works that they're talking about, at least. Senator Susan Collins talked to the House, said if they pass the continuing resolution now, this Friday, they'll pass the military construction, the veterans bills, maybe even other bills, and that would get veterans their checks by Veterans Day Monday. Yeah. Would you support that?
Well, we'd look at it. I mean, I'm going to look at it. They should just extend it and work on it, and we ought to work on health care together, because Obamacare has been a disaster. It's going to get a big increase, but Obamacare is not great health care, and it's very expensive, and I'd love to work with them to fix it.
This is obviously appropriations bills one at a time, but they lump some in, get a continuing resolution until December or January, move forward.
Let's move forward. I'd like to move forward. I'd like to get it going, but it's really up to them. And we're here. If they say yes, it's done, because we have already, we have voted just about unanimously, almost unanimously, to move forward. We're ready to do it.
A few more things. You said Republicans should get rid of the filibuster. Yeah. Based on what you said this morning, you don't really think the Democrats could never win the Senate again, right?
No, I think that if we got rid of the filibuster, we would approve so many good things, common sense things, wonderful things, that it would be hard to beat us. If we don't, it's always going to be a slog. So I do say this. I would say absolutely, without question, I have no doubt in my mind, get rid of it. And the Republicans should do it. But they have a number of Republicans that don't agree. And you know what? It's a question. Do I want to lose my relationship with those Republicans that have been very good to me for a long period of time, that voted against the crooked Democrats on impeachment and everything else? Do I want to lose them over it? I think it's a very important point. Do you ever have people that are wrong, but you can't convince them? So do you destroy your whole relationship with them or not? I'd be close to losing it, but probably not.
How worried are you about this Supreme Court decision on your emergency power on tariffs? The hearing today, a lot of people were trying to read through the tea leaves, what the justices were asking. Some were saying they were overly skeptical. You can't really do that in Supreme Court hearings, but how worried are you that they may unwind this thing?
Well, I heard the court case went well today, but I just heard that a little while ago because, as you know, it was just 2 hours ago that they finished up. But I will say this, it would be devastating for our country if we lost that. Devastating. I think it's one of the most important, maybe the most, but one of the most important cases in the history of our country. I think taking tariffs away so that we can have national security. So, as an example, President Xi, he hit us with the rare earths, and I hit him with a tariff, 100% tariff on top of all the other tariffs that you're paying. And they called in 10 minutes and we made a deal.
You're saying you're happy with what you came out of it?
If I didn't have tariffs, we would right now, the entire world would be in a depression. Because, that wasn't a threat against us. That was a threat against the entire world. I did this for the world. But yeah, I would say that I can guarantee you this, if I didn't put 100% tariff immediately on China, the entire world, because of magnets, a special kind of rare earth, etc., right, would be closed up. Without the benefit of tariffs, we would not. We had a very successful meeting with President Xi of China and others. And without tariffs, that would not have taken place.
Well, we appreciate the time. There's a lot going on all at once. I'd ask you about foreign policy, but I know you have to hit the road. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Well, up next, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries on yesterday's off-year election results.
This is Austin Steinbauer, and you are tuned in to the Pete Santilli Show.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all. right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold. All those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, Beekeepers Naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids prebiotic fiber pops along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com /LFA. And now back to the show.
The University of Pennsylvania School of Veterinary Medicine confirms that pets with cancer live longer taking Coriolis versicolor. This is why we believe that every dog and cat needs Coriolis versicolor to help support and boost their immune system. Our Forest Natural brand has developed the world's first pet treat with immune-boosting Coriolis versicolor mushroom. We call them mush puppies. Coriolis versicolor is the most sought-after, all-natural supplement for both humans and pets to help boost the immune system. There are over 400 studies worldwide on its effectiveness in humans, including Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, MD Anderson Cancer Center, and now from the University of Pennsylvania School of Veterinary Medicine on its absolute effectiveness on pets. Now offered for the first time in a delicious biscuit. Pets absolutely love them. It's our goal to see every pet in the world on Coriolis versicolor with products offered by Pet Club 24/7. Science proves that a healthy immune system is the body's first defense against the smallest of ailments to the most catastrophic. Together, we can help reverse this terrible tide now plaguing our furry loved ones and give them the immune-boosting supplements that they need in mush puppies.
Visit PeteLovesPets.com and be sure to subscribe to AutoShip.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings. Regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
And ladies and gentlemen, wow. A lot of stuff going on. We got it all set up for you. Right now, if you go to WKRP.com, that's that URL right at the bottom, order your Team Jesus mug. We want you to have one of those and pay for the shipping, right? But we're going to send you while supplies last, so make sure you go in there and gobble up the supplies, one per order, and personally autographed copy of How We Can Win the Global War Against Radical Islam and Its Allies, The Field of Fight. Oh, my goodness. By Lieutenant General Michael T. Flynn, all right? We're giving one of these away with every single Team Jesus mug. Isn't that a beautiful thing? Now, Bevelyn Beatty has indicated that she's not feeling well, and she may not be on, but that's okay. She's not going to be on, so she's gonna reschedule. We have her rescheduled. She will likely come on maybe for the 1 o'clock show. Maybe tomorrow. We'll bring her on as soon as possible. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have some additional news. Il Donaldo Trumpo is weighing in on Gavin Newsom, isn't he? Gavin Newsom, tiny balls, this is called. Here it is.
Why do you cross your legs like a castrato, Governor? Do you have any balls, yes or no?
Yes, I do have balls. They're tiny, though, so when I cross my legs like this, it doesn't really hurt. I actually like pressing my tiny little balls like this.
Isn't that hilarious?
Any of y'all New Yorkers think voting for that wannabe, that Mandami, whatever his fucking name is, think y'all voting for a motherfucker just because he didn't promise y'all a whole bunch of free shit? See, this is how you know the Democrats know how to get y'all. They said all we got to do is promise them a bunch of free stuff, and we know they're going to go for it because they're lazy, and we know they don't want to work. Them is their exact thoughts when this man is down there in New York offering y'all free housing, free this, free that, and ain't none of that shit about to fucking happen. None of it, bro. I don't think y'all understand how shit works. This man can't freeze rent. He can't give out, bro. He can't do none of that. All this free shit he promising New Yorkers down there, bro, it's all a fucking lie, bro. It's all cap. He not about to do none of this shit for y'all. He want y'all votes to get in office, and then once he get in office, he gonna forget about you just like the Democrats do every fucking time they in office, bro. They come with these broken promises, and we gonna do this, we gonna do that. Then as soon as we vote them in office, they vote in office. Now everybody don't know. Everybody got amnesia and don't remember what the fuck they was saying during the election year and shit. But yeah, though, New York, please don't be that dumb to vote that man in. Y'all not getting nothing free. Ain't nothing in this world free. Not even water.
Yeah, and that was the warning right before the election, and look at what they ended up doing. Absolutely incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely incredible. So we'll be weighing in on that discussion for a long time to come. All right, now President Trump today, just going to play a very, very brief excerpt of something we played earlier, but this is a big deal. I'm going to provide some commentary here that I believe that we need to exercise the nuclear option and end the filibuster. President Trump met with senators today, okay? And this is what he said. Now, John Kennedy, you're going to hear from here momentarily.
Last night it was, not expected to be a victory. It was very good. I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody. But we had an interesting evening, and we learned a lot. And we're going to talk about that, and I'll say a few remarks, and then after that I'll ask the press to leave. The press has been very, very nice to us the last couple of months. They were great to us in terms of the foreign visits with China, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia. and they were actually terrific. So I want to thank you for that. I'm sure you'll get back to your normal ways soon. But we did a great job over in China, and we've done a great job in turning off wars. We stopped 8 wars. And we have 1 to go, as you probably know, and that'll get stopped also. But we've done a great job, so it's really been an honor to do it, and I did it with many of the people in this room. Every one of you I know, and every one of you I like. I like our leaders. I like everybody. But I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown, how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans, and that was a big factor. And they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor, but I don't know about that, but I was honored that they said that. And I just want to thank everybody for being here, and a very special thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's doing a terrific job. J.D., thank you. As well as the Senate leadership team that has been working very hard, working really, I will tell you, nobody's working any harder representing the American people, including Senator John Thune. John, thank you. Great job. John, thank you very much. Senator Tom Cotton, wherever you may be, Tom, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Senator Shelley Moore Capito, who's been very involved. Thank you, Senator James Langford from one of my favorite states, 77 out of 77. 77 out of 77. Reagan was 56. That was the record. We got every one of them. Thank you, James. And a fantastic friend of mine and an incredible advocate during the election a year ago, Tim Scott. Thank you, Tim. So as you know, we are in the midst of a disastrous Democrat-created government shutdown, and it is Democrat-created, but I don't think they're getting really the blame that they should. That's now officially the longest shutdown in American history. The Democrat radicals in the Senate have shown zero interest in reopening the government, and I don't think they'll act so soon. A lot of people disagree. I've been saying for the last 30 days, we've had 4 or 5 different points. Yes, sir, they're going to get it right now. We should have it done in a day. I've heard that about 4 times. I heard it after Kings. They said I was a king. And I heard it after Kings. I heard it after a couple of other moments in time. And I said, no, I don't believe so. And now I heard it's after the election.
Okay. I'm gonna have to call it what it is. Okay. I love President Trump, by the way. Do you remember when Fauci and Birx just strung him along and strung him along and strung him along? And you got to do Operation Warp Speed, and you got to do this, you got to do that. The CIA, of course, released the virus, the China virus in the Wuhan lab. And then he was surrounded by VP Pence, who was in charge of the task force, and Fauci and Birx and all these people, all these important people surrounding President Trump, stringing him along and stringing him along. And what did COVID do to his administration? What did it do to his presidency? Took it down, did it not? Did it or did it not? Right now, the shutdown is the new COVID, okay? He's being strung along. And you just heard him say, they're telling me after Kings, they're telling me after the election, they're telling me after, and guess what? I already told you that the Democrats want to take this into 2026. Did I not? How far away are we from that right now? How far away are we from that? He's getting strung along and strung along and strung along. They need to buy more time to cause more damage. They bought more time to let it spread last time. They're buying more time to let hunger set in and let anger set in and let the destruction of the institutions set in. And what will that produce? It will destroy his presidency. And he's on track for that right now. He needs to recognize that the same exact subverters that surrounded him last time, that same entity, are surrounding him right now, stringing him along.
I don't believe so. I think they will. I think they're kamikaze pilots. I just got back from Japan. I talked about the kamikaze pilots. I think these guys are kamikaze. They'll take down the country if they have to. So I don't think so. Millions of Americans are going to be without SNAP benefits. And I will say about SNAP benefits, so when I was president, we had $7 billion worth, and now they have many times that, because these benefits were given to anybody that asked. And they're up to, I hear...
It's another money laundering operation, isn't it?
$47 billion.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't the purpose of SNAP. That was for people that really had problems, down and out, people that really had problems. But during Biden, they gave it to anybody that wanted it. I think it's something you have to talk about because the numbers are incredible. But countless public servants are now not being paid, and the air traffic control system is under increasing strain. We must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it up. We have the hottest economy we've ever had, and it's affecting the stock market now a little bit. But the stock market, as of Friday, has hit many record highs during the last 9 months, many. And it will again. This is just the beginning, because when these plants that are being built right now start opening up, we've never had anything like this as a boom. There's a construction boom right now, but that's going to be bigger than that. That's going to be an economic boom as soon as they open up, and it's going to be something special. We have car companies coming in. When I was in Japan, Toyota, Mr. Toyota, I said, "What's your name?" "Toyota." I said, "Oh, you're rich." I said, "How much of the company do you own?" 92.1%. I said, "I'm glad you said the one. He wants to be there." I said, "You're a rich guy." And he said, "I'm investing $10 billion in the U.S. And
awesome.
You know who I'm talking about, right? You
Listen,
Mr. Senator.
Remember President Trump's economy during COVID? What did they do to it? Took him out at the knees. He had Pence, Fauci, Birx. He is surrounded, ladies and gentlemen, again with that same exact entity that's just stringing him along. You know, the money laundering operation known as SNAP benefits. We've already detected fraud. He should stop the flow of money to SNAP because of the amount of fraud. Imagine, depending on how many kids you have, and that could be made up. They haven't verified how many kids people have. If you've got, 3 kids, 5 kids, $292 per month per child, $300 basically per person in the family. Husband, wife, and 2 kids, right? 300 times 4, right, is how much? $1,200 a month. $1,200 a month. If you had somebody that's doing ballot harvesting for you, right, signing off on a couple ballots, you can funnel $1,200 in cash to their EBT card, can't you? It's a money laundering mechanism. They've already detected fraud.
Introduced me originally when you were the ambassador to Japan. He's still good. He's still strong, but he had no interest in investing in this country. Now he's investing $10 billion as of 1 week ago in building new plants. We have auto plants coming in incredibly, but we have AI and all of them. And we can't be extorted to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally, many from prisons, many drug dealers. A lot of people came in from mental institutions. They want to give a lot of money to the people that came in illegally. We have to get them out. No country can sustain that. That's not like an attack on our country. In no country, these are not going to be productive people. These are going to be anti-productive people. And we can all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we can't let that happen. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3.25. We have 3.25 years, so that's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open up. We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our elections secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters.
All right, the president speaking to Republicans at the White House, Republican senators. He said that last night was not a good...
I don't need you commenting on that, okay? But you heard President Trump saying what could happen with the nuclear option, correct? End the filibuster, and we'll be able to do everything that we need to do. Right now is the time to strike, is it not? We have a majority in the Senate. That's all we need. And we can get a lot of things done. Voter ID, right? He just said it. He just listed a whole bunch of things that we can do if he ends the filibuster, opens the government, and the Democrats are rendered useless. Useless. Now, they're saying, well, we don't want to do that because, then they'll go ahead and do it in the future. That's what they're saying. Well, I want to ask you something. Does anybody think that once the Democrats get to a position where they have power, that they won't exercise that option themselves? Does anybody think that they won't do it? John Kennedy weighed in, and he actually had a conversation with President Trump directly. And here's that that John Kennedy clip.
He called me. I explained to him. I said, Mr. President, the job of a senator is not just to advance good ideas. The job of a senator is also to kill bad ideas.
And how did he take your response?
Well, like you would expect.
Not happy?
He didn't. He wasn't unhappy. I mean, the president didn't yell or anything. Of course, he's never yelled at me. There's always a first time, But he doesn't agree with me, and sometimes reasonable people disagree. But my personal opinion, I could be wrong, but I doubt it. We're not going to change the filibuster.
Yes, we should.
Or the blue slip while we're in charge.
Yes, we should.
During your or my natural lifetime.
So that ultimately means there has to be some sort of bipartisan deal to reopen the government.
I love Senator Kennedy, but I think he's wrong on this option. I think President Trump is right. There's a lot of things that we can do. A lot of things we can do. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing that we're going to do, we're going to take a break. When we come back, you're going to listen to an excerpt of an interview that Kim Strassel did with Senator Kennedy. It's pretty good. And also, we're going to hear, man, you know what? I'm going to give Glenn Beck for what? How often do I give him credit? I give him credit when credit is due. But this one thing that he's done is really important. And he has announced it, and we're going to bring that to you. It's a pretty spectacular thing. That's going to happen in the next hour. But what I want you to do, ladies and gentlemen, is remember to go to WKRP.com or scan this QR code for a limited time. I'm doing this. This is a one-off. There's no marketing materials or anything like that. I just plan to do it as an impromptu giveaway while supplies last until tomorrow. If it's on the page, if you go to WKRP.com, click on that banner or scan this QR code. If it says that we're giving away the book, that means there's a book available. Make your purchase, okay? A book autographed personally by General Michael Flynn, all right? And it's the book, How We Can Win the Global War Against Radical Islam and Its Allies, The Field of Fight. This free book, all you have to do is just pay for the shipping. I think it's like 10 ounces or something like that. We had to add that to it so you can pay for the shipping so we can get it to you. Order your Team Jesus mug, and we're going to put just tonight only until tomorrow, As long as it's there, you could purchase it. Make your purchase, and we'll send you a free copy of the book. All right? So we will be back here in just a few seconds. Everybody stay right there. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here, Lfa Tv. I hope you're enjoying the show today. And I want to thank the host for allowing me to come in to talk to you about Armor Colostrum. Folks, when we were born as babies and we were breastfed, the lucky ones of us anyway, we got something called colostrum into our system. And what that is 400 plus bionutrients that really built our entire immune system. Now, on the outside of our body, we have a thing that protects us called skin. But on the inside of our body, we have a thing that protects us called the mucosa. And that mucosa is subject daily to pollutions and pesticides and chemicals in our food, in our water, and so much more. And it causes us to bloat. It causes us to feel horrible. It causes us to feel sluggish. And it actually slows down our body from, that kind of damage slows down our body from basically just releasing some of the things that we need in order to keep us healthy. So we have to introduce things like colostrum into our body to get our body healthy again and strong again, our gut health strong again, and Armor Colostrum is that something. TryArmor.com/LFATV will give you 15% off your entire order. That is TryArmor.com/LFATV. Not only does it strengthen your immune system and stop you from bloating, but it gets rid of heartburn, gets rid of indigestion, starts regrowing your hair thicker again, your nails, your cuticles, everything is healthy and growing fast. TryArmor.com/LFATV. Try it today, folks, and thank you very much.
Literally changed my life. Within a 3-week period of time, all the different issues that I had with my body started to clear up.
This product is amazing. The studies on it, what it's doing for people's lives, the way it's helping with the immune system. I personally take it every day, and I'm really excited about the potential that this product has for people.
For's Natural Products through Pet Club 24/7 is the exclusive manufacturer of the most powerful strain of Coriolis versicolor, the main ingredient that makes up our wonderful Enforce Immune supplement. No one else has what we have. Our proprietary extraction process is unlike any other found in the world and locked in by the doctors who first developed this amazing
Hey everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold, all those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, beekeepers naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of those, any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers All Natural Propolis Immune Throat Spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids' prebiotic fiber pops, along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, you know, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com /LFA. And now back to the show.
Okay, orders are coming in, and until tomorrow, as long as it's there and it says that you're going to get a copy of the book, you will get a copy of the book. Scan that QR code or go to WKRPete.com, right? I want you to have a Team Jesus mug, and I want you to have the book. And this is personally autographed by General Michael Flynn, all right? As long as supplies last, make sure you go. People are submitting their orders, so gobble them up. You get a free book. You just got to pay for the shipping. It's 10 ounces. We got to add that to it to pay for the postage, okay? You get a free copy of the personally autographed book by General Michael Flynn because this is a very, very appropriately timed book. How we can, it's actually something that he's written, but it's a guidebook, how we can win the global war against radical Islam and its allies. The Field of Fight by General Michael Flynn. He knows this topic very, very, very well. All right? So place your order now. All right. Now, I love Senator Kennedy. And I want to play Senator Kennedy's interview with Kim Strassel, an excerpt of it. And then, you know, like I said, I'm giving credit where credit is due. If Glenn Beck, it does a good thing, which he did. Wait till you hear the announcement that he's made recently and what he's doing. It's absolutely spectacular. Part of the fight against this co-opting of our entire system.
We're going to take a slight pause from our regular, studiously serious programming and instead consider a view of Washington from the eyes of one of the Senate's more insightful and entertaining members, Louisiana Senator
He's
John
hilarious.
Kennedy.
From the opinion pages of the Wall Street Journal, this is All Things with Kim
I just
Strassel.
want to play an excerpt of this until...
Welcome to All Things with Kim Strassel, a weekly podcast
Start
from the Wall
digging
Street
in.
Journal editorial pages. And welcome to Senator Kennedy. I just have to ask you, does this humor come naturally to you? Do you work at it? Is it something that was in your family? I would have to work a long time to come up with even one of these lines.
Well, short answer is... part of it is my upbringing. I was raised in a small town, and people talk very plainly. Writing for me, Kim, is painful, but God blessed me with a great memory. When I read a clever turn of phrase, I will remember it. And sometimes when I'm very impressed with a paragraph or something from a particular book, I have a file on my iPad. I'll stop and jot a few notes. But yeah, a lot of it's impromptu. I don't know, why I say what I say. I do contend I deserve more credit for the things I don't say, but I could say. When I do an interview, my staff knows to leave me alone about 5 minutes, 10 minutes before it starts. I've got to, in a podcast we have longer, but usually I've only got 4 or 5 minutes. So, and the American people are busy, earning a living. They don't read Aristotle every day. They don't have time to sit around and listen to politicians honk on like a goose. So I got to use my 5 minutes, and I want to think about how I'm going to communicate. I try to communicate plainly and make the points that I want to make. But
Yep, somebody just asked a question. I ordered from your website. It said the book is free. It is. So I hope it automatically charged me for the shipping of the book. It did. Yeah. We had to add the weight. That was the delay. I had to have Sean update it in our system to charge, I think it's 10, 11 ounces additionally for the postage. So, yeah, the shipping with the book and the mug. You get a free copy of the book. Yeah. And what she says, she ordered 4 more mugs again. That's awesome. You guys go to, here it is, scan that QR code or go to WKRPete.com to get your free copy of General Flynn's book. And, of course, most importantly, the gift that keeps on giving, right? Team Jesus mug. Here we go. Love Senator Kennedy.
In a humorous way sometimes, in a humble way when I can. Sometimes I succeed. Sometimes I don't, but I've always been like this. My mouth gets me in trouble. It took me three tries to get to the U.S. Senate, but I just wore them down. And finally the voters elected.
When I think back to what I believe was the most successful politician of my lifetime, it's always Ronald Reagan.
Yes.
And, this was a man who had deeply held principles. No one could say that Ronald Reagan was a squish. He was very willing to fight political battles, but he did it with humor. And it strikes me, we have so little of that these days. Everyone just seems far more bitter, ambitious, and serious. How big of a role do you think that actually plays in D.C. in today's dysfunction? And does that ever change? I mean, you have a very different approach, but it's unusual these days in D.C.
Well, for me, it works. I'll tell you what, for me, works more. It's attitude. I don't hate anybody. I know all 100 of my colleagues. I like all of them, some better than others. But when I say my prayers, I really do. One of the things I ask my Creator for, don't let me hate, because it's very easy in Washington. But it's very important not to. I think I'm proud of the fact.
Thank you, Mary. I am.
There's more civility in the Senate than among my colleagues in the House, and I hope it stays that way. But you just can't hate, and I don't hate any of my colleagues. Now, that doesn't mean that while I respect their opinion, that I have an opinion too. And God gave me the right to remain silent, but not the ability, and I'm pretty frank. But I try not to do it in a mean-spirited way. President Reagan was very good in that respect. He was a great communicator. Bill Clinton.
Yes.
I thought had the right tone, not too serious. He wasn't a big joke teller, but I've seen him on the stump before. He could be humorous. You just can't hate, and that's our problem right now. Look, when I first got to the Senate, I've been very candid my entire life. I mean, candor is a great weapon, and I have the right to be candid, the right to speak freely. You're not free if you can't say what you think. But I did have a lot of my colleagues, mostly Republicans, frankly, but some Democrats, who say, "Look, Kennedy, what planet did you parachute in from? This is not the way we do things." And my response was, "Look, I understand this is not the way things are done, but the way things are done in Washington for the past 50 years, they suck. And so I'm going to do it my way. I'm not going to be mean-spirited, but I'm going to be very candid." Now, other senators, you mentioned the Vice President Harris. I served in the Senate with the Vice President. We were on the Judiciary Committee together. She's very, very scripted, at least when she was in the Senate. She would come in the Senate hearings with a script. She would follow that script. She would read her questions to a witness. I don't do it that way. I'm not saying the way she does it is wrong, but that doesn't work for me. There are a lot of times in hearings, for example, I don't know what I'm going to ask the witness because I haven't heard the witness's testimony. But it works for me. The Senate, I love the Senate. I know all of my colleagues. I like every single one of them. But let's face it, the Senate only works